today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevrolet dealership in the world. More new Chevrolets to choose from than anyone. All priced to sell at ClassicChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday. Hopefully the week flew by for you. We are live here, 16th floor Odyssey Radio Tower on Shan and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning crew with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and we got Pepe running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as John Harbaugh may be stealing your next Cowboys defensive coordinator. We will get to that at 6:20. Game picks. Who are you rooting for this weekend? We have the junk drawer at 7:40. Worst take of the week at 9 o'clock, following Below the Bell. And then, of course, the red zone at 9:20. Is this still the best? Everyone tries to label this as the best football weekend of the year. I know we just had the awesome wild card weekend, and I think wild card weekend may catch the divisional round because of the parity in the league.
Well, this year, because like I said, we had talked about this on Monday. The last 2 years, the wild card rounds was really bad. You had only one. I think the average margin of victory was 15 points last year, and then the year before, if you take away the Rams-Lions game, it was 21 points as average margin of victory. But if you have another couple of years like that, we had this week, then yes. But when I think of the best weekend of the year, I'm not thinking of close games. I'm not thinking of competitive games. I'm thinking of the best teams. You know, now, like, there's no more bums. There's no more, do we believe in this team at this point? You know, it's like, all right, you want a playoff game. You've got to the playoffs in some way by beating or dominating, like the Patriots, right? You know, even the Patriots had a bad game. They deserve to be here. So I think this still will be the best weekend.
I mean, last week is pretty hard to beat.
Yeah.
Where not just because of the outcomes, but because it is the maximum amount of important football games you get. Because you get 6 games in the NFL playoffs. We'll have 4, then 2, then 1 the rest of the way. But you get 6 games in the NFL playoffs, and that was leading into the CFP or coming out of the CFP semifinals. So, but I mean, either way, this is just the best time of the year, period, for entertaining football. Every weekend, there's high-stakes stuff for, 6 weeks.
We'll get to your official picks, the 5 things that RJ is looking for in the divisional round at 8 o'clock this morning, but we may have a pretty nice and big Dallas Maverick development.
Now Nembhard up ahead. A wide open 3 for Klay Thompson, and there it is. Well, there's been Dame time, but this is Klay's day. Number 2,805 to move him into 4th in NBA history.
That stunned me on Mavs TV on who Klay Thompson passed on the all-time three-point list. You heard it there at the beginning of that clip. Did you catch it?
No.
Did you?
He passed Ryan Nembhard is what I heard.
Damian Lillard. I would have thought he was already definitely ahead, of Dame Lillard.
Way ahead.
Ahead of Damian Lillard. Passed him.
Yeah, that's
I
weird.
saw the graphic they put up there, but I think Klay was at the bottom of the graphic during the game. I think he was at the bottom of the graphic.
Clay hit 6 threes. He leads the Mavs in scoring. It was, 7 guys in double figures. They did not have Cooper Flagg, and they still dropped 144 on the Utah Jazz, and Clay scores 26.
70 at half. Just a crazy. I mean, that's a offensive outburst you wouldn't expect. Utah is so unwatchable. So bad.
They have 2 less losses than us.
I'm sure it's related to Curry being in Golden State for all those years. But Lillard, for his career, takes a full 3-pointer more per game than Klay Thompson does. And they've played around the same. So Clay's been more efficient. Like, Clay's a 40% 3-point shooter. Dame is 37. But that, I would not have guessed that he takes that many more threes than Clay.
And it just shows the game where it is. Like, when I think of who's going to take the most threes, I think of like a true 3-point assassin, like a Ray Allen or a Steph. Never would have. You could have given me 50 guesses before I got Harden in there.
Well, Harden jacked him up.
He jacked him up, but he was like, I didn't think of him as like a Steph, Clay, Ray Allen. Like those are your specialists.
Yeah.
But that's just the way the game is. Everybody's just shooting threes.
This is the highest percentage of Clay's shots in his career that's been 3-pointers by far. Like, nothing's ever been this close. He's taking 73% of his shots are 3-pointers, which is, there's never been a season where he's been close to like 70.
So the development comes from Tim McMahon, Ban McMahon on Twitter, and he says that Patrick Dumont has reached out to Dirk to try to mend the relationship and offer Dirk not just some BS, hey, show up as a mascot, the role that we thought that Dirk was going to have years ago as some type of true consultant with an actual say within the Mavericks organization. And Tim follows up and says that Dirk appears open to it. So that is a very nice change from the Mavs front office doing something with nothing but positives around it.
It's still almost equally as ridiculous as trading Luka. That they allow, like they allowed people, or they allowed themselves to basically cut Dirk out of this organization. I cannot believe they would do that. But I mean, they took the 2 players probably most aligned with the Mavericks organization, the 2 players who were obviously the best in the history of the Mavericks organization, and they just basically kicked him out of town at the same time. Now, you can't do anything about Luka. It doesn't seem like that's pretty much what it is. But to mend things with Dirk, that would be huge.
It would be. Like it's not going to bring. It may not bring people to the arena. Like nobody's going to go to the arena to watch the president of operations sit in a booth. But, I mean, it will give the impression that all is well.
And that's getting better.
or better.
All is definitely not well, because then you have to watch on the court.
I hate whenever, and Dallas has a really bad reputation of it, the city of Dallas does, of having having an awful relationship with your greatest player in franchise history or whatever it is.
Madonna, Troy.
Madonna, Juan Gonzalez, Rafael Palmeiro, like those guys are not really allowed back. We've had the issue with Dirk. They just finally, he was not the greatest player in franchise history, but they just recently sort of repaired things with Mark Aguirre after 40 years.
Yeah.
Like this, Dallas has a really bad run. Cowboys are okay, but I mean, they had those Landry guys for a long time that were not allowed back.
I don't know how you guys ever sit there and you watch a video clip and you're like, is this going to work for radio? I'm biased here. I decided just to pull the full 2+ minutes. And this is Dirk going down memory lane with Holger ahead of the NBA's first ever game in Berlin. And I thought it'd be a nice way to kick off a Friday with some nice warm fuzzy feels with this cold and frigid weather. Let's see if it plays to radio.
Berlin is nice. Lots of history, lots of art, lots of restaurants. What did you think when you saw me running up and down the court for the first time? I think I was 15.
The first thing is you had no technical skills.
None? No technical skills? That's aggressive.
Aggressive.
This is a beautiful sight. You know how many times we were practicing before I went to the NBA?
No D was your nickname.
No defense. That's
no,
for sure.
No rebound.
Hey, Even at the end, I still had no defense. But
Okay, basketball is an offensive game. There's never 0-0.
Now you're talking. Now you're speaking my language. When we met, obviously, I couldn't shoot.
The key is, first of all, the ball has to be your friend. Shooting only on the fingertips, the most sensitive. And put some pressure at the end if the distance is missing. Perfect.
We used to sleep in the gym on some thin mattress. Why did you make us sleep on the gym floor?
Everybody in that age, dreams from going to the NBA. And they expect that they live already in 5-star hotels and the stuff. No, so wait, we start at the bottom. You have to earn it. We started right here.
The Hoop Summit completely changed our lives.
The Hoop Summit was in those days the key where everybody could really get the awareness, of the basketball world.
I had a good game and my life changed overnight.
It was unbelievable.
9th pick in the 1998 NBA draft, Dirk Nowitzki.
The first year was a lockout year. Everything was super tough in the NBA. I was struggling. I had no confidence.
Everybody in the media already told us, in half a year he will be back. It's all bull.
There was a lot of doubters back in the days.
Because all those top coaches told us it's garbage.
We did all these weird exercises. Why did we do all the spin moves and the one-legged stuff?
Those days, all the big guys had been pretty clumsy. The big guys usually had to be responsible for the rebound, but a good basketball team has to have 5 guys on the floor so they can shoot. That's the reason why we started Institute for Applied Nonsense.
When you do something that's out of the normal, everybody is always skeptical, and that's not going to work, but we kind of stuck with it.
Applied nonsense is simply because everybody said we did stuff like this, and said it's all garbage bull.
You helped me get through it, being obviously the mentor, and every time I needed you, one phone call, you were here and helping me out. That was so big.
So that was an awesome little video. I thought it played all right there, and it's even better with the video. Dirk with Holger, and Holger is still looking good. Dirk has caught him, not in terms of looks with age, but Holger's looking good and the same.
I don't feel like there's enough violins stateside.
It's good music.
I don't feel like when I was in Switzerland, they're big on the accordion over there. Although you got to watch out when you're on the street; those are fake accordion players. They're using they're the people are like asking for not asking for money, but like they have their bucket out in front. You throw some cash in there. It's a fake accordion a lot of times. You got to watch out for that.
Vanilli.
They're playing a sound like a speaker accordion. They're just faking the accordion.
It's like going to a concert and they're lip singing.
There you go.
They're actually getting it. Dallas Stars on the ice last night as well.
Keller cuts to the middle, lost the puck, Ben, but right there in front, they score! Redirect! Oh, what a play! And Nick Schmaltz finishes it off!
Mammoth Television with the call as the Stars ended their longest road trip of the season with a loss in Utah against the Mammoth 2-1. Utah holds the number 1 wild card spot, and they have points in their last 6, and they're catching up to the Stars and the Wild in the Central.
I don't know if anybody else out there felt this. That did have a little playoff-y type atmosphere to that game. It was a hard-fought game, and you give up a goal with 7 seconds left in the second. Tough goal to give up there. Tough goal in that spot to give up. Could have gone to the third, all square. You give up a goal with 7 seconds left. That's a bummer.
Ottinger was outstanding. Amico with the lone goal on the power play, but the Stars ran into a hot goalie. Now, Spittle sent this. Why are the Stars struggling the game within the game? You need to look at puck possession and putting pucks on net as 2 factors. Puck possession in the game, Utah 62% to the Stars 38%. Shot shares, Utah 56-35. Actual shots on net, the teams are tied at 27. They also got beat on the face-off wins, 67-38. So Spittle with some great numbers.
And that's why it was 57-43 on Money Puck for the Mammoth. So, I mean, that kind of laid it all out.
Is that a mammoth?
That's a mammoth sound. Woolly mammoth.
Sounds like one of those fake accordion players from Switzerland.
How do you recreate a woolly mammoth?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, like how do they know what it sounded like? They say, like for instance, like people are trying to recreate Abraham Lincoln's voice. Apparently, he talked like really, really high. Like he was really high pitched
voice,
very high pitched voice. Apparently,
oh man,
it's a fresh Spits and Suds podcast on Odyssey or wherever your podcasts are found. That goes more in depth on the Utah game and the Star struggles as of late. Friday morning is off and running with the 6 a.m. club. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. We were all set. We were just waiting for the Buffalo Bills to eliminate the Denver Broncos to get our new defensive coordinator, and John Harbaugh and the freaking New York Giants may screw it all up. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys, next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on over to GimmeTheVin.com. So easy, you can do it in your underwear. They want to buy your car. You can just sit there in bed this morning or on your couch and get that quick, awesome buy offer for your vehicle, whether it's your daily car, your pickup truck, your SUV, your minivan, your exotic, or the supercar. You don't have to deal with dealerships that are a pain in the butt and sketchy private sale tire kickers. You can get a true buy offer for your vehicle. GimmeTheVin.com, put your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell that car for more. It is as simple as going to GimmeTheVin.com, putting in your car's VIN number or license plate. You'll get an offer on that car in minutes that's well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or even more convenience, they will come to you. It's easy and it's fast. Just go check out the reviews at GimmeTheVin.com. It's GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Dax. Maybe leave the singing to the pros.
Hey, I can't help it. I love these windows.
Well, it's easy to sing about savings. Get 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50.
And 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit.
Exactly.
So call Best Buy Windows and Siding today at 469 Windows. That's Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Close enough, buddy.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
We're proud to welcome you to Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family. Our reimagined dealership is designed to feel more like a retreat than a showroom. Expect a truly elevated car buying experience with modern, ergonomic waiting areas, calming Zen gardens, and thoughtful amenities. Explore our vast selection of new 2026 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing, low payments, and no hidden fees. Experience luxury redefined at Genesis of Plano.
Mostly sunny skies today with a high 59.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity, avoid wasting weekends at dealerships, and get payments that actually make sense. With managers averaging 20 years and salespeople averaging 10, you're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call D&M. Drive what you want and keep more money in your pocket. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFW Security.
You finally made it to your destination, but that little voice says, "Did I lock the door?" With DFW Security, you just tap the app. Door's locked, cameras rolling, house safe. Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3. The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Are we about to get our defensive coordinator stolen by John Harbaugh and the New York Giants? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Shan and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on your official home of Dallas Cowboys football. Bobby, who's lurking? What's going on?
These damn Giants. We were worried about people sniping George Pickens from us. Maybe it's actually Jim Leonard. So, apparently yesterday morning, Art Stapleton, who is a Giants beat reporter, I think he works for like NJ.com or one of those places, but he had been on with Solomon Wilcots on Sirius XM. And while he was on there, he had said, hey, watch out for Jim Leonard to become a serious defensive coordinator candidate here with the Giants. And then a little bit later, about an hour later, I think it was, you had Ricky Scoops jumping on Twitter,
who kind of threw Harbaugh being done out to the Giants first.
So Ricky was on there, and he apparently had not been aware of the Art Stapleton report or what he had said. Nobody was, because Sirius doesn't do a good job of blasting out their stuff that they've got there. But he tweeted a photo of the Wisconsin Badger dancing, and it says, hearing that there has been a Badger sighting in the Meadowlands, something to look out for. And he keeps on posting Badger images now. So,
and a lot of people are like, you're incorrect, because it can't be a Badger sighting. You can't do these in-person interviews. Denver needs to be eliminated. And then he followed up and he's like, I'm not being literal that like Jim Leonard is there in person, but he could be soon.
Yeah.
He was referring to Leonard, right? Did he say Leonard?
No, he didn't say Leonard, but he then followed up and went, I'm hearing Art Stapleton already said so. The fact that Stapleton had mentioned Leonard means he was talking about Jim Leonard. And
you always tell us to look for the ties, right? We all know, look for the connections. And there is one.
There's one. They spent a year together in 2008 with the Baltimore Ravens. Now, he did get the hell out of there as fast as he could and went back to Rex Ryan in 2009 as soon as Rex was over there. But, there's connection there.
Shoddy was there.
Yeah, Shoddy was there in New York those 2 years.
When did he get there? When did Shoddy get there? Shoddy got there in 2009?
No, Shoddy got there in 2006. He was 2006 to 2011. So 2009 is when Jim Leonard would have gotten there. But, boy, this would suck. This would suck if you get John Harbaugh in the NFC East, And then immediately he comes in here, and then one of the defensive coordinators that's, if not at the very top of your list, is right there. If he was to just come walk in here and snatch him up immediately.
We should have a sense of comfort that this could come down to money. We should. But then you factor in Jerry and some of the things that have been said about him not willing to pay, and are the New York Giants, if they're willing to throw out nearly $20 million towards John Harbaugh, I would imagine they're like, hey, we're going to go ahead and give you a nice big fat account to spend with.
Connor Hughes, who is a New York reporter as well, he does Jets and Giants stuff. He was reporting on the dinner that occurred with Harbaugh and everything else. And one of the things
Giants paid for, they are big spending.
Aaliyah, or whatever it is.
The restaurant shot he wasn't important enough to get in.
One of the things he said, well, he was important enough once he dropped my name. One of the things he said was, aside from paying John Harbaugh, I'm told he will have the budget he needs to round out his staff as he sees fit. The Giants are sparing no expenses after getting their guy.
I mean, they didn't even take him to dinner in New York City. They took him in Hackensack.
He seems like a Hackensack guy, though.
Harbs?
Yeah.
It's in Jersey. It's just like a... It's like where that's
Frank's
close
Chicken
to where,
House, but
close to where the teams all stay. Yeah, you didn't even take him to the You didn't even take him to Manhattan. You took him to the suburbs.
John's probably more of a Hackensack guy.
More of a Jersey guy.
Yeah, Hoboken. He doesn't want Short Hills or Manhattan.
Yeah, Short Hills.
So that would suck if you get out-connected and then you get outspent.
It'd be really bad. Now, obviously, they could...
If he's the guy, could be, Jonathan Gannon, even though we haven't heard any feedback on that meeting. And maybe John Harbaugh takes Zach Orr, who the Cowboys were going to speak with and was the defensive coordinator last year in Baltimore.
I mean, the Cowboys have, obviously working when he played under Shoddy. I mean, he was on a different side of the ball, so we have no idea how much interaction they had.
Yeah.
He did, obviously, like you said, play for Harbaugh for that 1 year. That was Harbaugh's rookie year as a head coach.
Yeah. Shoddy said he has not spoken really to Jim Leonard since his playing days.
Since the playing days.
Yeah, he said he ran into him, I think, before the Denver game and said hey to him, but that was it.
It's possible he liked living there, playing there, obviously on a different team, but same area. Who knows? But this would be very disappointing if this came down to simple money.
Which I don't know that would be the issue. Maybe it is. I don't know if that would be the issue. To me, it would, when it's instantly like Harbaugh gets hired and people are like, uh-oh, watch that. That to me says just people know that like Jim Leonard does feel comfortable in New York. It was that time spent with the Jets or something. He's comfortable in the area and he would want to go there, and it could be that he just looks at the pieces on defense and just goes, I'd rather have that.
Yes.
Because right now,
I'd rather have that.
He needs, not just because he was a safety, he needs like an elite, like flexible safety, or that's what he would love to have in what he does with his defense. Dallas doesn't have that right now. Are they going to be able to get it this offseason? There's no telling. And so I think that's part of it, is it just could be the personnel at play.
Can't Ferg put on a full court Wisconsin jump around press?
He played for him. He was his head coach, I think, for like a year. Maybe not, but I mean, he was definitely on staff there, but I think he was the interim while Ferg was there last year.
Do we also need to be keeping an eye on Atlanta?
Yeah. I think that it's important to see who the Falcons hire.
By the way, am I the only one who feels like this head coach hiring process is going extremely slow? And is that the league actually, unlike Jerry, paying respect to the playoffs and Roger Goodell's wishes not to upset it?
No, I think it's the late guys that got fired. So it's Pittsburgh or fired or quit or whatever. Pittsburgh and Baltimore were so late, and those are like two of the most prestigious jobs. So I think it slowed everybody down. They're like, whoa, hold on. I want to see what Pittsburgh and Baltimore are going to do if I get an interview there.
It's like the free agency. It's like free agency. Like you wait for the first domino to fall, the first big fish. And once the big fish falls, everybody falls in line. I don't know. It's only been, 10 days?
Yeah, but for one head coach to be hired?
What?
9 openings.
One coach to be hired, that's a little. Still, I think
we need a lot of hirings. They get a third of the league to be hired.
Yeah, I don't know. I just for some reason I just figured like 2 weeks minimum to hire a coach, but maybe I'm just too cowboyed in.
Well, Steven is going to say something about how long it takes to hire coaches here in a sec. But Jeff Ulbrich in Atlanta, I think they are keeping like an eye over there on what's going to happen in Atlanta and do they retain him? Because they clearly wanted to talk to him and Atlanta said no. He was in their first list of 4 people they wanted to talk to. So I think Ulbrich is still somebody that they like and are interested in. And if they're still going through the process and Atlanta hires somebody and it doesn't look like Ulbricht's coming back, then I think they would try to interview him.
And again. I'd be happy with the new Browns coach not retaining Jim Schwartz. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Schwartz would be great. I don't know how quickly they would jump. They've been so specific about interviewing young coaches in this process. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Is Schwartz just not a guy that they're like, nah, we want to build with somebody else? I don't know. But it's I think Ulbricht gets an interview if the new coach decides he doesn't want to retain him.
What did Steven say?
So Steven spoke to one Tommy Yarish and was asked about, hey, how's things going through the process with the defensive coordinator search? He says, I think we're in the initial run. We're going to cast a wide net, whether it's half a dozen, 10, 12 coaches when it's all said and done. I don't know what that number will be, but then we'll narrow it down. We're already starting to narrow it down, and we'll start to bring guys in for in-person interviews, some of the guys that we felt were the guys that would fit. He says the guys who fit what we want to be as a defense, the identity that we want to have, that fit with the personnel that we have on the defensive side of the ball, because we think we have a lot of good pieces in place. We know we have to improve not only from a coaching staff standpoint, but we also need to improve from a personnel standpoint. So all that goes into the mix and the equation, and I think we're making good progress. Now, I think that's a little bit of when he says, well, some things here you got to fit with this, and you also got to fit with the personnel we have on that defensive side of the ball. So is that them saying, like, We'll be able to give you some resources, but if you're telling us we got to overhaul the entire defense, you're not getting hired here. You got to be able to work with some of these pieces that we have that we think are staying.
So that is Inside the Star here with Shan and RJ and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Are the Tolos freaking out? Do you feel like the fan sentiment on Twitter and the Franklin Franco text line has been Jim Leonhard?
Yeah, I mean, Leonhard has probably been the strong candidate, and that's in large part. Let's be honest. I mean, a lot of that's because analysts will talk about him and kind of pump him up as somebody they like or somebody they know the Cowboys like. And so that's kind of how they get their awareness from. But no, I mean, I think there's been a lot of interest from the fan base in, obviously, Flores. They want to interview Flores. There's been chatter about some people like Gammon. And then there's other people who I think like Durante Jones and others who like Christian Parker. Like, those are the ones who I think kind of stand out.
Mike McCarthy is scheduled to interview tomorrow with the Tennessee Titans. Howie Roseman holding their State of the Eagles press conference yesterday. Listen to this answer on possibly trading A.J. Brown, and you tell me what you think.
Yeah, we talked about this, I think, at the trade deadline last time I talked. It is hard to find great players in the NFL, and A.J. is a great player. I think from my perspective, that's what we're going out and looking for when we go out here in free agency in the draft, is trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy. So I think that would be my answer.
That wasn't a complete shutdown, in my opinion.
No. All he said is, like, we're looking for great players. He's one. Okay, well, what is he staying or not?
You could get rid of him and find another one.
Right.
Another great player. Now, one thing I did say, he said at the very end,
they're trading him.
Talking about how, hey, look, it's really possible to win, to go for it, to go all in, and try to build for the future at the same time.
We'll be all in.
He, stopped down the media to make this point. He said, hey, well, I want to say one more thing to the fans.
Yeah, and that you can win now. You can go all in and still build for the future. And that's the tightrope. That's a tightrope that every GM in every sport has to kind of walk.
So I think they're still going to trade AJ. Josina Anderson reports the Eagles are ensuring complete autonomy over the offense to their top OC candidates without any interference, similar to what Kellen Moore had in 2024. Is that some type of perception or reality that Nick Sirianni was interfering and they know that was an issue? Or I was thinking Sirianni maybe didn't interfere enough as they fired Kevin Patullo.
So he was thought early on to have interfered with Kellen. I don't know about during the hiring process, but actually the actual play calling and different things like that, he was thought to have interfered early on and that they had to tell him to back off a little bit. And that's when Kellen kind of took over, and then you saw they didn't lose a game the rest of the way because that's the kind of coach that Kellen Moore is. But no, I think that was Sirianni. Definitely, he's a former play caller. The former play callers all want to do it. When they give it up, none of them really want to give it up. I've never known a play caller be like, yeah, I'd rather have somebody else do it.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure Sirianni always wants to do it. And occasionally, even though he's not supposed to, he may just pop on the headset and be like, run the ball here, do this, let's throw the dig. I'm sure he meddles a little bit, just like Garrett probably used to a little bit. He probably popped on the headset and told him to do things.
Yeah, look, that's kind of the job of the head coach.
A lot of times I feel like head coaches don't do it enough to step in.
Right. Unless they tell
Shoddy didn't do it enough with Eberflus, I don't think.
Unless they tell him, like it is kind of the job of the head coach, unless they tell him, stop doing it. Like if I was like, stop, let Kellen call it, you stop weighing in on it.
But I also think like during the course of a game, based on how the game is going, you might want to say, all right, look, it's time to bleed the clock here.
Sure. Look at it like this. I would say you've got
like Quinn with Kyle Shanahan in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, if you're playing chess and you've got Kellen sitting here playing chess, and then midway through the game, he's playing Peyton, and then you got midway through the game, Sirianni comes over and just goes, I want to move this here. Then Kellen's like, well, okay, I was setting up for something. Now, all right, this is kind of like, that's why they generally want, don't disrupt the play caller unless absolutely necessary. Like, let them do what they're doing.
An update on your search for World Cup tickets in Arlington. And if you're taking a ride share this weekend like I normally do, don't be like Kiefer Sutherland or you may end up in jail. That's next with Shan and RJ, the Friday edition with the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Just getting started on the Fan.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Underdog Fantasy. We're making plays every single night of the week, and it is football time. The playoffs are here.
Bobby's searching hard right now.
Yes, he is. Divisional round happening this weekend. Josh Allen, is he going to go higher or lower? It's all the way down to 210.5 pass yards. I mean, this thing was at 220, 230 earlier in the week. It's already down. Christian McCaffrey, higher or lower than 53.5 rush yards. Do it on Underdog.
So what are you waiting for? If you download the app today and use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. $5 gets you $75 with promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Coming up in the next GBAG Nation, we'll have Nick Harris, Star Telegram, with us at 3 o'clock to get us updated on the Cowboys offseason and DC Search, Nation 2 to 7 the Fan.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
When the Texas thunderstorm hits, your roof is your first and only line of defense.
Wow, it is so quiet in here. I wouldn't know if we were in a thunderstorm unless I was looking outside.
Fraser Roofing really did turn our roof into a shield.
Wonder how the Johnsons are holding up.
I told you we should have called Fraser Roofing when the Smiths were getting their new roof.
I thought you did!
Don't leave your roof unprotected like the Johnsons. Let Fraser Services transform your roof into a shield against the harsh Texas thunderstorms. Visit FraserServices.com.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dial Dive into succulent, mouthwatering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar, located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Colos, we're gearing up for another trip to Radio Row for the big game. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Stella Artois. The beer with a taste worth more. For moments worth more.
Always enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Stella Artois beer. St. Louis, Missouri. Message intended for 21 plus.
It's a new year. Ready for a fresh start or career reboot? At My Computer Career, prep for a more recession-resistant future in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, in months, not years, including AI. Whether you're starting out or switching careers, no prior training is needed. Attend school online from home or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu to take the free career evaluation today. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
The Fan, Rangers, and Hurtado Barbecue Dallas? Oh, heck yeah. On Monday evening, January 19th, we'll all team up for Rangers Winter Warm-Up. The first 100 people through the doors will meet and get autographs from Rangers Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. The guys will then join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get in line early, enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas, and meet some Rangers. Monday evening, January 19th, with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Pepe, you may need to know this, but I just got this news story from WFAA. It could alter my plans tomorrow. Downtown Dallas drivers face a full I-30 shutdown this weekend.
Yep.
A full shutdown.
Starts at 10 o'clock, I think, tonight.
10 o'clock tonight, right?
And reopening Monday at 5 a.m.? Not
yeah.
Saturday afternoon, not Sunday morning, Monday at 5 a.m.
Listen, they've needed to redo 30 from about, 6:35 till the American Airlines Center for about 30 years now.
Pepe, I don't know about you, but my drive to work is definitely better now versus dealing with 30. I never thought that I would choose 635 over 30. When I first moved here, 635 was definitely the worst highway for me. Even driving on 30, it was all backed up because everyone was merging onto 635 to get off, but 30 sucks.
On the way back, I know coming from the station back home after the show, it's a lot easier. Having to go through Fair Park and stuff was awful.
Yes.
Now, the only thing that screws me on my way to work is that they usually clean up construction around like 4:15, 4:20. So sometimes I get stuck where they shut down 6:35 for like 15 minutes so they can clean up construction. But that's about twice a week, and it's gotten a little bit better, but no, definitely a lot easier.
So 30 shut down the entire weekend.
I remember, 635 back about 15 years when they were first building that Techspress and they were expanding the lanes over by just out here over by 75. Every time I saw a Mario Sinicola and Sons truck on that highway, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're about to dig up some more road. I get such a visceral reaction to that logo. I'm sure they're wonderful people, but I get so mad when I see that logo because I think of all the traffic jams I sat in because of them.
The that express lane, which I have not taken that express lane in quite a while. The one underneath.
The Autobahn?
Oh.
It's wonderful.
It is wonderful. That's where you really test to see how fast your vehicle can go.
They had on Dallas, Texas TV a couple weeks ago, they had the video of it. There were, the bikers that like to go like 140 and the police don't enforce it, like literally.
Zaraku.
Well, he wasn't on a bike. But they got there. Somebody had an accident down there under the expressway, like over near Coit or Dallas North Tollway, but under there had an accident. And these other bikers had to like jump off the bike and like, because you're not expecting anything down there like that. And so like they were having to like wave their arms to make sure people saw like, do not come barreling through here and hitting this accident. But that caused a whole mess for them down there.
Who drove over here?
FIFA says it has received over 500 million ticket requests for the 2026 World Cup, Canada and Mexico, with its prices as high as $8,600. And RJ Choppy took you, it's a very good recap, through the application process. And Kevin Hagelin, or maybe it was Corey. Kevin and Corey, I think, were both trying to get in as well.
Yeah, you did the I did the registration for the lottery, and then you're going to get I think there's incremental times and dates where they let you know. And basically what happens is when you sign up, you got to put your credit card info down now. And there's different plans you could get. It's like, okay, I want to be in A group, which is like the lower level seats, or B or C or D. And then you can put in for all these. So I could put in for 4 pool games at AT&T and then put in for each one. And if I get, that would be 16. If I get all 16, they charge my credit card immediately. They just charge your credit card.
Wow. And
then you have like 24 hours to return them, or you can just sell them online, which you'll be able to sell them.
I can't get up for this the way everybody else seems to, even though it's going to be in our backyard. Maybe once it's here, I will.
You got to picture yourself in the environment. I'd be happy at Texas Live. Now, being in the stadium would be amazing, but have you ever been to a big-time soccer game?
Mm-mm.
It is... It's like when you go to a real sports crowd, not a Texas Rangers crowd, not a Cowboy game, and you've traveled around different NFL stadiums, and when you're like, this is a home field advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Sean Payton is coaching the fans up to disrupt the huddle instead of getting to the line of scrimmage. When I was in Kansas City for a year at Arrowhead, or even in Baltimore, it's like, okay, this is real. You watch a baseball game with the Yankee crowd standing up at the old stadium with 2 strikes. That at a big time soccer event is times 10.
Yeah, I've been to like a Megan Rapinoe women's national game, but I've never been to a big game, so I don't know what that crowd must be
men's.
like.
Yeah. FIFA was getting backlash for the prices. So a month ago, they slashed the price of some of the tickets following a global backlash. Some are going to get $60 seats for the final instead of being asked to pay $4,100.
Yeah, so they're going to do there's very limited. It's like 100 seats at $60.
Yeah.
And I don't even...
here you go. We'll play.
They are obstructed view.
100
yeah, right. And I don't know that it's even available to...
Party pass.
And I don't know, I think it's only available to certain countries that could get it. Oh. I don't think it's available to everybody, but they are going to give some $60 seats away. This is going to be fun. I've put in requests with friends that I know have tickets.
Oh.
We'll see. I'm trying to buy myself. I want the surety.
Yeah.
I don't know if surety is a word.
It is not.
Sounds good. I was going to support it. The prize pool was revealed for the teams. How much do you think the champs get?
Is it a team or is it individual player checks?
It just says for the champions, runners up. I'm guessing as a team.
The team has got to get $20 million.
More.
$100 million.
50. $50 million. Runners up get $33 million. Third place gets $29 million. Fourth place gets $27. The remaining teams stand to earn between $9 and $19, depending on where they finish. All right, be careful in your ride share this weekend as Kiefer Sutherland was arrested.
He was.
Well, Jack Bauer beating people down.
Yeah, Kiefer was arrested in his rideshare. Now, I have not seen or heard anything that Kiefer Sutherland has done since, designated survivor?
I saw juror number 2, whatever that means.
Juror number 2. So he told his Uber driver to pull over or I'll kill you. That was a...
Save that, Peyton.
He's only 59 years old?
Yeah, I mean, he was like a teenage actor.
I feel like he's been out there for 50 years acting.
Yeah.
59. So he was in an Uber Black.
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't an X. After having dinner with a friend on Sunday night, asked the driver to take him home. This is according to TMZ. At some point, he said, pull over and let him out, according to the Uber driver. He then threatened to kill him. If he didn't pull over, the driver calls 911.
Told him twice.
Told him twice,
pull over and let me out.
This is after midnight, and he told police he was assaulted by Sutherland near Sunset Boulevard and Fairfax. They said he had physically assaulted and made criminal threats towards the driver. This is all according to TMZ. They think the driver requested a translator. They think it was like speaking Russian or Armenian. And Sutherland arrested on felony charges for making a criminal threat. $50,000 bail.
How am I supposed to know then? If they got to get a translator there, how does he know? He said, "Pull over, I'll kill you." Is he just repeating what he heard?
How would he say it in 24? You think?
Pull this car over now!
A little more Marlboro 100s in the throat.
I hope that there's one of those recorded cameras to sit there.
I want one of those.
By the way, juror number 2 is the last thing he did. And it's the last thing he did that has any sort of positive reaction to it, it looks like.
And look, good for Kiefer for calling a car because he previously went to jail in 2007 for a DUI. So he's learned.
That's good. He's learned.
Yeah.
He's learned. And then, of course, he headbutted somebody around 2010. Went to jail for that. Or got an assault charge against him.
He was on 24 too long. Yeah. Like he started to believe.
What a show!
He started to believe his character.
Who was the character you guys sent a week or two ago that had to go to counseling for playing the role?
Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan. Let me pull it up here. So Michael B. Jordan had to go to counseling or therapy after his character in Black Panther.
Gosh,
I've never seen it. So why?
Honestly, I haven't seen the movie either. But he goes, he said the role stuck with me, and he was learning to decompress. And this was
come on,
earlier on in his career. And he goes, I was auditioning and practicing, and this comment was from earlier in his career. Then he played the character in Black Panther, and he goes, I have a little something on me still. I need to get it off about the character. Like the character was still on because I guess he went into full method acting or something like that and tried to be the person.
Didn't Nicholson say Joker got in his head a little bit? And I think Heath Ledger before he died, he had the same thing. So the Joker, and then of course Joaquin Phoenix played Joker, and Joaquin Phoenix is already insane. And so that may there may be some of those roles that you disappear into and start getting when you mentioned Kiefer Sutherland, that's actually the first thing I thought of. The method acting was when he was on the set of Stand By Me. He claims it was method acting. He wouldn't break character, so he would bully the younger kids on set.
That's an RJ excuse.
He wanted to stay into his character a little bit. It's
awesome.
what a douchebag.
That's amazing. Choppy, you are applauding Verizon for the outage?
Yeah, I am applauding Verizon for the outage. That's is that you, Peyton, or is that Bobby?
Yes, that's me, Verizon.
All right, well, they are offering customers a $20 credit. $20 for 7 hours of an outage.
That makes sense, right?
I mean, how much is your bill? That's
I'm sure someone, because of this outage, missed out on more than $20.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
So somebody, there are plenty of people who they'll be fine with this. I didn't even notice it was out. Other people, they'll be pissed because it's like, this doesn't even come close to matching that I missed that call that I was supposed to be on.
I missed that call. I missed a big sales deal, whatever it is, right? But, $20 is, that's 20% of your bill.
Is that like a law? Because YouTube TV did $20 as well, and I feel like other networks have done $20 too. It's like, why $20?
Someone just set the price. It's like the airlines copying each other.
That's probably what they overcharge you for an annual surcharge.
Do I have to do anything to claim this, or are they just going to take it off my bill? Do I have to go?
You have to go find it. You have to go find it.
Exactly.
It's giving them it's a credit, so it's going to be a credit on your bill.
Okay.
I don't like the credits. For this specific thing, fine. That's fine. But like a doctor's office, when they accidentally overcharge you or something like that, and they go, we've just applied it to your statement, so you've got a credit here. It's like, I don't want a credit. Give me my money back. I don't know when I'm going to be in your doctor's office again.
Well, you all end up at the doctor's office a lot. But Amazon, I love the Amazon credit.
They have to change them all the time because they're not keeping us healthy, so I don't want to go back to their crappy doctor.
I love the Uber Eats credits. But, when you go to one place and you're probably not going to go back there again, they're like, well, all we're offering you is a credit. You're like, damn it. I'm screwed.
Yeah, you got to go back. You may not want to go back.
So there it is, your $20 credit if you suffered because of the Verizon outage. That is the 6 a.m. Club here on Shan and RJ Friday edition. Thanks for being a Tolo. That means turn it on, leave it on. Not who are you picking, who is everyone rooting for this NFL divisional round weekend. Are you rooting against the armpit? Do you sit there and want to see your defensive coordinator come to the Dallas Cowboys and for Chicoline to finally shut up in our hallways from La Grande? Who are you rooting for? NFL weekend picks are at 8 o'clock. That's all next around the NFL here on The Fan.
But first, look, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages just have not kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. You don't have to. Solve the payment problem with the Easy Lease. My favorite part about D&M Leasing is just how committed to DFW they are. They are a company with a community conscience. They are DFW through and through. These are not just corporate squatters. I've complained about that in some instances, maybe having to do with a certain Dallas sports team that, you got these people that come into town. They're here. They're these corporate squatters. They're coming here and they're going to take advantage of a community and have zero respect for them. No, that is not the case with D&M Leasing. D&M Leasing, these are our neighbors. They are Dallas to the core, DFW to the core. They know how much trust you're putting in them when you're getting into a new vehicle, and they don't take it lightly. So join 50,000 other satisfied customers by calling 817 or 972-35-LEASE. That's 817 or 972-35-LEASE, or visit us online at dmautololeasing.com.
Shan and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece, GBAG Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Big Blue just broke the bank. The New York Giants have finalized their 5-year, $100 million deal, making John Harbaugh the NFL's highest paid coach. Is Harbaugh the answer in New York? He better be at that price tag. I'm Greg Toll.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Country Band of Sisters is headed to Durant. Be there to see the Castellos.
I was born in the rain on a Porsche train.
Live at Choctaw Grand Theater Durant. One night only. Saturday, February 7th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. Show at 8. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
Nobody taught her. It takes a lot of water to wash away New Orleans.
The Castellos. Make your plans now to catch them live. Saturday, February 7th at Choctaw Durant. Details at ChoctawCasinos.com.
Are you experiencing hair loss? Here's a fantastic offer from Next Level Med Solutions for fan listeners. Next Level Med Solutions has the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive, revolutionary treatment to promote hair regrowth. No needles, no chemicals, no surgery. It's affordable and only takes 30 minutes each month. And right now, when you schedule 6 treatments, Next Level will give you 3 additional treatments absolutely free. Just mention the fan when you call 469-991-9292 to book your consultation. Don't wait. 469-991-9292. Next Level Med Solutions.com.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. When it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
The Dallas Card Show is back January 15th through January 18th at the Marriott Waters Creek in Allen. Over 700 vendor booths and something for everybody. And that includes us. Me and Corey are going to be hanging out there this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us. Show off the cards you get while you're here. Get your tickets now at DallasCardShow.com or at the door. Don't miss the Dallas Card Show January 15th through the 18th at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Who are you rooting for this divisional round weekend tomorrow?
Cowboys.
It is you can root for the Cowboys in some form. If the Broncos get eliminated, only to watch John Harbaugh steal our next defensive coordinator on the Giants. Good morning, DFW. It's Shan, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. Tomorrow at 3:30, it kicks off with hopefully a non-sick Tony Romo. By the way, I never followed up on my tease yesterday on who you trust more, Romo's sickness or Manziel's sickness for missing the Aggies against Miami and not appearing at College Station.
I believe in... I mean, Manziel's on a technicality. I think Manziel was probably like hungover, so he's like, I was sick.
Yeah, is that a sickness?
Whereas
a hangover is sickness?
Whereas I think Romo was just trying to find something to cover up.
Okay. I mean, everyone seems like they're sick right now, so that would lead to Romo's thing. But I believe Manziel, if we're going to call the after effects of a night out a sickness, I 100% believe that.
Bills, Broncos, the official picks at 8 o'clock. RJ, do you have degenerate selections later on? Did you do degenerate?
Yeah, I could do degenerate. Yeah.
You did not do it, though.
Oh, but I know. I already know.
Okay. I'm rooting for Buffalo, and there's no hesitation. I want the story of the Bills. I'm still rooting for Josh Allen. I do not want to see Bo Nix advance, and I want Jim Leonard out to speed this thing up. Let's go Buffalo.
Yeah, I'm all for Buffalo. The Broncos were super irritating, and I would like to finally see Josh Allen get through this. I think I'm going to be rooting for Buffalo pretty heavily throughout the whole thing.
Buffalo, get rid of Sean Payton. The most. I don't want to get into it
because you kind of don't have an argument after this year. I mean,
sure I do. He had a great defense, not his side of the ball. If we're gonna willy nilly pick, cherry pick on what we want to give credit for.
I mean, the very fact that he turned Denver's offense throughout a lot of the year to being like bordering on top 10 with Bo Nix is pretty impressive.
Were they bordering on top 10?
Yeah, but I know that at least when they were playing Dallas, they
23.6 a game, higher than the Chargers.
Mm-hmm. and the Chargers have a better quarterback. Yeah, they were 14th in points, 10th in yards.
Yeah, not impressed.
With Bo Nix?
Bo Nix is 30 years old. It's easy. He's
a check down merchant.
It's okay.
10th in yards.
Yeah, see, I'm not impressed by that.
This is the answer. This is his answer for crosstalk yesterday. I'm refusing to give credit to greatness.
Payton.
I think it would be Sean Payton.
I'll give credit for Sean Payton.
Well, 14-3.
It's again defense. Defense wins in this league apparently this year. It's Buffalo. Please just get Denver off my TV.
Sean Payton yesterday reacted to getting destroyed over that really uncomfortable clip of him going back and forth with that reporter where he dressed him down over Dre Greenlaw. Here's the day after.
And I didn't know you and I we were being humorous yesterday, and all of a sudden I'm getting lambasted by dressing down a reporter, and we're having fun here. So
yeah, we got aggregated.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe they have that type of relationship.
Do we believe it?
No.
I don't either. I think he is definitely trying to sell to, I think he's trying to sell to that guy, hey, you believe that we're buddies.
Right.
And as soon as he does that, then
I don't believe it. I don't believe it one bit.
And then Sean asking something from the home crowd that I have not heard before. I thought this was really interesting.
I think, I keep saying this, for years we were conditioned to raise the noise level when they broke the huddle. The noise level needs to be loudest when they enter the huddle. And then can you do that? Hey, can we do that collectively for 120? No, I don't need it. I just need it for half the snaps in the game, right? So let's say 65 snaps, 10 seconds. That's a huge advantage.
Have not heard a head coach ask for that before. Let's disrupt the communication as they're trying to talk about the play in the huddle.
Communication being disrupted clearly is a really critical thing because the Cowboys had it happen all year, and they didn't even need a crowd to do it. They just could not communicate at all. So, no, I mean, I haven't heard anybody say, hey, let's get it through here before. But, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. If you can't even get the call in, then they're really stuck. So that's probably more helpful than just being able to hear the cadence.
And I bet they'll try.
They will.
Imagine Schottenheimer and McCarthy asking for that here. Yeah, right.
It's not going to matter. Josh Allen, his ears, they don't worry about noise. He'll be fine. Okay. But from the 573, I don't know where that is, Bobby. 573 area code. What a bad spot Josh Allen's in. Even if he wins, his career narrative is good job. You still can't beat Pat. And if he loses,
Missouri.
It's Mickey.
If he loses at C, he's not elite. Couldn't even do it without Pat. He's in a lose-lose. Mm-hmm. He's got to win it not only this year, he also has to win it next year with Patty in.
Do we have a major injury development at quarterback? Sam Darnold with an oblique?
Yeah, obviously, just in routes on air, just kind of felt a little something in my oblique. Just didn't want to push it. Wasn't the day to push it, so that was it. So just came inside, got some rehab, and feel like I'll be ready to go.
What percent of you thinks you might not play?
Very low percentage, probably closer to 0.
They have him listed as questionable yesterday. Questionable for the oblique.
That's just classic. He was with the Ravens, Mike McDonald. He knows, like, going up against Belichick for years, how you're supposed to say that everybody may not play in the game. So it's a good call. I like it.
San Fran at Seattle tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. I'm rooting for the Seahawks.
I'm rooting for San Fran.
Why?
Why?
I can't. I just don't like.
Oh, you've seen Nick Bosa's tweets.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, because you would think I would never root for San Francisco.
Right.
But I don't want to see. Sam Darnold is not a player that deserves to be in an NFC Championship game before Dak Prescott. He is not a player that and that team. I don't like defense. You guys know this. I don't like defense.
You
first.
just talked Denver up for that very reason. You're like,
why do they think I'm rooting against them? Why do they think I'm rooting against them? I don't want to see this. You know, I mean, nobody wants to see a 13-3 game.
I do not want to see San Francisco in the Super Bowl while we are out there.
We don't have to be. They don't have to. They'll lose. They'll lose the next week to Chicago.
Oh, God. It's Seattle. Not even close.
Hey, babe, how about you for the first two games?
Buffalo 100%. You know, Denver has a boring offense. I don't want to watch that.
Right, baby.
And I want Josh Allen to finally get a ring here. In this next game, I'm obviously going to go Seahawks. I hate San Francisco with a passion. You know, I rooted for them last week because they're facing the Eagles. Now I got to root against them. So go Seahawks.
Sunday at 2 p.m., Aikman and Buck will have the armpit at New England. I'm rooting for the Patriots.
It's a tough one.
Houston is way too ugly. What?
This is tough because I hate New England. I hate New England, but they have a more watchable brand of football when Drake May's playing well.
Yeah,
they do. And you know, again, get rid of my defense. I think the Bills-Pats, that'd be a fun AFC Championship game. I'll take
a fun
New England.
regular season game.
It was.
Cost me money.
Because I don't think Buffalo would stand a chance against Houston. Houston's defense is so nasty to them. What they do to Josh this
year?
But
what about Denver's defense? You think Houston's defense is that much better than the Broncos?
I don't know if it's that much better. My problem with Denver is Denver played the second easiest schedule in the league. Like, I don't know is their defense that great? Like, legit that great? Is it as good as Houston's?
Okay.
I mean, Houston was pretty ridiculous. They were number 2 in points, number 1 in yards. Yeah, I'm rooting for Houston.
Ooh.
And it's tough because Stroud is kind of annoying me lately. I'm not a huge fan of Houston in general, but I know he's done well this year. I really just do not like Mike Vrabel, and he really irritates me, and I don't want him to just walk in there and go, see, that easy. And I don't want anybody to believe that the Patriot way should continue and we get another round of Joe Judges and Matt Patricia's, so I'm rooting for Houston.
You know, this next game,
and I love D'Amico Ryans.
The finale on Sunday, 5:30 on NBC and Peacock, is a little tougher for me than I thought it was going to be because I've had the Rams number 1 in the power rankings. Of course, I do want to end up being right, even though I don't want to see Orlovsky all over TV. See, I told you Matt Stafford was a Hall of Famer, but I'm coming around a little bit on Ben Johnson because I root and support for anyone who wants real, true rivalries back in sport, like actual hatred of the other team. As I grew up on Joe Gibbs against the Cowboys and, you know, Jimmy against Buddy. And all those things, and Ravens, Steelers. And Ben Johnson was asked this week about that viral locker room moment where he's like, F the Packers, I hate those guys.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, there's a rivalry that exists between these two teams, something that I fully recognize and I'm a part of. And yeah, I mean, I don't like that team. So George and I have talked and we're on the same page.
I also like the scene in Chicago. It's supposed to be about 3 degrees. You get one of these teams who haven't been there. They're starved. You know, maybe the Cowboys one day will kind of feel this again. But I'll still slightly lean towards wanting the Rams to win.
I heard the story that there's a guy from Australia taking a 20-hour flight to this game, staying for the game, and going back to the airport.
Gosh, how cheap.
Seems like he may have to
get a hotel.
He may have to get back to work. I have no idea. It seems like a lot of flying there just to go to a football game. Man, it's a tough one for me because, I like the way the Rams play football.
Yeah.
But kind of falling in love with Caleb. I'm ready.
You're painting the nails.
I've got the nail polish. Take it, Sarah's. I'm going to just go in there. I'm going to paint my nails if they win this game on Sunday. I'll root for the Bears.
I can't.
I have the primary color of Caleb's nail finish from Bet Online, by the way. You want to guess the color?
Let's go whatever that bear blue is.
Magenta.
Blue is second.
Okay.
Don't know what magenta is. Black is even money. Black, then blue, orange, white, purple, green, pink, red, rainbow for Caleb's nails. That's an actual, true, legit bet.
Orange seems like
what are the odds on rainbow?
Rainbow's 33-1.
Value bet.
Who do you want, Bob?
I'm rooting for the Rams, and I hate that I have to do that because I don't want to root for the Rams. I don't want Matt Stafford to go into the Hall of Fame, even though he's probably going to go now. Sean McVay kind of annoys me a little bit, but Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams are more irritating, and so I don't want them to win. So I'm going with the Rams.
You guys both gave a pretty cold reaction to the reaction in the Pittsburgh Steelers locker room when Mike, your emails, I know you don't read anyone's, but they were united. It was basically word for word agreement over Aaron Rodgers and TJ Watt breaking down when Mike Tomlin went in and told him he was leaving.
There are acceptable times for an athlete to cry. When you win a title.
When the Masters is canceled.
I'm retired. When you lose your final college game. Okay, when you lose your final college game. In your retirement speech, and when a teammate passes away, or when you end your own career. Okay, so those are the times. That's it. That's it. You can't be crying because the coach decided to resign.
I liked it.
No, you did not.
It was
you liked this?
It's like a coach means
crying
this
like a
much.
baby.
Bro, no. Tomlin had to go. If they were this emotionally dependent on Mike Tomlin.
Yes, emotional dependence.
Oh, my God. I just want to read a couple of the passages from The Athletic.
Yeah.
No, star outside linebacker TJ Watt said, no. He kept repeating over and over, his eyes welling with tears as Tomlin continued his speech.
As if they were totally shocked by this.
As Tomlin spoke, Joey Porter Jr. was almost hyperventilating. What? What? He was hyperventilating for Mike Tomlin. Aaron Rodgers worked his way through an impromptu receiving line toward Tomlin, talking about how happy he was, and then they closed it up.
And he was saying, I'm sorry.
That's exactly it. They said that inside the team meeting room Tuesday, Rodgers, through sobs, mustered a 2-word message to deliver to his coach. The coach-hating Aaron Rodgers sobbed and said, I'm sorry. Several players heard him say, I'm sorry. He kept repeating it. Guys, get a damn grip.
Yeah.
When was the last time they won a playoff game?
2015.
These are the most emotionally dependent losers in the history of professional sports.
You know what?
The Washington Generals didn't cry when their guy left either. They wanted to win.
Pittsburgh in general has become soft this postseason because they did a delayed opening on for school on Tuesday morning. A delayed opening for a football game? No.
They do need Brian Flores in there.
You're saying they should have canceled?
No, you should go to school the next day.
Oh.
This isn't a college campus where you need the parking spots. Unless your school is on Acrisure Stadium's parking lot, you don't need to go.
Around the NFL with the playoffs kicking back up tomorrow. It's Shan and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Let's complete Bobby's research project for the Cowboys offseason. We know that they're desperate for secondary. Who do they need to get? And when do they need to get them? Bobby's research project for the back end in the commercial-free expressway next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set.
by the on-time experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
How are the Cowboys going to fix this defense? Let's figure it out here as we take a look at the Cowboys offseason. This is the third part of us looking at what kind of options the Cowboys have to address their defense this offseason. We've already looked at the defensive ends. We've looked at the linebackers. We've referenced your safety options. We have not looked at corner yet, but we're going to look really in the secondary here, looking at safety and corner. Before we get to that, just kind of a reset. Everybody feel.
And I also think it's important to emphasize the timing of what you're trying to get across as well in terms of win now impact players for free agency and the draft.
Yeah, because so what you want is, assuming this is the way the Cowboys are attacking it, they want to win now. They don't want to do any sort of a renovation or a rebuild or anything else. They're ready to go right now, and they want to have their results right now. They don't want to wait around any longer. Jerry's what now?
They never want to wait.
No, right. But Jerry's what, 83 now?
Yeah.
So 83 years old. He said it before, I don't have time to have a bad time. They one and done Matt Eberflus, which is so unlike them to just quickly drop something like that. So that tells me
Jerry was pretty disturbing, if he's being 100% authentic, in the Hard Knocks clip saying that the Eberflus decision was one of the toughest that he's ever had to make. If that's true, that's scary in terms of what he's done with other decisions that shouldn't be this complicated or difficult.
Yeah, I would wonder if it's probably got nothing to do with the football and just like, oh, we know him, yeah, and we like him, and we've been buddies with him.
The man, he's about the man.
Letting go of Garrett, same thing.
Yeah. I mean, Shoddy wanted to like underline that. Great guy. Y'all give him a call though. He needs your prayers right now, is what it sounded like. All right, so. And we can incorporate into this a little bit at the back end. There is one other position where right now it does not feel like they have a starter because of just contract situations. They could re-sign them and it's not a problem. But they do not really have a starting running back right now. You assume they're bringing back Javonte Williams, but you don't know, or that they're going to try to. The market may be too high for them. So we may back-end running back a little bit here. Free safety or corner?
Let's go corner. We've talked a lot about safety.
Okay, so looking at the corner position, we'll start with the draft. You can find some plug-and-play corners. It's happened.
Yeah.
A lot of times, it's bad football teams that are playing corners right out of the gate, though, because they are getting sunned a little bit at the line of scrimmage with all these different releases they've never seen, all these concepts they've never seen. We saw Savone Revel. Even if Savone Revel didn't have the knee brace, which he was fidgeting with all year and having difficulty with those sort of things, I think that Savone Revel probably struggles year one because it's a lot of stuff he's just never seen before. They're able to throw a lot of advanced things at you. But if you wanted to say, all right, let me get the most competent, ready to go starting corners possible in this draft, I think there are really, realistically, two options for that guy is, in all likelihood, a starting quality corner right out of the gate. Number one, go Vols, baby.
Which
Jermod
one?
McCoy.
Hood or McCoy?
Jermod McCoy.
Oh, you guys are that good?
Well, only one of them played this year.
Jermod McCoy last played football.
2024.
Yeah, Biden was still in office when he last played football. I mean,
auto pen.
Yeah, but Jermod McCoy, literally, this is the thing I keep throwing out to people. I think he's so good. Like, when you look at his tape, the things he did on tape were ridiculous at Tennessee in 2024. Like, he was one of the better, pro-ready corners you've ever seen, and he did all of that at 19 years old. He was a teenager when he just absolutely was one of the best corners in the country. He gets an off-season injury. He tears his ACL. So the thing I keep referencing to people is think about how long ago it feels like Ezekiel Elliott was here running for the Cowboys. Like, he got cut near the end of the season.
Man.
He has played 2 games. Ezekiel Elliott's played 2 games. I can find newer Ezekiel Elliott Cowboys tape than I can find any tape of Jermod McCoy.
Oh.
But
sounds like a second-round Cowboy pick.
He won't get to second round. But it's just a matter of, do you want to, because some team will take him and just go we'll stash him then. Or he's allegedly going to be ready to play. But it's just been so few updates. He's been out for a full year. It's a lot.
They were expecting him to be back in he might be back in September. And then it was, he might be back in October.
I've heard this before.
And he might be back in November. And then it was all right, well, now we know that at that point, after the Oklahoma game, was like, all right, that's our third loss. We know we're not going to go the playoff, but he never returned. And it was like, all right, well, but so was he just not wanting to play? Was he playing wait and see mode?
I think he's probably going to be fine, but you better be sure he's going to be fine.
Better be sure.
Because if you're rolling into next year with Revel, who you have yet to see if he's fully bounced back from his knee, you're running back with Bland coming off of 2-foot surgeries, and then McCoy as those are your three corners, that's a terrifying dice roll to me.
It is terrifying.
The other corner that you can look at here is Mansour Delane from LSU.
Oh.
Now here's the thing. He is
his name really Mansour?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like
Mansour. It's Mansour. Mansoor.
Okay.
But Mansour Delane is some of the best tape in terms of like just sticky coverage, like really adept play that you can see on film last year. The problem is going to be with Mansour Delane is he's very likely going to run, I don't know, probably high. And when I say high, I mean like 8-9. He's probably going to run high 4.4, low 4.5. Like that's what, and there's some question I think for some people about like, all right, what is the length exactly like for him here? So the tape is really good, but you're going to go out there and you're going to watch him test and you're going to be like, okay, that doesn't look like a super freaky athlete at corner. So those are kind of the two options that you're looking at within the draft. McCoy will go before pick 20. So if you want McCoy, he may be there at 12. It depends on which teams really think he's ready to go. But McCoy, you would have to take at 20. Delane, you may have to take at 12. It's just kind of uncertain right now. It hasn't kind of shaken out yet how people feel about him. He could, I think, depending on the combine and how satisfied people are with answers about him, he could be 10 to 20 range. It just kind of depends. He may not even be there for you at 12. But I think that those are the two that you could say come in right away and are plug and play. Free agency. It is not a strong free agent class for corners. It's not very good at all. I think the ones that you really got to kind of focus on and center around are another Go Vols, baby.
Colton Hood.
New Orleans. Alante Taylor.
How you guys underachieve every year? You have
made the playoff last year.
Amazing offense.
Yeah, got just beat down.
Yeah, well, look, listen, they
guys came out there without shirts on, being like,
they came out there without shirts on, and they made one key mistake.
They didn't play football well.
They went back into the locker room. You get cold, you get tight.
Oh, here we go.
Then you had first serious hamstring injury for the running back. Can't do that. You got to stay. And to people, this is why you didn't play in the cold. You got to know. You don't go back in the locker room. You stay out there. You got to stay out there.
So you are buying guys. If you sign one of these free agents, you're buying guys that have flaws or concerns. The one that's probably the most stable is Alante Taylor, who played at Tennessee a couple years back, who got smoked in his college tape by Jalen Tolbert. That was one of the things that people thought, like, all right, Tolbert got a big game against a top corner. He went 50th, I think, in the draft. So he's a top 50 corner, had struggled a lot of his career. This year, he played well. He played well for the Saints this year. It was year 4, and he is somebody who, he's fast. He has played in a number of different schemes. He has played, I think, pretty close to equal snaps in his career inside and outside. So he's played the nickel and he's played outside. So super versatile, a really solid year. You just don't know, all right, how much is this just a flash? We've seen 3 years of him not playing very well, and then he played good this year. So how much can we project that out and feel comfortable in that? And then the other one, and the one that I think sounds way more like a Cowboys gamble, is Jamel Dean from the Buccaneers, who Jamel Dean was one of the highest paid corners in the NFL in recent years. He's always been a steady player. When he is out there on the field, he's going to be able to give you good football. The problem is that he is aging, and he is hurt a lot. And that's the thing that has really started to become his downfall. He's got the size that you want. He's 6'1", he's 206 pounds, but he has slowly just been getting nicked up. It's never like he's out for a whole season. He doesn't have anything like that. But he is consistently out 4 to 5 games just about every year. And so are you comfortable saying a quarter of the season I don't have one of the starting corners that I really invested in?
No.
Oh, God.
And he'll be 30 years old next year.
Oh! Man, go ahead, Choppy.
No, you got an age. You have age and injury.
Of all the positions that you've gone through, cornerback right now is giving me the least hope, with arguably the biggest need.
All right, well, let me see if I can make you feel
because
a little bit
if
better
I
about
draft
this.
someone, it feels like it's going to take a while, and then
best case scenario, who's the fastest we've seen a corner become really, really good? Patrick Peterson?
Surtain?
Still took Peterson like 8 games.
Yeah, Surtain, probably. Trying to think if anybody else.
8 games he got torched the first 8 games?
Like he was like steady after 8. Like he became really. Revis took a year.
Bland was really good his rookie year playing the nickel. Like they were stunned that he was a 5th rounder they could play right away. But yeah, I mean it's probably Surtain is the last one that I can think of as just being on top of things right away. Right at Sauce was really good his first year.
Because who was the Lions bust? Oh, was it Okuda?
Oh yeah, they've had a couple of them. Okuda and they had Tease Tabor.
Claiborne.
Yeah,
Mo Claiborne.
Mo was not ready to go.
Yeah,
Mo listens to the station. He still lives around here.
What up, Mo?
But it's the corner feels like a very dicey proposition when you go draft or anything else. The other name that I think is worth watching is Eric Stokes, former 1st-round pick, had a really good season, 5-year veteran, really good size, was considered a pretty much massive bust up until, and even still now is considered a bust, but had a good year with the Raiders. Played really well with the Raiders, had trouble in Green Bay. He has 1 career interception. It came his rookie year. 5 years, he has 1 interception. But played well last year and was somebody they kind of liked when he was coming out. So I wonder if they go, hey, bargain bin, let's tap into that. Some of the guys I would stay away from, a lot of people are talking about Cordell Flott from the Giants. I would not touch it. Every time I watch Giants tape when the Cowboys are playing him, I go, that's the guy you pick on. He played okay this year, but it's like consistently I've seen that guy can be taken advantage of. Benjamin St. Juste, I wouldn't mess with. Cam Taylor-Britt, I wouldn't mess with. Again, all guys that when I watch them go, pick on that guy. And those are free agents that you can look at. Safety. How much do you want to spend is the question. And how much do you think the rest of the league is still down on the safety position? So in the draft, it's Caleb Downs.
Bust the budget.
Ohio State. We've talked about him. Georgia to Ohio State. Caleb Downs, it's really hard in all likelihood to find 3 players in the draft that are better than him.
Give me a safety comp in the league. Is it Derwin?
Derwin's pretty good, yeah. Derwin makes sense. He's really, really, really good. And
pass coverage versus run stopping.
He plays a lot at the line of scrimmage. So, but here's the thing: is that so there's a risk in this always. You're kind of projecting some stuff out, asking him to do some things that maybe. But on tape, when he was asked to do it, he was good in coverage.
Yeah, my question and my overall, I love Downs. I think Downs is fantastic. My overall concern in general, this is in general, every player is different, but what is your replacement cost for getting the safety in free agency versus using the draft capital in the first?
Let's look at it this way.
Because if you generally the drop off in weighted value from a 1st to 2nd round safety is about 10%. That's not enough to draft a guy in the 1st round.
We're talking about like one of the top 5 players.
Yeah,
this could be Kyle. It could be Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey, Minka Fitzpatrick.
And that's where obviously you don't know. You don't know going.
Yeah, you don't know. They think he is that guy though. But I mean, if I said, we've talked about this before. Nate Noon refers to Darren Woodson as like he said we didn't have packages. We had Darren Woodson. Darren Woodson would change if we needed to be nickel, then Darren Woodson would go be the nickel. If we needed to do this, Darren Woodson would play the box. Darren Woodson would do this. Caleb Downs, the idea is that he could do that. Caleb Downs could, I think depending on how the Cowboys set up their defense, Caleb Downs could be your nickel corner and also your free safety and also play up in the box and in run defense. He could be used in so many different ways, like the way Derwin James was. That's what Shotty talked about when he came on here, was like Derwin James is such a huge key to what they do because he just changes what the personnel is. Like depending on where he is on the field, he can completely change the look of their defense. And I think that Caleb Downs has that ability. The question is just, does he slide to you at 12? Does the league undervalue him like some safeties have been undervalued typically? If you want to trade back and say, all right, we're going to pick at 12, Downs isn't there, we trade back from 20, we pick up an extra second, something like that, then you've got the Oregon safety, Dylan Thieneman. He's one who is a really solid pro-ready safety. He's not as good as Downs. I don't think you can just have him play the nickel at the NFL level like Downs. But he's a really, really solid safety. If you want to go veteran, your free agent options, Kevin Byard, who's a veteran and just made All-Pro, so probably is in line for a decent payday.
You think Dion knows his name yet?
No, I don't. I don't get the reference either. What was Kevin Byard? Oh, Dion, yeah, where was the NFL Network thing or whatever where he didn't? Yeah. No, Kevin Byard is somebody who helped push Matt Eberflus out of Chicago, so we already know he knows defense. But I think Byard would be the big ticket item. If you're looking a little cheaper, but still probably a guy who's going to get a decent deal this offseason, Kobe Bryant. That's literally his name. It's spelled C-O-B-Y, though. Kobe Bryant from the Seattle Seahawks, who could play a little bit of nickel, has been a good player for Seattle. The question there is just that Seattle defense is really good. Are you just a cog in what it is?
Isn't Reek Woolen available?
So
you didn't mention him.
Yeah, because
he's really come on the second half of the year.
Reek Woolen, who was like one of the, I think he was an All-Pro his rookie year out of UTSA because he had so many interceptions. He is such a narrow fit. If he fits what you're doing, that's fine. But he is a press man, cover 3 corner. If you're not going to play a bunch of that, then there's not a lot of point in having him here. But he can be a fit. If that's the defensive style you're playing, yeah, go ahead. Go talk to him. Some of the other corners that you can mention, by the way, Jalen Watson from the Chiefs. Don't know how much money he could get. He could be near the top of the market. And then, of course, Nashawn Wright's a free agent, but he's been getting burned a little bit in Chicago. And then Roger McCreary from the Rams, who's a shorter arm player that I think they'd have some concern about. But that's safeties and corners. If you want, we can go through running back, or we can save it for later.
Let's save it.
Okay.
Bobby with the 3-part Cowboys offseason series on your official home of America's team. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are commercial-free in the Expressway, your official NFL playoff picks. Who is going to win and why? At 8 o'clock this morning, we have to get into the huge college betting scandal and the Dodgers ruining baseball even more. That's all on the way. Let's clean up the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
877-881-1053 for all the leftovers that we did not get to throughout the week that you would like us to bring up as well for any subject on your mind. 877-881-1053.
Sean Sharif is the most miserable person at the Fan.
I guess that's what the night show thinks. I wasn't
That's
invited.
right. We weren't even invited.
Wasn't invited to the cookout.
To your own cookout.
To my own
To
cookout.
your own.
And both those guys came to my house.
Yeah, you could throw the cookout, but you can't participate in it.
That's right.
A study from Science Direct, I don't know if that's a magazine or what, says that those who live in a large house are more miserable than those who do not.
Wow.
Yeah. They're saying bigger's not always better. Now, U.S. home sizes have doubled since the 70s. The home sizes in general, on average, have doubled. However, satisfaction has declined. The average residence is about 1,000 square feet. It was 550 in 1973, but that comes at a cost. Higher mortgages, obviously, longer commutes because you move further out into the country. But they are saying you sacrifice, when you have a bigger house, you sacrifice interactions. You live much further from your neighbor than I do.
Yes.
Right? Bobby lives as close to his neighbor as anybody in the world because he's in an apartment.
Yes.
He shares a wall.
And I'm the happiest.
You
so.
can hear the on the wall behind you.
Yeah,
you can
not
hear
just that. You can
as
hear
long
more
as
than
it's
that.
not, one of your kids' walls.
Yeah.
But they say, they say that because you have a bigger house, you're trying to keep up with your neighbors more.
Yep.
Right? Which it's one of the George Carlin things that he said he doesn't let part of the 10 Commandments because he goes, I love to covet. That's what keeps the economy going.
Love to what?
Covet thy neighbor's
I
goods.
did not think you said covet at first.
Wow, easy.
What do you think I said?
Just keep going.
Okay.
Comment.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Comment. Yeah.
Comment.
Oh, yeah. So they're saying, obviously, like, you have a big house. This room might be empty. You don't use it. Do you have a room in your house that you don't really use, that you haven't finished furnishing?
Yeah.
Kitchen.
Downstairs. Well, it's used for like storage.
There you go. Storage.
My kitchen gets used.
No, I don't use it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So like, when I moved into my house, it was just me. The front bedroom, because my kids were like, they were sleeping. They were still little. They would sleep in my bed. They didn't want to. The front bedroom was just a storage closet.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
So why would that make me unhappy not using a room?
Well, because it's unfinished. There's a stress. Every time you walk by that room,
yeah,
you see it. You're like, oh, I got to do something with that room. So they're just saying that people with bigger houses, because you're more reclusive, because you're further away from your neighbors, or you're further away from downtown, or you're further away from the action, longer commute, you're just more miserable.
Interesting. I don't think it applies to me.
I just don't believe I know what everybody always says, but when they're like, money doesn't solve everything. Some of the unhappiest people are rich. I'm like, I don't think I'd be unhappy if I was rich. I really don't. Not that I'm unhappy now, but I'm just saying, I don't think if I was really wealthy, I don't think I'd be like, God, the burden.
I also think if you're unhappy because you're rich, maybe you're just unhappy in general.
Right.
Like you were always going to be unhappy.
Yes. My distance to downtown is 25 minutes.
Not bad.
So I'm fine there. I was, maybe 10 minutes closer at the last house. I would like to have a relationship with neighbors in my neighborhood. We're friendly, waving, but I really don't care about that. Choppy, I think cares a lot more than I do. I would like to have the neighborhood relationship. We really don't have it. We are spaced out. So
it also takes two. Like they have to want a relationship with us.
I don't really care about that. And then the distance for me is fine. And my wife has the stress of, getting the room situated how she wants. So none of that applies for me.
Yeah, I do live in the apartment. So
what does apply for me is more house, more problems.
Yes.
That
more
is
expense.
Yeah.
$200 water bill.
Yes. And the property tax bill.
Mm-hmm. So
own well.
We now live in Louisville.
Well.
Fighting farmers.
Yeah, and so we're in Louisville now, and it's like an enclosed apartment complex. Like it's not one of the ones that has like a breezeway. It's like the one that looks like you basically feel like you're in a hotel almost, where it's just the enclosed hallways or whatever. So tell me if I'm wrong here. I looked down the hallway, and by the way, when I wrote this in my email initially, it wasn't true about our house, and then I went home yesterday, and it was true about ours. I saw it in front of our door. Everybody in this entire hallway has doormats on the carpet.
On the carpet?
It's a carpeted hallway, and everybody has doormats on the outside. And I'm like,
a carpeted hallway. Wow.
There's mats to clean your feet off at the entry of the garage, then at the entry of the elevator, and then you're walking down carpet to get to your door.
Yeah.
Why do you need the doormat? And they all have them.
Really? I don't think you need it.
We just put one in front of ours, and Kristen was like, well, it's just decorative.
Yeah, I think some people may want to feel the homeliness of it.
Right. Yeah, you feel
like putting a wreath on the door.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Like the doormat maybe makes you feel a little closer to a house.
It's going to screw me up, though, living in this place, because I told Kristen the other day, now because of the enclosed hallway or whatever, I am thinking so much like operating as if this is a hotel setup that when the door closes, I'm forgetting to turn around and lock it, because I'm thinking almost key card mentality. I'm just like, oh, it'll go. And
well,
then
you locked Kristen out twice, so you didn't forget those times.
That was in a hotel. That was in a hotel. I did that last year at Super Bowl, but then it also happened, recently. That was true. But that whole thing is just, now I'm starting to get concerned. I had to do that this morning. I had to turn back and walk back and lock the door because I'd forgotten.
Speaking of hallways, this is something I've been wanting to bring up for weeks, and I think it's going to mess up your trips to the bathroom and the kitchen. Pepe, I invite you to this conversation. Aiden as well. What is your eye contact policy down a long hallway with the other individual? I feel like this is a standoff between people.
Yeah.
I'll go in this door here, okay? The closer one right here. Say someone is coming down the hallway from the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone looks away. Everyone looks down. When do you look up for the eye contact? It's a social study that I have of mine.
6 feet.
6 feet. You look up. You look down. You go out of your way. You go out of your way, and then when you're 6 feet away, you make the eye contact. Hey, what's up? And then walk past.
I pull out the phone.
Isn't that an an uncomfortable elevator moment?
So I see them down the hall initially.
Pulling out a phone for that hallway. That's real insecurity.
I see them down the hallway at first, and it's like, okay, seen, and then it's all right. Kind of look down while you walk down the hall,
then back up.
Then as it gets to 6 feet. Because, if that's close enough to spread COVID, that's close enough for me to look up and make eye contact with you. Then I look up, and it's like hey, how's it going?
Okay, so you're contact, away, contact.
Yeah, it's not like full eye contact. It's recognition someone's there, and then immediately, all right, now time to make it. Because then it's...
Isn't it an uncomfortable moment, though?
It's uncomfortable because if you do make eye contact, it feels like you're forced to down the hall go, hey. Like, you feel like you should say hey when you make eye contact. So when I look up, I'm like, all right, this is too far to yell down a hallway.
Yeah.
So let's look down until we get close, and then it's a reasonable distance to say hello.
This is a social study of mine.
It is.
Depends if I know them, too. If I look, because my initial look is, okay, do I know that person? Do I need to get a little closer? And so that depends as well.
No, if you don't know them, it can be really uncomfortable.
Yeah. From the 940, I stare the whole time, assert my dominance.
I love that.
It's the 10-5 rule. Eye contact at 10 feet, acknowledge at 5. Also for the 903, look in the eyes only 5 feet away. So my dad put this in my brain as a kid. He would never look somebody in the eye.
Never?
I thought it was always.
No. When you're talking to them. But when you're on the street, because he grew up in New York, he's like, if you make eye contact, they're going to rob you.
This is like my wife.
Oh, and I'm like, Dad.
That person's going to kill you. That person's going to follow you. That person's going to fight you.
It's like he goes, in the jungle, you don't see animals. You don't make eye contact with a gorilla.
I love Big Ralph.
That's what he would say.
I can imagine Ralph on a safari.
You don't make eye contact with a tiger. That's what he would say. Like, they'll jump you. And he goes, and in the wild, these animals, they're cunning. These animals are very cunning. That's what he would say about the people walking down the street. So he was like, never make eye contact with anybody unless you're talking to them. So I've always been like, you get that psycho conditioning or whatever. So yeah, I'm straight down the floor. I'm looking for land sharks. Things are going to trip me up.
No, I can do Choppy's walk like perfectly. Like, I'm trying to stare at Choppy the whole time, and Choppy's like, he looks down at the ground, and then he'll look up, and then he'll be swinging his arm.
Choppy's got a little like bounce to him when he walks.
Yeah.
Like almost just kind of like like he's like just kind of popping on the floor.
Yeah. Are you still maintaining the diet?
Yeah, this is a problem.
You are doing it.
Yeah, this is a big problem. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put on so much weight. The guys are right.
You're going to put it on?
Oh, my God. I mean, the amount of protein I'm eating.
I thought you loved teens.
I do, but this is a lot. I mean, I'm eating 4 chicken breasts a day. I got to stop this.
I'm not smelling gas coming from you or anything.
I cut the eggs out. We're out of eggs, so I added a chicken breast. So I just, instead of 3 chicken breasts,
how many times are you going to have to go to the store for this?
Like every 2 days.
You gotta work Instacart. You got to.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna change this up. I'm gonna cut down.
I'm gonna cut down.
I can't do all
right, it's the junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so can you afford to work if you're a parent? Can you afford not to work if you're a parent? So new research is out. CNBC covered this yesterday. They were trying to figure out how much money does it take for a family of 3 to get by. So the idea of, all right, mom, dad, kid, how much money do you need to survive in each state? And how much, if you go to a 2-parent working household, how much money do you need to make so that you can pay for childcare and other things to watch the kids? So in the state of Texas, it varies from state to state whether the financially responsible thing to do is to have 2 parents working or 1. So what would you guess here in the state of Texas is more beneficial, 2 or 1 parent household in terms of just financially?
2 or 1?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would a 2-parent not be more beneficial? I'm assuming they're both working.
I'll give you the example of why the 2-parent would not be beneficial. In the state of Massachusetts, for instance, that is the state where it makes the least sense for both parents to work.
Oh.
So they say that the second parent needs to make about $70,000 to $80,000 a year just to start seeing any sort of positive financial return.
And that's the lesser salary?
That's the lesser salary. So you got to start seeing that money just to be able to justify the amount of taxes that you have to pay and then the cost of childcare. They say childcare in Massachusetts can cost about $48,000 a year. And so to have somebody watching your kid all year, you're paying $48,000. And so in order for a second parent to work, if you've got 1 parent working and it's working out fine, you're like, we could use a little extra money. Then they're like, okay, you got to make $70,000 to $80,000 then to start seeing a little extra of that money. Otherwise, you're handing it over to the taxes, and you're handing it over to childcare.
Because the tax rate for a 2-parent or 2 working member household is different than a 1.
Well, so it's just all the different things of in Massachusetts, you have state and federal income taxes. You have the cost of the child care, the different costs of commuting depending on what your job is. That they say in Massachusetts, the smart financial thing to do is to have 1 parent work if you can.
When I was a kid, my grandfather, he retired because he was like, I based off of the amount of money that he would get in his pension or whatever versus how much he would get if he worked and then paid taxes would be it was like a $2,000 difference. Well, I might as well just retire. And that's kind of the same thing. If you're not going to make more money enough to really have anything to do with the child care costs and the gas, the tax costs, what's the point?
So a single income needed for 1 parent to stay at home in Texas, they say on average, and this is from Smart Asset, says 74,000. Smart Asset.
Right.
$74,734.
Wait a second. Wait, how much? No way. You're telling me one parent can stay at home with the other making $75K with a kid?
With one kid, they say that's the bare minimum to get by in DFW. That's your living paycheck to paycheck probably, but you're getting by.
Okay.
So $74,000 to get you by with one kid. So does it make sense to have one or two? Do you think they ended up saying here for Texas?
The way you're asking it makes more sense to have two. You're asking it tricky.
In Texas, it's second parent. So they said the second parent can make, as long as the second parent makes at least $30,000 a year, it then surpasses the cost of childcare, taxes, and makes it beneficial. So they say in general, if you can find $30,000 a year for the second spouse, then in Texas you should just go ahead and have two parents work.
I think these last two stories applies to Derek Holland, who just texted and said Instacart will cost more than actually going yourself. Yeah, I know, dip. It's a service. It's like food delivery. The point is the convenience. And you're rich. What are you adding up? What are you adding up dollars and cents for, Dutch? Yeah, I know it costs more. You don't want to go to the store every 2 days.
No, but I'll tell you, man, I'm addicted to like the Costco's and the bulk store Sam's.
You love going in.
Oh, I love going in.
Every 2 days, though? Do you ever get food delivery? You get food delivery?
No, never.
Why?
Never done it.
You just love getting out of the house.
I do. I like getting out of the house. Yeah. I'll make reasons to get out of the house.
I don't think I've ever bought anything at Costco. I love walking in there.
Really?
Yeah, I love walking in.
What are your top two? What's your favorite section?
No, I just like that I can go like, okay, over here there's like, look, I can buy 100 Gatorades, and over here I can buy a television.
Yes. All right, there it is, the junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. We know who everyone wants to win, who is going to win this NFL playoff weekend. Your picks are next. All right, I get the same message.
Shan and RJ.
Shan and RJ.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Boy, he is just, look at him too. He is strolling in here. He is taking his sweet time. Just not a care in the world.
Well, I thought that Bobby was going to be stuck downstairs. I was like, it's Friday. Let's hear RJ just bring it back. Let's do it. And then you got back up here.
I've got it timed out just fine. I go down there. I look at Anwar, who's great. I ran into Brian Purdy yesterday on the elevator. He was like, "Have you met Anwar? He's great." I'm like, "He is. I love Anwar."
I thought Purdy retired again.
So he was here yesterday. So I walked down there.
I see this man more in retirement than I ever did when he was full time at the old place.
I walk down there. As soon as he sees me, he just holds up 5, and then I nod, and then he goes, "Be back in 15 minutes?" And I say, "Yep," and then I come back upstairs.
You should just text him at this point.
We don't have numbers.
You should exchange.
I don't know. It feels a little forward. I'm letting things grow.
And did you get in trouble at home since I exposed your burrito breakfast buying habit? And what would the trouble be? Spending?
Yeah,
they're cheap, right? Well, how much for 5?
It's really not that bad for 5. For 5, it's like $15.
$3 a breakfast.
And they're very good.
They're good. The sauce is really fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Very tomato forward.
No, I wouldn't be in trouble. She would just be like,
"Oh, it's a woman? I thought it was a dude."
No, I'm talking about being in trouble.
Oh.
I would not be in trouble. It would be more like she's unhappy. She just has a discretionary spending gets her anxious just in general. It's her mindset.
Should have listened to the last segment.
Yeah, exactly. But she gets very tense about that. It's from growing up the way she did, so she's just like, money could run out at any second. Don't spend any of it. That's just her whole thought
like
process.
The Rock. All right, it's Shan and RJ here with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Pepe is going to make his picks as well. 1 hour ago, we told you who we wanted to win. Now let's figure out who is going to win after RJ's 5 things for the playoffs.
Number 1. I would love to see Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams be sent the start times of these games in advance.
Yeah.
Their last 2 games, so week 18 against Detroit and then last week against Green Bay, through 3 quarters, they had a grand total of 6 points.
My Chicago Bears.
6 points.
And that's part of the reason I want Chicago out. I'm tired of this BS. I want Denver and Chicago's regular seasons to be wiped from the record.
Right there. Wipe them out. Number 2. I want to see Brock Purdy and Josh Allen put an end to this defensive nonsense of Seattle and Denver. Nobody likes bad football. Bad football is low scoring. Get rid of these absurd defense-first teams. You've had a good year. You've had a nice little comeback. And next year, we're going to put you right back where you belong.
I'm curious, because obviously everybody likes offensive football more. Has there ever been a defensive team that was so good in the NFL, like NFL history, that you actually enjoyed watching them play? Like, was Baltimore there? I enjoyed watching the 03-04 Pistons play the Lakers. Like, it was fascinating to watch how just suffocating. So have you ever enjoyed a defensive team?
I know one that you should answer with.
Me?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I know.
I don't think we're going to have the same answer.
Are you talking about the Denver Peyton team?
Nope.
Are you talking about the Rex teams?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. 09-10 Jets.
You've got to have some kind of an edge to you, you got to Bart Scott had an edge to him.
The 85
Rex.
Bears. Did you like watching them when you were younger? Was that
I was
like
6 years old.
Yeah, we're too.
I was
young.
6 years old.
I was
we don't
watching
pretend like
because I know ball.
We don't pretend like you do with Elway.
Oh no! I was ripping Elway at 4 years old. Just like, what the hell is this guy?
Yeah, you had the same baby voice as you did at 20.
Number 3. I want the.
So has there been a defensive team?
Yeah, I liked the Von Miller led team because I like teams with good. You got to have great corners, which means I do like Denver this year with Surtain. You got to have great coaches. I don't care about how good your linebackers. They keep great gap integrity.
972. Sean, you're my favorite, but you're skating on thin ice talking about my Bears this way.
Is that Will Chambers, who apparently is doing the show this morning on the Odyssey app?
972. No, God. No, that's the 502 or whatever the Kentucky stuff is.
What are the odds Will found a girl that's a Bears fan?
I got to meet this girl. I'm dying to meet this girl.
I think she's just
I think she's
jokes on Alabama.
She's been brainwashed like you guys, like guys do, like Mackenzie did to Peyton and like you did to Sarah with the Vols.
That's right. There we go. Number 3, I want the reporter who Sean Payton mocked to ask Sean why he made only one Super Bowl with Drew Brees, and then for Brees to leave Sean out of his Hall of Fame speech. That would be ultimately the goal, and how he went 7-9 3 straight years with Drew. Number 4, I want to see Drake May be the MVP that he was this year. I will give him a pass at his first playoff game. You're not going to get a pass here. And if he's that good, beat the brakes off Houston. That's what I want to see from Drake May. And then number 5, I would like to see some good weather. It's not going to happen. All 5 of these games are out, or all 4 of these games are outdoors.
3 degrees Chicago.
Yeah, I would love to see some good weather. I know it's asking a lot. I saw some footage of Chicago yesterday. I hate bad weather football. I want all these games to be 65 degrees. I know it's not going to happen. A man can dream. A man can dream.
And I think you're very much in the minority with that weather opinion.
Well, it just leads for
I know what it leads to. Yeah, but people,
visually, it's great.
I wonder, how much people just offset that if it's a cool elements game.
Yeah. Like the snow.
I'm good with one around.
Yeah.
Give me one snow game in the round and I'm happy.
Okay.
If they're all snow games, that might be a little oh gosh.
All right, let's get to the actual picks. Bills, Broncos, Denver is favored by 1.5 tomorrow at 3:30 on CBS, Bobby.
I am going with, and look, I've discounted Denver all season and tried to pick against them. They did sneak into my power rankings a little bit at the end of the year as number 5, but I feel like this has got to be Buffalo's run a little bit. This has got to be the year where they do something. So I'm picking Buffalo. I think that Josh Allen's got a recognition that, hey, this is kind of it.
Choppy?
I think this is Buffalo that wins this one. I thought that whoever won that game last week was going to represent the AFC. It was a good game. It may have been the best game of the first round.
Yeah.
So I think Buffalo's just. I put my faith in Josh Allen.
Pepe.
I haven't believed in the Broncos all season long. The Broncos offense, they can't keep up with Josh Allen and their offense. So give me the Bills in this one.
The Bills. How many points do you think the Bills score? All of you.
23
per game.
24?
No, Saturday.
26.
24.
29.
Okay. I think you and Choppy are insane. I think you guys are crazy. I would like them to score that much. I'm going to pick Denver. Just because it feels like it's going to have to be 7 or 8 miraculous Josh Allen plays. There's going to be broken drives. He's going to get beaten. He's going to get battered. I don't trust the Bills' defense enough to kind of limit the amount of points that Denver will need. But Buffalo ain't going out here and putting on any type of great offensive performance. They're not going out here and putting up a crazy amount of points. So begrudgingly, I hate it. And this should really come down to all right, if it's a toss-up, go with the quarterback. But I think that Denver's defense is going to suffocate Buffalo too much, so I'll go with the Broncos. 49ers, Seahawks. Choppy.
This one.
Oblique. Supposedly making Sam Darnold questionable.
Oh, it's bleak.
It's bleak. I think I think San Fran covers this game. I think they cover easy.
7.
It's a 7 points. That's way too many for me. Seattle did something a couple of weeks ago to San Fran, though. That was an ugly game. I think Seattle probably skates by, maybe by a field goal at the very end. But I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be close.
Yeah, I'm giving this to Seattle, and I think that game we saw a couple weeks ago was it felt so clearly like Seattle was imposing their will and almost mentally just beating down the 49ers. So I think Seattle they have been really, really impressive to close this season. I mean, the fact that you win over 3 playoff teams to close the year, you beat the Rams, you beat the Panthers, you beat the 49ers. In fact, this will be back-to-back games against the 49ers that they've played. I'm really impressed with them, and I'm sold enough on Darnold to think they can get through a really beaten and bruised San Francisco team. So I've got Seattle.
Yeah, the Seahawks defense is just too much. I mean, they take the quarterbacks out of the play here. I mean, and now the 49ers are without George Kittle. They're just too banged up. You saw it against the Eagles there. And if the Seahawks defense can keep the 49ers at 3 points in San Francisco, I mean, they're going to roll them in Seattle.
Thinking about these unders, I'm thinking about another under with San Francisco and Seattle, but I'm going to pick the Seahawks. I just don't think San Francisco has enough weaponry left with Kittle hurt, which he's always hurt. Another victory for me over Bobby. I'm going to go ahead. I don't feel great about 7. I may feel better about the under, but I will pick Seattle over San Fran. Get your picks in, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The under would be really low for the Armpit and New England Sunday at 2 p.m. Patriots favored by 3 with an over-under of 40.5. Ralph.
I don't have a great feel. I don't have this spread at all. I'm not taking anything on the spread here. But I do think New England wins. New England wins. I'm believing in Drake May. I don't think there's a huge coaching advantage from either side in this game. I think they're both pretty sound coaches. I think the best unit is going to be Houston's defense, but the best player on the field is going to be Drake May.
I'm going to take...
Ooh, you almost said it.
I'm going to take Houston.
There it is.
And this is the one that I probably feel the least good about in terms of picking. But they've just been so good the last 2 months of the season. And the only thing that could destroy this is if CJ Stroud just implodes. But, I mean, you're talking about a team that takes the ball away at a high rate, does not tend to give the ball away, and a defense that just makes life incredibly difficult for quarterbacks in general, but especially young quarterbacks. And Drake May is still a young quarterback, so I think this is going to be Houston.
This one's tough because I wanted Houston to win. I thought maybe if Houston made it to the AFC title game, that would wake Jerry Jones up a little bit. The other team in Texas making it further than you guys have in over 30 years. I don't know how these two teams combined for 41 points, to be honest with you. I'm picking the Patriots. This one will be super low scoring and ugly. I don't know about the weather there in Foxborough being a factor, but the first to score 10 points wins this game. I'm picking the Pats.
Another underplay there. I'll pick New England, even though I'm scared. There's still a prove it to me question mark with New England, with Drake in the playoffs. That Charger game, I was terrified they were going to pull that out. That LA was going to pull that out. If New England did that against the Chargers defense, what are they going to do against Houston's defense? I will still go New England.
The Texans average about 24 points a game this year. They've allowed more than 24 points per game, or 24 even, or more 3 times. They've allowed 300 yards, which is a very low number. They've allowed 300 yards 5 times all year.
I think Vrabel is going to have CJ's head spinning around with how much he can confuse the other side. 5:30 NBC Sunday, Rams at Bears.
The upset happens. The home team wins. Give me the Bears. Give me the Bears. That weather is going to be treacherous.
Did you take money line or Bears with the points?
I took Bears with the points.
Yeah,
I got the plus 3.5. It was 5.5, I think. It was either 4.5, which was nuts. And for that line to come down a full 2 points, that's a lot of money that's being thrown on Chicago. It's not like. It doesn't make any sense either because Sean McVay is an elite head coach and Matthew Stafford is better than Caleb Williams.
LA in the cold.
California team in the cold. That matters. It's not like the Bears though, or some, they're not the 85 Bears with their defense or their running game either. Ben Johnson has got something.
This is always the time of year where these like Cinderella teams that keep winning games, where it's like you won 7 games this year, you shouldn't have won. This is where
Rams it's going to be.
This is where they lose. No, that's not it, because the Rams beat people down a lot of times. The Bears this year, we always talk about frauds. Like frauds, like how good is that playoff team, right? Like Green Bay, we talked about. We continue to say like Philly, is Philly really that good? The teams they've beaten this year, they haven't just pulled out games. The teams they've beaten this year, the Bears, Cowboys, Raiders, Commanders, Saints, Ravens, Bengals. No, they didn't beat the Ravens. Bengals, Giants, Vikings, Steelers, Eagles, Packers. That's it. Those are the only teams they've beaten this year. They've lost to San Francisco and Detroit twice. And then they also lost to Green Bay once. They should have lost, honestly, these last 2 games against Green Bay. The overtime game at the end of the regular season, this playoff game, which if those games flip the result, that means that they should have lost basically 5 out of their last 7. I'm going the Rams in this one, and I think the Rams blow them out.
Yeah, I'm picking the Rams by 14 plus. I mean, if the Bears can fall behind 21-3 at home against the Packers, I mean, end of the May they come back, but the luck is over here. They'll get ran through by the Rams.
Wow.
Ran through.
Blowouts.
Ooh, baby.
I'm also going to go with the Rams. I know they're from California. And they should just...
Stafford's used to this.
Well, I don't care about Stafford in this game. I think Kyron Williams and Blake Corum are more physical. The Rams should be more physical than Chicago. Their defense is more physical and better, and they can run it and pound at you as well. And then I'm not even bringing up the wide receiver. So I really hope this Bears crap ends, and I'm going to pick the Rams.
It will be 19 degrees at the start of this game.
Stafford's doing the scuba suit. Like Tom Brady used to, where he'd put on the scuba gear under his uniform to play.
Is he really?
Stafford's like, I like it. It's not so clingy. It's warm. I'm going to be wearing it.
The huge college betting scandal, and are the Dodgers ruining baseball again? Next on the home of the Rangers with Shan and RJ.
here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
He just never stops his feet from moving. And Marino on that. It's him.
John Marino, straight up, straight down, back of the net, 2-1 Utah.
Mammoth Television with the call. This is Shan and RJ. Thanks for spending part of your Friday with us on DFW Sports Station. Stars and their longest road trip of the season with a 2-1 loss in Utah. And Spittle had a pretty amazing stat from the Spits and Suds podcast. The Stars are on a run of world-class goaltenders. In this current 18-game stretch, if the starters for the opposition play against Dallas, the Stars will play 12 Olympic goaltenders in the span of those 18 games. They play St. Louis and Utah multiple times. So Look at that amount of goaltending that they're going up against. And that's not counting the guy who would start for Russia if they had a team who plays for Tampa. And that's the Stars' next opponent Sunday afternoon at the AAC. Tampa's won 11 straight, which ties their franchise record.
Russia doesn't have a team? Oh, it was just part of the Olympic ban?
I don't know.
That's got to be, right? That's a wild stat. Like, that's playing top-tier goaltending. And then you get a goalie that plays well, and all of a sudden, and then look, the Stars at the same time have had their top goalie, Otter, have some, not some of his best games, played well enough last night.
Yeah, and that's
played well enough to win.
Shut up.
But there's
shut up. Not you, Choppy.
I had a real point.
What is it?
That sounds like they're legitimate Olympians, not like Josh Green on the Australian national basketball team.
Okay. That was a legitimate side shot.
That was very random.
It's a real point.
Very random.
Very random, but a real point. I support that.
Mavs win. Klay Thompson passes Dame on the all-time three-point list. Cooper Flagg does not play. Meanwhile, man, if AD was just a little bit more healthy and Kyrie came back, I would have a chance at going 2-0 in my Bobby bets because the Lakers are free-falling. LaMelo hit 9 threes. The Hornets beat the Lakers 135-117. The Hornets announcer, I just reposted it on my Instagram story, called Luka a humongous whiner. He goes, this guy's a whiner. What a whiner right here. And the Lakers, they had an embarrassing loss against Sacramento. Now they've lost to the Hornets. Hornets actually have now beaten the Lakers and Oklahoma City, but they lost to Sacramento and Charlotte in the past 4 days, and it's their fourth loss in 5 games. As Chris Mannix joined us yesterday to talk about Lucas D. And LeBron scored like 29. Like, he's had some really good games here as of late, but they can't defend.
So I'm blown away by this. Like, people knew who Luka was when he got to LA, right? Like, they knew how he played basketball.
They did, but they didn't. Even though we were in the finals,
I've said
the Mavs get forgotten about.
But what are you surprised by?
The fact that
this is
everyone's
the
like,
Hornets announcer.
No, I know, but
they're going to take their cheap shots.
But I mean, it's been everywhere. Apparently, like, Kellerman yesterday was like, you have to trade Luka if you want to win a title in LA. What? Like, this whole thing of like,
where is Kellerman right now?
He's doing a podcast with Rich Paul.
So Kellerman said it on Rich Paul's podcast, which means LeBron thinks it.
Maybe.
That they need to trade Luka.
Maybe
that's how I'm connecting.
They're already trying to trade Austin Reeves.
You've got the whole complaining from Mannix and others, just like, oh my gosh, he just doesn't play defense. Yeah, he never has. I don't care. He can score 60 and he can carry you to the NBA Finals like by himself. It's the same thing with the Mavs. When the day they traded him, when we were on the air that morning, I'd said, whatever comes out today, whatever their reason is for doing it, my reply is going to be the same. I don't care. I don't care what your reason is. He's that good. Same sort of thing with the Lakers, where they're like, he needs to do this. Yeah, it's not. It'd be nice if he did. He doesn't. He's great. Just like live with it and learn to like work around it because he's that good.
Yeah, they should build around it more defensively. But Lakers Twitter is like Yankee Twitter talking about Rob Pelinka and Brian Cashman. It's the same thing. Like, oh my God, Rob Pelinka's a genius, and now he's getting absolutely destroyed today because he likes Kuminga like the Mavs apparently do, according to McMahon and Shams, as Kuminga requested a trade yesterday out of Golden State.
After the Luka trade, Rob Pelinka should be such a made guy. He could do nothing wrong.
Totally.
What do you want from him? He pulled off the biggest heist sports has ever seen. And he did it to his best friend. Okay? Don't tell me this guy doesn't love winning.
All right, Chop, what do you want? The college betting scandal or the Dodgers ruining baseball again?
Oh, it's the Dodgers here. Kyle Tucker.
Go home, Dodgers.
Kyle Tucker signs with the Dodgers. It is, by reports, a 4-year, $240 million contract.
What?
He is getting paid $60 million a year. That is 50% more than Aaron Judge makes. Aaron Judge is getting $40 a year. That's right, 60. That's 50% more, right, Bobby?
Sure. Yeah. I didn't hear the numbers exactly.
60 million.
I was looking up something about the Dodgers right now.
Kyle Tucker's home runs and games played have been going down. He's 28.
He's the Amari Cooper of Major League Baseball.
All his numbers are going down. He had 73 runs batted in last year and 49 the year before. Now, that was in 78 games. Last year, he played 136 games. His home run total since 2021 in the armpit have been 30, 30, 29, and then 23 in 78 games. Last year, 22.
So he's
4.5 WAR.
When I say he's the Amari, God, that's 4.5. That's so low. When I say he's the Amari Cooper, because Amari doesn't love football, right? That's the whole thing. He doesn't love, that's the whole thing. He doesn't love baseball. He doesn't like playing. He plays it because he's good at it. And that the Mets kind of wanted him. The Mets offered him $50 million, and he was like, no. He did not want to go to a place where there's pressure to win. There's no pressure in L.A. You're just sliding in between all these superstars.
Yeah.
There's no pressure to win there. So, and they've just got 2 titles. If he goes to the Mets, who have waited for a title for 30 years, or the Red Sox or the Yankees or like a team like that, there's pressure, and he doesn't want that. This is insane money for this guy. He is not a $60 million a year player. But this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I didn't know any straws can break a camel's back. It's going to be that, because this is what's going to put it over the edge.
This
is it. $60 million for Kyle Tucker. That's going to put the owners, the salary cap, the lockout over the edge. It really is. And I don't have a problem with the Dodgers spending money. I have a problem.
Derek Collins waiting.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the Dodgers doing this. I have a much bigger problem with the Pittsburgh Pirates taking $200 million of revenue sharing every year and not putting it all back in the team. My issue with the Dodgers is I don't like that they can defer all this money.
Are others not, and Derek agrees, he said blame the other owners, not the Dodgers. Are other teams not just copycatting the deferral?
You still have to be really wealthy to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And so teams that don't have as much money as the Dodgers, they still can't bank on let's do these deferred payments into the future where we don't know where our money is.
Someone else can, the Yankees, the Red Sox are not doing this or trying it.
The problem is the Dodgers ownership. So you mentioned the Yankees. Hal Steinbrenner's he's only worth about $1 billion. Most of it's the team. The Dodgers owners are worth $30 billion. Same with Steve Cohen. Jerry compared to the Denver owner, the Walmart guy. I think the Denver owner's it's 5-6 times the amount of money that Jerry has. So it's you're cash. I don't say you're cash poor, but this is. I don't blame the Dodgers for some of this money. I blame the system that allows them to defer. I blame the Pirates and the small market teams that take $110 million of national TV money and then $90 million of revenue sharing money and make $200 million a year and don't spend it all on the team.
Do we have the figure, the exact figure on how much Tucker, if any of this is deferred? How much of it is?
I haven't seen.
They are over $1 billion of deferred money at this point. They have over $1 billion on the books in deferred money. They're the top 2 most deferred. The other teams around them that have deferred a lot of money, Devers was $75 million from Boston. Bregman got $70 million from the Cubs. Blue Jays did $64 million deferred for Dylan Cease. So Blue Jays look like they use this a decent amount. They've got 3 players up here at the top.
They are giving him a $64 million signing bonus.
Ooh.
The Mets, the Dodgers included. Okay, they had deferred money, $30 million set for future years. $30 million in deferred money.
$1 billion deferred.
What's the college scandal?
Okay, so this comes from Pete Thamel, and there is a point-shaving scheme going on in college basketball, excuse me. And this is one of the things that I had mentioned. I wasn't betting college basketball last year because there was a lot of point shaving going on. Well, Pete Thamel has the wagers listed in this indictment. There was a $458,000 bet on Towson to beat UNC A&T. There was a $424,000 bet on Kent State to cover the first half spread against Buffalo.
How much?
$424,000.
Wow.
Another first half spread in South Alabama, Southern Miss. Another one in Robert Morris and Northern Kentucky. Louisiana, Lafayette, and Southern Miss. Another first half bet. It's insane what's going on. And this point shaving scandal, I mean, we're talking about that kind of cash, that kind of money on these little tiny schools. And you get some players that are thrown in there where they're getting $40,000 here, $50,000 there, $10,000 here, just to throw these basketball games.
Yeah, the biggest schools listed in the indictment are like St. Louis, Southern Miss, Tulane. Tulane and Southern Miss are probably the biggest schools that are listed here. But, I mean, this is like, they've got some text here, these players who it's like, basically, hey, just play poorly in the first half and we'll pay you $40,000. So you got a kid who's putting up no points in the first half, then 16 in the second. But this is the kind of thing that if it's here, if there's these 20 schools here listed or whatever, and the biggest one is Tulane or Southern Miss, it's 100% going on in the major programs, and they just haven't found it yet.
Yeah, Aiden's school as well, Northwestern State. That's where Aiden went.
Oh, that is.
Yeah, now I will say this.
Aiden, you point shaver.
The chances are that a kid at Kennesaw State isn't making $40,000 in NIL money. So whereas a kid at Texas or Texas Tech is going to make $500,000, $1 million in NIL money, that's actually an impact player.
What should you know about one of the hot NFL coaching candidates the Cowboys are interviewing? And is John Harbaugh about to steal our guy? That's next. And below, Bell, right here on 105.3 The Fan. But when you imagine your retirement, what do you see?
my belt.
Don't make me take out my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
John Harbaugh might not be the most painful hire the Giants make. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. You sneak, John Harbaugh. So we started getting chatter yesterday from the pretty Rickies of the world, Ricky Scoops, that he's saying, oh, sounds like a badger maybe hanging out in the Meadowlands or going to the Meadowlands soon, and it's a dancing badger look. It's like, all right, well, that could be anybody, you know? It doesn't have to be Jim Leonhard, who has been the Cowboys' thought to be their top candidate entering this process. Well, he later follows up that tweet and goes, oh, my mistake, didn't know. Apparently, Art Stapleton had already said something about this on SiriusXM this morning, so credit to him. So this is not just Ricky Scoops. This is also now Art Stapleton, who is a Giants beat reporter, one of the guys on top of everything they do, who went on with Solomon Wilcots yesterday on SiriusXM and said, watch for Jim Leonhard to rapidly rise as like a serious candidate for John Harbaugh's defensive coordinator spot.
Not a guy's named Art anymore.
Yeah, that's Arthur, right? I mean, there's Arthur Smith.
Art the Clown.
Tim said something about someone named Art Mantaris last night on Fan After Dark. There's an Art bookie.
Oh, yeah, that was... we were going to talk about that during the break. I don't want to tattle on people, but that clock got just blown up with that guess. Went to break at 8:30. All right, so I just did it. I'd already said it. I'd already given up enough information. Might as well. That's the spectrum in me coming out. But Jim Leonhard buzz now that he could be the top candidate in New York. He obviously played for the Jets, so I mean he's familiar with the area. But as we kind of talked about earlier in the show, you may just be looking at a guy who goes, "Yeah, I get to coach personnel that has some exciting pieces on it that I prefer over the ones that exist in Dallas."
Oh, well, personnel, it's not an argument. Who's got more dibs? That's in weighing the relationship. Is it definitely Harbaugh over Schottenheimer with Leonhard?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Harbaugh was his superior at one point, whereas Schottenheimer would have been on the offensive side of the ball. Like they would have seen each other.
Yeah.
But I mean,
hopefully Harbaugh, really like Zach Orr. You can take Zach Orr over there with you.
This is where Shotty needs to pick up the phone,
the charm,
and say, "Hey Rex, I got you an interview here as a defensive coordinator. I got you the interview last year. I set you up.
Need you to call.
I need you to call your guy because that is who Jim Leonhard talks in hushed tones about his reverence for Rex Ryan and everything that Rex Ryan did for him.
So on that note, I want to shout out Tolo Mike. He sent me this DM. Regarding y'all's discussion, Leonhard would surprise me somewhat because Harbaugh pivoted away. This is regarding Harbaugh's search. Leonhard would surprise him if he went to the Giants because Harbaugh pivoted away from the Rex Ryan, Wink Martindale scheme when he essentially fired Wink a few years ago. Leonhard's scheme would presumably be similar. Harbaugh pivoted to the Mike McDonald, by poaching him from Jim's Michigan staff. Jim then promoted Jesse Minter, an apprentice of McDonald. I would expect John Harbaugh to hire someone from that McDonald-Minter tree, possibly someone either from Seattle or the Chargers staff. What do you think about that?
It's possible. I don't.
Jim Leonhard's style mixed in with Rex, and then what he's experienced with Vance Joseph would be what?
So Vance Joseph is his own concepts and different things like that. Leonhard is not going to be like Wink Martindale. So that's not going to be the type of defense that he runs. He's not as blitz heavy. I don't think he's going to be as blitz heavy as Rex Ryan was. Like I think there will be some of that, but a lot of what he does is I've not played the clip yet because it takes some maturity that I think we're going to have to let the hire settle in a little bit if Jim Leonhard gets hired here. Of just like you hear Leonhard in coaching clinics also talk about like he likes to play off. He doesn't like to play a lot of press man. He doesn't like to be up there. And like so people get mad about off coverage and different things like that. So he has different concepts that are not the same as Wink Martindale. Wink Martindale is press him up and send everybody. Like that's very much the way that Wink looks at it. But I think that Leonhard would be a guy that they feel is just adaptable. Like they feel like he believes in a few things, but he's not rigid. And that he would be able to just adapt to whatever it is. And maybe he just looks at the Giants personnel and says, I like that better. Now, just because he played for John Harbaugh doesn't mean anything. As soon as he hit free agency, he left. And he went to the Jets to go play for Rex Ryan. That was clearly where his allegiance was. But one of the names that they interviewed
Money whip, Jerry. Get out the pocketbook.
Christian Parker.
Money's no object. You don't need another dollar, you say. You won't believe the check I'd write.
Check I'd write.
Christian Parker is 34 years old. He is the defensive passing game coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. He is the one who has been just praise heaped all over him for making Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Reed Blankenship, like turning those guys into the players that they've become. Gets a lot of credit for that. So I was looking around at some things. He already had a very strong reputation throughout the league. Vic Fangio loves him, kept him for 2 years in Denver, then brought him with him to Philadelphia for 2 more years. Before that, he worked with Mike Pettin in Green Bay, who thought very highly of him. Pettin obviously working as the defensive coordinator for the Jets when Schottenheimer was with the Jets. So not surprised that they would have an interest in a well-thought-of young defensive coach from a Fangio type of system. But I went ahead and looked up various articles that have been written covering his time when he was with the Packers, when he was with the Broncos, stuff when he was with the Eagles. And I found articles from Jeff Legwold at ESPN, Zach Berman at The Athletic. We also got another article from The Athletic. Ty Dunn from Go Long had some stuff. So there's all these different writers that have profiled him at various points during his career. And I think you get a nice picture. So I'm going to go through just some of the things that all of those articles together told us about Christian Parker. So he's worked in the NFL now for about 6 seasons, working mostly with secondary guys, but these are like the highlights of his style and beliefs. Number one, when he was with, this is from the Jeff Legwold piece, he is big on authenticity, preparation. He believes that's what earns players' trust. He said that you understand quickly, be authentic. Players can sense at the end of the day if you're trying to be something you're not or trying to get past a lack of preparation. You can't keep that act up for long. Fangio echoed that sentiment by emphasizing that age and resume were irrelevant once players determined whether a coach could help them improve. Parker said Fangio hired him expecting him to do the job at a high level regardless of how young he was. So, because that's been a question for some people, like, how are you coaching players who are the same age as you? How do you manage to do that? That's how big Christian Parker looks at that aspect of it. Over at The Athletic, in their article about him, Inside the Rapid Rise of Christian Parker, they said that Parker keeps extensive digital notebooks. He logs daily observations and organizes them by topic. He learned early in his career to catalog ideas, what worked, what didn't, and what he would do differently, so that when future opportunities arose, he could reference his own experiences instead of relying on memory alone. By the time he reached the NFL, Parker had built a personal database stretching back to his early college coaching days, allowing him to recall specific concepts, players, and situations from years earlier with precision. So if he's never seen it before and he encounters it, he logs it in his notebook of like, okay, this is what happened, this is how I handled it, and this is what the outcome was. So that he's got just a record of, I don't have to remember if I've dealt with this situation before. I know how I dealt with it. And this is what my experience was. How did you guys see it? One of the big things for Christian Parker as well, from The Athletic, he's big on, do not think that players are just learning from you. You need to learn from players. So you need to learn about them and their process. So he said one of the biggest lessons he learned early on was learning directly from veteran players like Tramon Williams. He said Williams had a set weekly process for film study that Parker began studying closely. He recognized that elite preparation often comes from the players themselves. So Parker began asking each player on defense about their personal baseline process, and then he started structuring the meetings to complement, not override, but complement that approach. His goal became consistency in what the group emphasized while allowing individual players to prepare in ways that suited them best. So he's saying, how do you learn? How do you prepare? How do you feel comfortable? Okay. We'll do it that way, but we're going to teach you these concepts, and this is the work you have to do, but I will tailor the work for the way that you prefer to learn, and that's how we'll tackle it. He is very big on, you remember the Jimmy Johnson line? Do you treat all your kids the same? Right. No, you don't. Parker described his philosophy as coach and treat everyone fairly, but not the same, explaining that each player processes information differently. Some thrive on being challenged publicly in meetings, while others respond better to one-on-one correction. Building trust across the room includes rookies, Pro Bowlers, and veterans older than him, and it requires learning how much each individual thinks and tailored instruction accordingly. So, all pretty positive to this point. Feeling good about this. I mean, this sounds very much like a lot of the stuff with Jim Leonard.
Yeah.
He is very big on demanding engagement from players. So it's like when you turn into
sounds like the total opposites of Eberflus.
Show me your work. you give the answer. All right, let me see the work.
Oh, I hate that.
So
Vrabel would do that.
I hate those teachers.
Parker runs meetings that resemble, this is from Ty Dunn at Go Long. Parker runs meetings that resemble the classrooms he enjoyed as a political science major. Players are frequently asked to explain concepts, challenge ideas, or defend adjustments. Nobody is allowed to sit quietly and coast. Parker believes this approach exposes gaps in understanding while also building trust because players see that their teammates are prepared and accountable. So if you say, hey, this is what, it may be the right answer that you just gave in a meeting. He's going to go, why? But why is that the right answer? Do you actually know?
None of your business how I got there.
Another big thing, this is from, that came out of all the articles really, but he is viewed really, really favorably by long-term veteran, highly thought of coaches. Mike Pettin had said that Christian Parker stood out immediately during the Packers hiring process. He noted that he was mature. He said he was incredibly organized. Said his ability to synthesize information under pressure was really, really impressive. A bunch of different coaches in these articles had recognized that he wasn't just capable of executing tasks. He understood how everything fit together. So it's not just here's the concept and what we're supposed to do, but he understood each individual part of it, how it all came together. And that was something that his reputation really followed him that way to Vic Fangio. And that's why Fangio fell in love with him and kept giving him more and more responsibility. So if you're talking about guys who have developed reputations as teachers, really advanced thinkers, guys who are Sean Lee, high IQ, brilliant processors who really understand the game, that's Christian Parker. And Christian Parker said since he was young, he wanted to get into coaching because he just loved seeing the way everything comes together and how it all interacts with each other.
Give me your list outside of Leonard. You cannot name Leonard, Gannon, or Flores.
Mm-hmm. Of who I would want to hire or who I think it could be.
No, who you would want. Top three.
I can't say those guys.
1A.
Cannot.
1A, 1B, Christian Parker, and Jeff Ulbrich.
Okay. What about the Giants assistant?
So it's interesting. They've interviewed two guys that were not secondary coaches, and he's one of them. He's an outside linebackers coach. I do wonder if some of that's they're just trying to feel out whether he could be somebody that they bring onto staff. I don't know how much he's actually like a coordinator thought.
Raheem Morris, still number one for me.
Still number one.
I just want somebody who's going to be here for a while.
But yesterday you sent in your email that continuity was overrated.
Yeah, there's an element to that that is overrated. But I think there's a difference between continuity being overrated and changing somebody out every year.
Why not Ulbrich? Like, if you want Raheem, why not? Ulbrich's not getting hired away anytime soon, and he's coached with White Cotton. Like, you could have the same continuity, the same concepts, and he coached the defense last year.
Fine with him.
So, I think Ulbrich makes a lot of sense. I think they are waiting around to see if he gets retained in Atlanta. If he doesn't, I think they will give him an interview.
But I don't think Raheem's getting a head coaching job.
No, and I don't.
I guess he. I mean, there's not 8 or 9.
I don't think he's on their list. Like, whether he wants to be a head coach or not, I just don't think he's on their list.
Why?
I think they would rather go to the guys who coach the defense directly. Raheem's got a very varied background, and he very well could get hired away again at some point.
And it's time for Worst Take, the biggest loser.
What a loser.
Of the week. Is it the Jacksonville Reporter, Sean Payton, LeBron James, or the school who canceled high school football? Your nominees and the biggest loser of the week is next.
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
Dane Brugler makes the draft picks for your Cowboys at 9:20 this morning in the red zone. RJ's degenerate selections as well for NFL playoff weekend here on Shan and RJ, along with Roberto. We got Pepe and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. And hopefully you've been along for the entire morning ride right here on 105.3 The Fan. Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece at the Dallas Card Show at 9:40 this morning. This is Worst Take.
That's right. Every Friday at 9 o'clock, we take a look back at some of the worst takes that have been fired off over the previous week. These can be in pop culture, society, sports. They can be tweets. They can be decisions. They can be things somebody said. It covers all manner of things. And our first nominee, well, before we actually get to finding out who deserves to win, we have to figure out who deserves the nomination on this first one.
How you doing today? Lynn Jones, Jacksonville Free Press News. I just want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank you.
You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's Lynn Jones, which caused a firestorm. Yeah, you had some split opinions on this one. You had Pat McAfee and Schefter and some others that were going, this is beautiful. Need more of this, need more of this positivity. And then you had some others that were like, this should get her credential taken away. This is not what the media is for. Why is she just out here glazing people? So when we look at this, it's kind of split. So I think we've got to figure out who deserves the nomination. Is it Lynn Jones and the defenders, or is it the people who reacted and were like, take her credential away? Who deserves the nomination for worst take?
For me, it's take the credential away. I agree with them. What she did was unprofessional, but to get that worked up over it, especially with the vermin that many in the media are and the unethical things that they do, who are you to freaking lecture? Shut up. Improve your own game. Stop writing misleading headlines. Stop trying to divide the public. Give, real honest thoughts instead of Skip Bayless type fake headlines. I nominate the media and people who got worked up over it.
Yeah, I nominate them too. I wouldn't have done what she did. Of course, I wouldn't have asked a question either. This is not what I do. But
you would ask Liam, do you prefer the toilet roll over or under?
100%. 100%. But as McAfee said, he goes, so much of sports journalists are just political wannabe hacks who tried to find a way in the media.
Oh, I should nominate Pat for worst take.
That's good. I agree with that. A lot of it. I do think a lot of that. There is a lot of that.
Who in sports media do you know that preferred politics to getting in sports?
Yeah, most people I know were sports fans. That's why they got into it.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily politics, but like news or whatever. They wanted to be the true journalists want to be in news. The true journalists. The Cronkites and crap like that. Yeah. But not everybody can, right? So you go the sports route. I don't know.
I think you go to sports because you loved sports first.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree. I don't think I agree with that. I think there's some like genuinely great journalists who love that medium who just they preferred to cover sports instead of news.
They're all crotchety and they all say don't cheer in the press box. And here we are, me and you and Grego in Miami. When Dirk makes that lefty layup, and we stand up, yeah, let's go! And there's Evan Cohen over there with his tail between his legs.
Yeah. Well, weren't we in the stands?
We were in the stand, but it was the
press media,
the overflow media section.
And then Peyton, I would say that it's not Lynn Jones. I would say it's Jaguars PR who ultimately gave her the credential. But Peyton, you were last night in the text saying that it should be the critics of Lynn Jones.
Yeah, it should be the people that overreacted to it. I mean, look, if you want to think it's not professional, I understand that. It's after a playoff loss. This isn't a preseason game. You want to ask the tough questions as everyone wants. Maybe she should have said that on the side or something. But I get it. But people overreacted and wanted to blow up about this. Ridiculous.
All right, Lynn Jones critics.
This probably had Archer rolling in his grave.
I don't know. I haven't asked me. I anticipate it would, knowing Todd.
Yeah.
I'm sure Todd would be like, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like, if he heard it. But this wins out then. It is the Lynn Jones critics that are nominated for Worst Take this week. Next up here in Worst Take, Choppy, why don't you get us to your syntax? And I'm not talking about the way you speak.
Yes, the Florida gubernatorial, I hate that word, gubernatorial, candidate.
Yeah, why is it not like gubernatorial? Why did we throw a B in there?
Yeah, where's the
instead?
B come from? It's like the extra R in February. James Fishback wants to impose a sin tax in Florida.
I want to break some news here with you, Joel. I hadn't planned to do this, but allow me to do it, which is that as Florida governor in year one, I will push for the
JD
first
Vance?
of its kind OnlyFans sin tax. If you are a so-called OnlyFans creator in Florida, you are going to pay 50% to the state on whatever you so-called earn via that online degeneracy platform. And that money will be used to fund our education system, will be used to fund the crisis pregnancy centers, will be used to fund the first of its kind mental health czar for men in particular, because men have been told for far too long that they are guilty of masculinity, that they are guilty of all of society's ills. And I'm not going to stand for that slanderous lie. What I'm going to do is I'm going to end this lie that toxic masculinity is responsible for all the sins and ills of society. If you're an OnlyFans model and you reside in Florida, get ready to pay 50% of your income to the state.
So this is like the, you know the DJ Khaled meme, congratulations, you played yourself?
Yeah.
Like, he's not thinking, you put that 50% tax, they're passing it on to the consumer. James Fishback is going to have to pay a whole lot more for all the pervy stuff that he's got.
Yeah,
so.
look, he had the worst take, and then he talked about toxic masculinity and said that's that we got to end this whole thing that masculinity is toxic. I agree with him on that.
That's creeper voice, though. You can hear it in his voice. We're going to end it. And then
You don't think he's got JD Vance cadence?
He kind of has the
He
same
may have
cadence.
JD Vance cadence, but there's a tone that exists underneath that voice that I do not like. That's a creep.
I love toxic masculinity. I think we need to bring it back, but let us have our cake and eat it too. Don't make these these girls just trying to make a money.
Let her have her
just
cake.
Trying to make a buck. That's
exactly. 100%. All right, you want to get to your North Carolina high school as well?
Sure. Let's go to the state of North Carolina, High Point Central High. High Point, place I applied for college. High Point Central.
Got in?
I did get in. They have canceled the 2026 football season. Why? Because in 2025, they went 0-10, and they were outscored 523 to nothing. Their closest game was a 37-0 loss to Southwest Guilford. They lost in their first 5 games by 59-zip, 50-zip, 37-zip, 51-zip, then 55-0.
Right there.
Then it really got bad. 69-0 to Central Davidson. They made a nice little comeback. They lost 46-zip, and then 42-0 and 42-0 the next 2 games. And they finished the season off, I don't know how they were allowed to play, 72-0 was the final game of the year.
We're going to address it.
You cannot cancel. This is Loserville right here. Loserville. The kids don't care. The kids want to play. They don't care if they're losing. We got rid of football at my school.
I'm sure they care.
They probably care. We got rid of football at my school, at my high school, because some kid got hurt, and these soft academic parents that flooded our school said no more, and it sucked the life out of being a high school student. If you don't have a football team in your high school, it sucks the life out of that high school.
Yeah, see, but I don't know. Here's the thing is that if you're getting beat, that you could not score a point all year, now you're talking about that as a damn safety risk. Like, those kids clearly are not on the same level to be on that football field. Those kids are going to get snapped in half. That if they cannot score one time by accident, that's a bad thing.
I mean, they lost to West Guilford, South Guilford, and Southwest Guilford.
The whole Guilford family just running them.
God forbid they played Northwest Guilford. They really got beat.
Gosh. All right, we got so there's Choppy's couple nominations. We got 2 more. Sean Payton, and maybe we shouldn't nominate him since he clarified the whole thing. But Sean Payton's getting nominated for just jumping down the throat of a poor little Denver Post reporter.
Sean, having three linebacker for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game. Just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game. Yeah.
Now, is there any of this? He sounds like a D there. Is there any of this that is a Schottenheimer Sean vibe?
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking
if
that.
you would have asked, hey, how good is it? And Schottenheimer would be like, what do you know about tacking downhill, Sean?
Right.
Like, is that...
Well, Shoddy wouldn't have been as much of a jerk as Peyton, but maybe he does that at the Combine when we eventually are told that we're going. Maybe he does that at training camp if we're able to steal him back from the K&C Masterpiece, and he doesn't give any context to it. You know, if it's in front of the rest of the media, and he does that to me at Indy or the Combine... Yeah. Then if that got captured and put out, they'd be like, oh, Shoddy's a jerk, which he is.
Couple guys talking ball.
And see, the difference is Shoddy also says it in a certain way. What does Sean know about ball? Sean Payton was like, what do you know about football and attacking downhill, you moron?
What do you know about attacking?
He sounded like James Fishback.
I'm splitting some blame here with this reporter, Luca Evans. Like, Luca needs to come out and explain this more. If y'all are really cool, and if you are cool, you don't want the heat on Sean Payton like this, because y'all have, a little bit of a unique relationship. Now, I know he has come out and said, we were just kind of joking, but I have not seen him forcefully come out and say, guys, no, for real, this is a total inside thing. Or other reporters. Yeah. You would know with every other reporter on the beat.
Yes, this would happen to Clarence.
Yeah.
If Shoddy did this to Clarence, everybody, if he was like, what do you know about attacking downhill, Clarence? That would be messing with Clarence probably.
Right.
It's a back and forth thing a little bit.
Who's a reporter where you wouldn't think he was messing with him?
Ooh, like anybody else who pretty dramatic there, Nick, from Mike McCarthy. That was targeted. That was Mike being a jerk.
Yes.
Whereas if he did it with Clarence, pretty dramatic, Clarence, he would be playing with Clarence.
Okay.
All right, and last one here. LeBron James and/or the NBA.
Man. Oh gosh.
I don't know who suggested initially, but LeBron definitely for accepting, and the NBA for allowing him to wear his own number 23 patch on his jersey the rest of this season to honor himself for playing in the NBA for 23 years. There's some people who would say you need to be nominated for criticizing it. I got some of those tweets the other day. How dare y'all go after LeBron? 23 years. It's never been done before. It's an amazing accomplishment. It's still the most narcissistic thing I've heard in recent history.
Yes.
LeBron James nominated for taking the patch on his jersey.
If Michael Jordan didn't wear 23, would LeBron have a 23 patch?
What do you mean? Do you think he's trying to co-opt the number?
Trying to co-opt the number?
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. But would we think differently about this if they said, although there's Jordan brand stuff, but if they were like, Michael, for your final season, we're going to let you wear your own Michael Jordan, Air Jordan patch on your jersey. Would anybody think that was weird? Or self-centered?
If it's not a league sponsor, yes. If it was a league sponsor, no. Which I don't think they'd have Michael be the league sponsor while playing.
I'm going to get us a 15-year T-shirt when we make our 15th year anniversary. We're going to wear that.
All right, so who are we nominating here? We got, or who's the winner here? We got 5 nominees. LeBron James.
I have a nominee.
Oh, do you? Okay, go ahead.
Bobby Belt.
What?
For saying Justin Herbert was a top 5 quarterback. Aiden is clapping. I know we won GBAG of the day yesterday, but that is my last second nominee. Top 5 quarterback.
All right, so we're throwing good takes into worst take now. Is it me? Is it LeBron James and/or the NBA for his dorky patch? Lynn Jones critics for saying she shouldn't have given Liam Cohen a pep talk. Sean Payton screaming at a reporter, the North Carolina high school canceling football, or Florida's syntax. I'm going to go with LeBron.
If the Sean Payton thing is absolutely legit and they don't have some unique behind-the-scenes relationship, it's Sean Payton. Otherwise, LeBron.
I agree with the Sean Payton thing. Otherwise,
what
for me,
jackass, man.
50% syntax? What are we doing?
But he knows that's not getting passed. He's to me, it's just all right.
He's the way he delivered one of because governors are authentic and legit. And not. Well,
no, I'm saying if he becomes the governor, he could do it.
Yeah, but the way he delivered in one of those lines, he was pandering, I thought.
But yeah,
anyway, vote for who you want.
I don't know who he's pandering to. I don't think anybody wants this. I don't want this. I would not want this.
So who are you voting for? Fishback?
I'm voting for Fishback.
Peyton?
Gosh, I want to do that too, RJ. You know how much I care about my OnlyFans girls and their content creators. But I'm going Lynn Jones critics. Get off her back, man.
And this is so Sean and I. You technically voted for LeBron.
Yeah,
maybe I don't
LeBron
know.
wins.
The fan text is LeBron. So LeBron is the one. There were a couple Sean Paytons in there, but LeBron James is the winner of worst take.
RJ's degenerate picks for the playoff weekend, and who is Dane Brugler getting to help the Cowboys? The Red Zone is next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, make it play.
Injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix every weekday at this time as we lead you into the weekend here on Shan and RJ with Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell. We are your official home of the Texas Rangers and Dallas Cowboys. Let's get to Dane Brugler's latest mock draft from The Athletic. Now, Dane selects these based upon what he's hearing around the league. These are not his personal rankings or what he thinks teams should do. And he said for the second straight year, it feels like number one is locked up with Fernando to the Raiders. I have a little pet peeve with stories like Fernando, who I love. You know, I want him to be my son-in-law. I'll tell my daughter to wait or hurry up. It bothers me when these studs, it goes back to your pedigree point. How much of these guys changing schools is because they were underwhelming in their play early versus getting paid to move? Because I'm like, why, if Fernando Mendoza was so wonderful and special, why was he not kept at his original place?
Yeah, he was a two-star.
Yeah.
Out of high school.
And he goes for other quarterbacks, too.
He was a two-star. He was...
Sam Levitt, like, Lane Kiffin stalking Sam Levitt, okay, is that just because he's going to get more money to leave Arizona State? If he's so special and great, why is Arizona State letting him get away?
Well, yeah, there was something happened there with them because he was like completely tied to Dillingham, and I can't remember what it was, but like they had a falling out of some kind or something. But I mean,
just the overall question.
Yeah, like he did get them in the playoffs. Like he was their quarterback when they went to the playoffs with Scatterboo. Now it was a lot of it was Scatterboo, but yeah. Because Fernando was a really highly touted transfer acquisition by Indiana. Like, a lot of people were kind of in on him. Yeah, my thing with the pedigree is, like, if you're a two-star and then you go through all your college, Cam Ward is a situation like this. Cam was at Incarnate Word, didn't get any offers. Then he goes to Washington State, and then he goes to Miami. He turns into the number one pick.
Maybe it's bad early scouting. Maybe it's just slow to develop. Maybe it's bad coaching early on.
Yeah, I mean, Cal was not a great program. I mean, they had their own struggles, but he was good at Cal. And I mean, Cal's not like a small program. He was not like doing what he's doing now. He played fine. But yeah, he was somebody who, by the time he hit the portal, those who were like kind of surveying the landscape and looking at him, they thought he was a really talented upside player. Now, I think it's a little bit like, you know, when we say Cam Ward there, like it's a little bit like Cam Ward where he's going to be the best quarterback available. But I think in a normal year where we feel like there's a couple of really good quarterbacks, whatever, he's probably not one of the first two taken.
Yeah.
His projection for a lot of people is not just at the microphone, but on the football field is like somebody like Cousins. Like that type of player, which Cousins was a solid quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think he's more Jared.
He's more athletic than Jared, isn't he?
I think he sees the.
So is your daughter.
Well, then it's a bad comp.
I think Cousins is the guy that he reminds me of in a lot of ways. But he'll be a good quarterback. He'll be kind of like just a safe NFL quarterback.
Bradford.
He's probably never going to be a top 5. He's never going to be Justin Herbert, right? Like he's going to be.
Did a lot of people vote for that, by the way? Or
one person did.
One
person.
Had to be more than that.
No, there's a lot of other people on there just saying like, "What a great take, Bobby. You know ball." Like just a lot of that letting out there. But he was really really good this year, and people talk a ton about how great of a study he is and how just smart he is the way he sees the game.
All right, number 2 from Dane Brugler to the Jets, Arvell Reese, Ohio State edge. First wide receiver would be the Ohio State wideout, Carnell Tate to the Titans. The New York Giants for John Harbaugh at number 5. Another wide receiver, Arizona State, Jordan Tyson.
I'm Fitty Tyson.
Washington at 7. Texas Tech edge, David Bailey, who Bobby loves. Saints, Kellen Moore going to running back as Alvin Kamara melted right in front of my very eyes on my fantasy team.
See, Mike, he is running the damn ball.
Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame back to Kellen at 8. The Kansas City Chiefs. What?
I'm surprised Kamara stayed in at this level. It's 10 years in now. My gosh.
Just running his head into a wall over and over again.
Gosh, well, he didn't even run towards the end. He let someone else play. It was awful. Your secondary heart is broken at number 9 by the Kansas City Chiefs, Caleb Downs, safety.
Okay, I mean, look, they had, they were Honey Badger was there when they were,
Eric Berry.
Eric Berry, they
scared
drafted.
of horses.
He is scared of horses. I went back and looked like all the first round safeties. There's not a ton in the top 20 over the last 15 years.
My favorite player of all time.
He's
Taylor.
Yeah.
He's so.
I don't know that's more than 15. I don't know.
Oh yeah, we're talking about maybe 18 to 20 years ago.
He's so good. I feel like there's so many other things with Kansas City right now that maybe that's just, it's the best value, but I feel like you could do a couple different things for Kansas City.
Dane said there is a case to be made in KC that a wide receiver or tight end could be the weapon, but Downs is a difference maker, both with his impact on the field and within the culture of the team. One could argue
he's the team. Has he been convicted of car accidents and fleeing or something like that?
One could argue he's the best safety prospect since Eric Berry, a top 10 pick of the Chiefs 16 years ago.
And imagine if, like Dane mentions here, it'd be awfully tempting for the Giants at 5 to take Caleb Downs, so that'd be great if the Giants took Caleb Downs and then the Commanders took David Bailey. I would just love that.
Bengals at 10, Ruben Bain, the edge from Miami. We're getting near Cowboy territory. Jermod McCoy, Tennessee corner to Miami at 11, right in front. Dallas Cowboys. Sonny Styles, Ohio State linebacker. The last time the Cowboys had multiple top 20 picks in 2005, they went with 2 defenders, Ware and Spears. That's the expected approach for Dallas in this draft, too. At 6'4", 240 with 4.5 speed, Styles is a freak of nature, does not miss tackles, and his read-react skills get better with every game.
Weren't they 12 and 20 that draft, too?
Yep. Sure. I know they were 11 and 20. Sure. Sonny Styles, good player. I don't know that I'm like super hyped that he's coming in and changing the defense, but he's a good player.
Yeah, I would much rather have Downs. McCoy is interesting because there's a talent there, but I can't touch him at 11 like you said the Commanders would. I can't do that for somebody who didn't play this year.
Were you down on the pick at 20?
Yeah, I don't love it. Mainly because to me it's the corners who are ready to come in and start are McCoy if he's healthy, Jermod McCoy from Tennessee, or Mansour Delane from LSU, who went a pick after Dallas in this mock draft. So when you get down there and it's Avion Terrell from Clemson, which is AJ Terrell's brother, okay, he's fine. He's a little bit thinner built. He's not big, but I mean. He's super, super fast. Like I think he was timed like 4.3 by scouts at one point. But that's somebody who's going to have to grow a little bit more into the position, like literally and figuratively, in terms of just his ability to play the position. And there's a lot of getting by with really great athleticism right now. I don't think I want to deal with that right now. If I'm trying to win now, there are other players who are about as good as him who can play right now that I'd rather have.
At the same position?
No. But I mean, corner, I think you're already past the guys who can play right now at that point.
Dane says does not have elite size. That showed at times against bigger targets. Does have NFL-level athleticism. Competes like a linebacker over the last 2 years. Combined for 25 passes defended, 8 forced fumbles. He's got a honey badger aura to him. And then right behind the Cowboys at 21, Ty Simpson to the Steelers from Alabama. Ooh. And whoever their new head coach is, Bama lineman Caden Proctor to the Eagles at number 23.
If you're telling me this is what the board looks like, is the way Dane has this, then at 12, I'm taking Mansour Delane, the LSU corner. And then at 20, I'm going to trade down a little bit, try to pick up an extra second-round pick. And then I'm going to take C.J. Allen, the linebacker at Georgia, who goes 31 in this draft. And then in the second round, I'll take Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon. Those 3 guys, I think, can start now. and play right now if you need. And it's three positions.
I like the idea, and as much as I like Caleb Downs, I like the idea of taking a safety in the second more than the first. If the board fell, and I'm not doing any kind of crazy whatever reach, if I said I want to redo the corner room, I would take 2 corners in the first if I could.
Ooh.
Don't care.
NFL playoff weekend. We made our picks at 8. We told you who we wanted at 7. Now let's try to make you some money.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1 last week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the one loss was, it was Jacksonville. It was Jacksonville. I had them plus 1.5. Everything else, including the college, was a winner for the Chopster and the Degenerate. So let's go. I've got 4 selections, 3 NFL, and I got your college game for you. You know what? We'll save the college for Monday.
Please do.
We'll save the college for Monday. So I have 3 selections for you. I got Buffalo plus the 1.5 against Denver. You actually might just want to take Buffalo money line because you're going to get better odds because you're going to have to lay some juice for the 1.5. Take your plus 120 or your plus 140 and just put $100 on it, and then you got your Buffalo money line. I like San Fran plus 7. San Fran plus 7 against Seattle. It's entirely too many points. Sam Darnold has got an oblique. He's also got a brain that can't process defense. So I will take San Fran plus 7.
Which under do you like better between Bills, Broncos, Niners, Seahawks?
Bills, Broncos is
45.5 and 44.5. Which under?
Under in San Fran, Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Josh is going to score some points. I think the San Fran. The reason I'm going to take San Fran plus 7 is I think it's going to be low scoring, and that usually leans to taking the dog. And then give me Chicago plus 3.5 against the Rams. I think you missed your window for a whole lot of value because this was started at 5.5. I still think that Chicago can keep this close and maybe win the game. There's your degenerate.
He'll tweet it at RJ Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Of course, the full recaps and the college championship preview on Monday here on Shan and RJ. Let's head on out to the road and crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece next. But I told you...
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Corey Majors, is that the new work-issued computer from Odyssey or your own personal laptop?
I was considering, like, when we go to Radio Row, do I take the work issue or do I take the one that I love? This is the new one, and as you can see, the camera looks a little different. Is that y'all seeing this too?
Is this like the Mistress computer?
Yeah, this is the side piece.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the side piece.
Is that a Dell?
Yeah.
It
Dude,
is
you're
okay.
getting a Dell.
At the very top of it, just above the camera, there's like a little plastic piece, and you need to. There you go. You slide that open.
Wow. Look at that. Unbelievable.
The days are numbered, DJ.
Let me tell you something. You take that computer if you want to get back problems, because that computer is about 46 pounds.
That was the first thing RJ goes, I'm not lugging this thing around everywhere.
This thing's light.
It's not light. It's not light. My computer's 2 pounds. 2 pounds.
It's like
2 pounds, baby.
It's like when you wear normal shorts, and Choppy's like, you're basically wearing sweatpants because they don't ride up to your groin the way my shorts do. It's not heavy.
I want to show thigh.
So you're telling me that this company is going to give us all personal computers?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they didn't give us raises, so they just took the money and rolled it into computers.
For security purposes, guys.
Yeah, something's off
It's
here.
for security purposes.
Right, Kevin?
I'm not. I said, yeah. I'm glad that Corey said that. It's for security purposes, because otherwise, that does not seem in lockstep with the Odyssey.
They did the math that the malware and the breach costs way more than even us getting personalized computers.
What you're saying is they crunched the numbers and they're like, it will cost $16 million for our next security breach.
Yes.
Whereas if we buy laptops for everybody,
Yes.
it'll cost $9 million. Let's do that.
How much do you think Corey's computer is? I'll do the math right now.
$140.
Oh, $600.
I was gonna say $500, something like that.
Kevin, you think 500 is fair?
Yeah, I say 600.
Okay. How many people would get them here? How many people are there full time from 6A to 6P? 1, 2, 3,
4. I'm full time. Come on.
Are you?
5.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, are they giving laptops to like Alec and Peyton?
I don't know the answer to that
I
question.
think they
Let's
gotta work
presume.
off-
I mean,
That
Peyton's
computer.
right there.
Yeah.
You could ask
is
him.
it everybody on the floor? Like the whole,
I
even
don't know.
sales? You know, I don't know.
Hey, is sales getting a laptop? Are y'all getting a laptop, sales guy?
He looks confused by
he has
that
no
question,
clue what we're
so
talking
no.
about, so I'm going to say
I don't
no.
think he is
Listen,
getting one.
I'll tell you, my computer that they give me is going to be the most secure one here, because I'm going to leave it where they give it to me, in the lockbox. I'm not taking it.
Let's just call it 20.
Okay.
That's $10,000. Would a breach cost more than that? The time it takes for Rick to fix it all.
Yeah.
Gotta
Right?
be, right?
So there you go.
Rick could do it all in 90 seconds. He can fix everything in 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an HVAC guy now, too. I saw that yesterday.
That's what Corey was saying. Corey was saying that he was fixing the air conditioner.
He was fixing the air
Oh,
conditioner.
his air conditioner broke again?
I don't know. Corey said he was fixing it the other day.
Yeah, he was taking care of it.
Where are you guys?
We are at the Dallas Card Show today, gentlemen. It is going to be awesome. We're very excited to be out here at the Marriott in Allen, Waters Creek.
Do you want to tell? Yeah, it's not the Marriott.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
if
I know.
you say Marriott, man, I got a talking to yesterday.
Yeah.
It's Marriott. And I
Marriott?
got it wrong.
Yeah, that remember we first found that out a couple years ago with Boomer. Boomer was doing these commercials for Marriott, and I was like, Marriott.
Were his commercials better than his terrible sports minutes?
I was like, Marriott? What are we talking about here? And then I Googled it, and apparently that is how it's always been pronounced.
Well, what's your RJ Choppy rule of law?
See, the RJ Choppy rule of law is once a name is established, pronounced a certain way, you can't change
So
it.
now the real test would be for Marriott to come and do commercials, and you wouldn't get the commercial. Because you would have to refuse.
Yeah.
You'd have to say, I can't do this. Otherwise, you'd be a total complete sellout and do Marriott.
Hang on.
Oh, well, it's not
First
like
of
he
all,
hasn't sold out for
I
an
am a
endorsement
complete
before.
sellout. All right, and I would
Couldn't get the
say
Marriott point.
in the sellout category, I am unrivaled.
Let me bounce back.
I am unrivaled when it comes to being a sellout. Okay, I am. But
Oh, dude, I know what that means because I really enjoyed that
I will say this
commercial the
though.
other
I will
day.
say this.
I enjoyed that
I have two
commercial.
things. You know, one, I never say Marriott. I'll always say Marriott. And you know what?
You will say whatever they told you
No,
to say.
I won't. I won't do it. I won't do it. And secondly, you people here, not you.
Oh, you people.
All right.
Oh,
It's
wow, dude.
for 1,000 years the app was called
I'm about to do
VRBO. You can't just say now it's Verbo.
I agree.
It doesn't work like that.
I hope Verbo comes to you for a
we
deal,
said
too.
VRBO for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Or since 2015, whatever.
I got to say, I loved the guest you had on yesterday.
Thanks.
Except for the very end.
Oh, yeah. The gum chewer.
Yeah. The gum chewer.
Kate?
That Hague.
I'm blaming Kevin for that, not her.
I am stunned. I'm stunned that Kevin Hageland, she comes on, she does a great job.
She had an amazing personality.
And he couldn't have just, because the interview was over. He could have told her in the break. Instead, he waited on there and he went, we'd love to talk to you again in the future, and then hopefully next time you're not chewing gum when you're on
And you know
the
who
air.
he didn't lecture, who ate on their show every single day?
Mike
Bassett.
Yeah,
Mike
has
say anything to the man.
Deal with
Mike has a history of confrontations.
So, okay, let me ask you this.
Women don't.
Does it? Oh my gosh. Does it make any difference if I know Kate and we're buddies? And so I think she appreciated that. She was not like a stranger that I had never met. Otherwise, that does kind of feel like a dude move.
Tell them though. Now that I'm sorry,
it's like Sean Payton and the Reporter.
If you were buddies, she wouldn't have gone on the ticket, like I heard.
Oh,
you know, but did you hear what she said? I didn't even know who they were, and I thought that was great. It was Corby, by the way, and I didn't bust up their interview, so you're welcome.
Kevin, I'm going to shift gears completely here.
Oh.
You told me a hilarious stranger danger story yesterday, and I would like for you to share this because kids are fantastic.
You know how, sometimes as parents, we're like, yeah, just go watch the TV or watch the iPad. I know that's not really what I'm supposed to have you do. You're supposed to be doing flashcards or whatever. But, just go watch the iPad. And so yesterday or 2 days ago, Noah was watching a video, and he's sitting right next to me, and he keeps going, stranger danger. Stranger danger. And I was like, what is happening? And so I moved the headphones off him, and I go, hey, Noah, what are you watching? And he goes, Daddy, it's about stranger danger. And I go, okay, what do you do if you see stranger danger? And he goes, you look at him, you say stranger danger, and then you go, ah! And he just yells at the top of his lungs, scared the crap out of me. But at least I know he learned a valuable lesson in that video.
How old is he?
3.
Oh, that's sharp.
That's picking up on it, and he scared you. So imagine a stranger who doesn't know him. It's going to be even more terrifying.
I mean, because you never know when your kids are going to do something weird, and he just shouted at the top of his lungs, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then he's got another thing where he goes, don't say oh my gosh, say oh my goodness, because that's what my wife told him, and he never misses that, man. He could have never met you in your life, but if you say oh my gosh in front of him, he'll be like, don't say oh my gosh, say oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, not a thing?
I don't know why that's bad.
It's close to oh my God, so he probably doesn't want to use the Lord's name in vain, which he probably heard on Kevin's podcast on YouTube.
It's true.
I'm a big oh my God guy.
Oh my God.
Sean, have you listened to the Jesus podcast?
Is it called the Jesus podcast?
No, it's
Is this your podcast? The one you won't tell me what it's called because I wanted to listen to it?
It's called the Godcast.
Yeah, no, that is a great name.
Thank you.
It's called, right now we're on a series called What Does the Bible Say? But it was called I Met Jesus. And so if
I
you
don't know
look
what
up
language is it in.
Okay.
Aramaic.
So it's
translation?
Called the whole, if I go and search I Met Jesus, that's it. That's the series.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Crossroads Church, you'll find it. Yeah, that's the Jesus podcast.
And you were bringing that up because, you covered this topic, or... No, you
brought it up.
You just wanted.
And I just asked you if you listened to it.
My podcast will be called Hail Mary, Fruit of Grace, 4 balls, take your base. That's what I'm going to go with.
It's too long.
It's a long name. It's a long name. You can't even say the name clearly yourself, so how are we going to find it?
Acronym that one.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we're at the card show today, and what more could you ask for than breaking some cards, breaking some packs, if you will.
Did you watch the Netflix show yet? They just did season 2. Did either of you watch it, or are you going to lie to me like Choppy on Eastbound and Down, which was tailor-made for him? That is RJ Choppy.
Oh, man, that does feel like a show you would love. No, I'm not going to lie to you,
You don't
Sean.
know. You haven't seen it.
It's the first episode.
Hold on. Eastbound and Down? Yeah, I watched Eastbound and Down.
No. He's talking about the King of Collectibles, though, with
gotcha.
Ken Golden and stuff. I'm sorry, I have not. I've met Ken Golden.
Wow. Is he as big a dork in person?
Does he chew gum?
Hey, Ken, if you can knock that off. Didn't you think that was funny, though, Bobby?
No.
I thought it was.
Here's the worst part. You couldn't even tell she was chewing it. I couldn't hear whatsoever. I can hear when Alec is eating something. I was listening. You can't tell my ears what they heard.
I can tell you didn't hear it, but I can also tell you many people on the fan text were like, please tell her to stop chewing.
They were probably watching the fan cam.
Hey guys, I'm going to let you know I was looking at the exact same fan text. I didn't see a single one.
Yeah,
I knew it. In fact, I can look it up right now.
And she gave an incredibly witty answer. She's like, "I need a great breath for the radio listeners."
Yeah, that was awesome.
So witty.
She's very witty.
She's tremendous.
I wouldn't even come back on with Kevin. I'd make Kevin go walk around, check out the cards, and Corey can do the one-on-one after that. But the King of Collectibles, no excuse. For you guys,
do you love it then?
I love it. And I don't collect
series
cards
or a one-time?
Two. It's been 2 seasons.
Seasons.
I think Peyton Manning is executive producer, so now you'll go home and watch that. Yeah, it's incredible. Every single type of card going on all these different categories. They got mega rock stars appearing on there. It's
big
awesome.
money. Big money.
All right, here's my other question. Did I hear her tease 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. for some type of session out there? What the heck is that about?
Awesome. This is a really cool thing.
So I've actually hosted.
I said, heck, Jesus Pod.
I've actually hosted that trade night before. It's on Saturdays from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. and it gets wild.
I think that's when they all wake up. These card collectors.
There are hundreds of thousands of dollars of deals. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've seen people at trade night with a briefcase of cash that was handcuffed to their wrist before. It is wild.
Do they serve alcohol?
There is alcohol
There's
here.
a bar around the corner.
Because there is a hotel and there's a bar around the corner.
But why till 2 a.m.? Is that when is it really popping at midnight?
Yeah, because it kind of turns into like sort of a party feel as well. But some of these deals that are like multi-million-dollar deals take a long time.
You mean like they're negotiating out there?
Yes, correct.
Are there tables to negotiate?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
sure.
yeah, dude.
It's like all our fan conference rooms here.
Right. Actually, Sean, you like to haggle. I think this would be your kind of place. This would definitely be up your alley. You could just come out here and haggle.
Everything's negotiable.
Yeah, everything is, man.
Especially in cash.
I have fact-checked you, Kevin Hagelin.
Stop it. That's the old man thing. How much is it in cash?
Yeah.
RJ.
Cash is king.
I'm telling you, come to the card show at the Marriott. I'm not wrong about that. I hear what you're saying, but if you got cash, that changes.
I got cash.
One person on the fan text had heard the gum chewing, and it was only after Hagelin called it out, and they
You
wrote,
went back on the timeline?
I went and did the search. I can do the search. You can do the search function.
Normal.
It says, yeah, I know how to use search. I'm not a dinosaur. It says, that's what that noise was. Oh, man. There were several more people saying, wow, Hagee called her out.
Yeah.
And then several more saying, Corey, ask her if she Tolo goes over and over and over again.
Dude, that was
no.
You know how it is. We talked about this yesterday. You know how it is.
What was her answer?
Well, actually,
no
I
idea.
did. I asked her off air.
She's young.
She's young. How old is she? How old do you think is too young?
I don't know. I feel uncomfortable with this conversation.
Too young to
You
what?
introduced this
To just
this
in
angle.
general.
Like if you're the
He
age
said-
of my
he said
kid,
she's
I
too
don't want to
young to
have
do
this
that. I'm like,
conversation.
how old-
Do what, though?
Well, to Tolo go. Like how long?
to listen.
Yeah. How young do you
To
think
get
is too
taxed
young?
50% in Florida.
How young do you think how young? She didn't sound too young.
What was the number you used, David?
Corey, how old do you think she was?
24?
Really?
I think she's like 21.
22?
That's insulting.
No, she said 24-year-olds
She sounded
don't have that kind of
mature.
personality.
Oh, I thought you were looking at a fan cam.
No, 24-year-olds don't have that kind of personality. She was affable.
I'm sure she'll come on.
We did
again.
do a video with her on Twitter at K&C 1053 if you want to go check
Was she
out
chewing
some
the
of
gum?
Yeah, she was still chewing the gum, but she had some awesome cards and a baseball autograph by Babe Ruth.
Yeah, and also we learned an autograph from Joe Jackson, which is rare because he didn't know how to write.
Yeah,
he was illiterate, and so his wife autographed.
He
all
also
his
beat
stuff.
Michael a lot.
No, I got it.
That's
Tito.
a difference.
Jackson
Yeah, well,
Five,
and then Michael Jackson.
All right.
He
Enjoy
arrested a
your
bunch of
weekend.
kids.
Enjoy the football.
Speaking of too young.
We're back on Monday with is it Charlie Puth? Where's my notes?
Charlie
I'm
Puth.
scrambling
Professor
here.
Puth.
It's a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway. We transition to someone else in music. The K&C Masterpiece is next.
on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, Kate, this morning, and I think I made her paranoid yesterday by bringing up.
She said she talked to a ton of people and nobody heard her chewing the gum.
But yeah, she was great. She was great. I got called out in crosstalk. I've learned a valuable lesson, so we'll try to get better from there. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. And today, the famous Jacob Ray is back in studio, as Alec is no doubt in the midst of a wrestling hangover, although he might be here at the Dallas Card Show around noon o'clock today. Gentlemen.
Was there wrestling last night?
Yeah. Impact Live,
Nice.
Curtis Colwell Center.
Nice.
And plus, I got a pay-per-view tomorrow.
Is that the one we gave tickets away
yes.
for?
And that's why Alec was there. I believe he'll be at the pay-per-view tomorrow. Also at the Curtis Colwell Center. I hope everyone who won tickets from our show had a lot of fun. Gentlemen, how are y'all doing? How is everybody out there in Radio Land doing? 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Kevin, whenever I looked at the map this morning and it said 13 minutes to get to work, I was like, this is the most glorious day ever. This is just so great. It's so fast to get here. All my kids are in school. My dog's at puppy daycare today. My wife's in the office, very far away. And then I get to go to hang out at Men's Tea after the show today. So what more could I ask for? Get to hang around people and cards all day long?
See,
what is this?
And I'm telling everybody, this is your opportunity to see Corey at the card show. Every time I'm here, whether we broadcast here or not, I come every 2 months. This is the biggest.
Good for you.
Shut up. This is, thanks to Men's Tea. They can do better than that. For sure they can do better than that. This is the biggest regular card show in the country, and so I'm here every 2 months, and every time I'm here, oh man, I'm so glad to see you. Hey, I saw Mike. Sometimes I've seen Alec, but what they all want to know now, where's Corey?
I'm here.
Is Corey going to be here? So now's your chance.
I am here today, and if you want to see me, come by the table and hang out. This is, I will say, I've made it the one time, Kevin, that I wanted to come out here and do some haggling, or some negotiating,
That's
if you
my
will.
last name.
Kevin Hoagland. That was a coach said that once about you.
He did.
The one time I wanted to come out here and haggle with my son, I wanted to bring him out here. He wanted to sell and buy some Pokemon cards, and I was like, awesome, let's do it. And then I got very, very sick with COVID, and Adrian brought him out here. She had an awesome time.
Okay.
She was like, Corey, y'all get to do this thing all the time, and I was like, absolutely, we do. This is so much fun. So yeah, man, we get to have a really good time. And he bought 10 cards. He had $100. He ended up getting something really sweet. That card, by the way, we found out during Peace-a-thon has turned into a very valuable card.
Yes.
So he got something out here that went up in value by a lot.
And that is one of the fun things about the whole card extravaganza. I would say collect what you like, but also it's kind of it's a sports stock market, right?
Yeah, well, and that was the thing. He knew what he liked, but he also knew, he knew value of things.
Sports stock market,
so he was one of those guys that was kind of paying attention to all that stuff, and he wanted a specific one because he thought it was a beautiful card. And now he's like, Dad, I might be able to pay college tuition. And I'm like, oh.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. All right, we'll have plenty of time to talk cards all day long and maybe even open some cards. But, Jacob, if you can, will you go ahead and give me cut number 8, please, good sir, because I want to talk some about Cowboys free agency.
25 seconds in the half. Fake on the inside handoff, throws it to the left post to Pickens. That's a touchdown.
All right. So we have discussed this many, many times, how the Cowboys can easily have $70 million in open salary cap space. Now, I realize there are other ways to get the number higher, as we've talked about. If you want to give Quinnen Williams an extension, if you want to flip a switch on Deron Bland, we've talked about that. I feel like those are more challenging decisions to make, especially with Bland having the surgery once again for his foot. But easily, you can create $70 million in space. So what I wanted to kind of do is go through some of the lists of free agents, unless you guys just want to start and tell me, are there free agents that absolutely you want back or absolutely you do not want back? Because there are 22 players with expiring deals for the Cowboys, though obviously some, like Brandon Aubrey, are restricted free agents.
I would like George Pickens back.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, and so that's why we played the highlight, because that's going to be the most expensive decision. Now, my follow-up question for that.
I have a follow-up question for your follow-up question.
Oh,
I don't even know your
I'm
question
intrigued.
is yet.
Do you want to wait it out and potentially do franchise tag, or do you want to bring him back with a multi-year deal or not?
I can't say that I certainly want a multi-year deal with him.
Okay.
This was a wonderful year.
For sure.
Obviously, this was a wonderful year because he knew he had to be on his best behavior. And Kevin, do you think he went a little light on us this year?
What do you mean?
Behavior-wise?
Oh, for sure.
Like,
although,
what did we get? We got he complained about not being an All-Pro, and you really hated on him for that. And
he did have another tirade.
Yeah, he had an incident where he was out a little too late, missed curfew. And he was held out of a drive and then another first series.
Yeah, and to be fair, so did CeeDee Lamb.
Yes.
But I would say
I think that was a bad. I wonder if that was influence on CeeDee Lamb that happened.
I don't.
CeeDee shouldn't let himself be influenced.
And here's the thing I have to consider about that, though. What if he just came to an organization that better suited him? Like, I'm not saying that the Cowboys are a better organization than the Steelers, but let's face it, with all these different personalities, sometimes you just find the people or the organization that you click with. So I can't rule out he just fits better here, and that's what led to better behavior.
I know it's going to cost a ton of money to put the tag on him. I don't necessarily want to pay for extra years when I'm still kind of curious about where his motivations are. So that's where I am at the moment, and I can't figure that out. So I got to figure out how I can do that. But for right now, let's say he does sign the tag and we go with the 1-year deal.
Okay. All right. And just for the record,
because I love having a player like that. My follow-up question to you is, do people out there look at him as the one versus CeeDee Lamb? Or do you say we have 2 1s kind of like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins? T. Higgins can be a one on another team, but Jamar Chase is the clear-cut dude on this team.
I think it's kind of like that, because I wonder how many teams kind of look at it like that, or to the example you just used with the Bengals, where they're like, well, that's a hell of a lot better than any wide receiver we have now. So he would be our clear-cut number 1. But that's a good question. And the only reason I ask about the multi-year extension, too, is I can probably drop the cost for you about 10 to 11
Do you agree,
million.
though? I know the cost matters to you, but did you see enough to make you say, I want him here for 3 years?
I did.
Okay.
I feel like this is one of the deals. You know how I talk about, like, because the Cowboys defense was so bad, I wanted them to roll the dice on offense a little bit more. Because the Cowboys management, I think, is so poor at this, I want them to go ahead, roll the dice, and be like, hey, you know what? You found a player who fits in the system. Him and CD are boys, at least the way they describe it. They love each other. And so let's go ahead and get him paid, because if you do the multi-year deal, so franchise tag, you're talking about like $28 million. And the tough thing about that is you can't move it at all.
Okay.
That's the fun thing about the NFL, is you can manipulate these contracts however you want, except for rookie 5th-year option and franchise tag. If you give him the multi-year deal, I was looking at McLaurin as kind of my base deal to figure this out. I can get your cap hit next year down to about $17 or $18 million as opposed to 28. But you're right. There are problems that could come along with that. All right.
Dynamic offense, though.
For sure.
I'd pay anything for it.
Absolutely. Is there anybody else that you just know, or I can go down the list if you want? Okay, Javonte.
He's getting a multi-year deal.
All right, and that's,
sounds like
Steven said that, right?
Yeah.
And that's, once again, the beauty of the multi-year
That was fascinating.
deal.
He never says stuff like that.
Yeah, he's like, well, we're going to have to see what the market
He showed his hand pretty quick on that.
All right, so I tell you, Javonte wants 3-year, $21 million deal with 15 guaranteed.
21.
And that might actually be
7 a year.
Low.
I feel like that's his market. 6 is like the market for me.
Okay.
So I'm in that range. I'm good with that.
Okay, and then $15 million guaranteed. And the great thing is about
because I don't have a running back right now.
For sure. So the great thing about that then is I can probably have that number come in for next year at like $4 million. So now you got Pickens, now you got Javonte. And so ideally, wouldn't you love for your running back room to be Javonte and then a healthy and motivated Blue and Maffa,
yes,
right?
absolutely.
Would you feel good about that?
I think I
room?
could thrive with that
Okay.
room.
And then,
now we'll see where Malik Davis lands in the future here because he might have made himself a handful of cash.
He could have. So I've now spent like $22 million of your 70. Other players on the list, Miles Sanders, safe to say you're like, yeah, it just didn't work out.
Yep. See you later.
Jalen Tolbert, safe to say.
Ryan Flanoy.
Yep.
See you later, buddy.
Okay. Hakeem Adeniji.
No, and I'm saying Ryan. You know what?
No, I got you.
For the
See you later,
listeners,
Tolbert.
I want Ryan Flanoy.
We got Flanoy.
Yeah.
All right.
He's on a good deal too.
Defense. Dante Fowler. Thank you for your service.
Let's let the market float around. We'll see.
Okay. Jadeveon Clowney.
Let's have a talk about Jadeveon Clowney.
All right, Jadeveon Clowney.
I don't absolutely have to have him back.
Jadeveon Clowney is ready to go. He wants 2 years, $20 million, $13 million guaranteed.
It's pretty reasonable for him.
All right, so you're comfortable at 10 per off of 2 years.
It's pretty reasonable for Jadeveon Clowney.
And I know Jadeveon's kind of done the one, but one of the things that he said was, hey, I'm looking at getting started early, maybe even being at camp, which you would hope on a multi-year deal is kind of a prerequisite. So he might be more willing, and it seems like he likes it here as well, to be here. All right, so then we're cutting into your money just a little bit more. All right, Peyton Turner, Sam Williams.
Sam Williams is interesting. I want him to go check the market out and come back and see me.
I think I know the answer on this. Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn.
It was a good run, boys.
All right.
But my new defensive coordinator does not want you.
What about Donovan Wilson?
We need real safeties.
Okay.
Kevin, we haven't discussed safety enough over this year, over the last couple of years. We've pointed out that safety was like there was a time when you actually had some safeties that were fun. We had Curse, we had Hooker. Like you were running out there with a group that you were like, okay, let's run. In what you're probably going to play for a real defense, you need something real. And quite honestly, Donovan Wilson cannot cover the way we need. Dude can hit. But I just don't know if we can do this.
And by the way, I did see a couple people talking about tagging Pickens with the idea of trading him. If you can,
I'm always about
put
like
that deal together, then sure, I'm willing to listen to that as well. All right, C.J. Goodwin doesn't really feel like that's working.
He's invaluable.
Anymore. Is he?
Yes.
Is he?
We need a better special teams coach.
Okay, because I kind of wonder if the guy who's here for special teams is. You saw it, but now's the end of the road for that.
I'm sure he'll land back on this roster at some point.
Okay. All right.
Nobody values him as much as we do, though.
That is probably true. All right. Restricted free agents, TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman.
Ooh, this is interesting because I need to know what I'm doing at left tackle. If I'm doing something at left tackle, my left guard position, I'm a little light there. And so Bass and or Hoffman I would like to have back. I think Hoffman might go check out the market for sure.
Well, and that's one of the great things as a restricted free agent. If you think they're going to go check out the rest of the market or teams are interested, that's when you have the possibility of first-round tender, second-round tender, and then it's at a predetermined cost. And then you can look at it, and you're like, ooh, would I pay $5.4 million for that player per year or take the second-round pick?
If I kick Tyler out to left tackle, I have Levert and Keegan behind him. Your thoughts on those guys? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's where I feel like Hoffman went out there and played the position a little bit. I wouldn't mind having him back because he does have position flex with center as well.
And then Brandon Aubrey and Wanye Thomas are also restricted. I can't imagine a world in which Brandon Aubrey walks.
I mean, I agree.
What about Wanye?
How much money does he want, though?
Let's say he wants.
Like, does he want to cap the market here?
7.5 per.
I don't know, man. That's a lot for.
You're right, and that would reset. I guess
use
with
that
the
money
kick,
to score touchdowns.
I mean,
or stop
okay,
touchdowns from being scored.
Fine. Then my question is, do you have a head coach who will take advantage of trying to score touchdowns?
I might force him to. If I'm Jerry, no. Listen, dude, I love having Brandon Aubrey. I think he's wonderful. He's a weapon. I think sometimes your coach is like, hey, all we got to do is get it to the 50-yard line instead of pushing things. So, you know how I feel about kicker. Bring him back though. Just
Okay.
$7 million's a lot.
All right. Okay. So keep that number in mind. You just said $7 million's a lot, because I want to address, because we see this all of the time. Why can't we just keep Pickens and go ahead and trade CeeDee Lamb? So one of the issues that you run into with that is, if you trade CeeDee Lamb right now, you can always restructure the deal, but your dead money hit would be $68 million.
This year?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's the issue. When people say trade this person, when I told you I can create $70 million in space, that's by going along the Cowboys' logic of making that low base salary and making the rest signing bonus and spreading it out across the years. You can't just trade CD without taking a massive hit.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Greg Biffle thieves, Salina ISD, and college basketball cheaters. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Maybe the Dodgers, too. Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every...
The Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen at the Marriott. And right now, we're going to do some Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask somebody for forgiveness? Do they need to ask you for forgiveness? We have a lot of options here. But I guess maybe...
I have one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, guys. Should Kevin ask forgiveness to our friend Katie? Katie. Can I call her Katie, though?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because that's not her name.
But it's Katie for short.
All right. How would you feel if people called you Corky?
No, that's
See?
weird.
Because that's not your name.
But that's not a short name. Also, Kate's already shorter than Katie, Kevin. So, why didn't you say that? That's the better option.
Do you like it if people call you Core?
No.
Exactly.
Oh, actually, I've never thought about that. But Kevy here shut her down for chewing gum on air. Should he ask her for forgiveness? 877-881-1053. She was so nice to come into the studio and hang out with us a little bit later than expected. But she did come in and rock that thing. It was awesome. Should he ask her for forgiveness?
Unfortunately, I think I probably should, because she said she asked so many people about that after the fact when we saw her this morning. I was like, oh, crap. But Kate knows. I think she's great. So it should be okay, right? It's a friend, busting somebody else's chops, you know?
No, absolutely. I totally
expression.
Understand that. I do think you might have given her a complex, though. Now she's going to, every time she
never
goes
chew gum
she
again?
might never chew gum again.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, she wanted to have fresh breath for the listeners, but she might never chew gum again because of you. So
okay, well, I don't like that, but we probably should go to the serious one first, or we go to the Dodgers.
Let's go to the serious one first and get that out of the way.
All right. So this one is kind of a Forgiveness Friday question. Salina ISD. So, we've talked about this quite a bit over the months. And on Wednesday night, high school football coach for Salina, Bill Elliott, who I've actually interviewed multiple times back when we were at the paper, announced that he was resigning. Salina ISD announced that Moore Middle School principal Allison Ginn, I think it's Ginn, if it's Ginn, I apologize, had also resigned. And so the issue that some people seem to have with this, and the reason it's the middle school, is that's where Bill Elliott's son, the accusations were that he had been taking pictures and videos of middle school athletes while they were in the locker room. So I guess my question about Forgiveness Friday here is, I have seen on social media, because it's a sad situation no matter what, but I've seen on social media there is a chunk of people that are mad that folks were allowed to just kind of step down and walk away as opposed to being fired. Now, the accusation there would be, hey, either you knew what was going on because it was your kid, or for the middle school principal, hey, there were warning signs before you even hired this guy. And so there are some people who are like, no, I wanted a dramatic firing to stick with that reputation as opposed to stepping down. So I guess that's more my Forgiveness Friday question, having not been presented or there for all of the evidence.
Are all the facts going to be out at some point on this? I feel like they have to be, or is this a way to kind of skirt that? Because you're right, Kevin, the next job. Now, when it comes to your kid, you should have known. I have questions about that. People can hide things pretty well.
Yeah. I thought about it from my son, and I was like, man, I feel like I know a lot about my son, but I'm sure there's huge chunks of his life that I have no idea about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he lives in a house in Denton.
Yes.
Right now. And so, that's – and my kid's moving there, too. And so there's going to be things that he does that I have no clue about.
Exactly.
So why do I have to get fired when I did not know that this grown man was doing this? Now, if I did stuff to protect him and there's information that shows that, then that's a different story.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's one of the reasons that he went ahead and did step down, because he did know. I'm probably got some stuff on me.
And that's the tricky part, right? Because I think one of the things he said is he just either A, he was naturally about to retire soon, but also he didn't want to be a distraction in the Salina community.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that. Dude, can you imagine coaching?
No.
You know what the beat we covered.
Look,
the morning news would be there every day.
Yeah. We were at a basketball game. There was a kid, we'll just say from a local school, who got arrested at a Walmart. The very next game that he played in, he was shooting free throws, and the opposing fans started chanting, "Lunch a bowl, because that's what it was accused that he had stolen, among other things. So I can't even imagine the taunts that would come in. And you're right, the distractions. But you ask, will we ever know the whole story? I mean, you can see it from both viewpoints, right? Because if you're Salina, you're like, hey, we completed our investigation. But there's always going to be people, especially what if that happened to your kid? I could see how you'd be like, no, I don't think you did. Right. I don't think you got all the proper evidence and everything like that. So that's why we started off with a question on this one, because it's a garbage situation all around.
Absolutely, you're right.
All right. Let's go to, I do not think these people deserve forgiveness, at least not right now.
Okay.
And usually I feel like we're like, probably.
Is this the Dodgers?
No.
Oh.
But, man, are the Dodgers going to be the reason there's no baseball in 2027?
They're trying to enforce it. Like, they're pushing it right now. And guess what, Kevin? There are players that are happily agreeing to this.
Yeah.
They're like, yes, I'll take this money from you, and I know what's going to end up happening because of it, but I don't care. I'll take the cash.
So just a couple weeks after Greg Biffle, some family members of his, and there were other people as well, I don't mean to discount them, were killed in a plane crash. Burglars broke into his house and stole things and stole cash. Like, I know you're never going to be in a situation where like, oh, that burglary's okay. Like, I get that, but hey, let's go burgle the house of, the driver, and I believe he lost his wife as well. Let's go steal from them. There's probably not people home.
Yeah, especially
that feels like a next level.
There's likely to be family that benefits from that and is suffering this loss as well, and you just took from them. Not him. You took from them. Did they do it because, do you think that there was already a plan that they were going to do it, or
no?
That they,
I don't.
You think that this was they found out and they said, all right.
Exactly, because you know how we talk all the time about like Shador and all these other people. They got robbed on game day because they figured no one would be around. I think it's the same situation. Hey, you're going through a tragic deal. People who owned and lived in that house are gone. Let's go rob it, which is just the worst.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely dead on that right there, man.
So at least for now. No forgiveness?
No forgiveness for those people at all. And I hope that they get the full extent of the law.
Okay, I like that. You've brought this up. Do the Los Angeles Dodgers need to ask for forgiveness? They did, in fact, last night. We said yesterday would probably be the day we'd get some info on this. Kyle Tucker, the consensus #1 player in the offseason for class of free agents. He agreed to a 4-year, $240 million deal. And you know what's amazing about that is I continue to hear people go, Kyle Tucker was looking for an 8-year deal. I wonder why he couldn't get a longer deal. He got $60 million per year. And, of course, he's signing with the Dodgers. The Dodgers, who have already are the 2-time defending champions, looking to make it 3. They've already loaded up with free agents. Now they have signed Kyle Tucker, and his agreement contains $30 million in deferrals. And so the thing that is agitating to so many people is, first of all, he signed with the Dodgers as if they needed it. But second of all, more deferrals. And so I understand. I get the sense that the players' union is like, you'll get a hard salary cap over my dead body going into the negotiations for 2027 and beyond. But it's stuff like this. I get it. You spend money. But it feels like stuff like this that is outsized and is why baseball wants a salary cap, and I bet some fans do too.
This came in from Mission Valley Mafia, Kevin, on Twitter. Many are justifying the Kyle Tucker signing by saying that any owner could spend like the Dodgers, but they just don't want to win enough. And he says this is the most idiotic take I've ever seen. It shows you know nothing about this business side of this. MLB let the Dodgers keep almost all of their TV money. They are the only team that gets to do this because of negotiations during the McCourt bankruptcy. After the bankruptcy settlement, they negotiated the largest local TV deal in MLB, but the settlement amount subject to revenue share was based on the old contract. They do not have to share most of their TV money, and this is what allows them the insane spending. Again, they are one of 30 teams that got this carve-out. And so that included with the deferred stuff makes you just even more furious about the whole situation altogether. Now, I know that the Yes Network and the Yankees exist as well, but that right there, and I don't know how much they have to give and share because of whatever that contract was. But man, they're taking advantage of it, and they're saying we want to win all the championships. Good luck, and everybody else out there, because of the way the ownership groups are built, they're suffering from it right now.
And I do understand being mad at the owners to a certain extent. Look, our owner is clearly going on the cheap. We talked about it. Depending on which number you totally buy into right now, the Texas Rangers are spending approximately $72 to $86 million below where they should based on the size of their market. Mm-hmm. And that's a fact.
Yes, it is.
Look at the numbers.
Oh, absolutely.
And so that's part of it. Here is the other thing. From the 817, and the Rangers won't do deferrals, it annoys me because it feels like we're getting left behind. Here's a weird thing about the tax situation. You know how we always talk about, hey, we got lower taxes here and everything, and that's true. But you know this is where the tax situation hurts us, right? Why would you defer if you were playing for the Rangers? Your tax situation is already going to be pretty low.
Yeah.
The reason why the Dodgers deferral makes so much sense.
Because California taxes
and you can
ridiculous.
escape outrageous taxes. And that's why Kyle Tucker and Shohei are like, where am I going to be in 15 years? Not here.
But also, doesn't it have, like, I know you're playing a lot of home games, all right? You're playing half of the games are at home. I wonder how often it matters what your schedule looks like for the next 3 years. If you're like, you know what, we're going to be playing lots of road games away from California, too.
Yeah, but if you're the Dodgers, you're automatically going to be playing teams like the Giants as well, and so you're going to be there. And so that is one thing that's funny about the Texas tax stuff is I do think it's an advantage, but in this instance, I don't know why players would defer. So you can decide for yourself if you think the Dodgers need to ask for forgiveness. And then more than 24 NCAA college basketball players, actually now it's up to 39, so more than 36 on 17 different Division I teams over dozens of games have been accused of being part of a fixed gambling ring that included point shaving.
Uh-oh.
Now,
this is a problem.
Accusation does not mean guilty.
This is a problem, dude.
But when you see the press conference where the United States attorney for the Eastern District brought this up, you can guess they've probably taken a long time setting this up.
Yeah, they've allocated some assets to ensure that they have the information necessary to go ahead and get this ball rolling
and
right
that
now.
Feels hugely problematic for college sports.
Yeah, it does. And so here's what's going to end up happening. They're going to bring the hammer down on these, right? And then that's going to be the signal to everybody else to not do it, or to find a loophole, or to find a way around it, or to find a way to not get caught.
Right.
Or to say, what's going to end up happening? Are these guys going to end up having to pay lawyer fees and all that stuff? And then how much is it going to cost them? Was it worth it to get that extra $20,000? Or now what you have to deal with? Or maybe it was $100,000. Maybe it was $1 million. Maybe it was $5,000.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Do you think that organizations like FanDuel and other places like that. We'll see the way this is going to play out because the NCAA is already trying to ask for a moratorium on gambling. Do you think they might slide in there and be like, bro, I got your legal fees covered? Because college betting brings in a lot of money.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe they're the ones that were sending some information to the government saying, hey, we're noticing some trends that are really problematic and we're having to pay out more than we should be right now.
If that's the case, I was about to say good for them, but you're probably right. It's just because they're like, no, I don't like that we had to pay more money. So that is fair. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. We can talk more about Kyle Tucker, but also the Rangers made a big international splash. Next on The Fan.
Coming up.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Swing and a drive. Right field. Way back. We are on top. Kyle Tucker.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We are live at the Dallas Card Show, where a lovely Tolo, who has also contributed not these other cards, but a Brandon Aubrey printing plate to us. Maybe we can get that autograph. He has brought by just a few things. Here is a LeBron autograph card, a Yogi Berra autograph card. This one, Corey, might be the wildest to me because you have other amazing things. You have a Caleb Williams 1/1. You have the Gale Sayers
Is
autograph.
it the person that can see Russia from their
She
front
can see
porch?
Russia from her house. A Sarah Palin autograph card that he got autographed during the Super Bowl here in Arlington. A John Elway autographed baseball card from his time at Stanford. And there are so many more. I could probably do an entire segment of just that. I don't know if all of the sponsors, because we got to get it for Baseball Nuggets, would love it, but just unbelievable. And again, like we talked about with Kate, this is a drop in the ocean of things that you can find here at the Dallas Card Show.
Dude, he has an Ekans also? That's amazing. His Pokemon card.
You told me that is not worth.
This is about a 50-cent card,
Yeah,
if that. But it's cool though that he had it underneath all these other ones. These are amazing cards, dude. These are really cool and rare stuff too.
Yes.
And I don't know if you said we asked him. Did you like? Mike likes to go buy what he wants.
Yes.
Some people like to go break boxes open and see what they can get.
Sure.
And that's where he got most of these, and that's pretty because some people, like I had a buddy, as a matter of fact, I'm wearing his hat right now. He was in the Air Force. That's what he did. They would go buy big boxes and tons of them, and him and his buddies would just sit around and crack them.
Oh, yeah.
And then say that was their thing, and they didn't necessarily do the hunt to go sell them after that. They were just like that was so much fun.
Yeah, if you're just looking to buy boxes, packs, and cases, you can scratch that itch here in Allen as well. Right now, it's time to go around, we're going to talk some baseball nuggets. We can talk some more about Kyle Tucker, obviously, if you want, joining. You know what was really fascinating when he signed with the Dodgers? You saw these articles that started to label the Dodgers as the evil empire, and then so many people in the comments jumped in and be like, nah, bro. That started with Shohei. This is just a continuation of the evil empire. And so I get it. Maybe you think it's now. This is the last straw. Maybe you think it's when they decided to pay Shohei $150 in the next 10 years and then $700 million down the road. Don't know. But they continue to just wreak havoc across baseball free agency.
Do you agree? And one of our good friends who played baseball in the major leagues for the Rangers, I'll leave his name out here though. He's a big Browns fan.
He's from here. He's not from Holland.
Big Michigan fan also.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what his name is though.
Sure. Wait. Hold on. What if we gave people a hint? Like, let's say D. Holland.
Uh-huh.
No, that's probably too clear. Let's say Derek H.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that was really nice work, buddy.
Okay.
He said the owners aren't spending money. You don't spend, you don't win. You don't get fans in the stands. And then we talk about the Pirates. We talk about the Pirates a lot.
For sure.
For a team that doesn't deserve to be talked about that much.
Probably so.
But what are they doing? They're like, we got Connor Griffin, we got Skeens. We know we're going to have to pay that dude the entire worth of this stadium at some point. We got to do more. And they did this offseason. They were like, we got to do more. But do you remember when the Rangers brought the approach of, guys, when y'all show up, we'll start spending? And we were like, screw that, dude.
And don't you kind of feel like it's gone back to that?
It has. It feels like it's reverted back to that. Kevin, you got to spend to make money is what we've always been told.
Right.
The Rangers have a beautiful stadium inside. I think it's gorgeous inside. On the outside, and it's weird looking, but it's fine. I'm inside most of the time. Yeah. They have everything that I want in that stadium too, except for a winning team.
Yeah.
And so give me that winning team. Did they not see enough from that World Series run? Did they not see enough in attendance the next year after it, too, where they were like, you know what, we got to go compete with the Dodgers. We got to go compete that same way because we want this every year.
And that's one of the dicey things we've talked about, and it's going to come to pass in this next labor negotiation, is all these baseball owners are crying poverty and saying they don't make any money, but they won't fully open up their books. And I can see how, if you're the Players Association, you're like, BS, you're not making money, then let me look at your ledgers.
I'll say,
look at the fake ones.
I don't hold this against the Dodgers at all. I just wish that was my ownership.
I get it. I mean, look, I'm jealous for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of the Dodgers, we didn't get a chance to mention this yesterday. I think it was coming out right when we were doing Nuggets. Really cool note right there. Clayton Kershaw is going to be back, he says, as an emergency pitcher.
Yeah, we got a text
the
about
World
this.
Baseball Classic.
We got a text about this. I love it, man. Just having him around is, I think, important. I really do. And like him being there is a great thing. He's a great ambassador for the sport. He's a great ambassador, obviously, for us locally here. That is so cool.
And one of the things he joked about, he's asked about facing Shohei. He goes, look, if for some reason I'm pitching in a high-pressure situation against Shohei, something has gone terribly wrong. So he's like made it very clear.
Yeah.
He's like, hey,
this should be a blowout game if I'm pitching.
Yeah, absolutely. But for the Rangers, if you do want some positive news, for the fourth time in the last 5 years, the Rangers have landed a top 10 prospect on the international signing market. So they picked up Elian Rosario, the number 10 international prospect. He's at the top of the charts for his work ethic, and he has already produced significant exit velocities, and he's got what is considered to be a lot of raw power. On the pitching front, they picked up Frandel Pineda. He's number 47 overall and the third highest ranked pitcher in the international class. So these players are like 17, so it's going to be a minute, but much like we talked about with Sebastian Walcott, you can turn in to the premier Rangers prospect, but they pick up number 10 overall and number 47 overall on the international market.
I'm a big fan of this. Let's keep rolling, baby.
Absolutely. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey, I'm going to let you decide where we go next.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding. It's time for the Campus Connection.
Never let me decide.
Is this the most unique title game in BCS and CFP history? We'll talk about that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can... on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
That's me.
And you have the famous Jacob Ray holding it down in studio. Now, it's a little challenging what is happening right now because this was going to be the campus connection, but Corey and I had the opportunity in the break to run into the main hall for the Dallas Card Show, and we bought some stuff. Mm-hmm. All right, and now I think Corey...
You know what I like to purchase? I like to purchase Weird S.
Yes, and I'm a little worried, though, because you asked if the thing you bought has the popcorn guy.
Yeah, Orville Wright.
No, that is the flying guy.
Okay, all right. What about the pig from the Garfield cartoon? Is Orson Welles?
No, that I believe that is Orson, but not Orson Welles that you're thinking of.
This is cool. So I like to go find. I like these things that you'll like have Mick Jagger's hair.
Yes.
Or Ben Franklin's quill.
Yes.
Something
or
weird like
part
that.
Of something that he wrote with a cut signature.
Or the tooth of Thomas Edison. Like those things are wild. And this one is called Uniques 2025.
So that just speaks to you straight away.
Oh, absolutely. And here's what it says: Orville Wright, Orson Welles, Branch Rickey, Willie Mays, Susan Hayward, Isaac Newton, Mel. Like all these, a variety of names.
Do you think it's part of the apple from Isaac Newton?
Oh, dude, or the seed. Dude, we could plant that tree that created gravity.
I bet that's not okay.
That would be amazing.
You know what? I'm going to lose this argument. Also, you got a blaster box of Topps Chrome basketball, so something more reasonable.
You think I'll pull the Cooper Flag 1 of 1?
You might.
Okay.
See, I'm growing. Old Kevin would have been like, there's no chance in hell. But new Kevin is like, it could happen.
All right, so I know we have campus connection ideas here, but I need to tell a story, all right? Kevin is such a good friend to me. You've been a great friend for a long time, actually about 6 years.
What?
We worked together for like 8 years before that or something like that. I don't know. We've known each other for almost 20 years. And over the last 6 years...
6?
Yeah, over the last 6 years, our friendship has really grown into a friendship. But it was a trial period early on, Kevin.
That
it was
is
a trial
long
period.
ass trial period.
But no, like you were. I remember this was. We went to go do the podcast with Beckett. Or is Beckett here, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Beckett is here taking submissions, and they do have opportunities for same-day grading. I'll have to look into the specific on that, but come on down.
But we went to go do the podcast, and I was like, look, man, I've never had – this is the one time I'll get somebody to be able to look at my cards.
Right.
And I had my binder, and we went in – and you were just like so excited for me. You were so nice. You were so kind about it all. And you didn't say any bad things, like, you dummy. When I got there, they all laughed. And they were basically said, just go ahead and put this in the trash. And I was like, what? And I was like broken hearted.
Paul and Eric.
And you said, like, you did not want to break you didn't want to be the one to break my heart.
No.
You let somebody else do it. You let me embarrass myself in front of all these people.
Oh.
But Mike would have definitely been like, that is worthless, and thrown it out the car on the way there.
Yeah, he would have been like, these cards are perfect for the garbage. And like, that's what would have happened. But I will tell you, one of the things is you can bring your collection up here if you want to give it a shot.
Oh, yeah.
If you're like, no, I got the thing. All right, man, give it a shot. There are more than 700 tables here. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. If you want to open some of those cards, I do have some campus connection that we can mix in here and there as we go along, and I think that could be really fun, and hopefully it looks like we're going to get some video of that as well.
All right, two things. One, somebody asked, where's the more famouser Alec Medford? He might be here around noonish today, so that's a possibility. Secondly, Kevin,
I think that's a pretty high possibility.
If I open something now, what would you prefer? The Topps Chrome,
the Uniques,
or the Uniques?
I want to see. I've never seen anybody open the Uniques.
Oh, really?
And so I think it's pretty new.
All right, it is. There are two unique sealed 1 of 1 cut signatures in these.
Okay, and are you familiar with the term cut signature?
That means it was cut off of something.
Actually, yes, and I swear I wasn't trying to be like
a mortgage,
condescending. I mean,
paperwork.
It could, but like sometimes it's off a check or like a document, or sometimes it's like, I don't know, Ben Franklin wrote an angry letter to the editor or something. I don't know.
And he signed it.
Yeah, maybe
again with his quill.
Yeah.
So here we go with the Uniques.
I hope it's part of a quill.
All right.
That's really what I'm hoping
Number
for.
1, Tom Kite, 1992 U.S. Open Golf Championship.
Okay. Wow, that case is nice.
Dude,
get it.
By the way, I don't think you know this. I love Tom Kite. I think
do?
I really do. I'm a huge Tom Kite fan.
Can I ask why, or is that an off-air?
Tiger Woods golf.
Okay.
Tiger Woods golf is the reason why. And just playing that, then I would keep up with him because I thought his name was cool.
It's just not every day you find somebody who's a diehard for Tom Kite.
You're right. And I had this thing where I thought that he hit the ball higher and further because his last name's Kite and the ball just carried more.
Gotcha.
So huge Tom Kite fan. All right, here we go with the second one. Frank Lindsay yielded home run 460 to Hank Aaron.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Frank Lindsay is another one there.
You know who we need to give that card to if you want?
Mike Bassett.
Exactly.
He knows what it's like to give up a home run
him
like
and
that.
Frank Lindsay can hang out together. Well, I'm definitely excited for you about the Tom Kite as well. Now, if you want to open the basketball one, I say go for it. I have
for
some
later?
Campus Connection.
Get after it, dude.
All right, no, you can open it right now if you want.
Do your thing.
That we can mix in. Jacob, will you go ahead and give me cut number 4, please, good sir?
Back in the game, Fletcher out as Tony comes in motion. You get it to him. Tony has space. Malachi Tony still running. Touchdown, Miami.
So we'll fire up the Campus Connection here. Out of the 50 states, Jacob, Corey's opening some cards, so I'm going to ask you one of these questions, but also I will need you to address if you still hate the Earth, because people have questions about that. But before we get to that, how many of the 50 states do you think are rooting for Miami and rooting for Indiana?
Oh, man, I got to think. I mean, my heart's going with the majority of the 50 states is probably rooting Indiana just from like the misfits standpoint. Give me 32 states for Indiana. Give me 18 for Miami.
Okay, and by the way, while we are doing this, Corey, please tell me if you think he hit anything big. And he's also showing it off on the YouTube and the Twitch, so we're bringing content to all of your senses.
I got a KP base card.
Wait, future Maverick.
He could be a Maverick here soon.
So, Jacob, I like your line of thinking. Unfortunately, you didn't think it hard enough.
Oh.
Because it is 45 states that are rooting for Indiana, and only 5 that are rooting for Miami. And I want to see if y'all can help me with some of the logic here. So the 5 that are rooting for Miami are, of course, Florida. I get that. Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina. I get that because I guess they're kind of close. And then the other one is Oregon. Probably because Oregon lost by 68,000 points to Indiana. And I'm guessing that's why now they do not want Miami to win. But yeah, every other state is rooting for Indiana, with the exception of Florida, Kentucky, North Carolina, Oregon, and South Carolina.
Do they realize that Indiana did what the Dodgers have done? Not necessarily deferring all the money, but they went and purchased that program too, right? And everybody's okay with that.
See, I think part of the reason they're okay is like they also were like, hey, let's go get the coach from James Madison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not like they're like, let's bring back Vince Lombardi.
I saw this is
although maybe
this is the wild stuff out there, Kevin, all right? Sometimes the internet can be wild. But there's a lot of people accusing Indiana of cheating and downloading their the plays from their from the system. Like they've been able to hack into the system somehow, and it's really funny. And what I loved about this was somebody it was an Indiana fan, posted all these things, and they said, I'm so happy our program's at this point.
That's a great point.
I'm so happy our program is at a point where people are accusing us of cheating.
You know you've made it.
Yes.
When it's that look. Because, nobody goes out and they're like, you know who I really hate? Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, no,
they don't think that because they're like, I don't care. So you know you've made it at that level, and because we can't handle the fact that the aw shucks quarterback and the guy who goes, I'm a winner, Google me, is the one that is kicking everybody's ass right there, and I love that. I wonder, that might actually be for Anthony Edwards. I think that might actually be an alternate image insert for him. So this
is like the Scooby-Doo bone thing?
Yes.
How do I find this out? I'll put this with my Elijah Martin rookie card.
Okay,
over here,
we will
right?
look that up.
Thank
Now,
you.
We didn't get a chance to talk about this as much as I wanted to the other day. Jacob and Corey, how do y'all feel about next year being a 16-team playoff with the idea of eventually getting it to probably the year after that, 24?
I'm very adamant about more teams in the playoffs. I always like it because it gives me more playoffs. I think playoff sports is fun.
Okay.
And so I really, I know people are like, well, it just deadens the regular season. That's fine. I don't care. I love playoff time more than I love the regular season.
Would you have to scale down the regular season? Because here's the reason why I was thinking about it.
Probably so.
So, let's say you want to win the NCAA tournament for basketball. Let's even say you're in one of the first 4 games. You have to potentially win 7 games to win the title. And you play about 32. So most teams will potentially play 6. So you're talking about a fifth of your schedule.
Okay.
Now, most of these college teams are playing obviously 12 games. And now you could potentially have to win 5 more. That's getting close to half your schedule that you have to play all over again. And if you play in the conference championship, now are you going to be up to the point where you're going to have to play potentially 17 to 18 games to win the title?
The one thing that I don't have
I guess we're already up to 16.
The one thing I don't have to worry about is the NFL schedule. And when I say this is I'm not really bringing back the same team next year. Next year's probably going to be a different team, younger group with fresh legs. So I don't have to worry about the same thing with as I do with the NFL, where you're like, man, you the Chiefs. They played so much football in the last 6 years that you're just that's exhausting. So I don't have to worry about that. For one, for two though, I do think you might have to scale it back. But now you're leaving how many other programs with shorter seasons? So what do you do for them? How do you build and develop something that they can be involved in as well? But Kevin, for the 20, 24, 16 group, I think it allows 4 smaller schools to be involved and to benefit from this and take a huge leap in the future. So that's the thing. That's the way I'm looking at it first.
So then my next question to go along with the scheduling aspect of it is Dan Lanning, he wants it done by January 1st. Will you have to eliminate the conference championship games?
Why?
Because
recruiting?
No. Because
why does he want it done by January 1st?
Because I think they don't like the idea of this continuing and kind of going head to head with the NFL playoffs.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
And so I think that's part of it. But if that's the case, you already start at the end of August. It feels like a scenario where you'd have to be done by Thanksgiving. So then you could start playing all these playoff games, but then your playoff games would run parallel alongside with some of the other bowl games. And so these are all ideas that I just don't know how they all go together.
Yeah, no, I understand. Corey opening packs is more annoying than the chick chewing gum. It's mostly jealousy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm jealous of me too right now.
Yeah.
I understand that. I see where you're going with that. I don't. You know what? I don't care.
Oh, okay. Well, then this is an interesting scenario. Somebody brought this up, and this has been true for quite a while now. You have to win 16 games to get to win the Texas High School State Championship, but now you're at 16. And so, if you added, and if you went from 12 to 24, some teams might have to play 2 more games in that scenario, but certainly everyone would have to play at least 1 more. And
I did it, Kevin.
What did you do?
I hit the bowl card. I got the bowl card.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. So I got Rick Barry shooting underhand granny shots, right?
You like that title, right? Ball of Duty?
I got a Dwayne Wade card.
See, and I really want you to hit something big.
Dude.
Because you know what happens here at the card shows? When people hit something big, you'll hear people screaming and going crazy and everything like that, and it's super duper fun.
You know, Kevin, this is one of those guys, I liked this guy. I liked Dwayne Wade before 2006. I watched this kid at Marquette. I thought he was a player. And I was like, dude, I love the idea of fall down, get back up. You know, that ad that he had going for a while. But he's irritated me. Dirk's forgiven him, and I appreciate that about Dirk.
You're
I just
not
don't
as big
know.
of a person as that?
Yeah, I'm not that guy.
Okay, and then if you missed the conversation we had about college basketball, this obviously goes into college football and all NCAA sports. The NCAA has asked regulators to suspend college prediction markets.
Okay.
So like we talked about, you're looking at 39 college basketball players right now that are facing charges, and you can't help but wonder how much that happens in other sports. And so what probably doesn't help is if there's all these active gambling markets for that. Ooh, who is that?
Will Riley.
Okay, I like
from the Washington Bullets.
Yeah, I like the basketball border parallel.
Yeah, that's
I wish
cool.
that was Cooper Flag, and then we would have lots of money and go party. Well, you'd have lots of money.
Nah, we would have money, Kevin. That would be our money.
And so let me ask you this. The NCAA has asked the federal regulatory body to stop prediction markets on this. Who's going to win out? The NCAA or all of these other? Hell, I mean, we run advertisements for Kalshi. I do spots for Underdog. There are a lot of powerful companies
I think those
out
entities
there.
are winning.
Yeah,
I don't think the NCAA can win. I think it's nice in spirit for them to ask.
Yeah,
because they're like, we need some help trying to control and police this just a little bit. Otherwise, you guys might get screwed over. That's what they're trying to tell them. And those people are like, we don't care. We're raking in the cash.
Is there any part of you that thinks we've devoted enough resources to this and we couldn't figure it out, so we don't want to devote any more resources? Government, step in.
It's going to happen. I mean, it is happening, isn't it? Right now with the point shaving situation. So, yeah, absolutely.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Somebody hit.
I told you people will get, when they're making big purchases or if they get big hits, you will see boxes that cost tens of thousands of dollars being opened up here. All right, coming up next, it feels like it's right about that time for a Stars and Mavs super segment. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He just never stops his feet from moving. And Marino on that.
John Marino, straight up, straight down, back of the net, 2-1 Utah.
Man, there are so many cool things happening right now at the Dallas Card Show. You got folks in matching suits, which is obviously amazing. Also,
those are Pokemon suits, too.
I love it.
Those are Gasly's, I believe.
From the 469. All right, guys. I'm less than an hour away, and I've been driving from north of I-40 in Oklahoma just to be there.
This is what you asked for yesterday. You were like,
yes!
Don't tell me you live around the corner.
That's what I'm talking about.
Tell me you came from Columbia.
That's what I'm talking about. And also, somebody followed up with us about going to Rangers fantasy camp. You remember when we had that discussion? And they got Pudge Rodriguez's name placard from the locker room and got him to autograph it and got to take it home with him.
Really? Oh, that is awesome.
So, I mean, I love it when people follow through, and he's like, obviously this is amazing, but
That's
it
really
was
cool.
just the experience.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That was so freaking cool.
One of the guys at MoneyWorks, not David Dustin, but one of the guys that works there, he goes to that camp in Arizona.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, he was like,
that's right.
It's an absolute blast to go do that. So, that was a really great thing, too.
And go to the camp.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, this is
also, hold on, you did point out Monday, Hurtado Barbecue, correct? If you want autographs, you can come out here. You can also go to Hurtado Barbecue in Dallas on Monday from 7 to 8. Jared Sandler's hosting.
Yeah.
Josh Young.
First 100 people, I do believe, to get that Josh Young autograph. I love that. By the way, just as an aside, one of the autograph guests out here, Jace Young. His brother.
Look at that.
So, yeah, super fun out here at the Dallas Card Show. Now, we will get to the Mavs and the Stars. But first, we have baseball news. The New York Mets are like, hey, we lost every player, and we didn't win any of the auctions that we're going to go for. So our new strategy is to gather every possible infielder, and they have signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year, $126 million deal.
Dang.
So 3 years, $126 for Bo Bichette. But think about this. This is going to sound like a weird statement. Like when you make $126 million, it's a good day, right?
Yes.
But remember, one of the things we discussed last week is the word on the street was that he wanted a contract of $300 million. Now, obviously, it would have been a significantly longer contract, but take a look at what's happened in the market in the last 24 hours. Bo Bichette signs a 3-year deal, but he does get $42 million per year. Kyle Tucker, he only signs a 4-year deal, and he gets $60 million per year.
Yeah.
And so shorter, but for higher
Yeah, you did bring
per
this up.
year.
It's fascinating. This is another thing, too, Kevin, I thought about whenever I was watching Kyle Tucker ink that deal. How glad are you that the one time he's had the worst slump of his life was during the run of getting where the Rangers were on their way to the World Series?
I love it.
He was just miserable in that ALCS.
Yes.
And we benefited. Dude, I remember there was a ball that got hit out of the park, and he went to go try and catch it, and then he just slumped up against the wall and was like, "Oh my, everything's so sad."
Yeah.
And then
I hated it because I wasn't positive if he had caught it yet. Even though he was.
That's right.
Even though he was slumping, I was like, oh no, I can't tell. By the way, from the 682, Kevin, can you please find out for me what one-piece boxes you should open to try to pull a banger? I do know they have one piece here. I just don't. I mean, we only went into the main hall for a minute to grab these boxes.
Yeah.
So I haven't been able to see.
I'll go look.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay, well, look, we might have you stay on the show.
You know what? I'll ask sales guy Cody if he'll
Okay.
go check and see if he can find some
Sales
one
guy
piece.
Cody is kind of sore at you for opening cards without him. Though.
Well, that's why we have yours.
Okay.
We have yours, so Cody can be here for that.
That is a fair point. All right, we played the Stars highlight. Don't steal my cards. Don't steal my cards. We played the Stars highlight to come back, and unfortunately, second, third, fourth verse, same as the first, just like we talked about the other night. It's the second game in a row. The Stars end the game with their top 6 skaters pressing for 3 minutes at 6-on-5. Now, they were not able to score a goal. They come up short. They lose to Utah 2-1. One of those goals that got scored bounced off Jake Ottinger's mask.
Wow.
But this was just an absolutely brutal road trip for the Stars.
Yeah, and you know what here is crazy, too, is like, Kevin, you could sense it. I bet Robert Tiffin could tell us for sure. You could sense that thing every interview, every time that that they stepped onto the ice. It seemed like they were all ready to get back and ready to get away. And here's what's kind of crazy is, as of yesterday, I believe, or going into yesterday, they were still second in all of hockey.
Yeah, and they got so far ahead.
Despite this ridiculous stretch that they've had, they're still second. But you could sense that amongst the group. Now, Kevin, this is where I start to question and have thoughts about the coach.
Okay.
I'm sure that Glenn Gulletson is a brilliant mastermind when it comes to on-ice stuff. But you have to be a psychologist. You have to be a motivator. You got to be a person that people are like, we don't know what's going on. You got to be able to tap into them. And this is where I'm hopeful. This is where I don't know. Pete DeBoer might have been beautiful at that, you know. He might have known exactly what these guys are dealing with. And I don't know that about Glenn Gulletson yet. And that's something like, you have the talent on this roster. How do you get them to pull themselves out of this thing, this funk right now?
And by the way, just keep an eye out on Utah. Utah has been playing better, and they're one of the teams that is looking to break free of the wild card and make a run at probably 2 or 3, because Colorado is still winning all the freaking time. But for the Stars, they're 2-5-3 in their last 10 games. But keep in mind, realistically, those 3 are just pulled over into the loss column, though you did get a point for each of them. That means 2-8 in their last 10, and obviously the streak can be pulled back even further. It's not been great hockey, although I guess last night I did think it was much better hockey from the Stars. Sometimes you run into a hot goalie. This wasn't a game where the Stars lost 2-1, and I'm like, yeah, and they should have lost 2-1 because they couldn't get Jack S going on offense. I did think they had significantly more coherent runs with the puck, runs at the net, better puck control than we had seen in some of these recent 10 games, but you ran into a hot goalie, and Ottinger played well outside of the fluky goal, and you get nothing out of it, man.
Yeah, and that's a brutal kind of night when you're on a brutal stretch like that. These dudes can't wait to get home. And I don't know if that's going to fix it. That's the other thing that I don't know.
Yeah, and that's part of the thing is they had played so well on the road throughout the year. If they had been like a mediocre road team, I've been like, well, what can you do? But they've been so good on the road this year.
Yeah, and so you kind of felt like you could hang your hat on that, right?
Yeah.
Well, now, do you have a clue what you can hang your hat on with this team? I don't know anymore.
I worry that the Stars will essentially turn into the hockey version of the Hall of Very Good. And the Hall of Very Good can do great things for you in the regular season. And then it can get you stomped out pretty quick in the playoffs. But the good news is it's only January. You have time to figure it out. Plus,
the playoffs are 6 months long.
Yeah,
so.
It does feel like that. Plus, you brought up the astonishing fact that they still have the second most points in the league, despite they have been playing poorly for 12 games. 12!
Yes.
That's a fourth of the games they've played. They've been playing poorly, and they still have the second most points in the NHL. It's just frustrating because now you've found yourself in a position where it feels like your best shot's going to be C2, so finishing second in the Central, when it looked like you were prepped to maybe just stay right on the heels of Colorado.
And how much does that really matter?
I think it matters because then you would get a theoretically inferior opponent in the first round. But either way, you would have to play Colorado in the second round if they advance. So maybe not. Not much.
No, and I mean, like this is when you're watching a Colorado do what they're doing, and you're like, crap, there might not be a way to catch them. You just kind of have to go, okay, how do we lick these wounds a little bit and make sure that we are at our best by the time we get to the playoffs? A long way away. And then a very long playoff run. But you got some work to do to get there.
You know, earlier, and I want to get to the Mavs, but since we had talked about the Kyle Tucker deal, since we just talked about the Bo Bichette deal, if you missed it, 3 years, $126 million signing with the Mets. From the 214, I was thinking this, and I'm really glad that you texted this in. Will Bellinger now only get a 3 to 4 year deal? Because supposedly the Yankees were willing to go to 5.
Good question.
And that was a non-starter because Bellinger wanted 7. Well, when you see the 3 year deal, the 4 year deal, I wonder now if Bellinger all of a sudden is like, 5 doesn't look too bad whatsoever. Yeah. And from the 469, hey guys, is it just cards or is there also memorabilia? Anything that could be conceivably considered in the world of sports collectibles is here.
Or the comic world.
Yes.
Pokemon comics.
Absolutely. TCG, they got all TCG stuff. But yeah, if you, I mean, you'll see autographs here, you'll see jerseys, you'll see pennants, 8x10s, bigger photo pennants.
Oh, okay.
Not Michael Penix.
That would be cool.
And
though.
so, everything you could conceivably imagine in that world is here.
So the stuff that you probably had in your bedroom.
Yes.
Probably hanging up on your wall.
It's your wall come to life.
Yes, exactly.
From the 940, that should be their new tagline. Sorry, guys, I need to stay away. I already have over 500,000 sports cards. That's why you need to be here, because you can sell here, too.
Yeah, sell 400,000 of those.
Oh, my goodness.
For $12 billion.
Okay.
Every one of them's worth a lot, I bet.
Well, yeah, every single one of them. If you can make that happen, go for it. In the meantime, will you go ahead and give me cut number 5? Because we did say it was going to be the Stars and Mavs super segment.
Now Nembhard up ahead. A wide open 3 for Klay Thompson, and there it is. Well, there's been Dame time, but this is Klay's day. Number 2,805 to move him into 4th in NBA history.
And yes, the gum chewer is here.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to have? We can have her on again.
I was just letting everybody know. They keep asking.
Oh, okay. Yes. If you want to walk on in and ask for Kate, I'm sure they can find her for you. All right. I don't know how many people were locked in on the Mavs Jazz game yesterday, man. Especially because Cooper Flagg wasn't going to play as well. The second game he's missed all season. The Mavericks win 144-122, and this is going to sound weird, in a game that was not even that close.
Nope.
Utah made, not a comeback, but they cut in to the deficit in the fourth quarter. But, yeah, this game felt like it was pretty much over after the first. Certainly it felt like it was over by halftime. But once again, you're seeing Najee Marshall able to contribute offensively and get above 20 points. You've seen that numerous times in the last handful of games. But, Corey, it also goes against your idea of losing to the teams that you might be better than.
Yeah,
and in the same.
You get their win rate up. And so you stay the same, but you go compete against the teams that are better than you.
Sure.
These teams, they need the wins. All right, they need them so that you can get better draft position if that's what y'all are really after.
Yes.
All right, so go ahead and do that. But hey, man, when you got Klay shooting like that, last night playing the way he was, that's the way it's going to happen sometimes. These dudes are competitive. Some of them are playing for other teams to show they still can be on a contender. Sure. There's lots of things going on, and you know what? I like watching Klay do something like that. Last night he was pretty impressive. That was a pretty good night from him.
And I've got 2 more Mavericks nuggets for you. We can expand on either one or pick them up later. Cooper Flagg ranks top 50 for points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks in the NBA this season. Since the merger in '76, only other 3 players that have ever done that for a season: Ben Simmons, Lionel Simmons, and Michael Jordan.
Crap. So we got Ben Simmons
or Michael Jordan.
Who's Lionel Simmons?
He was a big deal for a second.
Yeah, he was in the Commodores.
No, not
Lionel Richie.
But that didn't really work out. And then probably more important for Mavs fans,
lead singer for Kiss.
That is Gene Simmons.
Gotcha.
Tim McMahon is reporting that Patrick Dumont did reach out to Dirk to mend the relationship, and Dirk is open-minded, but the thing that he added, because I'm sure he felt like this was the case before, he's not interested in being a glorified mascot.
I don't want to be an honorary guy. I want to be in on decision-making, because the ones you made last time were ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let me help out with this. Yeah. go ahead. I'd love to have Dirk around for
Yeah,
something like
absolutely. And so I think we're all hopeful that is going to happen. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Dallas Car Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard at the Marriott. If you want to stop on by, we would absolutely love that. General admission opens when our show ends at 2. But if you got VIP access, you can get into the show and all the great deals right now. Coming up next, Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL divisional round games are you most excited for this weekend? Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next GBAG Nation, we'll have Nick Harris.
One Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Johnston in motion, 4th down. Herbert hit to end it. Milton Williams.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
Dip it and sip it. I like the fact that people here did that. Kevin,
even at the card show.
I just wanted to point out because
Are you looking up card values?
Well, I know I sent the Frank Lindsay card to Mike. I texted him a picture and he said 460. That's a number. He was like, "Oh, Frankie," but that made me go, "Okay, well, how many did he give up to Henry Aaron?"
Okay.
And then it got me to a website where I'm looking at all the people who gave up home runs to Henry Aaron.
Oh, my gosh.
Who do you think gave up the most home runs to Henry Aaron? Then I know you're like, come on, dude. How am I supposed to know all the pitchers of the 70s?
Because it's not cool if I say Mike Bassett.
I know.
I'm just kidding.
Because Mike was not there, yeah.
Jim Cott.
It's a good guess.
Okay.
But Don Drysdale gave up 17 home runs.
I mean,
he went up to the plate. If he saw Don Drysdale was pitching, he was like, "Oh my gosh, what a day!
Today is my day. I'm going to rock it and send him yard."
Yeah.
I freaking
and
love that.
Bob Friend gave up 12, so he was friendly with him.
Okay, so this and Tom Kite
Mm-hmm.
have become your new obsessions.
Claude Osteen gave up 14.
Oh, the pastor.
Yeah, I believe so.
No, that's
he won't open his
Joel.
doors.
Yes,
but he would give up home runs.
All right, jeez. All right, for gridiron gravy.
Sorry,
I'm going to start with.
It's true.
Which one of these playoff games is most intriguing to you?
Okay. Oh, are you going to give me the list, or am I just supposed to
There's only 4 of them. You don't know the game?
It's Bears-Rams.
Okay.
Bears-Rams is the one for me, mostly because of the Bears. I'm fascinated by them. I think the next one would definitely be Broncos-Bills, but Bears-Rams, because we kind of just assumed the Rams were going to run through everybody this year because of the MVP.
Yeah.
But they things have gotten tough for them as the teams have gotten a little tighter. They're still a good team, but the Bears are a team that everybody counted out before the season. Throughout the season, everybody kept saying this isn't real. And then here we are in the playoffs after they did what they did in the fourth quarter against the Packers. And I'm like, man, the Rams better be prepared for something like that. So this could be a fun game. I heard somebody do one of the sports minutes, and they said that it's going to crush the Rams and Matt Stafford in the 2-degree weather.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, didn't Matt Stafford play in all this back in the day, though? Like, he knows what it's like to play in cold, but does he remember what it's like to play in the cold because he's been in L.A. so long?
Yeah, I'm always intrigued by that factor of it's not just going to be cold, it's going to be bitterly cold.
Yeah, you're playing in an ice box.
And how that impacts it. All right, Jacob, which of the NFL divisional round games are you most intrigued by?
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Buffalo and Denver. I think just for the playoff-wide storyline for Josh Allen that I feel like has been building up for years now, finally has a playoff run where he doesn't have to go through Burrow, Lamar, and Patrick Mahomes. And this is kind of his year, and I think he knows it. I've also talked a lot of smack about the Broncos and how I don't really believe in them, and I think Bo Nix is a system quarterback who's going to lose you a game when it comes to a big game moment. So we're going to see if this defense with the Broncos is for real, which I think it is, and see how many plays Josh Allen can make to try and beat that team. But, yeah, this is the one I got circled.
Yeah, those are, Kevin, I think those are the 2 most fun games to be involved with this weekend. Nothing against the Niners, Seahawks. We'll get to those, I'm sure, in just a moment.
Can I tell you mine then?
Nothing against the Texans and Patriots. But, so hold on. Are you saying then that now that Sam Darnold might not be playing?
He's playing.
I don't know, this oblique injury, Kevin. We got to find out which oblique it is, because for a thrower, is it the oblique underneath your arm that's the most important, or is it the pull side? So yes, Kevin, please tell us.
I am most intrigued by the Patriots and the Texans.
Why?
I've thought a lot about this, and I'll tell you why.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
You probably have.
Oh, yes, I have. I am prepared to make this proclamation before the game begins. The Houston Texans are a good football team. That means for the first time in 3 months, the New England Patriots are going to attempt to be a good football team. Now, they couldn't do it against the Bills. The Chargers are not a good team. Where the Texans are, have they won 10 in a row? They have been on a roll, and I realize people have questions about their offense. Their defense is unbelievable. But yeah, man, Jacob, when you said you have doubts about Denver, I have doubts about New England. I'm not saying that Drake May isn't going to be a huge, ginormous star eventually, but they have one of the weakest schedules for a playoff team in modern NFL history, and I don't still think they've played a whole bunch of teams, and so that's the game. I want to see if
defense,
Houston takes them down.
This defense paired up. Now, here's the thing. I think that the defenses match up nicely here.
Yeah, their defense is good, too.
Offenses don't. Stroud just looked so... I got a lot of questions about that center quarterback snap exchange, but this is a great test for Drake May for sure. I think you're on this. Like, how good is that offense really? I think they run the ball effectively, and whether Willie Marks can do that for the Texans and Nick Chubb, that's a different story. They love to go through the air with Nico Collins potentially being out. That's another question mark in this one. But Kevin, this is a really good. You're right. This is going to be a really good, fun Sunday game, and I'm really looking forward to it.
By the way, I know he's the B side to this quarterback matchup, but is this a chance for C.J. Stroud to break away from the idea that he's the QB who's kind of there for the ride this year?
Man, a lot of people think that. A lot of people say that. Our fan text has been saying that a lot lately, too. And Kevin, his rookie year, he looked like the one driving everybody around.
Yes.
And then the last year, you were like, okay, let's go ahead. And everybody, my friend, big Texans fan, he was like, look, this is all about how bad our offensive line is. And for the most part, they went out and tried to fix that offensive line this offseason. And then you get what you did get.
Yes.
A guy that doesn't look like he belongs in the playoffs. But he was very fortunate that his defense was ready and prepared to go. That being said, that's why they built the defense the way they did. They wanted D'Amico Ryans wanted a defense like this. He wanted a defense that could protect his quarterback and them. They just need to figure out how to run the ball more effectively to be one of those power kind of teams.
Yeah. By the way,
more effectively. They were Marks had a pretty damn good game.
Yeah.
He had a really good game against Pittsburgh the other night.
And look, you made reference to Sam Darnold. They do expect him to play in that game, but obviously that would be a big deal if he didn't. But speaking of things that are supposed to happen but still haven't, do you think it's weird at all that the Giants and John Harbaugh still don't have a contract? Wasn't that announced like 36 hours ago?
It is a little weird.
I'm just asking.
It is a little weird because wasn't it announced that they were closing in on the deal? It hasn't been announced yet that they have officially agreed. But you're right. I wonder if there's when it comes to this, if there's a little bit of all right, now who do you want as your coordinators? I wonder if there's that conversation going on that's kind of slowing some things down just a little bit. I think it's an agreement. And we'll be there in New York here in just a little bit to ink this guys, but I got to make sure I get my guys together.
By the way, and with the idea that John Harbaugh is going to the Giants, because I know the Titans were interested in him, they have their interview scheduled with Mike McCarthy coming up in the next couple of days, so just keep an eye out on that. Stephen Jones said they're making good progress in the D.C. search. The thing that I thought was fun about that is he goes, we'll interview as many people as it takes, half a dozen, 10, a dozen. And I'm like, don't you already have like 8 or 9 interviews set up that we're aware of?
Yeah.
So it'll be more.
You should have just left out half a dozen already.
Yeah.
But he limited it to 12, huh?
I mean,
as many as it takes. And then he was in a range of only.
No, I don't think he was capping it.
Okay.
At 12.
I think. Look, man. I do think that you need to have a targeted group that you go after. But I like that they're interviewing more, but it seems like the quality of the more is the most important part for me.
All right. My next question for you. Are you ready?
I hope so.
Are you not ready?
I am ready.
Okay. Well, it's kind
I was born ready.
Okay, I actually forgot.
You know what? As a matter of fact, let me ask the questions.
Oh, okay.
How dare you? Is that a question or an accusation?
I think it's an accusation.
It feels like it has a question mark on the end of it, but it comes across as an accusation.
Because would you say, how dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
I don't feel like that has the same
nah
oomph behind it.
Nah.
Okay, so a couple more things for you. The Chiefs fired their running backs coach and had 2 other assistants leave. So kind of like the Chargers we're talking about, the Chiefs are cleaning some things out as well. But I want to talk about Howie Roseman and the Eagles real quick. Are they really not interested in trading A.J. Brown, or is Howie Roseman a smart man who knows how to get the trade market started? He said about A.J. Brown, I don't know. You don't want to give up on great players. And A.J. Brown, he's a great player. All right. Is he doing
And that's what we're trying to do.
Is he doing what he actually, is he saying what he actually believes, or is he like, well, I don't want to piss A.J. Brown off anymore, or I don't want teams to think we're giving him away, so I got to make it feel like we want to keep him?
Yeah, he's working the market.
Okay.
And this is what Howie Roseman does. He runs circles around most of the GMs in the NFL. And he knows exactly what he's doing when he's trying to make a move like this. But he also understands that they have a very toxic environment in that locker room right now, and they got to figure out how to fix it.
Okay.
And that's one of the key polar parts of it that's screwing things over.
And by the way, as we go to break, I'll let people ponder. Did I ask Corey if he's ready because I temporarily forgot the question I was going to ask? I will let you decide if that is what happened.
We should have just gone to break because
coming up next, prop bets and predictions for the NFL divisional round next, right here, live from Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard at the Marriott. And, Corey, I want you to consider something. There's a lot of people here, right?
Yes.
They haven't even opened up general admission
You're kidding me. So, hold on. So, general admission opens at what time?
2 o'clock, right when our show's over.
Okay.
We set it up like that.
So, because we're generals, not like Dawson.
Oh,
we're just
at ease.
we're general people.
Oh,
we're
okay.
not.
That's true.
We're just guys.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah,
dudes that love
that's-
cards.
that's true.
And so that's smart. That's a smart decision on our part. So all these people, these are all VIPs. Is what you're saying right now?
Yes, and vendors and everything like that. And there are people from everywhere. Don't eat that,
Okay.
Mike. All right, right now, prop bets and predictions for the NFL divisional rounds. How many, I feel like this is an over, how many tush pushes will the Bills run in their game?
You mean their modified version of
Yes,
the tush? Because it's
correct.
different than the real tush.
They
push.
count it. The over-under is only half.
2.
See? So you got
I'll
to take the over.
Yeah,
on
I'm
it.
taking the over on this one, man. I'm
All right.
definitely taking the over. That being said, Denver's a tough defense. I wonder how many of these short yardage situations they will be in. That's a good, man. I like that one a lot. That's fun.
Okay, now next one.
Because I feel like, because and here, I'm sorry, I got to elaborate a little more here. Denver had a lot of sacks this year. And I think on second and third down situations, they might be pressuring on second down to make sure that Josh Allen has long distance to go on third down.
Yeah.
So I can totally, like, they're one of those teams that they can force you into long situations because they can get to the quarterback so well. So that might be a really, that's a savvy bet.
Yeah,
But I think
yeah.
that going over is the smart way to go.
By the way, from the 601, are there any $1 million cards there I can buy? I bet there is, because I have seen a $750,000 card here. And I've seen numerous cards.
I've seen $1 million card here.
Here? Okay.
I held it.
I don't remember that one.
It was a Babe Ruth card.
Ah, very nice.
Because that was the one time I think you handed it to me, or maybe you weren't here, but Kyle handed it to me.
Yeah.
And he was like, "You ever held $1 million in one hand?" And I was like, "Nope."
Yeah, and
not even in two hands.
There are numerous six-figure cards here as well. Okay, this one's tricky. I'm going to get you, Corey, and Jacob to answer this one. How many total fourth quarter lead changes will there be this weekend?
Okay, well, with the Bears, it's got to be like 6, right? Like that's
it does seem to be their MO, does it not?
I think the Broncos and Bills will do it once. I think the Patriots and Texans will do it twice. So that's 3.
Oh, so you think all these games?
I think there's going to be 5 total.
Okay.
I think there's going to be 5 total lead changes throughout the playoffs this weekend.
Jacob, how many total fourth quarter lead changes will there be in the divisional round?
All right, I'm going to go with 3 in the Bills and Broncos game.
Wow.
I'm going to go none in the 49ers-Seahawks game. I think the Seahawks take care of them pretty early. Give me 3 as well in the Rams and Bears game, and then I'm going to go 0 again in the Texans-Patriots. So give me 6.
You guys are going to love this then. And I do believe, I think it was the Jags-Bills game that had 4 lead changes in the fourth quarter alone. I think this number is pretty low. Over-under for that, 2.5.
Okay.
For the entire weekend.
Yeah, maybe they feel something that we're not getting. Maybe they're like, look, what just happened this weekend, not going to happen again.
Look, if you were going to make a play on something, this is what I think you should make a run at, is more than 2.5 lead changes in the fourth quarter for all the games combined.
Wow. Okay.
All right. I think we're going to go to Jacob for this one. Will the Bears win after trailing in the fourth quarter this weekend?
Oh, man. You know, my heart is telling me yes. And my mind is also telling me yes. So, and I'm going to go even further. I think they're going to be down double digits in the fourth quarter and come back to win once again.
If that is the case, you can get 3-1 on your money. The Bears will win against the Rams after trailing in the fourth quarter. Will the Texans score a defensive touchdown, Corey Majors?
No. And, that being said, like, that was a bad Steelers team.
For sure.
This is a potentially good New England Patriots team based on how this game goes.
I will make my determination off this game.
But like you kind of knew that something like that had the possibility, the realm of happening. I didn't expect it to happen twice, but you kind of knew that was going to happen. I don't think that that's going to happen this week with them.
6-1 on your money.
For no?
For yes.
Oh, for yes?
Does that change your thought at all?
What is for no?
For no.
1 to 6?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. Yeah, for no, you have to bet $15 to win $1.
Let's just leave this bet alone then.
Yeah.
That's not going to work for me.
And those are the things that I'm always intrigued by is, do you think it's a good value? Maybe it's not going to happen, but do you think it's a good value? All right. Which 2020?
That is a good, like, I'll put $5 on a bet like that, you know? Yeah.
Those are fun kind of plays. Will the Texans score a defensive touchdown? No, I already asked that one.
You already asked that, and I said no.
Which 2024 NFL draftee will pass for more yards? Your options, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Bo Nix. Which 2024 NFL draftee will pass for more yards in a game this weekend?
I think Bo Nix.
Ooh, Bo
Yeah, because
Nix.
Drake May, it's going to be tough against the Texans just in general. That's nothing against the Bills' defense. Caleb Williams, man, Bryce had a pretty good game. Gives Caleb Williams they run the ball so effectively. That weather's going to be so cold, so brutally cold. I think that they're going to say, you know what, let's ground and pound this one. So I'll go with Denver and Bo Nix on this one.
In your face, Jacob. Bo Nix is actually the lowest likely on the list at almost 2-1. So, something for you to consider. Now we'll go back to Caleb. What color will be the primary color of Caleb Williams' nail polish?
Oh, my gosh. Black.
All right. Well,
Playoff black.
Sorry he took that away from you, Jacob.
Oh, you said let's go to Caleb. I was like, all right, we're back to Caleb again. So that's my apologies.
Jacob,
on to you.
What is your pick?
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go navy blue, man. I'm gonna stay. He keeps it pretty conservative. Team colors, give me navy blue. But I do think there will be designs on top of the navy blue. I can't guess those though.
So primary color black is even money. Blue 2-1. Then if you want to go white, 4-1.
Will all of the designs, Jacob, will they all be Lil Wayne faces that he puts on his fingernails?
I think he's going to alternate Lil Wayne and foam cheese graters on each finger. I think that's my guess.
That's an amazing level of skill. I know people make fun of him for that. That's an amazing level of skill. I know other people probably do it for him. All right. This is a tough one right here. Will the Indiana Hoosiers outscore every divisional round team? Keep in mind, in their first two games, Indiana scored 38 and 56. So will Indiana score more against Miami than any of the divisional round teams will score in their game?
Miami's good defense. Like that's what they have hinged everything on so far this year. Indiana's proven to be able to take down good defenses. Kevin, I think no.
Okay.
I'm capping their points at 34, and I think somebody's scoring 35 in the NFL this week.
And that's what's interesting about this, because obviously you have 8 different options that could score all the points. But, Jacob, if you think the answer could be yes, 3-1 on your money. If Indiana scores more points against Miami than any of the divisional round teams do, 3-1 on your money right there. All right. Got a couple more. Actually, I have several more for you.
I bet you don't.
I do.
3-1 odds says you don't.
Oh, well, I'll take that bet. Kyle Juszczyk. Are you interested in an anytime touchdown from him?
I am.
At 8-1 on your money.
I am.
8-1.
Yeah, I really am. He's been such a key part to what they do also, man. Go back and Ted Wynn. I love Ted Wynn. Guest on the K&C Masterpiece frequently. He does some really good breakdowns. He's pointed that out, but like him being out there, so important to this team. I'll take a touchdown from him this week for sure.
Okay.
Now McCaffrey is an important and integral part of this, but
hold your thoughts on that.
That's gonna be a helpful play because he's a distraction sometimes when you need that from Juice.
What will be the longest run from Christian McCaffrey in this game?
26 yards.
Whoa, Jacob, longest run from Christian McCaffrey in this game.
Just because they're so good at safety, I'm going to go 19 yards.
It's a good play.
Well, gentlemen, I have another play for you. Over under on that 11.5.
Really?
For Christian McCaffrey's
and both of us feel
run.
like they're going up. Man.
And not only that, but it's not like you and Jacob said like 14 and 16.
Yeah, and he was giving Seattle credit with their safeties too.
Absolutely.
So he was stacking that there. Man, this could be one of those games. I just feel like that obviously both these opponents know each other so well. The third time they're going to play each other this year.
Right.
But I think that Shanahan is like, I know the defense well enough that I can crack open at least one of these during this game.
Now, over under longest Matthew Stafford completion
against the Bears, I'm going to go with 35 yards.
Okay, Jacob?
Oh, I'm going to go in the 40s, 42.
Now, this is trickier. Over under on that, 38.5. So you guys are right kind of equally on either, actually exactly equally, I think, on either side of 38.5 for that. Now, got a couple of look-ahead lines for you as well to kind of get an idea of what people think the hierarchy is in both the NFC and the AFC. The Seahawks are number one, followed by the Rams, because the Seahawks would be 6-point favorites over the Bears and 1-point favorite over the Rams, and then the Rams would be 6-point favorites over the 49ers, and the Bears would be 1.5-point favorites over the 49ers. So you see the 49ers at fourth in the hierarchy, then the Bears, then the Rams, then the Seahawks.
Interesting.
Does that feel...
It feels right.
Okay.
Considering that the Seahawks have home field advantage, know, and they got the bye week and everything. This feels pretty accurate.
Now, things are significantly closer in the AFC.
I bet, yeah. Because it's three young teams and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
These three young teams, Texans haven't proven themselves. The Broncos haven't yet either, even though they're the 1 seed. And the Patriots had a garbage schedule, I've heard.
And I'm telling you, man, I think these point spreads are going to swing, especially if the Bills win. But if the Broncos are in the championship, they'd be 1.5-point favorites over the Texans, 1-point favorites over the Patriots.
Oh, wow. Really?
Now, the Patriots would be 1-point favorites over the Bills, and the Bills would be a pick-em at the Texans. I do not believe that if the Bills beat the Broncos and go to the AFC Championship game, they will be a pick-em or an underdog on the road.
Oh, no, they'll be the favorite by absolutely. Absolutely. Even despite how good the Texans' defense is, people will be all over Josh Allen at that point for sure.
Now, I know I'm probably not going to be able to convince you of this, but right now, if you wanted to bet on Sam Darnold as the Super Bowl MVP, 5-1. What's fun about that? Josh Allen is 6.5-1. So right now, the gambling public is telling you, Corey, it is more likely
that Sam
Darnold is the Super Bowl MVP than Josh Allen or Drake May or Bo Nix.
They're trying to get the money now.
Because they think it's free
he's
money.
Not even gonna, he's not even going to make the Super Bowl. So let's go ahead and get that Sam Darnold cash while we can.
Sam Darnold right now is the second favorite to win Super Bowl MVP. Who would you guess is the first favorite?
Matthew Stafford?
Matthew Stafford is correct. He's about 4.25-1, whereas Sam Darnold is 5-1. All right, real quick.
That's interesting, too, because if Josh Allen does make it, he wins
For
it.
sure.
If they win it, he'll be the reason they won.
Josh Allen is in the Super Bowl. He will be the overwhelming favorite,
oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm sure, to be Super Bowl MVP. All right, so there are some of your prop bets. Now, coming up next, I want to get to some of your predictions for these games as well. Go ahead and tell me who you guys got. 877-881-1053. Plus, I'm thinking I got a combo platter for you. Old school band edition. Give us a sports opinion and then an older band that you still really love. We'll do all of it next, live from the Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan.
continue to coach. If he's let go, there'll be a lot of suitors knocking on his door for that as well.
Here's an interception for good measure. It's picked off by Bullock. And Rodgers is in his way, trying to make the tackle. Can't. And it's a touchdown, Texans.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Already a lot happening. It has been a busy day here at the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen at the Marriott. And
you're doing great, man. I'm so proud of you. And people might be like, what is he talking about? Hey,
that's how I learned.
If you want to do it right, then
new
do
information.
It that way, even though they say it the other way in the commercials.
So Josh Lowe on the move to the Angels. Gavin Lux on the way to the Rays as part of a 3-team trade. If you missed it late last night, Kyle Tucker with a 4-year, $240 million deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And then earlier today, Bo Bichette, the 3-year, $126 million deal with the Mets. So you're seeing some shorter year, higher value deals across Major League Baseball. But also from the fan text, from the 469, I think I just saw Alec or a lookalike hop out of a Blazer.
No,
Alec,
you definitely did.
Medford is here. Did you jump out of a Blazer?
Yeah, I did, because I do own a Blazer.
Like the car or the jacket?
The car that I got from Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell, because Justin Rudd is my guy. But yeah, I did. I can confirm that is true, and that's a big if true situation, and it is huge because I am here.
Okay, now guys,
all I heard was it is huge because I'm here, and
yeah, that's what he told the ladies at TNA Wrestling last night. All right, we have options right here.
Big and bulky and always in the way.
We can dive into
so they say
your predictions for the divisional round playoff games. We can go to our combo platter, or we can get more information from Jacob, since we have him here with us, about why he hates the Earth.
Well, we've gone through the Earth thing. Like, we've experienced that, and I like Jacob and everything too. He's one of my favorite people at our building. But Kevin, I think we really need to. I said one. I didn't say how high on the list, Alec. Don't get upset.
Wow. No, I was saying that was sweet.
I really want to do the predictions now.
Okay.
And then
combo. Okay.
And during the C block, you can open your cards.
Okay. Let's start with this then. First game of the weekend, Broncos versus Bills. The Broncos are 1.5-point favorites after the line opened with the Bills as 1.5-point favorites, but by the end of the night, I believe that on Sunday night, that it moved closer to a pick'em, and now the Broncos are favored. Broncos, Bills. Corey, we will start with you. Who you got?
I got the Broncos in this one. I think Josh Allen got a little banged up. He might be protected. He might try to protect himself just a little bit also. The Broncos have proven that their defense can pretty much stop anybody out there, and I think that Sean Payton, with an extra week to scout and watch and prepare for whichever opponent, I think he was probably preparing for both opponents. Once he saw who it was, he was like, all right, I already got a game plan in action, ready to go. I think that defense is going to handle up, and they're going to take care of the Bills.
Alec, Bills or Broncos?
Got to go with the Broncos here, just because I think the defense is superior in this game, and it will win you, not a championship in this case, but it will win you a playoff game, because I do think that it's weird to say this in 2026. If you can stop Brandon Cooks, I think that you're probably going to have a solid day defensively if you're the Broncos, because he has come to life. Then you just have to focus on Josh Allen and James Cook. Outside of that, I'm not too worried about the Bills offensively. I hate to say that because I want it to be Josh Allen's year, but I do think the Broncos defense is just that stupidly good and consistent that we're going to see something pretty from them.
I think that's a fascinating study too, if that happens. What Buffalo's going to be like, because McDermott's job, they're going to be calling for everybody's heads up there.
Yeah,
and everybody will give Josh Allen his love, but then they'll be looking at the roster going, what? We had every possibility, every possible chance. Have we aged out? It'll just be chaos in Buffalo if they lose this one.
Jacob, who you got?
Like the redheaded baddie, Alec Medford, I really wanted it to be Josh Allen's year as well. But I just think when you come into the playoffs, I think it's all about who's healthiest. And when the Broncos come in off of a week's rest, and I think they're just going to be the freshest team, and their defense is going to be flying off the ball. I see them winning comfortably in this one at home.
Okay, I will be the outlier then. I like the Bills to pull the upset. And
you also
win this
love
game.
to pay bills, too. Like, that's one of your favorite things to do. So this makes a lot of sense.
I know people hate on it, but if you pay that bill the second it's due, then you don't have to worry about
Feels
it
pretty
later.
good.
Yeah,
The,
all right.
the Phillies have reached, according to Bob Nightingale, a deal with 3 years, $45 million with JT Realmuto.
Oh.
$5 million worth of incentives.
He should have picked a different day to sign, all right? We got bigger fish to talk about there, but good for him. All right, next game, the nightcap on Saturday, Seahawks 49ers. This is by far the biggest spread of the weekend. Do it.
You know, here's the frustrating thing is I picked the Niners to close the season out and take it away from the Seahawks, and then they gave us like a 10-6 game. And I was like, what is this crap? So, you know what? I'll never do it again. I'm putting Sam Darnold in an NFC championship game. And the San Francisco 49ers, too many injuries to overcome this thing, even though they have a very good coach that's very well prepared. I just think that the opposite side has a very good coach as well, who's going to be very well prepared with a bye in his pocket.
Alec?
Oh,
you
man.
know you have to. You've been painted into a corner.
I know.
Do it.
I know.
Don't let anybody put you in a corner.
Yeah.
You know what? Nobody's going to put Medford in a corner. He's going to make the decision himself. I'm going to say 49ers here, and you know why?
Because you're a hater.
Kind of. But what I do think is that the reverse psychology of that power plant next to the practice facility is going to work here, and everybody's going to be on their A game this week. But, you know, I am going to play devil's advocate here and say that I think offensively Kyle Shanahan is just too good to make this thing anything but interesting. I think it's going to be kind of reminiscent of Rams-Panthers, where it's going to be some ugly moments in the game that are going to make you say, this team does not belong here. But then when it matters most in the clutch, they're going to make it a 3-point game, and you're going to say, how in the world did we get here? And then you're going to be on the edge of your seat, because that's what Kyle Shanahan offenses do. And then Robert Saleh is going to dial up some zero blitz on a third down that's going to completely eviscerate Sam Darnold, make him see ghosts for the second time in his career, and then it could get weird. So give me the 49ers here. Why not?
Jacob.
The Niners do know Sam Darnold pretty well, too. They're the reason he changed.
This is a new and improved Sam Darnold. Unless he loses, then he's dead to me. All right. Jacob, 49ers, Seahawks. I think you're on the Seahawks on this one, right?
I am on the Seahawks, as I stated earlier, but I do think that this game's going to be close through 3 quarters, and then I think Seattle's defense will prevail. But not before Christian McCaffrey breaks off a 12-yard run for a first down in the most meaningless fourth quarter we've ever seen to cash everybody's parlay. Give me the Seahawks.
Yeah, Alec, I don't know if you heard earlier, the over-under for longest McCaffrey run is 11.5 yards. And our fellas over here are like, oh, let's hit the over on that.
Yeah, go and smash the over on that one, actually.
All right, let's move on to Sunday. Patriots,
Sunday,
Texans.
Sunday.
I feel like I've made my feelings clear earlier. I'm looking for chaos in the AFC. The Patriots haven't beaten a good team in 3 months, and it doesn't start on Sunday. I will take the Texans, who I have put down as a good team. Unless they lose, then clearly I'll backtrack on that.
Kevin, I too am pulling for the Texans in this one. I feel like Drake May is going to be baffled by the defense that he sees before him, not really know exactly what's going on. Probably another low-scoring bout like we saw with Pittsburgh, but it's going to be right in the hands of what the Texans want to do. Lots of pressure coming his way. I know he can run. I know he's mobile. We talked about his mobility all up and down these rankings, but he's also mobile whenever he gets out on the field. But I don't think Drake May is going to be able to get away too much from Will Anderson and Hunter. So I think it's going to be one of those games. It's going to be kind of tough for him. Good learning experience, and Mike Vrabel's going to have to go sit back with the kid and say, look, we'll get him next year, kid.
Spicy. Alec Medford. You're picking the Patriots.
I'm taking y'all's narrative, I'm placing it gently on the ground, and I'm stepping on it numerous times. I'm actually stomping it out. I'm not going to be as gentle as I thought I was going to be. No, I think that I hate this because he's one of my favorite players in the league just as a person. I think C.J. Stroud is going to prove the S2 cognitive evaluation to be true, and he's not going to look like a good quarterback in this game because I do think Mike Vrabel is going to dial up some interesting looks. Vrabel's a big unscouted look guy, kind of like we've talked about with Brian Flores in the past, where he will throw you things defensively that you haven't quite seen all season.
Fair.
So I think you are going to get some variation, some multiplicity. I know Shoddy used to love saying that about
Great
Flores
movie.
before the Vikings game. He's multiple.
Yeah. Multiples. He loves to run multiples.
Yeah, Vrabel actually is. And so I think that's going to get to the Texans offense without Nico Collins.
Jacob, what say you?
You know, I think all the DFW area and Cowboys fans alike should be pulling for the Texans based on the implications it could have on the Dallas Cowboys. This is a game you're going to slam me under in. I think C.J. Stroud has one job, and that's to score 15 points and don't turn the ball over, and I think he'll do that. And I'm going to go with the Houston Texans.
He said be an underslammer.
By the way, over-under on that one, 41.5.
Oh, slam it. The under, not the over. Don't slam the over. That's a bad idea.
All right. Then finally, Bears and Rams. Gentlemen, Corey, we'll start with you. Who you got?
This is ridiculous because I thought that MVP Matt Stafford would be in the Super Bowl. However,
you got Caleb and Darnold in the NFC title game?
Ben Johnson. And quite honestly, Kevin, we really do need Chicago to help us get out of this time loop that we're stuck in because they created it whenever the Cubs won the World Series. Now we're stuck in this weird blip where life's been weird since that time.
But the Rangers won a World Series.
Yeah, but it's different. With now we need another Chicago team to do it.
Okay,
that's why the Chicago fan that is the Pope has been called into this as well. So it's a real weird situation that we're in. We're on a different timeline right now. But Kevin, the Bears. Ben Johnson has made me a believer. And in his first year, he's been able to not fix Caleb Williams, but get him to correct and start falling in line with what he's trying to accomplish. I think they have a talented team across the board. I think it's going to be a very fun game because it's going to be a lot of running from DeAndre Swift, and you're going to see a couple of other running backs out there doing their work as well. But I don't think this is going to be Matt Stafford's favorite game to go out there and sling it in 2-degree weather.
Alec, what say you?
I don't think it's going to be his favorite game to do it either, and I don't think it's going to be as pretty as I want it to be offensively for the Rams, but I do think that they get it done just because it's a mixed bag with Chicago for me still. I do think they are improving every week, and I talked about it a lot yesterday where I'm starting to gain more confidence in Caleb Williams, the game winner, not the game manager, which every quarterback needs to be a game manager in the NFL, but to be a game winner, the guys that you win because of, not that you win with, I think he is evolving into the guy that you win because of. I don't know if a Sean McVay team is the team that he can fully cement himself as that guy. I do think defensively the Rams will never get enough credit just because they don't have Aaron Donald there anymore. They don't have that game-wrecking name. They have 4 or 5 guys that will kind of rotate in that position of being the game wrecker and the annoying guy defensively. So give me the Rams. I think it's going to be really, really close, though. I do think that this could be another Matt Stafford MVP drive at the end of the game to win it. But, it might be a whoever has the ball last situation for me, and I think the Rams will.
Jacob?
We're going to figure out pretty quick where this game's headed. If the Bears are down 14-3 going into the second quarter, then I think it's pretty clear how it's going to end. The Bears are going to win. If the Bears finish the first quarter with a lead, it's not looking good. That is the opposite of having the team where you want them. I'm going to say, because I said it earlier, I think the Bears come back from down double digits in the fourth quarter to win yet another crazy game and continue this wild spell and continue the time lapse and get us out.
You know, I was going to pick.
I'm going to send you the theory on the time lapse.
Okay.
It's kind of wild.
I was going to pick the Rams, but I've told you most of my family is from Chicago, and I bring you this information.
And when you're back in Chicago, you feel it, is what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Has that already been dropped by Jacob?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But my cousin Julie, who is teaching in Arlington Heights, told me this. Cole Kmet, I know I'm saying that. I always say that weird. He went to high school in Arlington Heights, and they were having an assembly for him this morning. And there's a character known as Bear Man who is at all of the Chicago Bears games.
Bear Man?
Because of this assembly for Cole and the playoffs. The school where my cousin teaches hosted Bearman this morning, and because of that unquestionable momentum, I have switched my pick to the Bears.
Wow. So you don't. It's not because you believe in Caleb Williams. Or
I believe in Bearman.
Yeah. It's just because you believe
Some
in
cultures,
Bearman.
that could be me.
Kevin has often said this.
Huh.
And that's what I'll.
We should probably leave it at that.
Yeah,
all right. I'm scared. Well, fair enough. All right. Now we will move on to the combo platter. All content, no breaks right here. And this is something that was lingering since last Friday. So last Friday, it was Dave Matthews' birthday. And he turned 59. And this was information I don't think I was aware of, and it just really shook me. And so the combo platter has turned into old school band edition.
Okay.
Give us a sports opinion, and then what is an older band that you still really like? And I'm going to warn you, because you and I are similar in age, some of the answers on here are bound to hurt our feelings. Yes, I do. From the 469, the Cowboys need a real head coach, and NWA is great. Ooh, I like that. From the 817, oh, man, I don't know if we still have this, but this is an all-time great moment in fan history. We had I don't know who was on, somebody talking about mascots and everything, and he was talking to Skin, and he goes, "Are you familiar with the performance group NWA?" And Skin was just like, yeah, I know who that is. It was so freaking funny, man.
I probably do.
Yeah, it was amazing. But from the 817, Cowboys win the division next season, and the Beach Boys. From the 817 Sports Opinion, Texans lose to England, and they love Rush, and they play Rush during car rides and stuff almost every single day. Would you guys, Corey, would you like to start it off?
Yeah, I'll rock this thing right now. It's less of a sports opinion, more of a sports question right now. Is that okay? Can I ask you a question and have more of a conversation with you? Because I'm still fascinated by this sports shaving thing, this point shaving thing that's going on right now. When it comes to who's responsible, do you guys feel that the punishment should be even across the board for everybody involved, or that the people that take it to the players should have more of a punishment as well? Yes, the players have to be punished for accepting and moving on with it, but there obviously is a bigger entity that's pushing into that, and they have to be. I feel like they need to be levied even a bigger fine, bigger responsibility for this, because it wouldn't have happened if they hadn't been involved in it.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because like you're the one who you're being predatory on college kids to begin with. So yeah, I think that's probably fair.
Al, do you agree with that, or do you think that no, everybody needs to be punished equally?
Or maybe you feel the other way, that the athletes need to be punished the most?
No, I do think that if you are the brains of the operation, you should carry a little bit more weight, because, like Kevin said, I think you used the perfect word. It's predatory. It really is, because, I mean, I'm just a few years removed from being that, 18, 19-year-old kid that's trying to make ends meet and trying to figure out how to make more money in probably some dumb ways, and I would listen to anything. I understand what that's like, and you can find yourself going down some wrong paths.
Okay, can I ask y'all another follow-up question?
And granted, you say predatory. The CIA finds people that are like, that's how they get their people,
sure.
right?
Look,
they go find people that need it, are weak, or whatever, and they say, "Hey, we're going to expose this as much as we can."
What did we talk about
for
off
the good
air?
Of the country?
Yeah, what did we talk about off air? Is I was listening to something about Ruby Ridge, and that is a very similar path there. All right, let me ask you guys a question then. Would you think with the implementation of NIL that this would become less frequent at the college level? Or do you think NIL still, I know all kinds of athletes can get NIL money, but when we're talking about big money, it does still kind of concentrate in certain places. Here. And do you think that makes some of these athletes even more vulnerable, because they're like, well, this dude over here is making $200,000. Where's my cut?
Well, yes, I think that's an interesting part of it. I think the other thing too that you could kind of dive in on is, now some of these players have extra money to run with. And whenever before, now maybe you had a guy that was getting some under the table money from a booster, like, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you had that, but they were like, we are following the rules because we know what we could be SMU. So maybe they were more likely to follow those rules because they didn't want to expose the money that they were getting, and they were like, all right, so be quiet there. So maybe some of the money that's actually there is like, hey, man, what are they going to do to me? I got $2 million contract with so-and-so now.
Right.
I'm good.
Right. All right, man. Well, clearly, very intriguing sports question. And your old school band, do you want to fire off Cut 13?
Yeah, go ahead and do that for me, Jacob, because I was watching a documentary over Christmas break on this band, and I found out some amazing stuff, not only about the lead singer, but also about the band in general. And what's wild about the Counting Crows? Hit the music. What's wild about the Counting?
Yeah, you're supposed to play the cut.
I thought he was playing it already, but what's wild about them is like the band. You will hear them say that their lead singer Adam Duritz had a much different experience than them. They said Adam is famous. I'm a dad that plays guitar. And like his whole career, like he dated Jennifer Aniston and Courtney Cox. He was around the Viper Room all the time, but because of the dreads, and also because of his singing, everybody knew who he was. You're Mr. Jones guy.
Yeah.
You're the guy that sings. And that band went from, they're still the only band to play at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and not have a record deal. Nobody knew who they were when they were invited onto the stage to perform at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and so like it's a wild story about what they went through. I went through their first two albums, listened to those again, went back and listened to the whole thing while we were driving family trips during the holidays, and I was just like, yeah, man, I still dig Counting Crows, and it plays a big part in mine and Adrian's life as well because we're the same age, and those albums came out when we were in high school.
And that's the thing that and I'm sure this happens for so many people with maybe like friends, kids, or whatever. It's so weird to think about that as an old band because like the band I picked goes back a little further, but you're right, those are old bands.
Dude, I was one of the funny parts about this is the name Counting Crows. The way he's best friends with the girl from Weeds. Well, I can't remember her name, Mary Louise Parker. He's like, that's been his best friend for a long time in life.
I really thought you were going to say he's best friends with the Crow.
And he was sitting
100%. I thought that's what you were going to say.
He was sitting there. He was like, I was by the fireplace, and I had a list of all, a notepad that all these different names on it. And I looked up at a movie, and Vincent D'Onofrio and Mary Louise Parker in this movie, old movie that you'd never like. You were
it's
like,
a murder
what?
Of crows.
And he said he was walking. He was like, what's that poem about crows? And then he said, I ripped up the paper and threw it in the fire right then because that was the name, Counting Crows.
Oh, I love it. All right, Jacob, we're going to let you go next unless you don't have audio, and then you don't get to talk.
I do have audio. My interesting sports take is that the transfer portal. I'm actually staying in college sports here, and that's the transfer portal and everything going on in college sports right now has completely drowned out the college football national championship. I find myself not even thinking about that game going on Monday unless somebody brings it up or I see it on the news somewhere or I hear it on the radio. I completely forget that game's existing, and it could be because of probably the transfer portal, and it could also be because of the NFL playoffs. I think are just way more exciting than the college football playoff is right now. It could also be because maybe my team got eliminated in the first round and I'm being a little bitter. That's definitely a possibility. But I just think it's not.
Mine did too.
What'd you say?
No, go ahead.
And I just think I don't think it's as big of a deal as it is in past years, and I think the only way to fix this is a 16-team playoff.
Hit your audio.
My band that I'm going to go with as my old-time band is Fleetwood Mac. I think it fits in a lot of different scenarios. So you can drive up to work in the morning with it, playing kind of low, and it's a good music to wake up to. You can also play it at the gym if you like to crank it in your ears, and driving home from work late at night, you can crank it up as well in the car, and it fits that vibe too. So this is my go-to band. But listened to them about 5 years now. I was introduced when I was that would be 17. So that's mine.
All right. I like that you picked a band that wasn't a band that I thought was going to be too recent. And also, you can listen to Fleetwood Mac if you hate your coworkers. All right, Alec, Give us a sports opinion and then an old school band that you still love.
Sports opinion, gentlemen. We've got a lot, actually, but
just one.
I know, and I think this one actually came up last night because it kept me up. I was trying to sleep, and I couldn't stop thinking about how the Dodgers are ruining baseball, and I'm ready for a salary cap. I was against it for a minute. I was against it for a minute because I heard the arguments from various agents and players and some front office members that were speaking out against it over the past couple of years that were saying, hey, don't punish us because we actually like to reward our fans and stuff. And they made it sound kind of poetic and like it's doing a justice to the game and it's doing a justice to the fan base. But it's not. It's just not. Like, the fact that the Dodgers can use Affirm and Klarna to sign every single free agent on the face of planet Earth. You know, like, I'm trying to enjoy myself last night at the Curtis Colwell Center watching TNA Impact, their debut on AMC. I'm having a great time.
Our guy Mike Santana won the title back.
See? And I'm having a great time, and then I get an Apple Watch notification because there's no cell service there, so I'm like, oh, I'm finally getting notifications, cool. And it says, breaking news, the Dodgers have signed Kyle Tucker. And it ruined my mood, because I'm like, why? Why does this keep happening, and why is this allowed to keep happening? So I was upset that a lockout is likely in the future, but I'm kind of excited now because I want a solution. I don't know if it's a simple, like, cut and dry salary cap. I don't know if we need to be a little bit more stricter with the different aprons and stuff like the NBA is and have some different multipliers for different years that are just a little bit more harsh that do make it more difficult. Maybe we take away deferrals. Just say that's not a thing anymore after 2027. I don't know what the answer is, but I need some sort of cap to this egregious amount of spending. And then you look at the other side of the coin. The Mets, they're not free from this because what happens? They miss out on Kyle Tucker. What do? They go get the biggest name that's left on the board in Bo Bichette. So, and they said, hey, screw you, Dodgers, no deferrals on this one. So it's like, okay, I'll give you credit for that one for at least owning that deal fully, but it's just getting irritating as a baseball fan and especially as a Rangers fan because we don't like to do the spending money thing. Yeah. So it's just irritating.
And the band?
The band, you actually stole mine, but I realized that there is a band that I love that, and I was thinking about it on the drive here, they turned 30 years old this year.
Okay.
Coldplay.
Oh, man.
Coldplay's been around for 30 years.
They were founded in 1996, and so this will be their 30th year together with that group. They actually were making music before 96 with different members of the band. This iteration turns 30 years old this year.
In that documentary about the Counting Crows, Chris Martin, not pitcher for the Texas Rangers, Chris Martin, he said, I bought one of Adam Duritz's dreadlocks online and planted it in my backyard in hopes of growing my own little Adam Duritz. It did not work. And that was one of my favorite moments in that documentary.
That reminds me of when Mike said his wife lost her ring while she was gardening, and we're like, maybe it'll grow a diamond tree. Yeah. That did not
4
happen.
carrots.
Yeah. From the, I like that. From the two, but that feels like you'd be disappointed by that, right? You're like, I paid a lot for those. They've been the best carrots I've ever had. Like, all right. From the 214, Jerry, write the check for Jim Leonard to be the DC. And Rush is their favorite old school band. From the 817, Patriots to the Super Bowl, and Matchbox 20 is still awesome. And from the 214, they said John Mellencamp. Love them, love him as much as the Cowboys, even though that is a painful relationship.
That's when smoke was smoke and grooving was grooving.
John Mellencamp and John Cougar Mellencamp are the same person, right?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, Kevin. I think they're two different people, yeah. I'm just joking.
Oh,
yes,
my goodness!
It's absolutely the same.
I was getting really nervous, and you know what? I'm gonna steal this person's sports opinion to go along with mine because I freaking love it. From the 361, their band is The Used, and they said the Mavericks will get the number 2 pick. That would be freaking amazing. So I'm going to steal that and say the Mavericks will get a top 4 pick. And then if you could go ahead and hit cut number 12, this is my old school band that I still love.
Having a good time. Shooting star leaping through the sky
I swear.
I got a story about this,
Queen
Kevin.
is responsible for like every song anybody knows that's popular.
You're right, and you have always wanted to sing that on stage. Not this song on
Under
stage.
Pressure.
This song in particular, though, Avery was taking piano lessons, learned how to play this song to surprise me. He was like, I just wanted to surprise you with this, so he sat down and played this on the piano, and I was just stunned, dude. It's such a hard song, but I was very impressed.
Yeah, one of my dreams is to be on America's Got Talent with my band that I don't have, and we're in the finals, and I'm singing, and I climb up on the judges' table, and right when they're like, "This is ourselves," I do a backflip off the table, and then look at the judges and go, "Under pressure," and they're like, "Ah," and they go nuts. Now, there's a lot of things missing to make that happen, but it is a dream of mine, and I felt like I would share that.
With you if you were able to do it like on, it's like somewhere else, would you be all right with that?
Sure.
Okay, because like it's still a big kind of moment, but maybe not that show in particular. Okay, all right.
So,
all right, we'll see what we can do.
So, yeah, and then from the couple more, from the 940, Dolphins will hire the wrong coach as usual and Rage Against the Machine. Man.
Dang.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We've asked how far you would drive to see your favorite show, but how far would you fly to see your favorite team? Next on The Fan.
Ooh.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the...
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen at the Marriott, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. I believe we're about to try another combo segment here if you want to jump on the YouTube and the Twitch, where we're going to let Alec and maybe even our ad buddy Cody, who set this all up, open some Topps Chrome that we've bought here at the show while you do the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How are you getting those dudes on the Zoom, though? Is Cody logging into the Zoom right now? Because if they're going to be opening these cards, Kevin, they need to be on camera. We need to see what's happening. Right. By the way, Christy Scales called me just moments ago. The great Christy Scales.
She is great.
And she said, hey, I have a little addition for your segment, and I can't wait to reveal this to you. Before we get to that, though, Kevin, from the 903, for your information, otherwise known as FYI, heading to pick up my new truck from Platinum Chevy around 3.
Woo!
Handled it all remotely. Awesome experience. Tried this with another dealership. They had me drive out to Arlington, only to come out to find out the truck I wanted hadn't even arrived yet. Wasted my time and my family's time. Happy how this was handled.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, we do our best to try to screen the advertisers that we work with as well, and you will notice in almost every single spot that we do, it is somebody that we actively use or have used.
Yeah, and that's it's really important to us because we want to take care of the Tolo for sure, and so I'm just absolutely happy to hear that.
That's
from
super
them.
cool.
First, we're going to dive in on this topic, Kevin. It is, how far would you fly in order to see your team?
I flew to New Jersey in March.
Cool story, bro. On a scale from 1 to 10.
Felt like that was a pretty good answer.
No, it is. On a scale from 1 to 10, how insane is this guy, though? Australian Bears fan is taking a 19-hour flight to Chicago, spending just 39 hours in Chicago, and then hopping back on another 19-hour flight to go home. But this dude, his name is James Gardner, or Gardner, I don't know, one of those two. He's going to hop on these international date lines and get rolling. He is a Bears super fan, but not Bears man, obviously. He was born in Sydney, now lives with and works in Brisbane as a logistics consultant. So obviously logistics, he's like, I know how this stuff works. This makes a lot of sense for me.
That's crazy to think about, though. The amount of time he's going to be in Chicago is about equivalent to the 2 flights. That's okay. I guess I didn't go that far.
He said, my wife looked at me and said, you have to go. For us to get the second seed, for us to win against the Packers last week and come back like that, win, lose, or draw, I don't care. I just want to show support to the team that's given me so much this year. We put up with the dumb S for too long, right?
Okay, and how cool is that when you have a spouse? I know, like, every 1980s comedian would be like, women be shopping, and I just want to watch my sports.
Yeah.
And, like, but how cool is it when you have a spouse that supports that? Because my wife, that's the whole reason we went to the regional finals and the Final Four, because she's like, we got to go.
Can you imagine, though, making a plan for a trip like this only to find out that it's going to be like 2 degrees the whole time that you're there, too? And you're just like,
yeah.
And you're from Australia. I don't even know if they have cold weather in Australia.
Probably.
I don't know.
Though, to be fair, I also don't know. I'll say yes.
You only got as far as Germany.
That's true. I am not familiar with the temperatures in Australia. All right, while you're doing this, I think maybe y'all could each open 3 packs, and then whoever gets the best cards gets to open the last pack.
Yeah, whoever opens the best cards, or fight to the death.
Yeah.
Whoever.
Do you guys want to do Rochambeau for it?
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't know what that is.
Or fight
then
to
you
the
should
death.
say yes.
Yeah.
Who do you want to go first, you or Alec? Oh, he wants to pack battle, but also he doesn't have a mic.
Yeah, so
but
it's kind of
Rochambeau is when you kick each other in the nuts.
Yeah.
So they decided they're going to pack battle.
I'll go
instead.
first. I'll kick you in the junk as hard as I can, then you go second.
Look, Alec, you have a huge advantage here because you can just shout Cody down and be like, I have the best one because I got a base Jalen Williams.
I'm taking this one because it's got a nice wrinkle at the bottom, and I always think that the wrinkled or damaged boxes have priority here.
Okay.
They got Magic.
Okay.
Do you have a thing like that, Kevin?
No.
Where you where you're like, ooh, this is going to be the lucky one.
No, I mean, I used to, but then you know what I was lucky at? Nothing.
Yeah.
And so I usually kind of gave up. All right, let them do their thing. You do your thing.
Story number 2 to go along with the crazy Australian guy.
I'm listening.
Story number 2. Christy Scales called me moments ago and said, how far would you fly to see your Cowboys defeat the Buffalo Bills in Pasadena in 1992.
Oh.
So evidently, back in the day, in 1992, she had to write down like 108 questions. She came up with a trivia-style questions.
Okay.
And just outside of, I believe she said it was a Valley Ranch, they had this little tent area, this little area that they could do stuff. They had a trivia-style thing, and the winner, as soon as they won, hopped on the KVI helicopter.
Oh, by the way, what an awesome name that is.
The KVI helicopter. They hopped
Amazing.
on it and then flew to El Paso on the helicopter, stopped in El Paso. The next night, flew in the helicopter to Pasadena. And then they were there for the Super Bowl, watched the Super Bowl, and flew back home on American Airlines, courtesy of KVI helicopter. That is
pretty
such a cool story right there. And I was like, this is so awesome.
By the way, I can already tell we're going to have an issue with these cards because they pulled a Con Kneppel parallel basketball border. And I told them I have dominion over these cards. This is my box. And I want that one. But now they're going to argue over taking it away from me.
Cody's got a red.
Let's see. Is it a red or red, white, and blue?
Mine was Fred
though?
Van Vliet.
If it's a red, white, and blue is a parallel in there.
He's going through. Is that an Anthony Davis card? No.
It's Derek Lively.
Man, I want an Anthony Davis card so bad.
Is there if you want to play.
Is there a tiny part of you that's scared that Derek Lively
may never be,
could be like Anthony Davis from an injury
1,000%.
perspective?
Well, and with big guys, that's just kind of how it seems
Rudy
to happen
Gobert.
a lot of times.
Gobert, he started COVID.
That's right.
He did not start COVID.
He was the father.
When's the first time you really knew about COVID besides from Evan Grant?
Before that.
I knew about it because
I told you guys. Remember that whole trip I kept telling you guys, the world is about to shut down.
Wanted to do a bit on the airplane where he coughed a lot and wore a mask on the plane before COVID had shut our society
and Mike
down.
kept telling me that's not going to happen. My wife's a doctor. This isn't going to happen. And I was like, I don't know, Mike. It seems like this thing's getting rolling right now. And then it did. Is that a Jaden Hardy you just pulled?
That is. That's my second Maverick.
Nice. He scored very well last night.
Nice. I love Mavs.
All right,
dude.
I'm about to set up a deal with these two jokers. Let them keep opening.
Story number 3 in this conversation. Broncos fans are claiming Haley Steinfeld.
What?
Or Haley Allen. I don't know if she's changed her name or anything like that.
She's married to the quarterback of the Bills.
That is true.
What?
And she does have the video where they asked who was in the AFC East, and she said the Buffalo Bills and their 3 sons. And I still think that's one of the most hilarious.
Yes.
Or maybe she said Josh Allen's 3 sons. I don't know, but it was hilarious. But, Kevin, if you'll look at my computer, you will see one Haley Steinfeld dabbing in 2016.
Oh, no.
While also wearing a Denver Broncos coat.
Aww.
And so the Broncos fans have now found this picture and are tweeting it are tweeting it all over the place, all over the world, because that's how the internet works. And they are saying she is one of us.
But don't you think that Josh Allen could post
Hell
pictures?
Yeah, Broncos.
What?
Yeah, back
don't you
then.
think Josh Allen though could be like, no? She's a Bills fan.
Oh, she's definitely a Bills fan now. I just think it's really funny to go out there and be like, we found something from 10 years ago, and we are now using it to say that you were once our fan.
Do you kind of want to know more about, when Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen went on a date, and she was like, all right, look, I got to tell you, I've been a Broncos fan my entire life. Does that happen?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because Taylor Swift didn't know anything about football. She was an Eagles fan. Yeah, she literally, when she was like, I never would have thought I would date a guy like this. She's like, I didn't know anything about football. She said their first date was a crash course in football because she said, I want to know everything about it. And he said, it's like violent chess. And then she was like, okay, I'm in.
That's a neat way of describing it.
And now she says that she keeps up with who's on the secondary injury report. Like, is it a hamstring? Kind of stuff like that. So
well, probably not right now because their team is eliminated.
And they have extra time together.
But,
and he might not be, in the league anymore. He might decide to go ahead. He's got a very popular podcast. He's got a lot going on there.
All right.
So,
let me ask you a question. Tell me if you think this is going to go over well with these fellas. Here's the deal I'm going to make. I told you that I claim dominion over this box. Here's what I would like to happen. I would like this card. And then you guys
what
can
card
have...
are you talking about? Is it Lori Markkinen?
Oh, no, it's the Con-Kneppel.
Oh, Con-Kneppel.
It's the
Gotcha.
parallel basketball parallel, and then you guys can have all of the other cards. You're welcome. Oh, Cody doesn't think that was a good deal.
He threw the stack
I just
of cards
told
back at you.
Cody, I told you that if you know I love Duke basketball, we flew to New Jersey, for God's sakes, to watch Con-Kneppel play. And Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think.
All right, it was the whole team.
Uh-huh.
I love Malawach, too.
Uh-huh.
Who? Was that a movie?
No,
and this was the second one?
Come on, Malawach.
You love Malawach
Patrick
too.
Ngungba?
The next watch.
Okay.
Matt Gumba?
No, not Matt, damn it.
So are you going to give him that? Did you get that card? Is that your card?
I think
now?
we're going to have to negotiate.
Kevin, here's
there.
what I've told you with the stack of cards that I received today. I would like you to take those into that room. By the way, two things. One, didn't know there was a bathroom right here.
Yes.
So that's probably new. I'm
my
assuming that's a new bathroom. I think
It's definitely not.
because they just put that in this year. The other thing that I wanted to add to this is this place is packed. That room is so packed with so many people, and they are so excited, and everybody is dreaming of the deal that they're about to make right now. This is awesome to watch because everybody has this vibe about themselves that they're I came in here on a mission today.
You know what the moment it was that I realized for some people how big this show was going to be is they walked into the side rooms and they're like, wow, this show is really big. And I was like, no, these are the other auxiliary rooms.
Room 219.
Yes, the main room is 10 times this big. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
So, like I told you, it's the biggest card show consistently in the country. All right, what do you want me to do with these cards?
I want you to take those cards into that room today, or whenever you decide this weekend, and flip them. Figure out how to flip them and convert them into one card that I might like.
Oh, okay.
You think you
That's
can do
actually
that?
a fun challenge.
Yeah. If you don't want to, that's fine. If you don't got, I know you're a stressed out man. You got a lot of kids going on in your life.
Just the two.
But you know what? If Alec wants to do that, that's fine too. It's a fun challenge. See what you can get out of flipping that from a paperclip to a Lamborghini.
Okay, let me ask you, because that's a good challenge. Would it also be acceptable if I was able to use some of these cards to buy off Cody and Alex so they will let me have my Con-Kneppel?
Dude, I mean, give them the Frank Lindsay card. It's an auto. It's a one of one.
Oh, yeah,
Give them the
right.
Tom Kite. That's a one
you don't
of
want to keep
one.
the Tom Kite?
That's for
Okay.
them or for Peace-a-thon.
Okay.
Man. You know how I feel about these things.
All right, we're going to start.
I love Tom Kite, though.
We're going to start negotiating. I think you should keep Mr. Kite.
Yeah.
What? That's his name? That's not meant in a derogatory fashion whatsoever.
Sounds like somebody hit. I don't know.
I didn't hear what they yelled, though.
Did we get
All
a
right.
hippie?
More?
And that's
Or
the
you
C
good?
block, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, an MLB midwinter progress report, and we can focus in on the Rangers. Do you feel like they've gotten better or worse? That and Masterpiece of the Week as we continue live from the Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-1. Seager hits one in the air down the right field line, hooking towards the wall. That ball is just out of here. Into the basket just above the ivy. And it's a multi-home run game for Corey Seager. A solo shot that just sneaks out. And the Rangers increase their lead at 6-1.
So we're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, and you remember how we were talking about trade night tomorrow, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. We've got our own trade night going live and in person.
Explain how that all works, because I think it's fascinating, and for anybody that's like, man, I have no clue what these cards, that could be a good intro to the world of this.
I mean, look, absolutely. I think you can come out here and see a lot of the prices to help you figure out valuations. I think eBay is really helpful with that. Just on eBay, make sure you go down to the sold items and not just some moron who said a Juan Gonzalez quote-unquote error card for $10,000. You're like, I got this card, it's $10,000. It's not. And also make sure you see, is the thing that's sold graded versus what you have? And if it's like a PSA 10 and you've got one where one of the corners is missing, unfortunately that's not going to be the same. But so they're negotiating which cards they most want out of this Topps Chrome that we bought here at the Dallas Card Show. And realistically, we want to let them have it because the one card I obviously love the Duke players, and I wanted Con Kneppel, and so I was able to pick that up.
And I got my Tom Kite card.
101.
Yeah. You're welcome.
So we've been talking a lot of baseball today because of the move-ins and shake-ins and the signings and everything. And I wanted to go back to an article that I saw on ESPN, their sort of midwinter MLB progress report. Do you think that the Rangers have gotten better or worse during the first half of the offseason for MLB? Or if you want to just say, I don't know, probably about the same.
I think because they were a 500 team.
Yep.
I don't think they added anything that's going to make them any better than they were. I don't think they took anything away that's going to make them any worse. I feel like they're still a 500 team, Kevin. Seriously, losing Adolis, you lost some good defense. You added some good defense whenever you added Nimmo to this thing. I just don't feel like it's that much of a loss. Whenever you lose Simeon now, that's a different story. I don't know what the tensions were like in that clubhouse. It feels like they were kind of passive-aggressive tensions at times. But it just kind of feels like you kind of stayed the same and didn't do anything to improve your club. The addition of Skip is nice, but I mean, you're losing the history with Boch, all that thing. So, Kevin, I would say you got slightly worse with more opportunity with the youthful manager.
So I started thinking about it quite a bit from the lineup and the offensive perspective.
Get that, yeah.
And it feels like the biggest changes are probably you went from Simeon to Nimmo, and I could see how you would think that's a push, maybe a slight upgrade, but remember, the Mets didn't want Nimmo anymore either. And it's
which Mickey will always ask you, why didn't they want that guy?
Yeah, look, I mean, that trade was, I don't want my player anymore, and your team doesn't want your player anymore, so let's go ahead and swap them.
Let's give each of them a change of scenery.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
And then also you went from Heim to Danny Jansen as your kind of co-catcher or secondary catcher, if you think.
Do you think you got better there or worse?
I think you got better.
Okay.
I think you got a little bit better there, yeah.
Yeah, Heim just wasn't the same after that World Series, man. So yeah, I feel where you're going with that.
But for an offense that was just the drizzling S last year.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. The other day I was laying in bed thinking of you. and the well,
Alex too busy doing his trade to say.
And I said something in my mind about the drizzling S, and I was like, that's a Kevin word,
Yes.
and I was like, I can't use that. That's his.
Yeah, I know. Feel free, like that and D hole. Like those are
that one. I've always
Okay.
I've always given you credit for and stolen.
And so my concern there is if you feel like maybe possibly you made two kind of sort of minor upgrades on an offense that was disappointing across the board, that's not very encouraging.
No.
And then I looked at what ESPN had them at. They have them as almost like the Cowboys here, right in the middle of the pack. So before free agency, the Texas Rangers were projected to win 82.9 games. You know what they have them at now? 82.7 games. So
they have them worse.
Yeah, but not too much of a difference. Odds for the playoffs. Last time before free agency really opened up, 36.5. Now 36.4.
Yeah.
Just to show you the nature of just nothing.
Yeah, this is one of those where you don't know. This is a front office that's weighing a lot on, and hamstrung by the ownership, obviously, too.
For sure.
But weighing a lot on. But they also spent a lot of money on guys like DeGrom and Evaldi to make that World Series
I get
happen.
it.
So they did that. But this is a front office. It's like, we just need these guys to be better. They just need to be better. So manager, that's the change that's going to be the difference for us, is we're going to bring a guy in with different ideas, fresh ideas, different types of motivation, and he's going to motivate and make whatever we have on this roster already better. And you got to hope that they have career years like they did the year they went to the World Series.
Yes, and that seems to be the Rangers' strategy. I don't know if that would be Chris Young's strategy. I'm sure it would not, but because of the budget. But in case you were curious for the betting odds, Seattle Mariners are the slight favorites to win the division, and then the Houston Astros. And then there's
What about the A's?
Well, the A's are way back.
Okay.
But there's a giant gap until the Rangers, and then there's another giant gap till the A's, and another giant gap until the Angels. So the thought for the betting perspective is it's a Seattle and a Houston show, and none of these other teams matter. Now, that doesn't mean that'll be the way it plays out, but that's just what the bettors are thinking prior to the start of the season.
Man, I think the bettors are right about this one, though. And obviously, they can do a lot of things to change my mind this year. Kevin, we get out to spring training here in about a month?
Yeah.
When we get out to spring training in about a month, we are going to get our eyes on this, really get the vibe for it. But whenever, and maybe that's the other thing, too, when Bruce Bochy walked in, he gave a speech that made every single one of those players say, I will run through a mountain for that man. And what is Skip going to do? What is his first experience with the full team? Stands in front of them and gets that kind of excitement back, where they believe that they're capable of more than they actually are, or capable of going to a level that they haven't been to in 2 years,
and
3 years.
I don't doubt his verbal ability to get that done. What I wonder about is you can be the greatest wordsmith in the world, or you can be the guy who can talk about it because he's been there. And he can, because could you envision Bruce Bochy? I have no idea. By the way, to this day, the players are pretty tight-lipped about some of the specifics of that. But couldn't you see Bruce Bochy?
I think there was a lot of cuss words.
Yeah,
that's
for
why.
sure, for sure. I'll try to do the clean version of it. Couldn't you see him going, I want every single one of you to close your eyes, and I want you to imagine the first time you get to grab and pick up that World Series trophy. You get to feel all the little flags. And he was like, you want that, don't you? I've had it 3 times, and I can tell you exactly what it feels like, but I'm not going to. You know why? Because you'll find out when you pick up the MF and trophy yourself. And everyone's like,
"Argh!" And he's like, also, if you want to touch one of those rings, I have 3 of them over there in a glass case.
Right.
Just wait. You can look at them, but you can't touch them yet because you're not a champion.
Right. And so I just wonder how it goes when you're like, man, I've been in the playoffs and it was awesome.
Yeah.
Versus,
and I left the team that was not really willing to spend. I didn't like the direction.
And that's not his fault.
Yeah, no,
that's just that's a different deal right there. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec and Cody, have you completed your negotiations for your trade?
We did. We divvied up all the cards, and unfortunately, I got worked in rock, paper, scissors, so I lost out on the Ant-Man variation. But
oh, yeah, that was a good one.
I did get some good cards on top of that. So
okay, I like that. I like that. Right now, something everybody likes. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Grimaldi's is a good choice.
Did you kind of think that was Bobby for a second?
A little bit, the way he spun around, but man, they've been bringing Grimaldi's in all day long.
Yeah. I haven't
had it
just
in
right
years.
across the street over here.
I'm going to get some.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're still on. You're good. Go ahead.
Man, I want some Grimaldi's. That sounds great. All right, time for Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment we do every Friday where we go over all the wild, wacky, and oftentimes concerning things said on these airwaves from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Corey, take it away.
I want your blood on me.
Oh, my goodness.
That is Jim Harbaugh. He had said that to one of his players at Stanford. Actually, he told his whole team that. No, I'm sorry. He told his offensive line that. He told the offensive line, if you guys by chance bleed during this game, I want you to bring it to me. And
he must love Vrabel.
And one of his players ran over. He got a cut on his arm, and he was like, "Hey, coach, look!" And he literally swiped his arm and then smeared it on his face and coached the rest of the game with his player's blood on his face. And that just seems dangerous.
It's got to be a HIPAA violation, right?
But football's dangerous anyway, so I think that's what he was kind of telling them.
Man, you're dangerous based on that audio.
I want your blood on me.
Okay.
Well, whatever you say, Corey. This one also includes blood.
Well, you might get pregnant.
And then what?
Hold on.
Then you have another person to help plow the farm.
I want
Oh, man.
some appreciation for the fact that I didn't lay out the sexualized versions of farm words. Because think about it. Now you're to the point, am I talking about hooking up or the farm?
Yeah.
Hey,
There are children
I want to plant my seed in your dirt, and then I'm going to get a whole bunch of hoes to plow the field as well. Come on!
Your thoughts, Jacob?
Go Birds.
See? So now I know it's worked against me because I've said all of that.
Yeah.
But it was supposed to be so you would respect that I held back on the other one.
You definitely did, and I'm proud of you for it. Then you went ahead and did it anyway. So.
Yeah. Damn it. Next.
All right. Well, Kevin said this too.
Okay, sweet cheeks, why don't you come over here?
All right. I know.
Hey, Kevin, look at that Tolo sneaker.
Hey, I love it.
That's what I'm talking about. I love it.
I want to point out that I was saying that as a cautionary tale. I wasn't encouraging that. I was saying that's not how you're going to get the proper attention that you want or someone's respect if you're going around doing that. That was a cautionary tale.
Can you play that one more time for the world?
Okay, sweet cheeks, why don't you come over here?
Who's that laughing?
It's
It was
me.
Choppy.
Oh, okay.
Was Choppy?
Yeah.
I like that.
That was during crosstalk.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You know, my favorite.
Do you often say sweet cheeks when you're referring to women?
No.
Yeah, I do all the time around the house.
Oh.
Okay, well, but don't do that out in the world. And is your wife okay with that?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Are you like talking to people on the TV? You sound like Sydney Sweeney, and they're like, "Hey, sweet cheeks,
sweet cheeks."
Okay, that's
Don't think those
all
are cheeks.
right.
Yeah.
Back to you.
You know, my favorite part about doing this segment on a Friday is the fact that Alec has to grab all these clips, and he gets no credit for it. And he's not going to get credit for this one either.
Hurts, even if the city thinks that is it pretty big?
We have it on good authority. Man, he ain't wearing shorts today.
Jeez.
Smartly so.
Probably because it's kind of cold.
Yeah, it's pretty cold outside, Kevin.
Bulky and always in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had to walk across the street, too, so imagine
man.
that. Yeah, that was the workout in
Just
and of itself today.
Swishing back and forth.
Yeah, you know.
I don't know if that was
some
Carry all that
sparks.
extra weight.
Yeah.
Some sparks on the concrete, you know.
Did you ever weigh
hold on. How are there sparks?
Because it's fire.
Is there a piercing?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I had a buddy who had it pierced.
Prince Albert.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
We were doing the Century Club one night. That means you drink an ounce of beer like every minute for an hour or 100 minutes. And we heard this knocking over there, and we looked over, and he's just knocking it on the chair. Just back to you, Kevin.
I think it's back to you, Jacob.
Well, this one's kind of on the same theme as the last one.
Oh, God.
Give us your usable junk. I really wish I remember what this was about. I remember saying this because we were talking about stuff that was junk that you could just get rid of, and we were trying. I just can't remember exactly what we were talking about there. But we didn't want non-usable junk. We wanted stuff we could use, stuff that if it needed to, it had experience. Men's T, right?
Yeah, if it's not usable junk, go to Men's T.
Man, that's your new slogan.
Dude, I was driving home yesterday and I saw this giant truck right there in Plano that said non-potable water, and I was like, oh man,
Isn't it potable?
I don't know.
Okay.
Here was my mind. You can't put that in a pot and then boil it and kill all the germs. Don't drink that. Is it potable? Is that what that is?
I believe it is potable.
Why? What does potent mean?
Because they're moving it, so it's clearly potable.
Back
portable. Don't shake your head at me, Ross.
That was oh man.
That's fine. I can tell more jokes.
God.
Let's show Kevin some love here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're so good looking. My juice box exploded.
All right.
That happened in elementary school, right?
Okay, not because of that. Fun fact, to just really show you what a nerd I am. In season 2 of Friends, that's what Rachel thought happened to Ross when they were about to hook up for the first time in the museum. She's like, oh, it's okay, sweetie. And he's like, oh, no, you just rolled over on the juice box.
Mm-hmm. I do remember that. That was a fun
Because
moment.
what did she think happened, Alec?
Back to you, Jacob.
I think Alec could explain that a little bit better.
No, I really can't. I'm a little too descriptive.
Premature.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
That means not mature. Like our show.
Maybe they just took too long.
Jeez.
It's a race.
Anyways,
I know it hurts, but it feels so good.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Oh, goodness.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what I was talking about
You're
there.
probably talking about Alec.
All right.
probably.
How would Corey know?
It's a good point. I wouldn't know.
We've seen the people.
Yeah, you sent pictures.
Oh. How many drinks did I have? Jeez.
Jacob.
Anyways, all right. Here's.
You don't have to say that every time, as if you're disgusted with us.
Oh, I was waiting for Alec to rebuttal whatever you guys said. And
He's got nothing.
He's speechless, as I was when I heard this clip.
Thunder the F up, baby.
What?
Dang it. That was that.
And Cody's not here to hear that.
I know.
No, he heard it yesterday.
Somebody texted that in. Dang it. Corey's is worse, though.
What do you mean? No.
When you're cheering for the Eagles.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Go Birds.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I think I was literally talking about birds. And
No,
I was
birds aren't
rooting for
real.
them. I was rooting for the birds in the war.
Huh?
Did you say in the war?
Yeah, did you know we used pigeons in World War II to communicate down line, even into other foxholes? We just
Fly notes.
because they have a piece of magnetite in their nose, in their beaks.
Okay.
I don't understand it still, though.
Are you sure?
Just because they have a magnet and they know which way
I don't
north is
think
means that they can
that's
fly north.
Totally what that means? Okay.
Birds have magnets?
All right, well, we got one more. Here's a Kevin and Corey combo.
Yeah, but you have to be careful.
Why?
If you hook up with her.
She entraps you?
Has that happened to you?
Yeah.
18 years.
18 years. Almost 20 of marriage.
Oh, I meant
Oh.
when I had a kid with somebody
No.
that we stopped getting along. Be
But
sure.
now things are fine.
Be
right?
sure. Yeah. Because
Do you ever have to talk to her anymore now?
not really a whole lot anymore.
Yeah, because he's 18. He gets
Which is
to make his own
wonderful.
decisions. My kid just turned 18.
Okay.
Get out. Go do something.
Grown man.
Yeah, you're a grown man living in your parents' house.
Shout out to me.
That it?
That's it. That's all I got.
That's
all Alex got.
I'm going to vote for the very first one where Corey is going to fire you up with blood.
I want your blood on me.
I would like to vote for Kevin's plow.
Well, you might get pregnant.
And then what?
And then you have another person to help plow the farm.
That's the way it used to work.
It's true.
You know what? We're going to have a winner. Maybe. Unless Jacob ties it. because I'm going to double down on Corey's vote.
Yes.
And say Kevin.
No!
Well, you might get pregnant.
And then what?
And then you have another person to help plow the farm.
You know, I have to go the same route because he just painted such a good picture with this one.
Well, you might get pregnant.
And then what?
And then you have another person to help plow the farm.
That's the way it used to be. That's why people had so many damn kids, because they needed people to help on the farm.
Yeah, we need to go. We need to go sow the oats, if you will.
I don't. Okay. I don't know if that's exactly the same direction, but all right. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Go Birds.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, divisional round recaps, college championship preview, and a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. It's a football Monday on the Fan.
Hey, Tolo, Shan and RJ here with the greatness of Underdog Fantasy, and it is playoff time, boys and girls. You want to get in on this playoff action, and why wouldn't you? It's the best time of the year for this. You're going to make plays on Underdog. Using it is super easy. You pick your favorite player. We'll go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rush yards, receptions, receiving yards, and more. You get them right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Underdog, promo code TOLO. Download it right now with the Underdog app.
So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Western One Sports. Frigid temps expected Sunday night in Chicago when the Bears host the Rams, and I think the magic carpet ride continues in the Windy City. Bears have proven they can run the rock, and if they need another second half comeback, well, you've seen it enough now. Plus, the Rams defense has been leaking oil for the last several weeks, and Stafford's been turning it over in droves. The real X factor in this game could be special teams, which is a big advantage for Chicago as well. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text TAP to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's TAP to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain,
the Bears, even though every reason says take the Rams. I think it's too cold for an LA team.
And I like it. Who's next?
Okay, give me the Bills to go into Denver and upset the Broncos.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't believe that Bo Nix, I think he's 1-8 against quarterbacks that have had winning records. So this is one where Denver struggled to run the football. That's probably the Bills' weakness. I think Buffalo, Josh Allen goes Superman mode. This one's tough with 49ers Seahawks. I could really see the 49ers going in there and winning. I don't think Brock Purdy's ever lost a start in Seattle. But does Seattle have their number with the defense? Give me Seattle at home, the number 1 seed behind that crowd, and now George Kittle and all the injuries piling up for the Niners. I will take the Patriots at home to beat the Texans. The Texans don't have their best receiver in Nico Collins. Christian Gonzalez is going to play for this game. I like them defensively. C.J. Stroud looked like doo-doo against the Steelers. I don't know if he's going to look any better against New England. Historically, this is just a game regardless if the Texans lose. So give me New England. And then I'll take...
3 in a row.
I'll take the Rams. I'll take the Rams to go and beat the Bears, and that's just because I picked the Rams preseason to win the Super Bowl.
I wrote down Houston, Seattle, Denver, Chicago is what I wrote down.
Okay. Oh, I like that. All right. And
this is a great weekend here. I mean, let's just be real. I'm not feeling great.
Really could go either way.
About any of these picks, especially now that Sam Darnold's got an oblique situation. That could be an oblique situation very, very quick for the Seahawks. But I will go with, I am going to take Josh Allen. I'm not taking the Bills. I'm taking Josh Allen. Okay, I want to make that clear. I'm also going to take the Patriots at home, even though that is a big-time coin flip. The Texans' defense could single-handedly win that football game, and I will not be shocked. But I'll take Drake May and the Patriots' defense that I think will be able to kind of suffocate that Texans' offense. Give me the Seahawks at home, and give me the Rams going into Chicago and taking their lunch money.
Man, I appreciate those picks. This is my favorite weekend of football of the year. I know this past wild card weekend was amazing, but historically, because you get the most games with the most quality teams, so I love the divisional round weekend. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. 3 o'clock, Nick Harris is going to join us to talk Cowboys football, the offseason, the search, and all that. And, of course, at 5 o'clock, it's what you're drinking, what you're thinking. So if you are day drinking right now, go ahead and set a reminder. We want to hear from you at 5 o'clock.
All right, I love it. Roll home with the GBAG Nation. Maybe listen to them as you're on your way out to the Dallas Car Show. We will be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's right. We're working right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua had 10 receptions for 111 yards last week in the Rams win on Wild Card Weekend. Sunday against Chicago. If Nacua can get 10 receptions with at least 100 yards, he would...
on a divisional round, Football Friday for the ages. The NFL anticipation is in the air. We got lots of news around the DFW sports scene. We're going to unpack all that for you here and have some fun over the next 5 hours. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, there in his LSU gear, proudly anticipating a big season. I know you're fired up about that at all times. Of course, the draft coverage is rounding into form quite nicely as well. You should jump on and check out his podcast content. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here at 75 and 635. He's fixing to go 5 flawless.
What shoes does Brian? Brian's like
Thank
showing
you.
off shoes right now.
Have you seen the shoes he's wearing
those
today?
Are beautiful. Fancy as hell.
Look at those.
What are those called? These are glistening. Are they yellow?
They're known as Oscar. They're called Oscar shoes. And they're Oscar, the color, they're like gold.
Dang.
And I took the purple and gold shoestrings in them.
Okay.
So these
Look
are,
at
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Do people wear those
I'm
to the
breaking them
Academy
in.
Awards?
I'm breaking them in. Yeah, these are like the Academy Award shoes. Like
Are these going to be
they are.
daily drivers or special occasions?
I don't know, man. It's like
They're shiny. Pretty fancy.
I wanted to break them in, and because, like I said, they with the new shoes, they kind of the little edges though. You got to get them broke in, or you'll have like you'll be
blisters.
like blue, like our running back. You'll have problems with your feet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I'm breaking them in today.
Are you prepping for the Super Bowl? Is that what you're going to wear at the Radio Row?
You know what? I don't
That'd be
know
a nice
that.
touch.
But you know, if San Francisco were to get in, that would be a bad look, right?
that
I don't
would.
want to do that.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't want to do that.
Well, maybe they'll lose tomorrow. That'd be ideal.
Yeah.
I mean, or the Rams, too. We kind of rock with the Rams
Yeah,
a little
Rams.
bit.
Yeah, I can make the laces like blue.
Whose house?
Just ram it.
Just ram it.
Well, speaking of losing, boys, we were humiliated by Salt Lake City last night. The Jazz beating the Mavs in the tank game, just putting on a master class in how you win ping pong balls. And the Mammoths slipped past the Stars 2-1. But Cooper Flagg was out. The Mavs were actually without 4 of their top 5 scorers. And if you tuned in, you got a pretty good show. Mavs put up 144 points. And Klay Thompson passed Damian Lillard for 4th on the all-time made threes list. He had 26 points, so it was one of those feel-good games. 3 players with more threes made in their career at this point than Klay Thompson. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Who are they?
Sorry?
The 3 players. Steph is one of them.
Okay.
Reggie?
Not Reggie Miller.
I was about to say Reggie Miller, yeah.
He was a sniper. They just didn't take a lot back then.
Oh, is it one of those San Antonio Spur dudes?
It's not
no.
like LeBron or somebody.
Not LeBron.
Ridiculous.
This is at his
It was
point
weird
in
that he
his
passed
career.
Damian Lillard. That was bizarre.
Okay, so one of the 2 guys is a champion with the Heat. Maybe with the Celtics as well.
Ray Allen.
Ray Allen.
Yeah, of
Schmo.
course. Duh.
Come on.
Gosh, we stink.
Then the other guy draws comparisons to Luka Doncic because he just does not participate on defense. James Harden has made a ton of threes as well, but Steph Curry, James Harden, Ray Allen. Ray Allen could still be within striking distance there of Klay Thompson if he plays a little bit longer.
That's crazy.
8 Mavs players were ruled out of last night's game. Kid said he's not sure about the timeline on a number of players. They are 16 and 26. They have won 4 of their last 8, though. And this is, pretty important times for the tank. And the trade deadline is February 5th, so we'll have to see what happens there. But right now, they would have about a 25% chance of landing one of the top 4 picks. About 6% for the top one, 6% for the second, then 3 and 4 accordingly. But it's unsettling when you see a run like that when you've won 4 of 8. Get your stuff together, Mavs. Okay, then the Stars, they lost to Utah as in that game 2-1. Rantanen tied it in the 3rd. Otter was pretty good, but they just didn't have any offense. And Wolchuk, I don't want to throw you for a loop here, but I'm pretty concerned about these guys. I've felt like they were kind of pretenders the last couple of years. I don't like to say that too.
Pretenders?
I don't like to say that too loudly because it fires people up. But I think the impostars are back.
Oh, get out of town!
And this time it was just a little bit early.
How are you a pretender? You go to 3 straight conference championships. You're not a pretender.
You see what he did in Impostars?
I know, and that actually, I got to give you credit for that. This year,
good.
I did think they were going to take a
Where
step
did you
back.
get that? Did you make that one up yourself?
Yeah. Just made it up today. Hasn't it been said about this team? I mean, it was kind of low-hanging fruit, I felt.
Yeah, I mean, this year's team, I thought, lost quite a lot of depth. The way that they've been able to just early in the season withstand a bunch of injuries and just go on and win. And if it weren't for Colorado, they'd have probably had the best record in all of the NHL. They're in a bit of a skid, and I think Jim Nill realizes this. And there is a lot of chatter on Stars Twitter right now that Rasmus Andersson, the defenseman for Calgary, this dude is an absolute badass. He's having a career season for himself. He played the final 12 games last year in Calgary on a broken fibula. This dude's tough as hell, outstanding defenseman, eats minutes.
There you go.
This would be a tremendous addition, and he was held out of the game last night. Now, I saw some hockey reporters were saying Pierre LeBrun, I think, was one. It wasn't for any specific reason, but it's something to monitor the last 2 days. And then our friend Leah Simakopoulos quote tweeted that and said, hey, Jim Nill could be getting ahead of the trade deadline a little early. So Rasmus Andersson trade, I would love that move for the Stars. It would fill a big-time need. He's playing his best hockey. He's a leader. He's physical. He would certainly help on that blue line. I'd love that, and I think that would spark some energy, which they clearly could use going into this Olympic break.
Last year, after they had traded for Rantanen, they had moved off their draft picks in 25, 26, and 27.
Yeah.
At some point, this thing is going to has sort of run its course, and you're going to want to go and make sure that you have your future draft picks. We're not at that time?
No. Right now they're still in a go-for-it mode, and it's weird. The Stars have done such an excellent job of drafting. They've got guys that every single year they just come up, and they come out of nowhere. It's like from that Texas Stars pipeline, and it's players that you've never heard of. Now, of course, the Hockey Hawk Avon Spittle, if you follow the Texas Stars or even some of these other minor league hockey programs, then you would be familiar with their names. But I think right now that this is still a go-forward year for the Stars. You've still got a great mix of veteran and young talent. Jason Robertson's been absolutely outstanding this year. Wyatt Johnston as well is still a young, great piece. You've been out with Liam Bichel. You got good news with him. Miro hasn't played the last 2 nights. This is still absolutely a go-for-it-now team.
Elsewhere in the world of sports here, as we open up the GBAG Nation here for you on a Friday, baseball has been going massive this afternoon.
Yeah. Stakes for everybody.
The Mets did a deal with Bo Bichette, 3 years and $126, pending a physical.
Subway sandwich there.
Yeah, they had to. I mean, they weren't able to go get their guy Kyle Tucker, so they had to spend money somewhere.
And that's the big story. There was another move. The Rays sent outfielder Josh Lowe to the Angels. It was a 3-team trade. Brock Burke on the move, former Ranger. Gavin Lux on the move.
You knew Brock Burke would be on the move as soon as Mad Dog went over to L.A. They did not get along.
Oh, is that right?
Brock Burke was not a huge fan of Mike Maddox.
But the Dodgers making this the most annoying and ridiculous situation since the late 90s Yankees. At that time, they were, spending more. It's always set up by great personnel moves. It's not like you can just whip up this championship. I mean, the Mets have been trying to do it for 3 decades. They can't do it. Orioles tried to do it in the 90s. They couldn't do it. Like, teams try to buy championships. So I don't want to just say, screw the Dodgers. They're buying a championship. They have earned and deserved nothing. But dang it, they're writing such a massive check. And the owner said the reason they're able to do this is because of this. It actually makes them likable. Okay, what if I told you I was about to make the Dodgers likable? Their owner says it's the money that he got from signing Ohtani that's coming in from Japan, and the local TV revenue is just so on fire. And he's like, I don't want to just keep it all for myself, so I'm giving it back to the team and the fans.
Yeah.
Jeez, what a joke.
I mean,
what a good
the guy is a billionaire guy.
Real generous guy.
No, but seriously,
this is what you want in your owner.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what we want. We talked about it with Ray Davis and filling up the seats and go out there and buy merch and all that. And maybe somebody over there would say, wow, if we spend a little money on our team, we could kind of maybe get more people in the seats.
Yeah.
Works at the Cowboys. Just he doesn't spend the money on the players like he should.
Yeah.
He might have to, by the way, boys.
I'd love it if he felt that he did have to.
I'm going to ask you a real quick question, guys. Real quick. Do you worry about the new defensive coordinator coming in and saying, nah, Jerry, this defense is just fine, and I could coach these guys up?
Oh, that's how he's going to sell Jer?
Yeah, or does he walk in and tell Jerry, listen, you're going to have to get 6, 7 new guys, and it's not all going to come from the draft?
if there's a guy that tells Jerry I can coach these guys up, that person should not be hired. I get you're trying to land a job. I don't know how they have said themselves, even yesterday, Steven, with talking to Tommy Yarish, mentioned personnel, and they need to get better. I don't know how I get they want to say, hey, we got the bones here of a good defense. You got Quinnen Williams. Osa stepped back last year, in my opinion. He had a 3-game stretch where he was good. Kenny Clark is still good, but now he's 30 years old. Is his best football behind him. You don't know what Overshown's going to be anymore, and can he stay healthy? So, and Deron Bland's the same way. So you got one player that you can really rely on. You have to go out and the one thing is, anytime they've added a defensive coordinator, they have been more aggressive in adding players. It's not necessarily like, oh, we're going to be aggressive and add tier 1, tier 2 free agents.
Yeah.
But Bobby had the numbers about how when they have a new defensive coordinator, they are, in terms of adding outside free agents, way more aggressive in years that they're not.
Yeah, and Jerry did say at the press conference, if there is an opportunity or multiple opportunities, they will go there. So I don't think we can completely rule out free agency, more of a commitment. So I think the Joneses might be kind of thinking along that already. But what I think of when it comes to the decision, who's going to make the decision, Schottenheimer or Jerry, I really wanted to be Schottenheimer, but Jerry is so good at leveraging whatever power and control that he can. So if Shotty really wants a candidate that Jerry doesn't want, he's going to say, well, I want this candidate instead, just so they can cancel each other out and they'll end up compromising on a different candidate. I don't want a compromised candidate. I want what Brian Schottenheimer wants, and I just hope Jerry is as far removed from this as possible. I don't want it to be, something like what we've talked about. Now, I guess this would apply to Jonathan Gannon. He was a head coach. He was fired. I don't have to pay the guy. That's what gets Jerry going. I can save a couple of $1 million, and it's crazy. Like almost every other team in the NFL is saying, whoever the head coach brings in can hire his entire staff. And there's definitely something to be said for it. I don't think we can gloss over the dysfunction when it arrives here. It's routine for Cowboys media and Cowboys fans to encounter this, but there's definitely something broken about it. But, Dodgers heading for another championship, probably, and I don't know if this is good for the game or bad. When you took away the dynasty from the NBA, it got worse, didn't it?
It did. I think that we've seen the viewership decrease. So maybe this isn't bad for baseball. It probably depends on who is the team in the American League. Like, you get the Red Sox, if you get Red Sox Dodgers, like Yankees Dodgers was obviously huge. I think the way that this series unfolded, so games 5 through 7 probably had really good ratings with the Blue Jays because those were really fun games. But I think it will matter who the representative is in the American League. I wonder what it would look like if it had been Seattle. A team that, I don't know, or it's like Rangers D-backs.
I think the Rangers got to get this TV money together, though, Eric.
Yeah.
That's the key to victory.
Well, there's like a whole article here that is a little bit confusing, but it involves the bankruptcy thing with the regional sports networks and the agreement that the Dodgers' previous owner agreed to with the league about what the market rate would be for what they should be making for their TV deal, and that's what they agreed to, is like $84 million, but they're pulling in $280 million. And so there's a huge difference in terms of, like, they're not having to rev share the way they actually should based on the money they actually make because of a previous agreement. So they agreed to like a much smaller number for the rev share across but what they're actually getting is so much bigger than what the market value was at the time.
Very interesting.
And so they're probably going to have to relitigate some of this stuff at some point down the line. But that's part of the reason why they're getting to actually keep majority of this huge ballooned number for their TV deal that doesn't actually get dispersed to every other team.
Wow.
So that's like a huge factor in all of this.
And that's not fair. That's a competitive edge.
No. That's the competitive edge. That's like the part where you can really get ticked off if you're a fan of another team. Like,
crazy the other 29 teams aren't trying to slam this into the court nearest you, or at least out into Sports Center and MLB Network as a bigger story. That's a very interesting angle. Thank you, Chief. All right, it's the GBAG Nation. You're on 105 through the Fan. When we come back, we got the top 10 to 220. We got the GBAG of the Day champion, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us today?
Well, we could have an all-time cold game in Chicago for Rams-Bears. Top 10 coldest games in NFL history. 877-881-1053. What's what's the coldest game you've ever played in? That's next in the nation.
But Fort Worth, I'm looking at you right now, and I bring you good news because the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located at I-35 in Golden Triangle. And, hey, I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his team are delivering a dealership experience that is truly second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference, a one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, all you can find is really the best of deals. Score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. And keep in mind, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And make sure you check out the stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisade selection as well. Great family vehicles, and you will get the best deal possible on that at Alliance Hyundai. They have a state-of-the-art facility. It features Hyundai certified techs using advanced diagnostics for top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it, with same-day service and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfy waiting area, free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice dream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice dream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's T Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness. From preventative care and hormone optimization to weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement to sexual health and satisfaction. Their approach is customized, underlying cause focus, and rooted in dynamic tracking and treatment for long-term vitality. No one does total male optimization like Men's T Clinic. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance accepted. Visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-LOT.
mensteclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
You finally made it to your destination, but that little voice says, did I lock the door? With DFW Security, you just tap the app. Door's locked, cameras rolling, house safe. Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. We have the top 10 coming up here in just a second. GBAG of the Day champion. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Robust conversations going on YouTube and Twitch. Like the video. Please like and sub. Hit the bell button. Never miss when we upload or go live. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lacius in the champ.
Big facts right here. Day one going for two. We're going to the Shan and RJ show. Or the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? It's not these fools right here arguing with each other. It's Bobby Bell and Sean Sharif fighting over Justin Hebert. It doesn't matter, fam. It's about the fight.
Sherbert.
Yeah.
They never say anything about him, so that is what I should just blindly subscribe to.
You should not blindly subscribe to it. What you should not do is just dismiss based on results of like a playoff game like that.
And stop minimizing my opinion based off that, because I've been saying it.
I'm not minimizing your opinion.
You've said it multiple times now.
Well,
I've said it throughout the year.
What?
I didn't say after Sunday, oh my God, that's my judgment.
But you said, you could stand there after you scored 3 points. Like that had anything to do with it.
And I've been saying all year too, you're wrong.
You just said to me that was the point. You said that. You said only you could come in here after you scored 3 points. And I said, that has nothing to do with it. That's why I addressed that. Because you said,
and you've ignored the season too.
Like that
and you've ignored the season too.
That was the thing.
And you also ignored the whole year.
I have not. He's played well this season.
You haven't backed off of it at all.
He's played well because he's played well. I'm not going to sit here and go, y'all are right.
Okay,
because
and I'm not going to say you're right because the NFL buddies.
Guess what? I love it. I love that you have the opinion. You can have it. I don't care. That's not.
And I don't give a ass about yours.
Why are you getting worked up about it? You get worked up about it
because I know you would never. I don't care if Justin Herbert.
You want me to admit that like he's bad. You will not be happy until he's
not great.
But he's great.
He's not great.
And I think he's great. And you don't think he's great, and that's fine. It doesn't work me up. What works you up, you get worked up about. I don't get worked up about it until you start getting worked up like this.
I get worked up knowing coming into an argument that if he went scoreless next year, you still wouldn't back off of it.
I said he played bad against New England. He played bad.
Okay, that's not enough.
When he plays bad.
So what, you acknowledge because they scored 3 points, you have to say it.
No.
Woo!
It's exhausting.
Wow, Bobby, you've got some energy, Bobby. I tell you what, man.
I don't think you should argue with people that are like that.
Yeah, he's got some help. He's got some help. He's got a little help right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's juiced up, man.
Performance enhancer.
Yeah, it's a PED.
Little vitamin A.
Is, man. I love
let me get half of that, Bobby. Half.
Took a half at the Super Bowl. Was zooming.
Oh, that's right.
Here he is, Zach with an H. Sure, thanks, buddy. All right, let's get to the top 10 coldest games in NFL history in just a moment. We did get an update.
Dawson just hit us with a swaggy P from the free throw.
Yeah.
And turned around with his hands up in there like, I got that one. Got that one. Smoked it.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
As the Cowboys from Todd Archer begin their in-person interviews for the D.C. job, Vikings pass game coordinator Durante Jones is going to be the first in-person interview. He'll be at the start tomorrow, according to Todd Archer and source. So
I think he led this thing off, didn't
Durante Jones. He might have been the first one. I know those first three were him, Jim Leonard, and who was the other name? Oh, it was Ephraim Banda.
Bonda, yeah.
The Cleveland defensive backs coach or secondary coach. So, hey.
So now Jerry and Steven are in the mix on these.
Yeah, I mean, these were the ones that clearly Steven said yesterday, like, fit kind of what they're looking for and what they're trying to build on defense and fit with the personnel. And, of course, he's got the Brian Flores ties, but a tremendous resume for Durante Jones.
Price tag.
The teaching, yeah, without the price tag. And I still think the expectation is Brian Flores is going to land one of these head coaching jobs. The other report from Ricky Scoops, he said, barking rumor, barking. He's hearing that Josh Williams is the current favorite for the Falcons GM job. And if hired, look for him to possibly bring in Robert Saleh as the head coach. Matt Ryan prefers a head coach with previous experience. Stefanski has also been linked to the opening for Atlanta. But if you did have Saleh take that job, obviously he's a defensive-minded coach. Does he keep Jeff Ulbrich, who
I think that's who they're
is the
waiting
defensive
on.
coordinator?
Yeah.
If he doesn't, I think the Cowboys obviously would slide in and be very interested still in Jeff Ulbrich here.
Yeah.
Because they got that request denied. And then Jim Schwartz is getting a second head coaching interview with the Browns.
Yeah.
Browns might end up just hiring Jim Schwartz.
You know what I think the Browns are doing?
Going defense?
I think they're slow playing this thing. Sure. I think they're just going to keep interviewing Schwartz until they kind of figure out really who their head coach is and see if that head coach. I think this is a way to kind of keep him off the market. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Kind of playing.
Tie him up for a day.
Tie him up and don't let him interview with anybody else. And then they're going to say, oh, we're going to hire so-and-so as head coach. And the head coach comes in and says, well, I want my own guy. And then now Jim Schwartz is going to be – it's kind of a shady way to operate.
Right.
But it's keeping Schwartz in the building. It's keeping him from hiring or being hired by somebody else.
Yeah, I think that's I agree with you. I mean, they're definitely slow playing that because they'd like to keep Schwartz, as you mentioned. Like
I think Bobby's on to something. I think Bobby's on something with this Jeff Ulbrich thing. By the way,
I mean, Nick Harris, who we're going to have on at 3,
I think he's on to something.
Was talked about the interest there. I still don't know. I think the jury's out on like how great of a defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich is because I do think with Saleh the defense was great. You saw with Saleh in New York, as soon as he gets fired, Ulbrich takes over as the interim head coach. The defense wasn't as good, but he did do a fantastic job this year in Atlanta. That defense ended up improving a bunch, but how much of that is also they got much better from a personnel standpoint. They hit on Pierce Jr., they took Jalen Walker, who was awesome, and then Xavier Watts, the safety out of Notre Dame in the second round. All 3 hits, all 3 really good players. So that could be just the perfect marriage of they did improve, and Ulbrich is a good DC, but they also got better on the field with the players as well. So, hey, I'm just happy overall.
I'm connecting dots.
So Bobby is saying Atlanta's going to get an entirely different staff, and Ulbrich's going to come available here later in the process.
I think that's what Arthur Blank. Bobby, I was listening to this morning talk about it. I think Bobby's right about this. I think that the Falcons, if they could get this head coaching thing done quickly, then that allows them to, that way that they could quickly. That would be great for the Cowboys if you're interested in Ulbrich.
Yeah.
Because the quicker that the Atlanta hires a coach, and then that coach says, "Well, yeah, I want him," or "No, I don't want him," then he becomes available for Dallas if that's the case. So if you want him, I think this is something tied to, by the way, with Dan Quinn. I think this is a Dan Quinn tie with
makes a lot of sense.
Shoddy and Ulbrich and those kinds of guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The other thing here is Michael Irvin. He's going to debut a new podcast called The White House on Netflix. So Netflix is really getting into the game with like live sports stuff. You've got Pardon My Take from Barstool that's on Netflix now. Elle Duncan's going to make her debut, I think, coming up with the Skyscraper. The hands-free climbing deal, which, gosh, that sounds terrifying. So they're really doing
hands-free climbing?
Yeah, he like no
harness.
No harness. So it's just like
it's hands, but no safety device.
Yeah.
So if he
free
falls,
soloing,
free solo. Yeah,
okay.
it's and I think it's the same guy from Free Solo. I think
he's
it's
a
the same
legend.
dude. Yeah, he's unbelievable, and he's probably going to be able to accomplish this, I would assume. But
skyscrapers are probably light work, for a guy that can climb like El Capitan
just
without
straight Spider-Man that thing up and down. That's going to be wild. But this is going to be fun.
I don't think I can watch.
No,
it would drive me crazy.
It's just so.
You ever see that guy cross the two World Trade Centers on the tightrope?
Mm-mm.
That's another one from the 1970s. Go watch that. That'll make you nervous.
Yeah, that's going to be
walking across on a tightrope above New York City.
I don't understand these people.
Me either. I mean, that's a different kind of adrenaline junkie. But Michael's show is going to tackle current sports news, game analysis, commentary, 2 episodes a week. He's also going to welcome a rotating roster of co-hosts and guest stars. But it's going to be him running the show, leading the discussion. Fellow former wide receiver Brandon Marshall's athletes-led podcast company is producing the show. So I'm excited. I mean, and Mike is just, can't miss television. And especially if Miami wins the Natty.
Oh my gosh.
Episode 1 is going to be absolutely fire.
It'd just be him belt to trash can.
Oh, yeah.
With an Indiana jersey for the entire episode is just that.
It's going to be awesome. I did not hear about 817. Did y'all hear about the new Tim Tebow 16-part series Netflix is preparing?
16 parts?
We need 16 parts? That's going to be nuts, but maybe it's just really in-depth and good. I hope it's better than the Swamp doc that they came out with that stunk. I was so excited for it, and then it really just didn't go into anything.
You're a big Tebow guy?
Juicy. I like Tebow. In college, I liked him a lot.
He's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the dude's one of the greatest college quarterbacks ever. I was stunned that he went number 1 overall, but I'll never forget that Steelers victory.
He went 20
in the first round.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I was.
God, I thought I missed something in the draft.
No, he did not go number 1. Just I was stunned that he went in the first round, period. Yeah. But, that playoff game hitting Demaryius Thomas on that slant is one that will always be remembered. All right, ranking the top 10 coldest NFL games. Number 10, 877-881-1053. Do you have any of these memories, or what's the coldest game you ever played in?
I got 3 of them.
Man, you might be in some of these, too.
I might be.
You might be a part of some of these. But I know your coldest game you've told us about was that Chicago one.
The coldest game I've ever been a part of, air temperature-wise, well, actually wind chill part of it was the 97 NFC Championship game. It was 17 below zero with the wind chill.
Okay, so is this Carolina?
Carolina. It was
okay, that's number 10 on this list.
Air temperature of 3 degrees.
Yep, it was 3 degrees at kickoff.
Yeah.
Wind chill was negative 16.
Yeah, we thought it was. I thought it was 17, but 16, 17. Yeah, it was a. I tell you what, the sun was shining so brightly though. It actually felt. I mean, the coldest days we ever had at Lambeau Field were days where the sun was just the brightest.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah.
It's crisp.
Man.
Very crisp.
You had Ricky Robbins, the security guard for the Panthers, said, quote, "It really was like another planet, but it didn't bother the Packers guys at all."
Not at all. I went into that game, I wore my normal Reebok tennis shoes on the sidelines. I didn't wear boots.
Wow.
I had
built for it by Green Bay.
I was so used to it though. I mean, I had on a jacket and everything that I needed, but man, I mean, my normal tennis shoes and stuff like that, because I did the Vaseline and bags trick and it worked perfectly.
Ooh, crazy!
Packers won easily.
30-13.
30-13.
It was to win a NFC. To win a championship at Lambeau Field is one of the coolest things. I had 6 of my buddies come up from Dallas, and they tailgated, and the drinks were freezing in their glasses. Wow. They were taking pictures of the drinks. They were trying to pour them as
that's legit.
I think that's the last conference championship game they've won at Lambeau.
That's true.
That's crazy.
I think Michael Vick got him the next time around in a divisional game. Green Bay had not lost a playoff game at home in a long time. Michael Vick got him. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the 2015 NFC wildcard game. So this was Seattle at Minnesota.
That was the game that they had the missed field goal.
Yes.
Like Zimmer got him in field goal range. It's like a 25-yard field goal, wasn't it?
Yep. 27-yarder that was missed, and Seattle ended up moving on. -6 degrees, -25.
That game was actually played outside at the Minnesota Golden Gophers Stadium. Is where that was, because the Metrodome had caved in.
Yeah. 8 is the 1995 AFC divisional game.
That's
Colts-Chiefs.
Colts-Chiefs.
-11, -15 wind chill in that one. The game also featured 2 missed field goal attempts by Blanchard and 3 missed attempts by Chiefs kicker Lynn Elliott.
Hurts my foot just thinking about kicking that weather.
Oh, my gosh, that would be terrible. But Harbaugh, Marshall Faulk, and the Colts went on to play Pittsburgh in the AFC Championship game. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
7 is the 03 AFC Divisional. This was Titans-Patriots. This is the year that the Patriots went on to win the Super Bowl.
03?
Yes, and they beat, I think it was Houston in that Super Bowl. -4 degrees, -10 wind chill. That was Steve McNair to Derek Mason in the third quarter. He had a 46-yard Adam Vinatieri field goal that broke the stalemate late in the fourth. Surprise, surprise. He ends up winning it there for New England.
Was that when they went and beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl?
That was the Houston Texans, or in Houston when they beat the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, it was the Panthers.
That was the Janet Jackson halftime.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
There we go.
6 is the 81 AFC Championship game.
Is that Cincinnati and San Diego?
Yep. -9 degrees, -32 wind chill.
God.
Tim Collins, I think Tim said he was at that game. Tim Collins?
Was he?
I think so.
It was called the Freezer Bowl.
Yeah. Ken Anderson, Dan Fouts. Yeah.
Cincinnati rolled the Chargers. Not a surprise. 27-7. But my gosh, that is awful. 5 is the 93 AFC Divisional. 0 degrees, -14 wind chill. Raiders at the Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
It was a rematch. Hostetler finding Brown for an 86-yard touchdown and the lead late in the third. However, Jim Kelly later found Bill Brooks for a 29-23 lead that would hold.
Yeah.
Hostetler was a great story, wasn't it? Comes off the bench.
Giants,
Sims
right?
hurt.
Well, he plays the Giants, Raiders.
Then he went to the Raiders,
Yeah.
4 is the 1980 AFC Divisional. 2 degrees, -20 wind chill. For Cleveland Browns fans, the phrase Red Right 88 is part of this game. It was Raiders-Browns. And, of course, Raiders won this game. It was 14-12 late in the fourth quarter. Mark Van Eegen.
Number 30.
Had that touchdown run.
Colgate.
You had a 1975 AFC Championship game. Raiders at the Steelers. 18 degrees, but a -2 degree wind chill in this one. Blanda's kick pulled the Raiders within 6 points late in the game. The onside kick then gave them life with 9 seconds left. However, the Steelers defense held, and they go on to win the Super Bowl that year. I think they beat the Cowboys. 07 is that NFC Championship game when Tom Coughlin's face was bright red and frozen.
Yeah.
-1 degrees, -23 wind chill. Favre's last game at Lambeau as a Packer.
Yep.
1967, though, the Ice Bowl is number 1. Coldest game in NFL history, -13, -23 wind chill.
Yeah.
We know the crap that happened at the end of that one. Lombardi, quote, "We gambled and we won."
Yeah.
As with 16 seconds remaining, no timeouts, Green Bay could either go for the win or play it safe and set up a game-tying field goal. What'd they do? They false started. They didn't call it, but they got the touchdown, or else it would have been the Tom Landry Trophy and not the Lombardi Trophy.
I got a couple other ones real quick.
Yeah.
We got the Lambeau Leap was a game that was...
That was Leroy Butler?
Leroy Butler. That was December 26, 1993. That was against the Raiders. Air temperature that day was 0 with the wind chill of -14. And then we had another game where that game I was talking about against the Bears. I always talk about that one. Air temperature of 8. That was December 9th of 2013. Air temperature of 8 degrees, wind chill of -9. That was a Cowboy loss, 45-28. Wow. That's the coldest game. It's the second coldest game in Cowboys history, next to the Ice Bowl.
Gosh.
Played in probably a 30-degree soccer game, 1988.
Okay.
Woke up on a Saturday morning, went out to the grounds. It was frozen.
Did the ball hit you?
Oh, yeah. It hurt like hell. Yeah.
Dude, I played as a kid, and I don't know what the weather was. I was playing goalie, got nailed in the face by a ball.
Oh, it's the worst.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think I should play goalie anymore.
I want that footage.
Goalie no hands. What was it like? The rock climbing no hands.
Free solo goalie.
No hands.
Solo goalie.
It happened to this kid at Abbey's soccer game yesterday. She got smacked in the face. It was 33 degrees and windy, and she went down. And they're like, "Do you have a concussion?" She was like, "Hey, no concussion. It just stung like hell.
It stings so bad."
I saw a lady get hit with a foul ball at a Brewers game when the opening day, temperature about 23 degrees. She was selling Dove bars. They were selling ice cream in the stands, and a guy named John Jaha hooked one into the stands.
John Jaha.
And you could hear it hit her face.
Oh no!
And my guy Ralph Ockenfeldt, who was a marketing guy.
These names, you're making up names.
No, Ralph Ockenfeldt. He's the marketing director for the Tennessee Titans. Ralph goes, down goes Frazier. Down goes The lady just crumpled right there. He'd had about 15 beers already at the game.
Brian's youth, man, it is a wild ride through.
Oh, God, it was crazy.
I would say Gen X, but we found out yesterday you're a boomer.
I am. I'm a boomer by a year.
Okay, we got biggest L's and biggest dubs coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the nation.
But start the new year off right and be a game changer. Start it with a game-changing financial plan with our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today. Figure out how to make your New Year's resolution stick. I've done it. Eric's done it. And gosh, the peace of mind we've received from Trajan Wealth has us feeling way more confident for our financial future. You can check out the website, trajanwealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com. You can also call them, set up an absolutely free consultation. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I love the Frisco spot. Say what's up to my guy Steve over there. They're also in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and in Southlake, Eric.
That's right, well, Chuck, shout out to Southlake and shout out to Trajan Wealth. They got me taken care of at the highest level, and now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that could be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, divisional round recaps, college championship preview, and a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. It's a football Monday on The Fan.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being told by an HVAC company that you need to replace your home's furnace, pump the brakes and don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. They'll tell you the truth and not just try to sell you a furnace you may not need. Their focus is fixing your furnace and getting you warm again. Plus, you'll get a stay warm guarantee for the rest of the winter. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
It's a new year. Ready for a fresh start or career reboot? At My Computer Career, prep for a more recession-resistant future in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, in months, not years, including AI. Whether you're starting out or switching careers, no prior training is needed. Attend school online from home or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu to take the free career evaluation today. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Football playoffs are here, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite player or perhaps your least favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. You probably know what statistics are. Get them right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Fan, Rangers, and Hurtado Barbecue Dallas? Oh, heck yeah. On Monday evening, January 19th, we'll all team up for Rangers Winter Warm-Up. The first 100 people through the doors will meet and get autographs from Rangers Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. The guys will then join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get in line early, enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas, and meet some Rangers. Monday evening, January 19th, with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We'll find out what Nick Harris can tell us about the Cowboys defensive coordinator search coming up at 3 o'clock. Nick Harris, start Telegram with us most Fridays here on The Fan. Here's the Chief with the sports segment.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Big L for the family this week. We lost a legend.
Sorry?
Mr. Bob Emerson, a.k.a. Pup-Up, a.k.a. my grandfather, my mom's dad.
Sorry.
92 years old.
Hell of a run.
I'd say that's a good run.
My man.
Good run.
He was married to the vitamin game. Okay,
Yeah.
This dude had like a suitcase size full of vitamins
There
that
we
he
go.
would sit down and spend probably half an hour every day for the better part of the last like 35 years.
There we go.
And it clearly worked for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it did.
I like what he's doing.
He passed in his sleep, which is what he always sort of talked about.
Yeah.
The
Ideal.
way he wanted to go, which I think is pretty par for the course for just about any rational human being. Just like, let me go to sleep, and then that's it. That's cool. So that
Tremendous
was
blessing.
that was unfortunate, and it's crazy because like even when someone's 92 years old, it still clubs you over the side of the head.
Oh, for sure.
You know, like there's like you always know, like when they're like in their 70s, you're like, really, this could kind of happen at any time. Yeah. Dude made it to 92, and it's still, when my mom texted me on Monday morning, gosh, man, it just hits you. And it sucks.
Absolutely.
It does suck. So
I never think the day's going to come.
I think I'll be doing my first official, like short and sweet eulogy situation at the funeral next Saturday. He went the cremation route. So, I had a chance to like go see him, I guess but I just couldn't bring myself to want to do that.
Yeah. It's not easy.
When they've already lost life, it's like, do I really want to see? Yeah, it wasn't even the viewing. It was just like, hey, he died this morning, and they're like gonna, I don't know, take him out within the hour if you want to like come by or whatever.
It's tough, man.
I couldn't bring myself to want to do that. But R.I.P. R.I.P. to Pup Up.
How's Mum doing?
She's she's doing all right. Yeah, Pup Up and Mum, that's them, and I think she's hanging in there, but. I mean, they've been married she's 92 as well. We just celebrated her 92nd birthday 2 days before he passed.
Yeah. I know Heppy was hoping my grandma Honey would go after him, but unfortunately went the reverse. And as soon as Honey went, it was 6 months later, and
it seems strange how that happens.
For sure. We're all on Mum watch now at this point because the emotional toll that it takes when you've been married to somebody for 70 years.
Yeah.
Wow. It's like
you just kind of give up too.
Yeah, for sure. So it's a bummer. Definitely a bummer, but he was a great man. All right, big L to, let's see, Tim and Carthage. We start with the dub, which is the ice machine.
Thank you so much, man.
Unbelievable. What a game changer.
Yep.
And then I don't know what this means, but he says, biggest L, Choppy and Bobby don't understand the concept that water plays with ice. So I guess they were having some confusion on how the ice machine was supposed to work, and they didn't realize you have to pour water into it. I don't know. I'm sure they got into a screaming match about it.
Nobody would be off more than Brian. Somebody broke this thing.
I feel like Bobby and Choppy are both get it done kind of dudes. You know what I mean? Like handymen to some extent. Like,
what?
I can handle this.
Is there a setting for that where you can run a hose into it?
Maybe.
No, and Bobby's just he's got
smart.
the IQ.
But I don't think he's a handy guy.
Probably not a handy guy. You're right.
There's a light that comes on. All you do is remove the tray, and then there's a water level. You take the distilled water there, the water we have out of the machine, and you pour it in there to the line.
Yep.
Set the tray back in, and it tells you when it needs water. It tells you when it's full. So I check it before our show just to make sure. It seems like it's in good working order right now.
Woody in the 214, big dub for this week, just watched The Rip on Netflix. He says it's a sick-ass movie, and that's in my queue. I cannot wait. That's Ben Affleck. That's Matt Damon. That's police and drugs.
Okay.
Sign me up.
I'm in.
So I'm hoping to throw that on tonight.
Right,
Is it a movie?
Add his and hers to your queue. It's only 6 episodes. It was an easy watch. The finale, mind bleep.
Really?
I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, I need to carve out some time.
Okay.
I think I'm emerging from the doghouse.
Okay.
With my lovely. She actually talked to me this morning, so I was like,
That's
okay,
good.
we're probably going to be binge watching this weekend.
Step in the right direction, man.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Thank you.
We'll call that a dub.
Absolutely.
Biggest L for Woody, he says, after Monday, no more college football. That does hurt. That is the bittersweet part of this season, or this portion of the season, where you have to soak in all the great football that's going down, knowing that it's about to come to a screeching halt.
Yeah.
And for college football, that happens by
quick.
11 p.m. on Monday night.
Soak it in.
325 biggest L this week's lawyer payment left me overdrawn by $200.
Oh,
that does suck. Biggest dub,
Can
though.
we ask what you're paying the lawyer for?
He says, biggest dub, no more check-ins at the Gray Bar Motel.
That'd be jail.
That would be jail.
Sounds like a DWI.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. Here we go. We have 469. L, still thinking about how I wipe every time I go number 2. Thanks to Dawson in Restroom Revelations last month, when you revealed that you will go back to front from time to time.
There's a place for it in every man's toolkit.
I haven't reached for that tool just yet.
Well, you're a blessed man.
At some point, I might have to. Big W says no work on Monday. Congratulations to you, sir.
That's a holiday, right?
MLK Day. Yeah, we should be getting comped.
Yeah.
A little comp action for working on Monday.
We got a show Monday. Yeah.
We do.
903, big L to my TV. Wife has watched people we meet on vacation 4 times already. Tolo Reginald. Oh, I guess his wife is just rewatching the same show, and he's stuck having to do the exact same thing.
That's a tough one.
Let's see. 469, Big Dub learning to fly a plane. That's pretty awesome.
That is badass.
Be careful, but gosh, what a flex when you can be like, hey, sugar, I'm going to take you for a spin in the airplane. We're going to go see the city.
I was like 15, 16 years old. My best friend Cameron was getting his pilot license. And somehow he talked me into going up there as one of his first solo flights. It was him and another high school, like junior, maybe?
Jim McCormick.
And we flew down from Vancouver, Washington to Salem, Oregon. Landed and came back. I was terrified the whole time. I was like, what did I do? You're up here in this tiny thing and you're bouncing.
Yeah, bro. That is, especially with your fear. Maybe that was the genesis of your plane fear.
I was well into it. I don't know why I thought it would be fun.
Do you have in the back seat, or do you have?
I was crammed in the back seat because it was two guys up front that were the pilots.
Pilot and the co-pilot. So they let you sit in the co-pilot seat?
No, I was in the back. Yeah.
Nice.
Is that the co-pilot seat? The back?
The co-pilot seat's the one next to the co-pilot.
No, it was Brian, this guy that actually went to the Air Force Academy. Yeah. So I was probably in good hands.
Still crazy though, bro. Let's see. Like my brother's a pilot, and when he was doing like the single engine stuff, he was always like, "Yeah, anybody that wants to come take a ride with me." I'm like, "No way, bro."
Yes, no way.
On that one. I'm going to sit on the ground.
575.
Yeah, we're going to work on some stalls.
Yeah,
Turn the engine off and turn it back on.
Not in a million years. Okay, we have let's see, a couple of bets got lost in the 575. So sorry about that, my friend. Let's see, we have the Mavs still suck. That's an L for Mark and Terrell. That hurts. 817, biggest dub, daughter got her driver's permit. Biggest L, daughter got her driver's permit. That's Dutch and Keller. Yeah, that's a stressful time.
Yeah,
for sure.
I can't imagine.
I mean, it adds some layer of convenience, I would imagine, for mom and dad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the fear as you just lay waiting for her to get home every night or whatever.
Yeah.
That's an unenviable position.
Do not want to cross that bridge. I'm going to be a big advocate of taking her anyway and Ubering. But I've been letting her drive out of the neighborhood. It's maybe a mile, 20, 25 miles, just to get used to signaling and mirror and head checking and all that stuff.
Get ahead of it a little bit.
But that's an anxious time by itself. Just sitting next to an untrained driver, not knowing if they're going to mash the gas or, do any kind of crazy stuff. We got 1 down, 4 to go. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joins us to talk Cowboys offseason next to the Nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Christian McCaffrey has scored a touchdown in 8 straight playoff games. With a touchdown on Saturday night against Seattle, he would tie former Bills running back Thurman Thomas as the only 2 players in NFL history with a touchdown in 9 straight games. I'm Chris Black.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. How's it going, Brad?
It's going great, babe. We're celebrating winning the World Championship, #1 Chevy dealer in the world for the 3rd year in a row.
Congrats, Brad. Who better to help business owners win than the 3-time world champ Chevy dealer? You don't get there unless you have the selection and savings for winning drives.
That's right. During our total 2026 trade-up, you can get a new Chevy Silverado medium-duty work truck, $21,500 $1,000 in total savings.
And if they need to sell or trade their existing fleet, can they turn that into even more savings?
No question. We're paying top dollar for trade-ins. 2 or 200, we'll buy them all.
Visit ClassicFleet.com to secure New Year's savings. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy Business Elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial. Driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 through 2025 new Chevrolet deliveries. Stock number RH378683. MSRP $73,562. $8,000 classic discount. $13,500 consumer cash. $52,062 sales price plus tax title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 2/2/26.
Colos, we're gearing up for another trip to Radio Row for the big game. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Stella Artois. The beer with a taste worth more. For moments worth more.
Always enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Stella Artois beer. St. Louis, Missouri. Message intended for 21 plus.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Dallas Card Show is back January 15th through January 18th at the Marriott Waters Creek in Allen. Over 700 vendor booths and something for everybody. And that includes us. Me and Corey are going to be hanging out there this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us. Show off the cards you get while you're here. Get your tickets now at DallasCardShow.com or at the door. Don't miss the Dallas Card Show January 15th through the 18th at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's our number 2 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 3, 4. It's the count. We got Nick Harris coming up at 3:20. Apparently, he's banging out an article for the Star-Telegram, maybe on this D.C. search. So we're going to interrogate Nick on what he knows and what he's posting there. You'll get a little bit of breaking news coming up at 3:20 with Nick Harris. So let's do the C note right here, gentlemen. Does George Pickens have an argument? I guess he was on Instagram. Dove Kleiman aggregated it and put it on Twitter where I saw it. I don't spend a lot of time on Instagram and Facebook. I'm mostly just getting my stuff on Twitter. So as annoying as it is that Dove Kleiman and others have just made an entire career off of stealing people's content, I salute Dove right here because he posted it to George Pickens. And the quote here, what's the criteria for first-team All-Pro? Gotcha. It's not about the play. It's a popularity contest. And he posted his stat, 93 catches, 14.29, 9 touchdowns, and the 15.4 yards per catch. That was 7th in the NFL. It looks like he is saying he should be in instead of Jamar Chase, who had 17 less yards, a touchdown less, about 4 yards less per catch. He was at 11.3, did accumulate 125 catches. What do you think? Does George Pickens have a valid beef here, guys?
He does. I get it. Like, Jamar Chase was still awesome, and Jamar Chase did this without Joe Burrow for a large stretch of the season. Mm-hmm. So I think that is probably why he got the nod. But I do love the next-gen stats All-Pro team, and takes in a lot of variables into account as well. And he did make it over Chase. Okay. And their write-up was his 583 receiving yards versus man led the NFL, and his 253 receiving yards over expected nearly paced all players since 2018, trailing only 2 historic performances. You had Justin Jefferson in 22 and his teammate CeeDee Lamb in 2023, and we know how damn good he was there. Plus, the tight windows was key. He totaled a league-high 17 catches for 305 yards when a defender was within 1 yard, which was also much better than what Jamar Chase had. So I think he does have a case, but Look, Jamar Chase was still brilliant. You're talking
Yeah.
about worth a backup quarterback. He had over 1,400 yards and 8 touchdowns and averaged over 11 yards a catch in 13 games.
It is a
crazy.
tough call. And Amon-Ra St. Brown is just a couple of down. He had 11 touchdowns in very similar numbers as well. But I think George Pickens was definitely deserving of it.
Sure. Yes, and I don't know. I don't know if you mentioned it there, like the penalty stuff that he drew.
Also very
and I don't know.
yards.
I don't know Jamar Chase in that same way. Like he was probably drawing some himself, but I think Pickens was leading the league in the DPI yardage and stuff as well, like the hidden yardage.
It is close to call. I wonder if reputation plays a role. You know, you're talking about the AP writers, and maybe some of them are biased. They bought into the negative narratives around George Pickens that I don't think are terribly accurate. But I would say to anybody that held anything against George, Jamar Chase spit on Jalen Ramsey. You know? If you're going to hold that against George, I would say, you know, maybe equal bias against Jamar Chase for his quote unquote, you know, character issues would be appreciated here in this regard. Reed Hansen giving you a juicy draft headline: Draft day steal, safety devalued. Could best prospect reach the Cowboys? Let's talk some draft here. He points out safeties become the least valued position in football. If you go by the average salaries of NFL players, it's very clear. You got last year Malachi Starks, first rounder, first safety at 27. Previous 2 seasons, no safeties in the first round. Am I building the case that maybe Caleb Downs could fall to the Cowboys at 12? I don't know. That would be awful fun. Do you think Caleb Downs is such a better prospect than other safeties?
Yeah.
I guess there was some comps to Ed Reed today. I saw some comps to Troy Polamalu. I think that might be the better one. Like, give me a comp. Sell me on, hey, this guy's the Hall of Fame safety, and you just can't miss on this one.
Yeah, I think he, like Eric Berry, would probably be a good comp for him, whom the Chiefs did take in the top 10 of the draft. I mean, and Eric Berry is a guy, maybe he's the best prospect since an Eric Berry. I said since Sean Taylor, but Eric Berry was an absolute stud, and I mean, that's totally fair. Maybe some would argue like since an Earl Thomas. But he's one of these guys that, like, I understand at Ohio State, and we've discussed this, he was asked to do a lot of stuff downhill in the box. Certainly, is he one of the most sure tacklers in the draft of any position? Yes. Blitzing, I don't think there's a weakness to his game. I think at Alabama, it speaks for himself as a true freshman, leading the team in tackles and becoming an alpha on that defense that had a lot of NFL talent already. And then you immediately transfer over to Ohio State, you win a national championship, and you're the best player on that defense that had multiple first-round picks a year ago, and that carried over to this year. I mean, that Miami loss for Ohio State, you can look at Sonny Styles and question that tape. You can look at Arvell Reese and question that tape. You can't look at Caleb Downs and question his. He was still really, really good. So I think there's 2 teams that you're going to have to navigate here for him to get there. Washington at 7 and Kansas City at 9, because those are 2 teams that do have a history in their organizations of taking safeties in the top 10.
I think, man, you're perfect. I think you did exactly what you needed to say there. Those are the 2 teams you absolutely have to worry about.
Brian, do you think positional value could push him down to 12?
You know what? It's funny. Jeff Kavanaugh and I were doing Trusted Tape this morning, and I go, Jeff, give me your stack of your players, and he had 3 non-traditional positions in his top 3. He had Love in there as a running back. He had Downs in there. You know, 2 of his 3 guys were non-traditional. I just personally feel like that, to me, in a draft where, you know, especially when you're talking about the top 10, you take the absolute best player regardless of the position. In my opinion, you do. You don't want to make a mistake up there.
Yeah.
You don't want to make the mistake. And so, you know, I just feel like that people are going to look at Downs and they're going to say he is one of the best players in this game in the entire draft. And given the opportunity, I think somebody's going to do that. That's why I think Kansas City and the Commanders both. I totally agree with Wolchuk on
Instant impact? You think he makes the Cowboys defense better day one?
He does, yeah. And they get better up the middle because they're already good at tackle. Now they're going to get better at safety. Need to work on the linebacker part of things like that with the Mike linebacker. And maybe you could do that at 20.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you could get somebody that you feel like can play. I know there's a lot of people out there. We've had this discussion before on their show, The Stack, and other various things like that. You know, would Hill from Texas be better than a C.J. Allen at 20? You know, do you go and get that that Mike linebacker. I think, and I know Zach is thinking about 20. He's got Rodriguez, the Texas Tech linebackers, possibly. So all of a sudden, you get Downs and you get another linebacker that's a Mike linebacker to go along with the two defensive tackles you have.
Nice.
You've made your defense so much better up the middle.
So would you say that this elite kind of safety is just rare, and that explains why there hasn't been but one safety taken first round the last 3 years?
I think to me that what happens is the minute you don't have one and you play defense and you realize it, there's so many teams that will just say, oh, no, we could get by. But when you have one, it makes such a difference too. Look at everybody, and this goes back to the Dallas Cowboys in the early 90s with Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
There were so many great players on Dallas's defense, but really when you watch Dallas's defense, the guy you worried about the most was Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
They had all these great players. And then to a man, when they talk about that, when the coaches talk about that team, they talk about what the impact that a Darren Woodson make. I think to me, you look at some of these guys, the Troy Polamalu's, Ed Reed. I remember watching Ed Reed at Miami, and he didn't look anything like he played in, but it was such an impact.
I mean,
with what he was able to do.
And if you're getting a guy like that, I'm totally sold. I'm not going to be skeptical. If the consensus is going to be this guy's on a Hall of Fame type of trajectory, sign me up at 12. And but at the same time, I have a lot of curiosity about how far this guy could fall, because Derwin James fell to 19. So it seems like a long shot that when you guys describe a player of this quality, you could really have a chance to get him at 12, but seems fairly realistic. Tim Kalishaw giving you something to think about with the national championship game on Monday, says Corey Heatherman, Miami, D.C. makes the most sense. Probably just, having fun writing about the Cowboys and the national championship game there in the paper. But he draws a fun parallel to Jimmy Johnson at Miami. I thought it was a pretty decent read. And he talks about how dominant they have been against Ohio State and A&M. I guess the run defense has only given up one 40-yard run all season long, and that was just to Ole Miss. This Heatherman guy's pretty impressive, Brian. Do you think there's any chance the Cowboys are interested?
I asked about him, and they said no.
Okay. Jonathan Gannon, somebody asked about him on Twitter, and I don't know how likely this is, but everywhere I turn, there is like an anti-Jonathan Gannon narrative that has formed very strongly across the media, hasn't it? Is it warranted? I mean, he won a championship with the Eagles. He was named a head coach.
I don't think, did he win a Super Bowl with the Eagles? I think was Jim Schwartz.
He went to a Super Bowl.
Jim Schwartz was the one that won the championship with the Eagles.
Yeah, and then last year, who was there? It was the same DC. It was Fangio. Yeah, Fangio. Dick got the Super Bowl last year. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, I remember... And I started thinking about it after the Cowboys are supposed to interview him at the Star next weekend, is the report. Like, he's going to come in and be the second, I think, in-person visit after Jones, the Vikings secondary and defensive passing game coordinator. The clips that have come out, and it's not fair, because I remember Eric and I making fun of Nick Sirianni in his introductory presser. And it's like, what kind of player is going to want to follow this dork? But he's been awesome, right? Gannon's been the same way, some of the stuff that's come out about him. I mean, Shan RJ played one of the clips, and he's talking about, like, who took the bus, who drove in, and then there was, like, no point to it. And it seems like kind of a strange guy that, like, if I'm a player, I'm following this guy, I'm buying into what he's selling, and his numbers as a defensive coordinator aren't very good. So I don't know. He's got everything that they want in terms of former head coach experience, and they know him. He's got the relationship with Clayton Adams.
Does sponsor
and he's got
building.
the relationship with Shoddy, I'm sure. But, I mean, Eric, I don't know. I feel like we're probably in alignment here. Like, the more other candidates have emerged that they've interviewed, Gannon's kind of become the least that I'd want out of all of these names.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I still can't believe that he was able to get the head coaching job after surrendering the 24 to 14 halftime lead over the Chiefs in that Super Bowl, where Kansas City scored 24 second half points, including 17 in that fourth quarter. And I mean, when he started when the Eagles went to the Super Bowl that year, it was more about their offense. And like their run defense was not good at all.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't even like, oh my gosh, he's taking this thing to where the Eagles are like the best defense in the league, so inevitably that guy just goes and gets a head coaching job. He didn't even do that. Like this is Arizona giving a guy a head coaching job that I don't even think deserved it at the time. And so I just think there's so many other better candidates right now that you could go for. And Jonathan Gannon is just a guy that has not really, he's never had like an elite defense.
This is like nepotism, you think maybe?
I don't know exactly. I don't know. I don't know what
that is.
I mean, I don't know what his relationship was with the Cardinals brass when he got that job, but the Cardinals are a perpetually awful organization. So the fact that they handed him a head coaching job doesn't really like lend credence to, he was awesome and deserved it.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how against it I should be, right? If Clayton Adams signs off on it, if Shoddy signs off on it after an extensive search, how strong are you going to rip that move that day on the show?
I mean, it's a tough one because I don't know that like we were super pumped about Dan Quinn in hindsight when he first got hired after the tenure in Atlanta went bad, and then Dan Quinn ended up being awesome. And I do think, Brian, you're right in terms of maybe there is a correlation to what DQ did and Gannon having similarities. Like it's a soft zone scheme. He doesn't blitz a lot.
Yeah.
That's his track record, right?
Yeah.
He's another one of these guys that like it's kind of like, hey, we're going to give up yards 20-20, but our red zone defense is going to be pretty strong. But he really has one good year as a coordinator, and it was 2022 with the Eagles when they were second overall in defense, and I think they were fourth in takeaways. So otherwise, the defenses in Arizona were bad. The injuries, that's totally fair to use that as well in the conversation. The context matters, but I don't know.
He must be a good hang or something, but he also looked like such a Richard last year on the sideline hitting that player. He got fined for that.
Yeah, that's not something you can do.
How can
there.
Shoddy's vibes align with that?
Yeah, that's a great point. Like that should be a glaring thing that you're like, no, thank you, unless everything else you bring to the table is flawless, and that's not the case here. So, I mean, when he was in Philadelphia, he was constantly criticized for poor in-game adjustments because, I mean, they were like 18th in the league when it comes to fourth quarter and overtime points surrendered. Like they were constantly late in games. Offenses were figuring them out, and their offense was so good that year that teams couldn't really commit to running the football against them, but they were 23rd in the league against the run that year.
Are there a bunch of guys running around getting promoted, Brian, that really don't know their butt from a hole in the ground? Like,
it's kind of one of those leagues.
It is kind of one of those leagues. Yep. Wouldn't be the first time, is what you're saying?
Man, it wouldn't be the first.
We got Nick Harris joining us as the Cowboys continue their defensive coordinator search. Is it going to be Gannon? Is it going to be somebody else? Nick will answer those questions more coming up next year. It's the GBAG Nation on the Fan.
All right, I got a chat about my friends over at East Dallas Diesel. I love them. It's a Friday. Hey, treat yourself. Why don't you go in there, check out that awesome showroom they've got at East Dallas Diesel, or maybe go to eastdallasdiesel.com and check out all the new inventory that they're adding daily, because my buddy Tony Alberti, he is the owner there. It's family run and operated. He's been in the car and truck game for nearly 30 years. He is personally inspecting and putting every single vehicle on that lot, so you know you are getting quality. And the thing about East Dallas Diesel that sets them apart, one, it's not the ring around with your typical dealership. They're focused on great customer service. They want to get you in and out as fast as possible, but it's also all about the customization. So they're unique. If you're checking out that website, you're looking at one of their trucks, maybe it's one of the Chevys, the GMCs, the Fords, the Rams, the Toyotas, you name it. It's close to what you want. It's not exactly what you want, or you're not seeing what you want. Just stop, call Tony, ask his team over there. They're going to help you out. Tell them exactly what you want. They're going to make it something possible for you with your name on it at East Dallas Diesel, because custom is the standard there. So check them out, eastdallasdiesel.com, or follow them on Instagram and on Facebook. As I mentioned, they're adding new inventories daily, whether it's the motor cars or the trucks. Go check out that showroom. Tell them Old Chuck sent you. East Dallas Diesel, where custom is the standard.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Yeah, let's go put some miles on it.
Kane Brown, live in concert.
Just you and me.
Saturday, August 8th, Choctaw Grand Theater. Country music superstar Kane Brown live. Purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. Kane Brown live. The new album, The High Road, out now.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here, and if you've been slowed down or stopped living an active life due to pain, do what I did. See the team for Total Male Optimization, Men's T Clinic. Men's T Clinic's natural regenerative therapy offerings are customized, built for men, and expertly guided and delivered. Enhance your performance, recovery, and quality of life by healing from within with the Men's T Clinic near you. 5 DFW locations open Saturday, 972 GO Men's T, mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-OT. mensteclinic.com.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes. One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The divisional round is this weekend. Now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, Chicago is trading at 35% to beat LA. A $100 trade pays out $258. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Here we go. Love talking football with Nick Harris, Star Telegram. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And good afternoon, Nick. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic, fellas. How are we doing?
Outstanding. Having fun tracking this story. Do you think what's been reported so far is what we're looking at as far as candidates, or are new ones going to emerge here?
Yeah, I think the possibility of Jeff Ulbrich is still on the table, just kind of depending on what happens in Atlanta. But, yeah, it looks certainly like they're going into the second phase of interviews. They've cast a wide net with the 9 initial interviews, and then now whittling it down to 3 or 4. We've had 3 reported already. Wouldn't surprise me if a 4th or maybe even a 5th trickles in as far as in-person interviews go. But they are starting to kind of whittle it down just a bit. But taking their time with the process, and that's no complaints by me.
It kind of feels like Shoddy's heading this thing up a bit more because the Joneses really don't cast wide nets like this. But what do you know about that, and what do you think about who's going to be the ultimate decision maker here?
Yeah, Brian Schottenheimer's had a huge voice in all of this. He's done so much research on all of these guys. He's been the one leading the the research process and bringing them in, developing the questions for these interviews, a lot of them. But also, I don't want to diminish at the same time Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Will McClay. They are very much a part of these interviews as well. And then a couple more guys behind the scenes that have also been a part of this process, which I think is fascinating, is Clayton Adams, the offensive coordinator, and Ryan Feeder, the game management coordinator, a couple of guys that I've heard a few times in my conversations around the building as guys who have voiced their opinions in this search and have certainly been respected in that way too.
Nick, when it comes to Jonathan Gannon, I know that's another name that's supposed to come in and interview in person next week. We were just kicking the tires on him, and for whatever reason, he's not exciting me compared to some of these other names. What's the sell, and then maybe what you're hearing around the league as to maybe why Gannon wouldn't be a great hire?
You're saying would or would not?
Both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Why would I be wrong on not wanting him, and maybe what could be the reason for him not being the great choice?
Yeah, I think the case, to preface, I'm kind of with you there, Zach. I don't think Gannon is the best choice out of these candidates, but if you're making the case for, he has the experience in the NFC East. When he was defensive coordinator with the Eagles in 21 and 22, he had top 10 total defenses in both of those campaigns. Helped develop some players that have really shined over the course of the last half decade in Philadelphia. And then he also has the experience factor alongside Shoddy and Clayton Adams. And whenever you're talking about off-season concept building and building, what this defense is going to look like, even when you get to training camp and building practices and how those are structured, it's going to be a seamless fit. There's going to be a lot of days spent with a new candidate that maybe would have to, understand how Shoddy and Clayton Adams like to do things versus a guy like Jonathan Gannon who would already have an understanding. You know what I'm saying? So if they're looking for a quick cohesion factor, then, that I think you can make the case for in that instance. But, yeah, on the other side, too, I mean, if you're looking at the two coordinators that the Cowboys have moved on from in the last 2 years, Mike Zimmer and Matt Eberflus, this guy is literally a disciple of both of them and has brought a lot of the same concepts of Matt Eberflus's career, especially in Indianapolis and where he developed in Indy and has used them throughout his career. It's a little bit different. There's some different nuance. He likes to run some brief safety stuff. We never saw that with Matt Eberflus, but there's a zone-heavy concept to what he throws out on the field. You're not going to see a whole lot of pressure throughout the course of a game. But, I think another thing that would be fascinating, too, is if Jonathan Gannon ends up landing the job, are there some guys in that Cardinals roster that can make sense to call Arizona about and, try to trade for to get to Dallas? I think that would open up a possibility of some things. But all in all, I'm with you, Zach. I don't think Gannon is the best possibility of the candidates on the list.
Hey, Nick, which way do you think it's going to go then? And you mentioned that about calling and making trades or signing, whatever you have to. Which way do you think the Cowboys are going to lean? Is somebody going to come in here and tell Jerry that he's got all the bones and he don't need to add anybody and I'll be fine with this defense coordinated? Or is he going to come in and say you need 5 or 6 more guys if you want this thing to be really good?
Well, I think there's probably some truth in both of those statements, right? Because on one hand, they do have the bones. They have guys like Quinnen Williams and Donovan Ezeraku, DeMarvion Overshone, Deron Bland if he's healthy, Savone Revel if he's healthy. But at the same time, they still do need those 5 or 6 guys to add. And I would hope that you not only have a good teacher and developer, which what Brian Schottenheimer has emphasized over the last couple of weeks with what he's looking for in this role, but also a good evaluator, because you're going to be sending this defensive coordinator to a lot of pro days. He's going to be watching a lot of film over the course of the next few months on these defensive guys in the first round. You want to make sure that these 2 picks, they get them right, and that he can work with the scouting department, and that he can, see these guys in person, get the mental eval too. I think that's a big part of this process as well, because whatever it looks like in building this defense over the course of the next 6 to 8 months, however that ends up being, that's going to largely determine what the success of this new coordinator looks like anyway.
Nick, I know you're a Big J journalist. You report the facts, and we love and respect and appreciate that about you. As you've done the deep dive, as you've done on a lot of these guys, are you coming away with a personal preference here? Do you have a guy or two that you're like, man, I would like to see them go this way?
As I do more research on different guys and learn different things about different candidates, it starts to swing a little bit for me, but 2 names have pretty much stayed consistent at the top of my personal list, and it's been Jim Leonard and Christian Parker. But if you had to ask me right now, I would probably say Christian Parker is my personal favorite. I think what he's done from a development standpoint, not only in Philadelphia with Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, but going back to his time in Denver with Pat Surtain, his experience alongside Vic Fangio, as well as Sean Payton, and what he's been able to do during his career is very fascinating. And, you talk to people around the league and they will tell you that this is one of the top candidates around the league as far as a guy who has not been a play caller before, who is bound to get that job, whether it be this cycle or the next one. And I think Christian Parker would be a home run hire for this staff.
And the cherry on top, you're poaching the Eagles. I mean,
Absolutely.
Come on now, man. It's
there
beautiful.
we go.
And he is the 3rd name that's also coming in for a personal visit to the Star next week, correct?
Correct. It's going to be him, Jonathan Gannon, and Durante Jones, the Minnesota passing game coordinator as well, who, he's intriguing in his own way. He has had experience as a defensive coordinator at the college level. Granted, it didn't go well. It was at LSU. Brian could probably speak a lot on that. It was the 76th ranked group in the nation, 10th in the SEC, and he wasn't retained after that one season.
Wasn't ready.
That's his only experience as a play caller.
Yeah.
And then he's only had a pass defense ranked in the top half of the NFL twice. And it was 15th and 16th with the Dolphins in 16 and 17. That was prior to this last season. Obviously, the Minnesota pass defense this last year was fantastic. But is that a product of him being under the Brian Flores defensive mind in that room, or is he truly a branch off of that Flores tree? If they can answer that question themselves in that interview, then maybe it makes sense to bring him in person.
So if you're not coming in person next week, does that mean you're still in the playoffs or eliminated?
You're out.
I would theorize. I haven't directly asked that question, but I would probably, that makes a lot of sense. It's one of those situations where, you're in middle school and you try out for the basketball team and your name's not on the list. Does that mean I'm not on the team? What is that? I'm not being called into the coaching office, so it's probably one of those situations.
Do you think that there's any other candidates that they haven't been able to interview yet? I know the Jeff Ulbrich name has continued to float around.
Yeah, Ulbricht's really the name that continues to hammer home as far as one that I know that they would like to speak with. I'm just not sure Atlanta's going to give him up. And there was a report earlier today that Atlanta's looking really hard at Robert Saleh and Kevin Stefanski. And there's a scenario with both of those guys where Ulbrich either stays or leaves, and it just kind of depends on what either guy, wants to end up doing in that situation. But I was talking with Todd Archer earlier about this, and I was like, well, if it ends up being Saleh, and Saleh's like, hey, I still want to call plays. I feel comfortable doing that now as a head coach. Could Atlanta look at Ulbrich and say, hey, you're not calling plays. Sorry, buddy, you still got to stick around, though? That's a question that's probably going to have to be answered when they cross that bridge. But Ulbricht's really the only name.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, you want a draft question?
throw it at me.
Okay, so Stephen Jones said, you want to go defense, but then CeeDee Lamb's on the board. Are there offensive players you think that if they were there at 12 would make you have a CeeDee Lamb moment, or is that more about 20? Compare and contrast those two opportunities.
Yeah, that's a fascinating one. I'm glad you asked me that one. For me at 12, I just love Francis Mauigoa, the right tackle at Miami. I know that's not as sexy as CeeDee Lamb necessarily. I just think he's such a dude, and depending on what you do with Terrence Steele in the offseason would largely depend on even if you can, spend that capital to take a right tackle. But I love Francis Mauigoa. I'd be curious to see what the Jeremiah Love conversation is if he slips to say 20. Is that the running back out of Notre Dame? Is that a guy that they would just look at and be like, hey, this is a great, fantastic offensive player. I know we have Javonte Williams and Jaden Blue. We're going to give him another shot at camp, but Jeremiah Love is a fantastic football player too. This feels like a blinking light. And so I'd probably look at those two guys. I'm not as high on the receivers. I do like Carnell Tate out of Ohio State, but Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State, I don't think he's necessarily a CeeDee Lamb type where if you see him at 20, you gotta pull the trigger. Carnell Tate, though, I'm fascinated to see what the process looks like for him, and you could possibly entice me there.
What are your ideal picks at 12 and 20? Let's say the draft's today. Nick Harris is on the clock. Who would you love to be there?
I'm just going to be unrealistic because it's January, right? I'm going to get Caleb Downs at 12 and Sonny Styles at 20. I think that would be a home run. But no, if I'm looking more realistic, I think there is a scenario where Downs is there at 12. And I don't know, you talk more with I've been talking with some Giants beat writers over the course of the last couple of weeks, and they're like, man, we could probably take him at 5. No. I was like, oh, okay, then, that's also a scenario. But I would look at Caleb Downs at 12 and then maybe like a C.J. Allen at 20. I'd be completely fine with that. I'm a big C.J. Allen guy.
Nick, when you talk about Downs that he might be there at 12, would you have him then just right now on your stack? Where would you have him situated? Is he a top 5 guy for you? Is he top 10? Where do you have him?
Yeah, I don't really stack guys until around combine time.
Sure,
but I get more personal look evals. But if I had to do it right now, he would be a top 5 player for me, and okay. I can make the argument top 3 even. Okay. I am huge Caleb Downs guy, and he's so versatile too that even if you do bring Donovan Wilson back in free agency, I think that's still a guy who can plug into your secondary and give you a phenomenal role. I like him in the nickel role, playing close to the line of scrimmage. Look at his production behind the line of scrimmage and tackles for loss in the run game. That's a guy who has the physical traits to play just about any position in the secondary and could potentially even play some rover linebacker for you too. So I'm just a huge fan of his.
Just a ball knower. Nick Harris with us here on 105 through the Fan.
I did want kid Scott from Miami if you want to do all
Scott.
That. Yeah.
I did want to sneak in. What's the latest regarding Brandon Aubrey?
Yeah, that's going to be a conversation that's certainly had right around combine time, and Todd Archer did a fantastic job reporting on that earlier this week as far as, the conversations that were had last offseason. It makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys to put that second-round tender on him. That would put his contract value right around $6.5 million, and that would make him the highest-paid kicker in the NFL. So I would assume that it's pretty straightforward when it comes to that. I think the question is going to be length, and if they want to just go ahead and buy out the tender deal as far as it being a 1-year deal and just go ahead and make it a 3-year, what would the math be, $19.5 million, and extend him that way. But a couple of fascinating, aspects to that conversation is, it's not a normal end of a rookie contract because he's 30, 31 years old. And then also I'm not saying he ended the season on a slump because he's still one of the best kickers in the NFL, and his numbers in 25 actually paralleled a lot what they look like in 24, but he didn't finish the season as strong as he started it. So I wonder if that's a part of the conversation as well. But that's a guy I think you should lock up long-term, and I know it's kind of risky to lock up kickers long-term, but I think this is a guy that's proven to do that.
Terrific stuff. Nick Harris, Star Telegram. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy this football weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, I appreciate you, fellas. Y'all have a great weekend.
So good. Salute to Nick Harris here for joining us. Check out his podcast with John Owning, The Cross Chop, as well as reading his stuff there in the Star Telegram. We're coming back with Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yes, got a playoff edition of a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
Okay, but if you're tired of your house being uncomfortably warm in the summer, cold snaps sending a draft through your home in the winter, it's time to check out my friends at Window Nation. High electric bills coming to you every single month, no matter what time of the year it is. It's probably outdated windows. They're not energy efficient enough, and this Texas climate is wreaking havoc on your energy bills. Go to windownation.com again, okay? Buy 4, get 4 free right now, and you will pay a 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. It's the best time right now to replace all the windows in your home. There's still plenty of cold stuff left, and new windows from Window Nation are going to give your home a good facelift as well. If you're about to put it on the market, you're looking at an extra 5 figures with new windows in it, okay? And, the builder-grade windows that they installed, even if custom built, a lot of times the construction crews put the least efficient windows possible in there because they got a bottom line as well. So as your home gets older, or if it's, did not have great windows initially installed, it's time to go to Window Nation. Over 1,500 styles and colors, all backed by a lifetime warranty. WindowNation.com. This sale ends soon. Buy 4, get 4, no interest for 2 years at WindowNation.com.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, divisional round recaps, college championship preview, and a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. It's a football Monday on The Fan.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouthwatering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Feel stronger than you've ever been with Men's T Clinic. Melt visceral fat, get your energy levels back, and become the version of yourself you've always wanted to be with a complete program catered to your body. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
North Texas, those summer storms were brutal. Don't head into winter with a damaged roof.
I'm Caden Vining with Greystone Roofing. Our licensed inspectors will inspect your roof free of charge. And for a limited time, we'll upgrade you to a Class 3 impact-resistant shingle, free.
That upgrade can save you 15 to 20% every year on insurance premiums. Real savings that help offset those big deductibles when a storm hits.
Call Greystone Roofing today. Trusted, licensed, family-owned, and local.
Schedule now at greystone-roofing.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Abe Loffenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit. Joey, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. We did it. 3-time champs. The #1 Chevy dealer in the world for 3 years in a row.
3-time world champ. Congratulations. Never doubted you. I think this calls for a celebration.
I agree. That's why we're rolling out our best offers right here in the new year. A celebration of savings during our total 2026 trade-up event. Trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $13,000 in total savings.
That's world-class savings and selection you only find at a world-class dealer.
With top dollar for your trade, there's never a better time to upgrade for less. You better move fast. The best in-stock models sell fast.
You heard the man. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 through 2025. Stock number TG142569. Classic discount $6,000. Customer cash $3,000. GM bonus cash $1,000. Chevy Select Market bonus cash $3,000. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer doc fee. Expires 2/2/26.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that, and thank you to Greystone for being a part of that as well. Don't have any over the star things to talk about today. We did that yesterday, right?
Yeah, but I think we're just doing 2 a week now for the off season, so we'll be back probably with another one Monday or something.
Yeah, well, everybody go out there and start looking at draft coverage, stuff like that. Plenty of new podcasts and things like that. People putting out those a lot of draft content out there, man. I think it's cool this time of year. Everybody starts diving into these players and stuff. I'm excited that I'll be a part of the broadcast for the Senior Bowl.
That is cool.
The Shrine Bowl.
Yeah. So some of the Shrine Bowl. Thanks, Wolchuk. My mom heard me say, I think I messed up. My mom's like, "You're going to be on this Senior Bowl coverage?" I'm like, "No, Mom, it's the Shrine."
It'd be fun to go out to the Senior Bowl, but the Shrine Bowl, and unfortunately, lights out not doing the practices.
Yeah, you guys, you and Vach did a hell of a job with that last year. So
it was fun.
Anyway, check us out, though. We're on a lot of different platforms, folks. Just follow us along. You'll be okay with all that. All right, I'm going to play a little game with you guys. Last week we kind of did a thing with the playoffs, and it was a kind of a true and false game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read a statement about a team, and I want you to tell me, since we've only got the 8 teams left, right?
Yeah.
So we've only got 8 teams left. I'm just going to ask you. I'm going to read a statement, and you tell me which playoff team this applies to. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that okay?
That sounds good to me.
Does that sound good to you instead of a true and false situation?
Yeah.
And you can say the same teams. You can say the same teams. We
can't dibs them.
Yeah, we can kind of keep a running score.
Like when you say who's the best quarterback, and someone says Josh Allen, like we have to say a different. We have to pick a different quarterback.
No. I'm gonna give you something about a team, like a fact about this team in the playoffs, and you have to tell me who that team is. Okay?
Sounds
good.
Is that
cool? All right, Chief. I'll start with you. This playoff team had 6 players with over 200 plus yards of yak for the season. This playoff team had 6 players with over 200 plus yards of yak for the season.
6 players?
Yeah.
Freaking yak monsters.
Yeah, those are true yak gods. Give me... I want to say Bears or Rams. I'll go with the Rams.
How about you, Dawson?
Well, I was looking at that matchup. I thought it might be one of those teams, but then I thought, man, the 49ers had to have spread it around pretty good. So I went to San Francisco.
How about you, Wooly?
I'm going to go with a wild card. I'm going to take the Denver Broncos here. Because Bo Nix is not a guy that pushes it down the field.
That's a great point.
And they are one of the best screen teams in the league.
That's right.
They have to be.
So I'm going to go with Denver.
Denver's right.
Good pull.
Ding, ding, ding.
Good pull.
I think you just won the segment right there, right out of the gate.
That was a good pull. Yeah, Denver Broncos had 6 players this year with over 200 yards of yak. What did I say before? I call it something different. I said I didn't say yak.
Rack.
I said rack. Run after catch.
Which, I mean, I like rack and I like racks.
That's old school. Dawson.
Yeah.
This playoff team, their running back tandem forced the 3rd most missed tackles in the NFL at 132. This playoff team, running back tandem, forced the 3rd most missed tackles in the NFL at 132.
I'm going to go with, I think this one is easy, Brian. I'm going to go with the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, damn.
Walker and Charbonnet there.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll go with the Bears just to be different here because I do think you had...
What you think is going to be right?
My initial gut was the Bears, but I'd kind of forgotten about those 2 studs with Seattle. I'll just stick with the gut and go with Chicago because I think there were some weeks that Swift was pretty damn nasty in this category.
2 words, Kyron Williams, Blake Corum.
Ooh, I like that pick too.
Give me the Rams.
Just ram it.
Gavin Dawson's Seattle Seahawks is absolutely right.
Bang.
There we go.
Charbonnet.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Good job.
The Bell of Truth.
Nice.
I got one for Wolchuk,
Nice.
too.
The Bell of Truth right there. I like that. All right, Wooly.
It's a good guess by Chief, though.
This playoff team had 32 touchdowns against the blitz this season. This playoff team's quarterback had 32 touchdowns against the blitz this season. That's the most in the NFL by 15.
Okay. Wow. Give me...
Keep it simple, Wolchuk.
Matthew Stafford.
Wow. That's simple, but I think it's simpler to go Josh Allen.
How about you there?
I'm going to say Drake May.
Let's be the Los Angeles Rams.
Damn.
Oh.
He's heating up for sure.
Heating up. Yeah. I'm 2 out of 3.
Matthew Stafford had 32 touchdown passes against the blitz this season.
Probably, yeah, that is pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean,
can the Bears get pressure without blitzing? I don't know.
Now without TJ Edwards, that's going to be a toughie.
Kind of wondering that myself. Are you guys really worried about the weather up there for the Rams?
I'm not for Stafford, but in Adams and Puka, I think will be okay
defensively.
But yeah, on defense, like you got a lot of.
I'm just worried about their defense.
A couple of Florida State guys. Yeah, it's weird because that defensive line, I thought, is why I was so excited about them this year. They should dominate, and they haven't been dominating.
I'd be interested to see what some of your trainer sources around the league have to say about this, because I think what they'll say is these professional athletes are different, but the cold intimidates me so much that I can't eliminate my personal experience from this. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah, it would
rattles me, gives me a headache.
Me, you know?
I don't think the Rams have played under 40 degrees this year.
Yeah,
I don't think they've been exposed to this.
But how much have the Bears? How much have the Bears really been exposed to it? I mean, they played.
They live in it. That's your difference. That's your.
For the last couple of weeks, if this is your first year with Chicago,
but that's you live it. That's the advantage we had in Green Bay, that we lived in it. Trust me, when that door opens on that airplane and that cold goes through the airplane. When they're walking down the ramp, the stairs to get to their buses.
Yeah, you're down 7 points when you get off the flight.
There's no question. There's no question. That's a different cold. That is a different cold.
When I'm outdoors, more often than not, I have to take off layers at some point because I'm so heated. I got my heated vest going. I got my long underwear, 0 degree hunting clothes that I actually have to gear down at some point because I'm just preparing against it to such an extent.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
This playoff team forced a turnover, a league high, 7.4% of their pressures this season. This playoff team forced a turnover, a league high, 7.4% of their pressures this season.
Wow. I mean, Seahawks, Broncos, Texans. Yeah. Which one is it? I'll go with the Seahawks.
Dawson?
Yeah, that was my gut. My gut initially said Seattle. I'm going to stick with
Seattle. You stick with it. Wooly?
I'll take Houston.
Chicago Bears.
Oh, that's an upset. That's an upset
Chicago
right there.
Bears.
The kicker is they just didn't get a ton of pressure.
Yeah.
When they did, boy.
7.4%, though. They got a turnover.
Wow,
they did.
Dennis Allen, huh?
That's a sneaky one.
Last one.
Al Harris.
This playoff team is the best in the league passing when you don't blitz them. This team is best in the league passing when you don't blitz them.
That's your Drake May.
Yeah, I was thinking I was gonna lean Patriots there as well.
Yeah, Drake May does sound right to me too.
Everybody's going New England?
Yeah, we'll go Drake May.
It's actually Brock Purdy at the 49ers.
Purdy.
Truth. Wow.
Jimin, thank you.
Over. Thank you, Brian.
Enjoy the playoffs. Yeah.
With that appetite, divisional round starts tomorrow afternoon at about 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock, I think tomorrow's first game is 2 o'clock on Sunday. We'll get more details on your divisional weekend here with football's finest coming up with the Chief, buddy. What's in store?
Yes, sir. All right, let's go ahead and play you your John Gruden throwback story of the day, which is pretty funny. And it's not just Nick Harris and a lot of us folks here in this building that like the Eagles passing game coordinator as your next Cowboys DC. That's next year in the nation.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Bear weather may be a myth, but Rams QB Matthew Stafford has never played a game when the temperature is below 20 degrees at kickoff. It may not impact the Rams against one of the worst defenses in the league. If anyone can rally, it's the Chicago Bears. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Winter Sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hey Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
The Dallas Card Show is back January 15th through January 18th at the Marriott Waters Creek in Allen. Over 700 vendor booths and something for everybody. And that includes us. Me and Corey are going to be hanging out there this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us. Show off the cards you get while you're here. Get your tickets now at DallasCardShow.com or at the door. Don't miss the Dallas Card Show January 15th through the 18th at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen.
Hey, Tolos, quick question. Have you ever tried financing a paint job? Spoiler alert, you can't.
Yeah, nobody's handing out payment plans on a bucket of beige, but you can finance Rhino Shield.
That's right. Gary Zanobi here. Our ceramic coating comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield won't chip, peel, or crack. It's UV ray resistant and helps insulate your home.
And with easy financing, Gary can even get your payment under $200 a month.
Protect your home for the long haul. Visit RhinoShieldDFW.com.
Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Rhino Shield. What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do I do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Oh, you think Jerry actually pays a radio station? Yeah, he pays Jack FM to mow his lawn.
I don't ever wanna be a master.
100.3 Jack FM.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now, online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the Nation. Thanks for making us part of your day. We are now 1 hour from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. We got a football's finest. We got a mixed bag. I got a couple of draft questions for you a little bit later on. Oh. And then we want to hear your phone calls. Yeah, I was studying team needs last night, having fun with that on the podcast. And I got a couple of scenarios on what your guys' thoughts on coming up at 4:40. Here's football's finest with the Chief.
Yes, sir. Big NFL weekend and more on the Cowboys DC search right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
to win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, so one of the names that the Cowboys have clearly shown interest in and are bringing in for now a face-to-face, in-person interview is Eagles pass game coordinator and DB's coach Christian Parker.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Now, this is a guy that he's been given a lot of love and respect. He's a young dude. I mean, 34 years old. So there's a long track record for as young as he is of being pretty dang successful. And we do have some sound here if it is playable. We got a lot going on in the Pim Cup right now. Okay, we got a lot of hands on deck.
You're asking Lucius.
Oh, I just got the thumbs up. I just got the Lucius thumbs up in there.
Juggling chainsaws in there right now.
Low man wins, Lucius. Here we go. This is the Athletic Football Podcast. It's Robert Mays, who I do think is probably one of the
By the way, pause to the whole position in the Pim Cup right now.
I'm trying not to look in there. Front and back.
Man professional.
He's backing that thing up in there.
Oh, he sure is.
He's squatting it too, fam.
Yeah.
It's kind of like reminds me of that Gabe Dawson and then play in the locker room.
Low body strength is real with this guy.
Flashlight magazine.
Just a blue collar. This is good stuff. Okay, so Robert Mays, Athletic Football Podcast. He's joined by Connor Orr, who is one of the best at trying to get a lay of the land of the head coaching searches and stuff like that. So they're going through all the different vacancies, and they get to the Cowboys. And I just want you guys to hear what they're talking about with the way the Cowboys are approaching this, and specifically how they feel about Eagles pass game coordinator and DB's coach Christian Parker.
Cowboys defensive coordinator, I will say this. I think that they're hunting in the right places.
Yep.
Their list of who they've talked to. Christian Parker, I think George Schultz said today that they're interviewing Christian Parker. I've said for 2 years, I thought that Christian Parker is the defensive coordinator candidate I find the most appealing.
Totally agree.
I think he is. I totally understand that. Jim Leonard is somebody they've interviewed, and they interviewed Durante Jones, who is the passing game coordinator for the Vikings defense. And so, along with Jonathan Gannon, that collection of people, correct. If you're building like a 4 of how you're picking your defensive coordinator, I think you are hunting in the exact right place.
Yeah. To the point where God, and I was thinking to myself at this time last year, what would it take for me to fall in love with the Cowboys, or at least not just consider them an unserious organization? And I can't believe that in June, I'm going to be on podcast being you know what, the Dallas Cowboys are interested.
I already know I'm doing it. I already know I'm there, and I already hate myself for it.
Especially if it's Christian Parker. He is sharp, man. He is sharp.
I consistently have been impressed by him, and I do think he should get one of these jobs.
Okay, so for the last 2 years, Robert Mays has been talking about this guy and hyping him up as a defensive coordinator. So, of course, he's still been getting groomed by Dick Fangio up there in Philadelphia, finding a ton of success. But they clearly are in on this particular guy, and just in general, the approach to it. Shout out to Shoddy and the names that they're bringing in here. And we've talked about it, but it's nice to see from a national perspective, and these guys that are really inside football dudes that are going hey, 2 thumbs up on the approach here.
And, I think it's notable that there are so many of these young coaches now that have sort of figured out what teams are looking for, and they're trying to align themselves with that. So to stick out in a significant way is a tremendous accomplishment. He was getting interviews for DC last year. I think when you talk about having an understanding of the modern passing schemes and being adaptable and also developing talent, he's probably going to check all of the boxes for the Cowboys as far as what Shoddy said at that season-ending presser.
Yes, and and stealing something from the Eagles, weakening them just a little bit, I think has to add a little bit of fuel there. So all of that is very exciting. Here's your Throwback Thursday football clip of the day. This is John Gruden hanging out with the Barstool Bros, and he tells an Al Davis story.
When I was interviewing for the Raiders head coaching job, I was young, 31-something years old, right? Yeah. Al Davis.
Can't win.
And I had to get on the board a lot and draw plays. And I had seen Tom Landry, the old coach of the Cowboys, at a clinic.
Yeah.
And he would draw the offense in blue ink. Then he would draw the defense in red ink. Then he would get out a green pen, and he would draw the blocking schemes, right? So it was a color-coordinated presentation, unlike this black. You can't tell who's what, right?
Yeah.
So I go interview with the Raiders, and Al Davis says, he called me Butch.
Yeah.
Hey, Butch, what's your favorite play on 3rd and goal from the 9? So I drew the bunch formation in blue ink.
Yeah.
I drew the defense in red. I pull out another crayon. He goes, what's wrong with the crayons?
Yeah.
I go, I'm just trying to give you a color-coded presentation.
Yeah.
He goes, don't you know I'm f***ing colorblind? She was 90 years old at the time. Try to use some color code for the thing, man.
That's incredible.
Yeah, true story.
True story.
He has to clarify some of the crap I say is not always true, but this one's real.
This one is. I watch Gruden's podcast sometimes on YouTube because he does an incredible job of teaching these concepts. And one of the things he tells everybody watching to do is get out your markers and your pages and draw this stuff up yourself. Mm-hmm. And then you take that to this video that's gone viral about Nate Shieldhouse, the offensive passing game coordinator with the Rams. Have you seen this one where everybody that comes through that system takes a year where they're in charge of putting together the entire game plan, and they have to draw every single play that's going to be in the Rams call sheet that week, every single week. And you have McVay in there talking about how important that process of drawing it is for really getting all that info to lock in, to congeal, I suppose.
I like that. Yeah. I mean, I always see just clips of his stuff.
I wonder where he learned that. I wonder if that's a Shanahan thing.
Maybe Mike. Yeah, maybe Mike taught him that.
He said he did it for Kyle in Washington.
Yeah. Sometimes these guys that draw the cards for practice for the scout teams, that's how you learn a lot about schemes and stuff like that, because if you put something wrong on the card and it gets effed up during practice, like the whole practice stops down.
Yeah.
And they start yelling at you on the field, and the players are like looking at you like you're a dumbass. And like, it's like, run it again. Where's that guy? That guy's not. And they take the cards over, and there's like, it's all this just chaos. And
it's embarrassing.
So,
and multiple of those guys talked about it in this video.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's stressful because Tuesday night you're up late trying to triple check everything to make sure it's right.
Yeah. Well, you're trying to sequence.
It's anxiety driven as hell.
You're trying to sequence the cards because they give you the sheet like, okay, we're going to practice these plays in a row. And if a card's out of whack, or, they're like, the coaches just lose their mind on the guy running the drill. Oh, God.
And it all comes back to you.
It's stressful. God,
it's going to roll downhill that Wednesday.
All right, a little look here at the matchups for the weekend. I saw from Ted Wynn, and just a little nugget on the way the Bills approach things defensively. And Bo Nix, he's struggled versus disguised coverages this season. And when Nix faced two high, switching to one high coverage rotations, his EPA was really, really bad, all that kind of stuff. And Nix's performance just generally dips significantly against disguise coverages, and the Bills disguise on 40% of their snaps. The league average is 33%. That's one of the things the Bills have done really, really nicely. And their corners are playing well. Like Tre'Davious White, come on, dude.
He's turning back the clock.
I know.
He really is.
He is, and Benford's a really good corner. I think their safety stuff is a bit problematic, but McDermott finds a way to muck things up in the back end and confuse you a little bit. But if Denver can run the football, which we know the Bills have struggled there, and then Josh Allen just putting on the Superman cape, like that's kind of what I'm looking at here. But
that's what I'm betting on.
The Broncos being able to just man up, like the amount of injuries that like the Bills have with their wide receivers. They lost 2 to ACLs on Sunday. Like, I don't even know. You're throwing to Keon Coleman. Now, the tight ends are going to have to play a huge role, and the Broncos defense has been susceptible to the tight end stuff.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, like, Buffalo throwing the ball to the tight ends like half the time is a first down.
Right.
That's kind of like all of a sudden it's like, I think it's at 45% of the time they throw the ball to the tight end. It's a first down. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Kincaid, Knox, those guys are going to have a big day, and Josh Allen's going to have to probably make a half a dozen just superhuman kind of plays and keep this thing moving here. And Bo Nix, 1-8 versus teams teams with a winning record that score more than 17 points. Okay, and the Bills have scored over 17 points in 14 out of their 17 regular season.
Buffalo catches a huge break on weather, and not that Buffalo's a cold weather, bad weather team, but they do catch a huge break on weather over there.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
40 degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, every game except
No
for
wind.
Chicago.
Yeah.
50 in Seattle, 34 in Foxborough, which, I mean, hey, for New England this time of year, not bad. And 15 in Chicago.
There's some prop bets going on right now for this weekend as well. I mean, will Ben Johnson and Sean McVay embrace in the post game?
Okay, we're going to have I got something coming up in the mixed bag, some audio from Schrags. I don't know. I think they will, but I don't think that there is bad blood there.
Yeah, because McVay loves LaFleur.
They're buddies.
And everybody was butthurt at the way Ben Johnson approached it with LaFleur last week.
And the brother's on McVay's staff.
Oh, that's right. Mike LaFleur?
Yeah.
Man, there's so many LaFleurs floating around.
There's a couple of LaFleurs.
I think Johnson might be kind of sneaky toxic.
Yeah.
I kind of dig it, though. Like, if he's your coach, you love it.
If
you're going up against him, you're like, F this guy.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean...
A lot of the great coaches are hated.
He might be having an advantage getting in his opposition's head.
The primary color of Caleb Williams' nail polish is a prop bet this weekend.
I'm going to go with black.
What was it last week? Do we know?
I haven't followed the colors here.
I noticed during the game, like, they were painted, and I thought about it, like, oh yeah, he's still rocking the nail polish, but I can't remember what color it was. Like, I don't know if he's using like the opposing team's colors or what's going on.
Black is the favorite there, Bravos.
Black, yeah,
at 1-1.
Yeah.
Does he have an endorsement for that cosmetics company?
I think he does.
Mary Kay.
I think him. Yeah, he's driving around one of those
Cadillac.
pink cars.
He actually, in the offseason, sells Avon, goes door to door.
He's got a pink Ferrari poured in.
Yeah.
I love that.
He sold all his
He's
product.
the number one agent.
Driving around with a pink Ferrari.
Will the Bears win after trailing in the fourth quarter?
There's a good chance of it.
If they win, it seems like that's their recipe.
They will play like ass for half, and then all of a sudden they kind of figure it out.
You can get +300 on that right now.
Yeah.
For them to win while trailing in the fourth quarter.
Well, take the odds if they're down by half. You're probably going to get some pretty good odds out there for them to come back and win.
Yeah.
I'm going to parlay that with a miracle throw from Caleb Williams and an interception
4th
by
and 16.
Nashawn Wright.
Ooh, okay.
Get me paid.
Okay.
But he's a backup. He's got 6 picks this year. He comes in the game.
Yeah. He's been unreal.
There it is. There's finest.
Thank you, Chief. Football's finest here in the GBAG Nation. We got What You Drinking, What You Thinking now 44 minutes away here. A mixed bag, as Wolchuk mentioned, coming up next. Where are you taking us today?
Let me just empty out all this glorious football audio for you. That's next in the nation.
Shan and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece, GBAG Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Tolos, we're gearing up for another trip to Radio Row for the big game. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Stella Artois. The beer with a taste worth more. For moments worth more.
Always enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Stella Artois Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Message intended for 21+.
Texas knows tradition, and this March a new one hits the streets. You've seen touchdowns and home runs, but nothing like IndyCar speed ripping through Arlington, Texas. Fearless drivers, crowds loud enough to match 700 horsepower. It's an action-packed weekend filled with concerts, entertainment, and racing. Kids 12 and under get in free, so bring the whole crew. The first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington is coming. This isn't our first rodeo, just our fastest. Get your tickets at gparlington.com.
Did you know you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The fast. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Feeling a chill? Those cold spots mean leaking windows, and that's money literally flying out the windows every month on your energy bills. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we've got the solution. 10 single-hung, energy-efficient windows for just $59.50. Stop wasting money on high electricity bills and start saving today. We offer transparent pricing, no gimmicks, and a lifetime warranty on every single window. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com now to keep the cold out and your money in your pocket.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. If your home is over 8 years old, you might be due for an electrical inspection. If you're dealing with breakers tripping, dimming, or flickering lights, don't let these issues leave you in the dark. Save $75 on any plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical repair. $250 minimum service required. Call us today at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. And we want to pay more at Give Me the VIN because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We're proud to welcome you to Genesis of Plano, part of the Huff Hines Auto family. Our reimagined dealership is designed to feel more like a retreat than a showroom. Expect a truly elevated car buying experience with modern, ergonomic waiting areas, calming Zen gardens, and thoughtful amenities. Explore our vast selection of new 2026 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing, low payments, and no hidden fees. Experience luxury redefined at Genesis of Plano.
Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for a mixed bag with Wolchuk, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach.
Big-time injury news for this divisional round. You've got wide receiver Nico Collins of the Texans officially ruled out with the concussion. Christian Gonzalez, the corner for New England, is active. He'll be good to go as he is now out of the concussion protocol. The Bills have activated Ed Oliver, their star defensive tackle, off of IR along with Curtis Samuel, their wide receiver. So they're getting two big pieces back for their game against the Broncos. And then Sam Darnold, as we mentioned yesterday, he's expecting to play. And you have Fred Warner, who won't be active this week. If they're able to get past Seattle, the expectation is he will be active for the NFC Championship game for San Fran. And the Rams.
How long is this? Isn't this bollocks?
What, for Fred Warner?
Yeah.
He's been out there practicing this week, and he did look good. Like, he was moving around nicely. So I think that he will be. But, I mean, will they win?
Did he tear his Achilles 3 months ago?
I think it was a broken leg.
Oh, it was a broken leg.
Was it a broken leg? Yeah. I don't think it was an Achilles.
Okay.
It was a broken something, a broken arm.
Ankle. I thought it was ankle.
Dislocated ankle thing.
Yeah. It was a broken deal or dislocation. And then Kevin Dotson, the Rams guard, is set to return from injury against the Bears, so they're getting a boost along their offensive line. Let's stay with that game because here was Peter Schrager, formerly of NFL Network, now with ESPN, and he is pumped for this Ben Johnson-Sean McVay matchup.
That handshake and all that mother F stuff from Ben Johnson did not go over well with the McVay tree, if you will, and around the league. Mike LaFleur is Matt LaFleur's little brother. He's the offensive coordinator for the Rams. And Sean's best friend in coaching is Matt LaFleur. So when you do the utter disrespect and the brazen locker room video where you're saying F the Packers, F that coaching staff, and the social media team clicks go, send it, put it out in the world. And then the next day, when you've got 24 hours to really think about it, to say, no, I'm fine with what I said, and my owner's got my back on that too. This is the WWE part of this, where there's actual personalities involved. And like, I think McVay wants to kick the snot out of Ben Johnson. And I think Ben Johnson, who's beaten McVay the last 2 times when Detroit played the Rams, has no problem with that. I'll beat the snot out of you. Like, I love these two guys, 2 young alpha offensive minds, like going at it in this game. I can't wait.
It is going to be glorious. And Ben Johnson, man, just bringing the rivalries back to the NFL. Not only is it Packers and Bears, now we got the coaches going at it, and you got the brother of Matt LaFleur, who he just punked last week, the offensive coordinator on the opposite sideline this week with McVay, and McVay's like, go F yourself. I want to do this for my buddy, and you've kicked my ass twice. I am so ready for this. I don't know that there's a game that I'm more pumped for this weekend, and they're all going to be hopefully great. But I think Rams-Bears would be number 1 out of the 4 for me that I'm most excited about. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree.
He's like the black sheep of the family, you know? You got that whole coaching tree, and for whatever reason, you know, Ben Johnson has diverged from their circle of I mean, and I understand, you know, if your best buddy was, you know, Mother Bleep like that on TV. From my understanding, McVay and LaFleur are talking this week, trying to figure out a way they're combining minds and strengths, and I'm going to take your experience and, you know, try to come up with a game plan to knock this guy off.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I felt like the Rams should go to Green Bay and practice in the cold all week.
I mean, I think it's a great idea, and they definitely.
I don't disagree with you, Eric.
They would have opened up their.
You actually
doors.
Like that one, huh?
I do like that one.
Is this the first?
I think this is the second.
Okay,
this is the second one.
I actually like that idea because to me,
storyline in 5 years.
No, I think it's a good idea because, like I told you, it's such a shock to your system. Like, you know, what's going to happen? They're going to go to that hotel. They're going to hunker down at the hotel. They're not going to get outside or anything like that.
They'll be hunkering down.
I mean, so the first time they get out there is going to be getting ready for that game. I would have gone out there and practiced for. Now, the problem you might want to gone into is maybe your team would have got sick.
Oh.
That's something you have to
worry about. That would have been an issue.
That would have been something. If you all of a sudden you just gave your team, by practicing outdoors, you gave your team some type of illness that's going around through the room.
Which team wasn't there? Was it the 49ers? There's a team last week that was dealing with the flu. They were able to win. But that was one of their storylines.
It's a nasty flu.
I think
it was the Miami Hurricanes.
Broadcast
that's what
Tony
it was.
Romo and them were dealing with the flu. Right?
Yeah, like they were able to win that game. Overall miss, and their players were dealing with the flu. Albert Breer reporting that the Rams coaches are going to be doing their head coaching interviews today. So their defensive coordinator, Chris Shula, he's going to do his interviews with the Steelers, Ravens, and the Dolphins via Zoom. Their offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur, going to interview with the Cardinals and the Raiders. And then their passing game coordinator, Nathan Scheelhaus, is interviewing with the Browns, the Steelers, the Ravens, and the Raiders.
So these Zooms can take up to 3 hours on a football Friday?
Yeah,
it's wild.
Hayes got to be in the barn, I guess, right? If they're if they've saved it for today, they're like, hey, we've kind of got everything done. That's why Friday you can do your interviews.
And you ask why these teams suck during the playoffs when they're
the process is flawed. It's much like we complained about the college deal with all the coaching. Like this needs to wait till
my coordinator's got 3 interviews today.
Yeah.
You know,
especially if you're a guy that's 33, 34, somebody might be getting ready to give you $4 to $6 million a year to be a head coach, and you're
not going to prep for it.
You tell me you're locked in. I mean, you're so damn excited. You're on the phone with your buddies and your parents, and holy crap, I can't believe this is actually happening to me.
It's a tough situation. I'm sure that. I mean, look, it's a great test because if you're a good head coach, you've got to be able to balance all these things. So if you fail at it, maybe that's a good indication you're not ready. You shouldn't be a head coach. But it's so much to ask because it's so hard to just get your one side of the ball ready to go for the game. Now I've also got to get worried about, hey, do my best to get this head coaching job. Let's go to Darren Waller. Darren Waller was on the Glory Days podcast.
He was the guy in the room.
Yeah, here he is. Stephen Ross. Did the firing of Mike McDaniel right in front of him?
Yeah, wild year front to back. I mean, I was at the scene of the crime, bro. I think I was the last person that saw him before he got fired, bro. Like, my exit meeting was that Thursday morning from 9:30 to 10. So I get there for my exit meeting, and we're talking for like 10 minutes, and he's like, yeah, like definitely want you back next year. And we're just like reflecting on the year and things that he was thinking about doing different. And come here, and then Stephen Ross kicked the door in at like 9:42. And he comes in and like joins the conversation. We're just all talking, reflecting on the year. And Stephen Ross is like, well, hey, you back next year, this, that, and the third. And then the conversation kind of hits a lull, and I'm sitting across the desk from Mike, and Stephen Ross is standing there just kind of looking at me like,
it's time for you to get the hell out.
I looked at Mike. He was like, we'll finish this conversation later, because I didn't know they had the GM search was in full flow. I didn't know what they had big business talk about. Like, we already really done here. We just powwowing. And so I go out the meeting. I go downstairs and get a massage. I come up from the massage, check my phone. He's fired. And I'm like, damn, like, this shit cold for real.
Wow. You're right. You're the last person that he talked to, Darren Waller. And now if you're Darren Waller, it's like, I thought I was coming back and playing for Mike McDaniel. What's my future hold?
Yeah.
Just a crazy
Had a good
scenario.
thing cooking there.
Yeah, it was. Wild. Okay, Notre Dame. Their head coach, Marcus Freeman, and he did say he's staying at Notre Dame. He's going to be joining Game Day as their guest analyst for the national championship game on Monday night.
They need more people on that set.
Yeah, it is strange. Like, do you need a guest analyst? Like, I know you do your guest pickers, but I don't know that you need a guest analyst.
No, you
but
don't.
I love Marcus Freeman, and I'm sure a lot of the wives and maybe some men out there that are watching are going to be very excited to see him on their TV.
I'm excited to see that hair paint, see how that thing's living right there on that forehead.
Get it going.
You got to wonder if he's going to opt out of this particular bowl opportunity, though, before kickoff.
He might just say, you know what, kick rocks. I'm not interested. You guys left us out of this
I talked with my team captains. They don't think it's right for me.
We should be playing in this game. All right, we should have left no doubt, but they did. Giants and Harbaugh still working out some details of that contract.
Watch this thing fall through.
It's not
Gonna
yet
need
done.
another dinner.
Yeah, watch this thing fall through.
more cheesecake.
I
Now.
love it.
Yeah,
I
more
love it.
cheesecake.
Yeah, it's because they served him cheesecake that he's not doing.
He's
this.
second guessing everything.
Yeah, like what,
She
Shefty
knows how
said-
bad they want him, and he's holding them up for the extra bag.
he is holding for
okay,
extra
so
bag.
Shefty said the final issues aren't over money. It's over language. There's no derailment and nothing has changed, one source said. Talks continue and the two sides are working to get it across the finish line.
Put the damn thing in English and get it done.
I don't know. Does this end up being like a Josh Daniels situation where you're just like, you know what? F it. I'm not going to coach here anymore. I'm done. I guess he doesn't have a New England to go back
You know what
to.
I would do if I was Tennessee? I'd jump right back into this thing.
You might as well.
Yeah.
I would. If you
him a
haven't
call.
signed it yet, I'd jump right back in if I was
Yeah,
Tennessee.
More
Atlanta.
money, total control.
Yeah,
better quarterback.
Start selling some stuff. Yeah.
Yep, throw anything his way.
Yep.
Mike Silver had an interesting article today
dude.
in The Athletic. Really good guy. Said there's a sense inside the Eagles locker room that Sirianni and Howie Roseman along with their owner, Jeffrey Lurie, are reluctant to criticize Jalen Hurts despite being the source of much of their internal frustration from teammates.
Believe it.
It's just, it's crazy to me. I mean, the stuff that goes on, you're hearing like Shady McCoy, and I don't think LaShawn McCoy's, he says a lot of crap, but
he was right on this one,
stuff. The Eagles stuff, he's got to be plugged in on, right? And
yeah, it's a good point.
I mean,
I was wondering what credibility to assign what he's been saying, but
it's
he
just the
said
Eagles.
they got to have a basic offense because Jalen Hurts can't do anymore.
Yeah, I think that he's got to be right about that. Falcons OC Zach Robinson is interviewing today for the Eagles for their offensive coordinator job. He's also already interviewed for the same job with Tampa Bay. Tick pick right now.
Tick pick?
Tick pick. Talking about the Natty. There's a breakdown of where some Indiana and Miami fans are getting their tickets. 32% of tickets are being purchased from the state of Florida, 17% from Indiana, 11% from Illinois. The tickets are 44% more expensive than last year's national championship game between Ohio State and Notre Dame.
Yeah, the prices are crazy.
It's been nuts.
It's a home game.
Illinois is coming in hot for Indiana here?
Yeah.
Almost as many ticket purchases as the state itself.
Yep, absolutely. And probably have a solid alumni base there would be my guess.
My favorite Mike Silver story, though, is the Dez Bryant interview from like year 2 or year 3, where Silver flies in to interview Dez on like a Monday or something, and Dez is like, it's not right, I can't do it yet. And Dez was just on his own schedule. Like, you could not get him locked into anything. He was like a rock star and an island mentality all in one. Silver ends up hanging out here for like 10 days.
Yeah.
Waiting to do this interview with Dez.
Wow.
And Dez is like, no, I got to have my energy right, so I'll let you know when it's there. And he ultimately got him, and it was a great interview there for SI at the time.
Jeez.
Remember that, Brian?
That's
I
wild.
do. I mean, Mike's one of those guys. I love being around Mike. He's got a great relationship with the Joneses.
Does he?
So you can talk to him about stuff. He'll like, man, I heard this, and you're kind of, oh, okay.
What'd you hear? Yeah. All right, let's go to Jordan Schultz's show with Draymond Green. And normally, I wouldn't take anything from this because I think this is a weird pairing, and I don't think Draymond Green talking about football matters at all. But they had Cameron Jordan, Pro Bowler, 8-time Pro Bowler from the New Orleans Saints. And Cameron Jordan is an entertaining guy. Strong takes. Does not believe offensive linemen are athletic.
A guy who ain't seen his toes in 10 years, you're telling me I can't beat him off the edge? Stop. There's the offensive linemen that they swear are athletic, and they are athletic. You're not. No, you're not. Is Trent Williams athletic? No, he's hella strong, no, and he makes hella highlights off of getting to the second level. But he's not athletic. He's a dog.
Tristan Wirfs is athletic.
He's fat as hell. Stop. Shout out to Tristan Wirfs for being a hell of a
athletic, though.
The only one that you could say was athletic was probably Teron Armstead. The man ran a 4.6 40. Windmill dunk, standing.
Yeah.
That's athletic. When you can go across different sports and be athletic, no.
Did you always think that they were some of the best athletes at that size to be that nimble?
Hey, that offensive lineman has really good feet. Compared to who? The other fat ones. Because at no one point can you see them backpedaling, crossover, and be able to throw. Maybe Penei Sewell. Another one that's on the cusp of being an athlete. But compared to who? Not the tight end. Not the DN. The nose tackle?
When you have 132 sacks, you can say that.
And I'm just saying it when I had 0 sacks. So look, I said ain't no way I can't get sacked off of him.
An offensive lineman has not been destroyed like this in the history of the position.
Man, that guy's got great feet. Compared to who? The other fat ones? That was a hell of a bar from Cam Jordan.
It was hilarious.
Geez.
I don't know if I agree with him.
Yeah.
I love the Cam Jordan experience. He's been a pleasure to cover throughout his extended career in football. But, I mean, you have about half of the components of an athlete in a guy right there in an offensive lineman. We all think he's full of it, right? Doing a bit. Pretty funny.
Got to hold it down for offensive linemen. I think
it's the best offensive line commentary since Michael Irvin was saying all you have to do is take 3 steps and put your hands out.
It's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Last thing here, Stars fans, don't lose your minds. There's some rumors out there that Jason Robertson might be traded because the Stars and him aren't close to an agreement on their contract. I reached out. Our friend Leah Simakopoulos is calling BS on this one.
I was really hoping it was true, Wolchuk. They need to tear this thing down. They need to blow up the Stars.
I threw out a robo trade this offseason to try and go and get somebody from Ottawa.
Got crushed.
Who's really good. Yeah, I mean, Stars Twitter was like, wow, stick to football. Blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, all right, that's fine. But I don't think he's going anywhere right now.
Kidding me? The Woolly Bully's locked in on every Stars game.
Thanks.
One of the top Stars fans.
Actually going Sunday. If anybody's going to be at the AAC, I'll be there with the Familia.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you going to be watching football?
Yeah,
on your
it's
phone?
It's an early puck drop. It's a 1 o'clock puck drop.
There you go.
So I'll be good to go.
Wow, what a day.
Yeah.
We got an NFL Draft Big Board report, studied team needs, have a couple of questions for you, then we're going to get to what you're drinking and what you think coming up at 5 o'clock right here. So if you're cracking them, you can lose track of time quickly. We'll go 5 to 5:20 with your phone calls. You start getting them lined up here in about 20 minutes or so. And we're back with some draft talk here in the nation.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we will be live from the Dallas Card Show at the Marriott in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. Come on by, break some packs and some boxes with us, plus prop bets and predictions for the NFL divisional round. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has helped Texas men reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals, including mine. Men's T Clinic's approach to preventative care, testosterone optimization, weight loss, muscle mass, and natural therapies for joint pain and sexual health. This is the power of one trusted team for total male optimization. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, cash, FSA, and insurance. Visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up on Sunday in the Pro Football Playoffs, the total in the LA-Chicago game, 48.5. And I think that total might be a couple points too low. It's going to be cold, but the wind is not going to be bad. Both quarterbacks should have success, and I see LA scoring a lot of points, and then you get Chicago in comeback mode scoring a lot as well. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you experiencing hair loss? Here's a fantastic offer from Next Level Med Solutions for fan listeners. Next Level Med Solutions has the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive, revolutionary treatment to promote hair regrowth. No needles, no chemicals, no surgery. It's affordable and only takes 30 minutes each month. And right now, when you schedule 6 treatments, Next Level will give you 3 additional treatments absolutely free. Just mention the fan when you call 469-991-9292 to book your consultation. Don't wait. 469-991-9292. NextLevelMedSolutions.com.
Hey guys, it's Molly from DFW's #1 sports bar, Rowdy Cowboy. And what's better than Rowdy Cowboy? 2 Rowdies. That's right, our new location now open in the Colony. You can enjoy our Texas-sized menu, ice-cold beer, and 69 big-screen TVs. Oh yes, the very hot Rowdy Cowboy. Check us out at rowdycowboy.com.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Abe Loffenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit. Joey, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. We did it. 3-time champs. The #1 Chevy dealer in the world for 3 years in a row.
3-time world champ. Congratulations. Never doubted you. I think this calls for a celebration.
I agree. That's why we're rolling out our best offers right here in the new year. A celebration of savings during our total 2026 trade-up event. Trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $13,000 in total savings.
That's world-class savings and selection you only find at a world-class dealer.
With top dollar for your trade, there's never a better time to upgrade for less. You better move fast. The best in-stock models sell fast.
You heard the man. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 through 2025. Stock number TG142569. Classic discount 6,000. Customer cash 3,000. GM bonus cash 1,000. Chevy Select Market bonus cash 3,000. Plus tax, title, license, and 225 dealer doc fee. Expires 2/2/26.
This segment of the fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney.
Unexpected accidents can turn life upside down. Frankel & Frankel are the trusted car and truck wreck attorneys in DFW. When you or someone you know is in a wreck, call Frankel first. Visit frankelfirm.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333. The consultation is always free.
The Fan, Rangers, and Hurtado Barbecue Dallas? Oh, heck yeah. On Monday evening, January 19th, we'll all team up for Rangers Winter Warm-Up. The first 100 people through the doors will meet and get autographs from Rangers Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. The guys will then join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get in line early, enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas, and meet some Rangers. Monday evening, January 19th, with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time now for an NFL Draft Big Board Report. And I was studying the team needs of the teams 1 through 11 and then 13 through 19 last night. See if I could get an initial read on how this thing's going to play out. And I'll give you Wolchuk and Broadus a question about this as soon as Brian gets back in the room. I told Brian, hey, I got a couple of draft questions for you. He said, okay, you guys will be right. Oh, there he is. But
I had to get his sweater.
And I'll get to that question here in just a second. I do think it looks like the year of eligibility stuff is coming to a head. And I don't know. If I was in charge, I would give the collegiate players 5 and 6 years. Like, go ahead, get a master's degree, stick around. Let's play as good a college football as possible. But a federal judge denied a request for a preliminary injunction by 5 players. And I don't know if they're big name players or anything like that. Langston Patterson, a kicker, a tight end Lance Mason, a long snapper Nick Levy. But they were all asking for a 5th year, and they did get denied. John Mateer has confirmed that he is coming back for a final season of eligibility. So that's a couple of news and notes just from the world of eligibility and decisions on whether they're going to come to the draft or not. I thought it would be a big mistake for Mateer. I mean, it looks like he can have quite a bit of a fun season there. Once he's done at Oklahoma, I don't know how much football he's going to play after that, unless you want to go CFLing or where he has quite a surprise. But, man, things really hit a roadblock there against Texas.
He got hurt.
Yeah.
He was playing well, got hurt. And I don't know, maybe better health will help him.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, there was some games where he got beat. That was a Texas game, right? He got beat up pretty good in that game.
He did. And he came back from that broken finger.
And it was 12 days or something, right?
Maybe he rushed it.
I think that they probably, looking back on that, he's probably like, why'd I do that?
Yeah.
So here's what I got for you. I was podcasting last night. If you want to find me on YouTube, it's How About Wow. We had a good show talking about the corners and the Cowboys. And, how important is it that you do come out of the first round with a corner was kind of the premise of it. Maybe they go sign Alontae Taylor, the Saints free agent, or maybe they sign Jamel Dean, another, solid starting caliber free agent corner. But the way I see it is if you don't take one at 12, you might not get one of the top three guys. How much does this position stretch is one of the questions I got for you. But Miami at 11 very well could. They had some pretty rough corners. Washington, Cincinnati, and New Orleans ahead of you could. Now, I don't think you're going to get cleaned out at corner by the time you get to 12. But after that, Baltimore and Carolina sitting there with significant cornerback needs behind you. So I think there's 6 teams in the top 20, 7 if you count yourself. The Panthers have J.C. Horn and a bunch of jobbers, and Baltimore's corners actually made Aaron Rodgers and company look dangerous even without DK Metcalf. So you also need a pass rusher, but how much would you be thinking about that at 12? That if we don't take a corner now, are we going to get cleaned out of these top 3 guys by the time we get to 20?
Did we do this exercise yesterday? I mean, I asked you guys, and no offense, Dawson, I'm here. I asked you guys how willing you were to trade down.
Yes.
And you guys, for some of these corners,
I said, for McCoy and Delane, I would listen. I would listen to the offer.
Yeah.
You make a great point looking at some of these needs, though, because the Rams certainly could take one. Baltimore did take a first-round corner recently in Wiggins. But they could do that again. If the Bucks lose Dean in free agency, they'll probably. And the Jets just traded Sauce Gardner. They're in the mix there. They're probably going to need a corner. And then Minnesota. So it is interesting. If the best guy's there, which could be, do you just pull the trigger and take Mansour Delane? Do you just take McCoy? Now, I do think it stretches nicely because I do like Brandon Cisse out of South Carolina. I like A.J. Terrell out of Clemson.
Tennessee.
Yep. Hood, Roderick Hood's son out of Tennessee. I mean, I'm a big D'Angelo Ponce fan out of Indiana.
You haven't seen Abney yet from Arizona State.
I have not seen Abney yet.
And do you guys,
there's
a lot of names. Do you guys think they're going to enter the conversation at 20?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, like if you don't end up taking one at 12, it might be one where, you do pull the trigger. You take Mansour Delane at 12. And could you pivot and get a guy, your Akeem Mezzador from Miami, the edge at 20? I would take him over Cassius Howell from A&M. Maybe the Cowboys disagree with that.
Yeah.
But you could go linebacker edge there at 20. Maybe there's a safety that they like a Dylan Thieneman who could be rising from Oregon that they could be looking at.
Thieneman's a good player.
You make a good point about maybe just needing to stay put at 12 and pull the trigger on corner because these teams could kind of jump in front of you.
Now, you know how the Cowboys can stretch things and see value where we don't. Is it possible they look at their own corners, and I'll throw Reddy Stewart in there.
Yeah.
He did play a lot of snaps. He was young, but he was better than horrible. Some games were bad, but for the context of the entire season, you can kind of squint and see a starting level slot player in there at times.
Give me a starter here. Give me a guy that, like I say, I'm nervous now about Bland's foot. And listen, there's folks over there that will tell you that it was a procedure that needed to be done. It was, they got it taken care of. He should be okay. I trust those guys over there. You guys all know that. I worked with those guys for 14 years. So I trust the trainers. I'm always going to defend those guys over there. But I do worry about Bland a little bit here. I do feel like, though, that Ravel is going to be a really good player for you. I do. I think there was a lot of games in a short period of time. He never had a chance to really get on schedule week to week, the way that they played the games and stuff. I think he's going to be a lot better. The fact that he's gonna look at the brace situation, he doesn't have to deal with a rehab. I just feel like, though, that if they added a big-time corner to this room, it would make me feel a lot better about the situation, whether that is McCoy, Delane, Cisse, I think from South Carolina, Terrell from Clemson, Hood from Tennessee, Abney from Arizona State, and you mentioned Pons from Indiana. He's a shorter guy, but, man, you do not want to cross him. You'll see this Monday night. This kid from Indiana wears number 5. He is a legitimate – he's a shorter guy, but, man, he is breathing the same air you're breathing. That's how tight he plays. And his ability to play off, his reactions, he plays up and then he like opens and then he's able to kind of chase, but then you put him in zone coverage and he's able to drive. I could see this corner list, looking at 70-some-odd players now. I've got 7 of these corners I would absolutely love to have out of 7.
In the first round?
I have 4 in the first round, 3 in the second round.
I love it. Okay, so that answers that question for me. I do want to say I think I'm more confident in Deron Bland.
I don't have Scott. I have Scott at strong safety. Okay. I know some people are going to play him at corner. I would play him at strong safety myself.
Okay, and then I lost my train of thought there. Do you guys know what I was going to ask?
You said
I was going to say Bland. I'm more confident in Bland than Revel because Revel's isn't normal for the ACL to still be bothering you at this point in your recovery. Like the foot happens to guys where if they get that metatarsal or that Lisfranc, Frank, they need to have it redone in a year or so. We've seen guys come back and be 100%. This is weird what's happened with Revel.
I think to me that the brace was a huge problem for him. I think that he was having to deal with that.
But why did you have to wear that brace?
Well, no, but he needed it for protection the first year. I mean, I don't think this is an every week thing. I don't think this is going to be. This is something that they could probably strengthen it even more, and then they could do without the brace. I don't think this is going to be something that he's going to have to play with next year. I haven't been told that, but my gut feeling is they're probably going to be able to, at one day, take that brace off him there.
Speaking of corners, congratulations are in order for one Terrence Newman, one of the highest drafted defensive players in Cowboys history.
5th overall, right?
Pretty good golfer.
Yeah.
Been selected into the next class of the College Football Hall of Fame. 15-year NFL career. He was amazing at Kansas State in his 4 years there. Won 11 wins or more in 3 seasons. That was really in the Kansas State heyday. He was the 2002 Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time All-American, shutdown corner, picked off 10 passes. And also returned 4 kicks for touchdowns and apparently played wide receiver some at Kansas State. I forgot about that. He was the number 5 overall pick for the Cowboys in 2003. Were you part of that group that brought him in?
I was here. Yeah, Alrighty. That's when Lacewell told Parcells, if you don't draft this guy, you got no corners. You're screwed. And then Bill agreed. So
okay, we got 3 hours down and 2 to go here on a Friday. It's time for What You Drinking, What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. We're back with your phone calls here as we send you off into the weekend here. It's the GBAG Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about my friends at Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want to crush your goals in 2026 and you want a little bit of help, everybody can use a little pick-me-up, and Men's T Clinic and what they offer is more than a little pick-me-up. It's a massive pick-me-up in the form of getting your hormones optimized, your energy levels, your drive, your vigor. All that stuff is going to be absolutely off the charts thanks to my friends at Men's T Clinic and their 5 DFW locations, but it's not just about, experience the hormone optimization and the testosterone. It's about improving your mood and your weight and your muscle mass. When all that falls into place, you are going to feel like that younger, more alpha version of yourself. I was talking with my dad actually over the holidays, and he's up there a little bit. He said his personal doctor was telling him one of the keys to aging well is to keep packing on that muscle. So he's in there pumping iron into his 70s, and that's just a testament to why Men's T Clinic works so well. You want to add that muscle. It's going to allow you to have better mobility as you age. And on top of that, they have the best hair replacement therapies, bedroom wellness, natural regenerative therapies for joint pains. Like Men's T Clinic is going to get you dialed in every way possible as a man. All you have to do right now, call them at 972-GO-MEN's-T or mensteclinic.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The evil empire that is the LA Dodgers have done it again, handing out a huge contract to Kyle Tucker. And you can yell and scream as much as you want, but make sure your anger is pointed in the right direction, at the other owners that refuse to spend on their own teams. After all, the saying is, don't hate the player, hate the game. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Save on organics at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 organic large Hass avocados for $4 with Prime through January 20th. Top your toasted sourdough or hearty grain bowls with this creamy addition. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Come celebrate the Lowe's of Salina grand opening on Friday, January 23rd at 3540 South Preston Road. And while you're there, join Milo's Rewards for free. Turn 5 times the points on eligible purchases all weekend long. Plus, they'll have in-store promos, free food, product demos, and more. 5-time points offer valid January 23rd, 2026 through January 25th, 2026 in Salina store only. Points are awarded on eligible purchases calculated before taxes and fees and after applications. Discounts, if any, exclusions, additional terms, and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for program details. Subject to change.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now at 877-881-1053 for that one opportunity of the week to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Phone lines are open here, and we'd love to hear from you. If you want to text in, you can tell us what you're drinking and thinking on there. As per usual, we will go around the broadcast position, then head out to your phone calls, and before you know it, we'll be heading for the G-Bag today in LA Live here in the back half of this hour. Currently, I'm a little ahead of schedule. I'm polishing off my second 20-ounce Diet Coke of the day. Probably eyeballing that espresso machine a little bit later on before we get out of here.
Oh, baby. Going to be a long night.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm thinking about my kids as usual. Remy went front flip on the trampoline this afternoon, or late this morning. I think she might be a better natural athlete than her older sister, Abby. And she's definitely more daring. She was also hanging upside down on her jungle gym and telling me that she was a fruit bat. So I had a great morning. These kids are just nonstop entertainment. Abby goes out there and plays a high school soccer game again today. She's a freshman. College coach talked to her afterwards.
Boom!
Wow. So she texted me about that. She was very excited. I can't wait for the details a little bit later on afterwards. So just proud dad mode. Sipping Diet Coke here. You know how it is, Chief.
That's freaking beautiful, bro. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm just sipping some water out of the jar, and I'm thinking about what a legendary football weekend we have in store for us here. 72 hours starting tomorrow, and then it all caps off Monday night with the Natty. I mean, this is what we've dreamed of all football season long, and I think we're in store for one hell of a football weekend. I can't wait.
Yeah, this is incredible. Starts tomorrow afternoon, 3:30 with the kickoff. And into Monday night, we cannot wait to talk about all this stuff with you. On Monday, we'll have our conference championship games for a 30th year without involving the Cowboys. It'll be kind of bittersweet. Well, Chuck, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Man, I just polished off a delicious triple espresso macchiato. Love it.
Is that your third one today?
It was my second. You know, kids are keeping me on my toes these days.
I'm catching a hankering right now.
Yeah,
now that you guys bring that up.
Who knows? I might go for a third. But I'm thinking, one, if you're going to be at the Stars game Sunday, holler at me. I'd love to meet up with you. I'm going to be with the parents and the wifey. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully the Stars can get off the schneid, beat the Lightning. But also, two, man, I totally blanked. I don't know what the hell the other thing I was going to say is. That's embarrassing. And maybe I need some more espresso.
I can't wait for you to meet up at the Tolos on Sunday night.
That'd be a blast.
Not nice and hammered.
Buy a Frosty for him?
Yeah, buy him some beers.
You buy everybody a Frosty?
You know what? I'll probably not do that. I might. If you catch me without the wife, I will. If I'm with the wife, she's going to say, we need to save every penny we have for this house that apparently we're buying.
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
We haven't committed to anything yet, but we are going to be eventually.
You're hunting.
In fact, Wednesday I might be out taking that comp day to go hunt for the house.
There you go.
Yeah,
man. Well, congratulations in
It's
advance.
nerve-wracking as hell. I got to say.
Exciting time.
It's my anxiety is through the roof, but it is exciting.
You guys going pre-owned or are you going new construction?
She wants to go new build.
Nice.
Yeah, it's expensive.
That's a fun process.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm waiting to find out.
You go into the design center, you get to pick out the carpets and the colors and the counters and all that. Brian, what you drinking? What you thinking?
I've got me some ice green tea because we do have an ice maker. Thank God for Tim from Carthage helping us out on that. We really do appreciate that. And what I'm thinking is I've become this new business owner, right? So I'm thinking about W-9 forms and things like that I never ever dreamed I would have to think of. Right. So I've got these employees, being Wolchuk being one of them right now. So he doesn't fall under the 2025 metric, but I'll catch him back up.
I'll see you next year in order.
So yeah, I didn't realize that when you own a business, you have to come up. You actually have to pay taxes on things. So, I'm going to spend the weekend watching football and doing business things, getting ready for
Are
taxes.
you actually doing a lot of that?
Yeah, I'm doing
paperwork and stuff.
Michelle and I, yes,
wow.
my girlfriend, who's the
Michelle's a genius at it, though.
the Dr. Michelle Skyers, who is the got her doctorate in business, who does corporate tax and all that stuff. Yeah. So Michelle is walking me through. She goes, when I tell you I need something, I need something. I'm like, okay. So she's on top of things. But yeah, I just thought I'd just put a mic and a camera in front of me. Let's talk. But when you do this, when you start a business, you have to the government wants their share of your business.
Yeah, they do.
So I'm going to be working on that this weekend too.
All right, let's go into the Pimp Cup, find out what LA is drinking, thinking here on this Friday.
Yeah. Topo Chico on a Friday as always. I like to burp a little bit. Mm-hmm. Wolchuk, you ever had an espresso martini, bro?
Yes.
Yeah, them things bang.
That's how my first daughter was conceived.
Oh, those things bang, man.
Delicious.
Yeah, I was getting some with tequila mixed in it the other day. Banging.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could go vodka or tequila, right?
You sure can, man.
Yeah.
Back to back. Even somebody down at the bar was like, okay, how many are you guys going to have? I'm like, why are you counting my drinks, lady?
Step off.
Who are you? Counting my drinks.
I damn well please.
Yeah. What am I thinking? I'm thinking it's my cousin's birthday weekend, so we're going to all get together just like we did last weekend and kick back, and smoke cigars, watch the football, have esoteric conversations, you know what I mean? Just good stuff like that. Like I said, I'm leaning into more family and more love this year.
Good. I love it. Sounds like paradise to me. At 877-881-1053, it is time to hear from you guys here on the phone lines. Friday tradition here in the nation. It's quitting time. Crack them if you got them, and let's hit those calls. Lucius, who's first?
Let's go to Gabriel. Gabriel, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Oh, my guy Gabriel. Boomer.
Hey, it's Gabriel.
Yeah,
How you doing,
Boomer.
How you doing, guys?
Yeah. What's up, brother?
How you doing, guys? I'm drinking a Diet Coke. I just want to talk some football, some AFC picks, some NFC picks. This weekend I got the Broncos winning against the Bills comfortably in Mile High. Mm-hmm. I got the Patriots winning. And then on the NFC side, I got Seattle handling comfortably with Kittle out and some pieces on defense hurting for the 49ers. It's going to be pretty tough for them to go against an electric offense. And Bears and Rams, like you guys are saying, that's going to be the best game all weekend. I got Matt Stafford coming through, Texas boy, taking care of business. What you guys thinking?
Pretty good picks there.
Let's go.
I think Gabriel's probably going 0-4.
What a hater. What a jerk, this guy.
I'm surprised he just didn't go with all the best defensive teams, considering he's an OU fan.
That's what I'm saying. What does he know about offense, right? No.
Get the shirt. Go get the shirt.
That was fun.
Were you guys surprised Seattle's such a big favorite? With that line started at 5, I think it's 8.5 now. Like, people are throwing huge money. I guess they whooped him pretty good week 18.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah, they got after
They
him.
totally shut him down, and now you have no Kittle. We'll see about Pearsall. I think Pearsall will play a big role in this. He's like their only explosive kind of player. But Seattle's defense was just so swarming.
It's suffocating.
And it was the worst rushing game for the Niners since Kyle Shanahan became their head coach.
So this Mike McDonald, he should probably be in line for like Coach of the Year and the next dude to get recognized for being brilliant. Like, the Seattle team was not picked to be above 500 by most people at the start of the seaden.
Yeah, nobody believed in Sammy D. But the defense, but we also didn't think the defense would be. I mean, we knew they were going to be a good defense, but they, other than the Texans, I think they're right up there as the best in the league.
Yeah, pretty amazing. I can't believe how they've done it again. You know, they just keep reinventing themselves, different quarterbacks, different coaches. I suppose you got to tip your cap to the GM up there as well. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Daniel. Daniel, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
What's up, fellas? I got a watermelon flavored Gatorade Light, but I got some Dos Equis at home waiting for me. Well, I was going to go a different route, but I'm driving right now here in Colorado. I thought Texas had some pretty bad drivers, but these guys, man, they're awful. They drive so slow. They drive 15 under all the time. But anyway,
baked.
Mickey, I am glad Mickey had that crash out, because I've been saying that guy's a tool bag as long as I've been listening to K&C. So I am glad that other people have heard him, see him in the tool bag light as well.
Thank you, Daniel.
Anti-Spagnolia.
Have a great night. Enjoy Colorado.
Daniel driving around up there, just like, thinking about Mickey. Yeah, he's had some crash outs before, but it's what Mickey does. Mickey's okay with the crash out.
I'm just surprised Daniel didn't realize it till he heard him with K&C.
Yeah,
he's been getting reckless and careless, and I think, as Mr. Harrison said, out of pocket far too long. Jerry loves him, though. You hear how Jerry took up for him a couple months back there? I think it was with K&C.
Yeah,
might have been with Shan RJ.
Mickey wakes up every day hoping that that's the case. Mickey doesn't need to wake up and somebody go, you know what, we need to get rid of this guy.
And that would be my point. Like, if we're going to talk about this, and I guess Bobby Belt's siding with Mickey, if you say you cannot be a fan of a team once you're a journalist, okay, can you be a voice piece for the organization? Where does that fall in the journalistic integrity?
Absolutely.
Mr. Journalism School?
Missouri.
That's a good
point.
Rebuttal. I don't cheer for anybody. I just, cape for anything the owner says.
Yeah.
That's my integrity. Lucius, who's next?
Let's go to Big Mike. Big Mike, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
Hey, guys, I'm thinking this is the highlight to get started for my weekend. I love this show. I absolutely love it. I appreciate everything you guys do. I'm just drinking some water and some Dr. Pepper. Turned 55 a couple weeks ago. Can't drive 55 in this traffic.
Yeah.
But I'm also thinking that I'm embarrassed about these Cowboys, that the 49ers, Packers, and the Eagles, they don't sit there and complain. They just get things done. I'm also pulling for Josh Allen. Good kid, had to work his way up, recruit himself, strong-arm kid, good guy. I'm pulling for Josh Allen big time, whether the Cowboys beat the Bills twice and the Bills lost 4 in a row or whatever. I hope Josh Allen gets it done. I'm also thinking I'm still a little bitter about David Stern screwing the Mavericks over all those years with the draft picks. We could have had Shaquille O'Neal. We could have had Alonzo Mourning. Instead, we got stuck with Jackson and Mashburn. So that's all I got. I just want to say I appreciate you guys, and this is the highlight to start my weekend off.
Thanks, dude. Have a great weekend and a great night there. Big Mike, that opens the line at 877-881-1053. I think story goes, we'd have to get CA in here, but I think story goes the Mavs could have had Shaq. It was either Shaq or Karl Malone, but they won a meaningless game.
Oh, wow.
I think Karl Malone went later in the draft. Yeah, they won a meaningless game 82 to not get Shaq.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
That hurt.
At least we got Cooper now. Yeah, these anti-tank folks will get after you, though, especially in football. You know, my retort for them is, I'm just willing to sacrifice. I don't need meaningless wins. Right. I think that's cowardly. Like, oh, I gotta win this game, or I just won't feel good for the next 6 months. Get over it. You're getting closer to a championship. Like it feels the same at the end, no matter what. You know, and then these regular seasons that set up great success that get you a Troy Aikman. Oh, thank you for going 1-15, Cowboys. We got Troy bleeping Aikman. And guess what? Now our culture is going to get turned around because they can actually look in the huddle and see an amazing quarterback. That's what's going to turn around your culture.
Yeah, that'll get it done.
Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Polo. Polo and Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
What's going on, y'all? Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. I haven't spoke to y'all in a couple weeks, but Happy New Year. I'm at the crib. I just got through making some ribeyes for me and my girl. Nice. I'm drinking on some doggone Heineken right now, feeling great. And what I want to talk about, 3 things I want to talk about. Last thing, I'm going to ask my boy Chia Paulo a question. Okay, first thing I want to talk about, Mickey Spagnolia was on K&C Masterpiece last week. I forgot to call y'all back when he said it, but he hit the nail on the head. Every year, these coaches get fired and they get rehired. I've been doing tattoos going on almost 30 years. Ain't nothing you can tell me about doing a tattoo. These football players who are mostly African-American, except for old boy that played for Philadelphia, Cooper, whatever his name is, Dijon, all these dudes are African-American, but they can't never get a job as a coach, assistant coach, or nothing. I can't understand it, but they keep on getting these watered-down coaches every single year. It's like the U.S. Senate and Congress. They get these dudes that's been in Congress for 80, 90 years. Man, go ahead and do something else with yourself. Go have vacation. Now, Chia Paulo, I don't know. I got a question for you, dude. You talking about you finna watch all this football. I've been watching all these games lately, college games. They've been going platinum. You know, they've been good games. But I'm tired of looking at the cheerleaders. They're like, oh, my God, that's a dude cheerleading, too. What the heck going on? How do you feel about that, Chia Paulo? Because I'm tired of this mess. And that girl, and my girl ain't right by me right now, y'all. I'm going to say it anyway. But that girl, that trainer for the Mavericks, that girl is bad and thick. Thick like a cornbread girl. You can rub me down any day. And Gavin, I love you, man. And 635, what they doing at 635 is ridiculous, y'all. We paying all this money on taxes every day, but they're finna make it a doggone tollway. Where my taxes going? Where my money at, man?
Wait, 635 is becoming a tollway too?
Is it
hear
really?
About this. They are doing a lot of construction through
if you go underneath it.
Oh, underneath there,
which,
yeah.
By the way, I think it's the best $4 I spend every day.
But if Polo is still in Garland, that's the last stretch to be completed. And fighting
down
that
there,
right now,
God, it's awful.
You
down
can
there.
see like the makings of additional lanes, and I don't know, are we a year out? Are we 2 years out on this being completed? But I cannot wait.
Yeah, that Mesquite area out there, is that still being Dawson's?
Yes, Garland through Mesquite, basically.
Yeah,
Once you get to Richardson, all the new 635 stuff is out of there, and hopefully it'll be completed soon.
Absolutely brutal.
I try to get over there, go through there, get to 80 to go through Terrell, and it's gotten better, but man, it was rough.
Yeah,
there for
80
a while.
through 40 into Terrell. That's getting an upgrade as well, but that might be a ways off as well. Thanks for checking in with us, Polo, and reminding us of the Mavs trainer. I think that's the second time he's addressed that.
I'm about to say, is he the one that announced that a few weeks back too?
Yeah.
So
he's
Scout's eye.
He's doubling down.
I'll salute the Patriots male cheerleader for committing to the bit. I mean, he's got the feather on his boots and everything. You know.
Hey, can we have? I mean, women don't play in the NFL, right?
Right.
Could we have? I mean, is it that unfair? Should we not have male cheerleaders?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's one thing when you're like
in the NFL specifically.
Yeah, because you have like the college dude cheerleaders. They're throwing the chicks up in the air. They're doing that kind of thing. They're not dressing up and prancing around as if they're one of the lady cheerleaders.
I don't think we need it.
I would agree with you there, Wolchuk.
I don't think it's necessary.
Does it help the presentation for anybody, or are we just?
I mean, credit to that guy.
Virtue signaling.
Dance his ass off, but it's just. Come on, draw the line.
I don't think anybody out there is like yes. And maybe there are, maybe there are. Maybe I got to tune in and listen to those people. But I don't think it helps anybody's experience.
We need to call Scott Zolak and ask. yes. Oh yeah. Keep going. Yeah. Go. Yeah.
I think the masculine male cheerleaders who are like
serious now.
Raw. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Should have kept the joke series going. Where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Carl. Carl, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
Well, what's going on, GBAG Nation? Thank you so much for having me on today.
Got it.
I'm drinking some ice cold water right now, picking up the daughter. I'm thinking that this weekend is my buddy Ronnie's birthday tomorrow, so it's a perfect time to throw on that picanha and these ribs from Wild Fork Foods. Watch a little bit of this playoff football. But I'm also thinking that I got this throwback 90s Dallas Cowboys starter jacket that does not have a Brian Broaddus signature on it.
Ooh, that'd be a nice touch.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, it probably would be the best thing not to have my signature on it.
Yeah, but I need your signature on it, brother.
Do we have any remotes coming up?
See, that's the best remote, Carl. We'll get this thing worked out, Carl.
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah. All right, fellas. Just thank y'all so much. Y'all are the highlight of my day every day between 2 to 6 on my drive home. This is the best show on 105.3 The Fan. Y'all just keep it going, and thank y'all so much for having me on.
Thank you,
Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
Appreciate the kind of we'll get that jacket signed somewhere. We got a remote coming up sometime.
For sure.
Yep.
Yeah, before too long.
Yep.
All right, who's next, Lucius?
Mr. Benjamin, you're in the nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm sipping on this high-quality H2O. Hey, I got a good question. This is just a thought of mine. I heard Broaddus and Botch talk about that right tackle from Utah.
Yeah.
That guy got some great feet. I would not be mad if they picked him at 12 or 20, however he falls, because I saw his tape. He never got beat. He got some great feet. I just want to hear your thoughts.
You're right.
Yeah. Go ahead. You got him, Woolchuck.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything he said. I think he glides, man. I mean, he is fantastic. His ability to mirror. He's not the power guy. That's how I know. He's not the guy that's just going to absolutely maul you out there.
They got 2 athletes that play tackle.
They do. But he is one of these guys that I did not see. And I thought his ability, the struggle that he had this year was against David Bailey, and it was in the first half. And he did an excellent job kind of finding out and correcting what he needed to do to win that battle. I think Spencer Fano is an outstanding prospect. Him and Malino, I would not be. I get it. I would not be upset if they took either of those guys.
I have Fano in the first, but I'd take Malinois first. If you gave me a choice, if we're going to draft a tackle, I'm going to draft Malinois at tackle.
The Cowboys' track record has been to invest in the offensive line. I don't think it should be a surprise if they do this.
No, I don't think it would be. But I do. I wonder if there's just now like fatigue among the fan base. Like you're taking another first-round offensive lineman.
You would need a Rod Marinelli. Go ahead and take Ezekiel Elliott. Sure. I don't want Jalen Ramsey. Go ahead. Go ahead and he'll help us. Go ahead and take him,
But they've always they've at least for a long time done the defense on like a shoestring type of budget and just tried to make that work, continue to invest in the offense. So I wouldn't be surprised. I just think there's going to be so many great players at 12 that no matter how it shakes out ahead of you, there's going to be a good defensive player sitting there that will make a lot of sense. But at 20, that'd be a hell of a pickup if you could get Fano there. Fano. Lucius, who's next?
Let's wrap it up on my man, Big Jim. Big Jim, you're in the nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, brother?
I'm not Jim. I'm Tim.
God dog it every time.
Look up, Pappy.
Big rat. That's the second time you got me with that one, bro.
And speaking of Big Jim, Lucius, I don't know. The Big Jim that came on before me didn't sound like he was drinking any whiskey. He sure sounds different than the one I'm accustomed to, but that's here and there. Hey, Brian, I hope you enjoy that ice machine.
No, thank you, sir. We love it. We love it.
All we got to do now is get you a little scotch on the rocks.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
You bet. Well, the way I figured it, I told Fred and Blake, I told them, I said, what would Kenny do? I said, that was an easy one right there. If you need an ice machine, you got the sponsors.
Yep.
And speaking of you knowing what you're talking about, I agree with every single pro pick you picked today, and I do hope the Texans win, and I do hope. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love to see the Texans and Bears Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I think that would be a fun game. But that's time will tell. All I know is that Miami's going to make a believer out of all of you.
I hope so.
Yeah, I sure do too. And of course, as much as I love Jeremiah Love, I understand we got to use every available pick we can on the defense from this point on.
Yep.
So y'all have a great weekend, and hope you enjoy spending time this weekend with the kids that don't have to go to school on Monday, and I'll talk to y'all later.
Salute. There he goes, Tim in Carthage. Congratulations, by the way, on the championship, and thanks again for that ice maker. I haven't seen Brian this happy in a while.
Oh, my gosh, it's incredible.
How many sorry?
Is that 12 for them now, Carthage? Was it 11 or 12?
I think it's 12.
12?
Yeah, I think they're up to 12
Yeah,
now.
good for them.
How many Cowboys fans do you think are also pulling Houston this week?
I don't think any.
Tim's one of them. Sound like Tim was one of them.
How many Cowboy fans?
Maybe in East
his
Texas.
daughter's an Astros fan, so maybe that the Texans have kind of warmed his heart a little.
I would
Can see
say
that.
I would say Dawson. That's a fair question. I would say not many.
Not many. Yeah, that's what I like. I like rivalries.
Yeah.
Some in-state bragging rights and everything. And Houston has now taken the lead since their existence in divisional round appearances. So they are having more success, and I think they're pulling in part of that fan base. If I was Jared, I'd be worried about Houston and San Antonio right now.
Yeah,
I want to step up.
Step up or step aside.
Let's get to the GBAG of the day and LA Live when we return right here. It's the GBAG Nation. Thanks for everybody for participating in What You Drinking, What You Thinking, and we're back here with you on the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because, life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck. And what we recommend you do here at the Fan is simply call the Frankels right there roadside. They can begin to advise you on what to do and not do to ensure that you make that full recovery, and you could be talking 6 or 7 figures easily if you do the math. You've heard about how expensive some of these ambulance rides can be, and then just an aspirin at the hospital, you've heard those stories as well. What are they charging you for an aspirin? $40, $100, something crazy. So these things add up quickly when you're talking about medical expenses, crutches, physical therapy, and on. And then you talk about the pain and suffering that you might have to endure for the rest of your life due to somebody's negligence. 18-wheeler hits you, commercial vehicle especially. These insurance companies and adjusters, they're going to kick into overdrive trying to get you to settle for less. The Frankels are going to protect your interests. So, it's going to get cold, might get a little slick, might have some wet stuff. And in those situations, we have about 500 wrecks a day in North Texas. If one happens to you or a family member, call the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, you could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And as a proud partner of the Cowboys, ask us how you can score a custom Cowboys jersey. Hurry, sale ends soon. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Texas knows tradition, and this March a new one hits the streets. You've seen touchdowns and home runs, but nothing like IndyCar speed ripping through Arlington, Texas. Fearless drivers, crowds loud enough to match 700 horsepower. It's an action-packed weekend filled with concerts, entertainment, and racing. Kids 12 and under get in free, so bring the whole crew. The first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington is coming. This isn't our first rodeo, just our fastest. Get your tickets at gparlington.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
We're proud to welcome you to Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family. Our reimagined dealership is designed to feel more like a retreat than a showroom. Expect a truly elevated car buying experience with modern, ergonomic waiting areas, calming Zen gardens, and thoughtful amenities. Explore our vast selection of new 2026 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing, low payments, and no hidden fees. Experience luxury redefined at Genesis of Plano.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. How's it going, Brad?
It's going great, babe. We're celebrating winning the World Championship, #1 Chevy dealer in the world for the 3rd year in a row.
Congrats, Brad. Who better to help business owners win than the 3-time world champ Chevy dealer? You don't get there unless you have the selection and savings for winning drives.
That's right. During our total 2026 trade-up, you can get a new Chevy Silverado medium-duty work truck, $21,500 in total savings.
And if they need to sell or trade their existing fleet, can they turn that into even more savings?
No question. We're paying top dollar for trade-ins. 2 or 200, we'll buy them all.
Visit ClassicFleet.com to secure New Year's savings. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy Business Elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial. Driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 through 2025 new Chevrolet deliveries. Stock number RH378683, MSRP $73,562, $8,000 classic discount, $13,500 consumer cash, $52,062 sales price plus tax title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 2/2/26.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for Friday Night Fun here with the GBAG of the Day and with LA Live, the Expressway. We go commercial-free to the top every night at this time, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. So Trinidad Chambliss is one of the top stories in the nation right now across sports, and he has filed suit in a state court seeking a 6th year. And then maybe we'll hear about some of this stuff a little bit later on in the show. Coming up at 6 o'clock, we will have a True or Fart divisional round edition with Wolchuk, and then a Friday news dump here with you on 105.3 The Fan. It is now time to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius has your G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah, baby, here we go on a Friday, y'all. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Don't go too fast out there. Don't be too excited. You know what I'm saying? G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You see anything over the weekend, over the holiday weekend, you think I should be playing? Don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Go to GBAG Nation on Twitter, and all of our handles in that bio right there. All right, this is day two. Day two, what you gonna do? We're going to the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Bobby Belt, Sean Sharif, going at it.
They never say anything about him, so that is what I should just blindly subscribe to.
You should not blindly subscribe to it. What you should not do is just dismiss based on results of like a playoff game like that.
And stop minimizing my opinion based
I'm
off that, because I've been saying
I'm not minimizing your opinion.
You've said it multiple times now.
What?
I've said it throughout the year.
What?
I didn't say after Sunday.
Right.
Oh
But
my God, that's my judgment.
But you said, you could stand there after you scored 3 points. Like that had anything to do with it.
And I've been saying all year
but
too, you're
you
wrong.
just said to me that was the point. You said that. You said only you could come in here after you scored 3 points, and I said that has nothing to do with it. That's why I addressed that, because you said
and you've
only
ignored the
after
season
that.
too.
Like that.
And you've ignored the season too.
That was the thing.
And you also ignored the whole year.
I have not. He's played well this season.
You haven't backed off of it at all.
He's played well because he's played well. I'm not going to sit here and go, y'all are right.
Okay,
because
and I'm not going to say you're right because the NFL buddies.
Guess what? I love it. I love that you have the opinion. You can have it. I don't care. That's not.
And I don't give a ass about yours.
Why are you getting worked up? You get worked up about yours
because I know you would never. I don't care if Justin Herbert.
You want me to admit that you want me to admit that like he's bad.
That
you
he's
will
not
not
great.
be happy until
he's not great.
But he's great.
He's not great.
And I think he's great. And you don't think he's great, and that's fine. It doesn't work me up. What works you up, you get worked up about it. I don't get worked up about it until you start getting worked up like this.
I get worked up knowing coming into an argument that if he went scoreless next year, you still wouldn't back off of it and change your mind.
I said he played bad.
Gosh.
woosah. I just got to breathe a little bit, man. My anxiety go up.
Yeah.
I feel like the neighbors are fighting next door. Every time I hear that right there.
Get him.
Need some therapy after that one.
Yeah, no doubt. Check the shirt if you can see it on the fan. No, you can't see it. I got my Sade shirt on because it is her birthday today, and that is my baby. I love me some Sade. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. All right, let's see what we got right here. This is for you, Mr. Broadus. I've been sitting on this one for a second.
All right.
I'm going to get this out the folder. Official Ken on TikTok. He's an LSU fan.
Okay.
Big LSU fan.
Yeah, Ken.
He goes off on the Tigers recruiting staff. Hold up. A perfect person. That is a perfect person. All right, yeah, official Ken on TikTok, LSU fan going off on the Tigers recruiting staff. They said, you're not giving us what we need.
I've been keeping up with the recruiting. We got some young studs that's coming in, some great players. Proud to have you. But what the is we doing? Lane, we brought you over here to bring firecrackers, not no sparkles. You supposed to be up in this portal blowing the doors off this bitch. Sam Levitt, he got a visit. Motherfucker, sign him. Ain't no visit. He ain't leaving without that pain up in his hand. He want $3.1 million. Give it to him. We went way to Hawaii for a wide receiver. No disrespect to him. We got Cam Coleman sitting out there like a piece of relish that they bought out with the fucking hot wings. He want $1.8 million. Motherfucker, give it to him. What's going on? We supposed to be tearing this bitch up right now.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Come on now. Where the O-line at? Hold up. Okay. Lance Hurd. His big ass to get up in that hole from Tennessee. Motherfucker, sign him. We got the money. What we doing? Who is this? Kelton Price. The price. Give him the money. I want to see some firecrackers. Sign these dudes.
Well, firecrackers, not sparks.
Firecrackers, not no sparkles.
I feel it, man. I feel it.
We supposed to be blowing the doors off this bitch.
He is supposed to be blowing the doors off this network.
It just means more in the SEC.
Let's go to the SEC network since we're talking about the SEC, talking about some basketball right here. I saw this. It might not be one, but I'm going to play it anyway. Arkansas versus Auburn basketball. They were cracking Yo Mama jokes in the studio.
They're talking trash. You think they're still doing Yo Mama jokes?
I hope so.
I saw a good one the other day.
Yeah, what do you got?
Your mama's so fat she browsed the internet all day just to accept the cookies.
Just to accept the cookies.
I really wish my go to timeout with that.
That was a hell of a Yo Mama right
That's a
there.
good one.
He was sitting on that one, boy.
That was a good one.
He was sitting on that one. Yeah, that was a good one.
Ordinary love. No ordinary love.
She makes me cry.
Sade's amazing, dude.
Sade's
she really
amazing.
is. The quality of the music, the vibe it creates.
And Anita Baker. Anita Baker is one of those for me, too. Anita Baker is the only woman I've ever heard apologize. Wow. Yeah.
So
I've known
one
a
does
lot
exist.
of women.
Do you have any sisters?
I've ever heard apologize in my entire life, and I'm trying to be respectful to every woman I know.
Yeah.
I've never heard you apologize. I've never heard you apologize. Speaking of that, I got a woman right here in Washington State. It's the man that you love to hate. Coming out of Washington State. Cops don't like my profile because Mr. Lock kicks my style.
I love it, dude. He used to rap about Dick's Burgers. When I moved to Seattle, I was like, we're going straight to Dick's. Sir Mix-a-Lot was amazing.
Sir Mix-a-Lot owns all of his music, by the way. All the publishing, everything. Sir Mix-a-Lot is sitting on a boatload of money. Yeah, a woman in Washington right here harassing some duck hunters.
Oh, no.
So trying to, do their hunting thing. She crashed on out.
I am.
Hey, bro, what bird is that? What bird is that? First.
It's like a bird.
I think it's a legend.
Get the hell out of here! You're not welcome! Go away!
bird.
He's a Seahawk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Those
she's
are
shooting.
decoys, not ducks.
Oh.
Stop, we don't want you shooting around here.
I don't give a f***. I don't want you walking around here.
Oh, God, this is public property.
Exactly my point. Thanks for proving our point.
We don't shoot anything alive, you f***offs.
Oh
They're
no.
already dead.
I don't care.
They're already dead.
I don't like shooting you f***offs. You f***offs.
Those birds identified as dead already.
Oh.
Oh, I love it.
Hey, I'm trying.
Now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Get that on video?
Yeah.
Did you get it on video?
Sure did. Those birds identify as dead.
That was great.
Yeah,
man.
she sounded like a bird herself.
She sure did.
One more time.
You think she was trying to scare the ducks away?
Yeah.
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 Oh.
What kind of bird would she be if you had to name that bird? What she's
He's going for a crow, maybe? Maybe ducks are afraid of crows.
Crowy, yeah.
That sounds like remember that show Kids in the Hall?
Absolutely do.
That sounds like a Kids in the Hall bit. They made that thing sing.
Oh, hold up.
If you were mine. If you were mine.
All right, that's it.
Alrighty, it is time to vote here.
I had another one, but I didn't feel like doing it, brothers. I had another one, I didn't feel like doing it.
Nipsey Hussle.
The F-off hawk.
The F-off hawk. Yeah, Nipsey Hussle remixed the hell out of this song.
Nipsey, R.I.P., man.
Sean and Bobby fight. Stop minimizing my opinion. Man, there were so many highlights in there. Official Ken goes off on the LSU Tigers recruiting staff. You got the SEC Network Yo Mama Cookie jokes. Do you think, do people that have Yo Mama jokes, do they remember all these?
Yeah.
Okay, they're not coming up with new ones on the spot?
Well, some of them you are, but some of them you're not. You know, usually like somebody hit you with that and you're like, oh, that's a good one. That shut me up. I'm going to keep that one in the bag.
Yeah. Or is it in Washington State, the lady trying to scare the ducks away from the hunters? I could go either way on this, but I'm going to go with official Ken there with his LSU commentary. Chief.
Give me the duck hunter.
Okay, Lucius.
The lady.
Huh.
The rare light pale.
I don't like shooting.
Red light paled kraken.
Chuck?
I'm going to go with the Yo Mama joke.
Idiot.
And Brad?
My LSU brother.
We're tied at 2. Once again, jump onto at GBAG Nation. We're going to have the third vote off in a week, going back to Friday's GBAG of the Year competition. You can follow us all when you get to at GBAG Nation. All of our handles are in the bio. Is it official Ken, LSU, or is it the Washington State Bird Lady? With that, I'll create this Insta poll. We'll announce the winner a little bit later on. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
It said Karen?
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's actually good.
I messed that one up earlier. The rare light paled Karen is another name for that bird. Off! I'm off! All right, let's get into a Feel Good Friday edition of LA Live. Right to the great Rick James, y'all.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. Fire it up. It'll make you dance some of everything. Everybody get high.
Lucius, we love you, bro. 5:45 to 6 p.m. That's my jam. I try to leave work on time just to hear you.
Try to leave work.
That is my entertainment for the afternoon. You keep me high, you keep me happy, keep me in the pimp cup, dude.
Yeah.
Live updates every day. I love it. There you go.
There you go. There you go. This is LA Live for Friday, January 16th, 2026. It is a Feel Good Friday here in LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Yeah.
Go dance on the funk and make love on the song.
Another historic week of 2026 in the books. Another historic week. 2025 was a historic year in so many ways. And 2026 is shaping out to be another year just like it. Because we are living in a particular time here, people. We really, really are. But let's enjoy this holiday weekend safely here. Avoid the law dogs, because if you get locked up, the judge will not see you until Tuesday.
You damn me.
Won't see you until Tuesday. So mind your P's and Q's out there. Mind your speeds too as well. If you're scared of the highway, stay away from it. Let's not be doing 40 on the highway. 45 on the highway is crazy. It's dangerous. You're almost as dangerous as drunk drivers, but you're not as scary as them. Okay? But yeah, take the frontage roads or something like that.
Yeah.
Get an alternative route.
Lay off the edibles.
The hell out of here. Yeah, that'll get you too. You're like, oh my gosh, what did I do? Yeah, man. Keep your emotions in check. Keep your emotions in check. Anger is an emotion that we all have. But doing things in anger can have long-lasting consequences. Let that man make them. Let him make it. He stepped on your shoes. Let him make it. They disrespected you, you think? Let them make it. It ain't worth it. It's called conflict management. Try some of that, all right? For real. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend, people. In other words, do not crash out. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Yeah, please do. Please do. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. What I'm going to do right here on a Feel Good Friday is just empty out the clip. Pow, 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 pow. Empty out the clip. Empty out this folder for next week. You know what I mean? We got 4 days. I just can't keep bringing this stuff over to the next week. Did y'all see that Cam Newton came up with a new word?
No.
Cam Newton came up with a new word. Now, all words are made up, so I respect that. Oh, let me get my mic. Gosh. I hate this thing. Here we go. Sorry. Kapow, yeah. All right, here we go. Yeah, Cam Newton came up with a new word. This happened on his Freaky Friday podcast he had Lady London, rapper Lady London as a guest. Shout out to her.
Was she loving up on his legs too?
he had them things covered up.
Did he?
He had them things covered up.
He learned.
Yeah, he didn't illuminate them. They weren't shiny like he did for the preacher.
Illuminated.
Yeah. Lady London asked Cam Newton to describe his style. You know, he has a very eccentric style, right?
Yeah. Like the Mad Hatter.
Yeah.
Great hats.
She said, explain your style in one word. And that's when he came up with a word.
Well, how would you describe your style in one word? That's an adjective.
Can I use a word that I've already used?
Sure, word.
Eclectic.
Say it again.
Eclectic.
It's eclectic.
Well, the heavy on the N because
there's no N in it.
No. It's my word.
Oh, let's unpack this. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Sure word.
Eclectic.
Spell it for me.
Oh no.
NCLECTA.
Okay.
Eclectic.
Eclectic.
You think he meant to do that, or that was a?
I think
that was a pivot, right?
Yeah,
that was a pivot.
Yeah, it was. It was.
No,
This is my word. This is my word.
in
crap.
Yeah.
I kind of believe him.
You believe him?
I believe him.
Eclectic. Did we get his definition of it? Did we get the origin, the definition? Did he use it in a sentence?
He tried to.
Just look at him. That's who it is. Eclectic.
I'm eclectic.
Just look at him. That's him.
Just me. Eclectic.
I'm so uncomfortable by that right there. I think you might have a point.
I think it's one of those things where, you know, like he probably thought somebody was going to ask him that question one day.
He was ready. He was
ready. He was ready. Yeah.
I feel like he would have dropped that on us a long time ago if that was the case.
Nah, he was waiting for a clip.
He was waiting?
He was waiting.
Waiting in the clip for that one right there.
Maybe set it up, too, with the lady.
I think he's misspelled it is my biggest concern. Like, because that would be neglectic, you know? E-N-E-C. C? There's no C in there? How many
but this is his world. We're just living in it right now.
SEC, man, it just means more.
Just means more.
We're not the smartest. It just means more.
Football means everything.
It just means more.
Guy's got a 4.0 at Auburn.
Yeah. How many colleges did he go to? Damn.
3.
Yeah, come on, fam. Eclectic. I like that. Reminds me of this clip right here. One of my favorite rappers, Brooklyn rapper Fabulous. Can't pronounce posthumous. They were having a conversation because, you know, rappers are always dying. Yeah. So they're talking about, you know, posthumous albums and what should the labels do and whatnot. And this word got weird.
Is it ethical for labels to profit from posthumous albums, or should there be a legal cutoff after 3 to 5 years?
What did you say that word was?
I was hoping you that word up. He said it right, though.
Posthumous?
I thought it was prostitution. I went to Catholic school, man. I didn't go to jail.
Posthumous.
What?
It is posthumous.
It's not.
It is. Is the word
Stop talking. Stop talking. It's not.
Is it posthumous or posthumous?
It's posthumous. Which one is it? It's posthumous. You're lying.
Oh my gosh.
It's posthumous.
Oh my gosh.
It's
oh my gosh. They talked for 3 minutes about what the word is. Put a tariff on podcast mics. Put a tariff on podcast mics. Please. By the way, speaking of fabulous, it's soul tape season for those that know what I'm talking about. It's soul tape season. Get that in your bag. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the Feel Good Friday. Speaking of rappers, I have another nominee for the Funny Laugh folder here, folks.
Ooh. Yes.
Funny Laugh folder. You know, Max B, and he just got out not too long ago. He linked up with French Montana to finally drop an album. It's fantastic. The Wave God is free, ladies and gentlemen. The Wave God is free. Coke Boys 3.0 is the name of the album. It's new, it's fire. I love the hell out of it. There's one particular song I've been playing the mess out of. But they have been showing up on different media platforms promoting their music. Here they are with Complex. Listen to they're both laughing at each other.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
You got one dude sounding like a Windex bottle. And then you got French Montana with the My man was laughing in slow motion, bro.
That's awesome.
That's weed.
Yeah, that's definitely some weed.
I swear to God.
I did not notice the French Montana laughing there.
It was hitting them slow, bro. It was hitting them slow. But yeah, man, I did say that Coke Boys 3.0 album is fantastic. They got this song right here. I've been burning a hole in this one. Ow!
I went deaf on it.
You see? Yes, you got the sample.
Ever since you left me, more money, more cars, more shows. Ever since you left me, more diamonds, more gold, more motion, more. I went deaf on them. I went deaf on them. All I need is one night.
Yeah, look, K&C and Sunshine Band sample right there. Yeah, I like that one, man. I'm burning a hole in this one. Repeat as I'm driving around. I'm sure there will be plenty of chicken wings eaten this week.
Yes.
You know it takes 2.5 chickens to be slaughtered? Yeah, 2.5 chickens to be slaughtered for you to get a 10-piece.
Damn.
Really? Yeah, man.
Well, that's why they're so expensive.
That's the foot. You got for a 10-piece, bro. Just thought about that, man.
Didn't feel bad at all.
No, I mean, it puts things into perspective a little bit, but it's not going to slow me down.
Eat the other parts.
Give me a breast.
Yeah, give me the other parts.
I'll take a thigh.
Yeah. How old were you when you found this out about chicken wings?
I was today years old when I realized that what is this called? A flat and a drum. Wait, whatever. Is made from ripping the leg apart.
Yeah.
Huh?
I just actually found that out.
Yeah, dude, I just Googled it. Over 200 million chickens are slaughtered each day.
200 million
globally,
a day?
Globally, 200 million.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, if they knew what we were doing to them.
Yeah. Right?
If they
got to have a pretty good idea when they're in these chicken farms where they're just like strapped to a cage.
Hey, they'd do it to us if they could. Chicken run style, bro.
I mean, if they were giant, can you imagine?
Oh, yeah.
Like Planet of the Apes.
A giant chicken they fight back.
they got AR-15.
Tear your ass up.
Together, chicken, strong. Hey, this is something I'm going to keep my eye on this weekend. We reported this earlier, but ain't nothing like having a real OG in your circle. Somebody that's connected to these streets that can make things happen for you. University of Miami's DB Bryce Fitzgerald got robbed, right?
Yeah, he did.
Was robbed along with other people at a party last Saturday in Miami. It was at an Airbnb. Yeah, Fitzgerald was attending a party at Airbnb in Florida City when several individuals armed with rifles entered the home